Chapter 52. Brother Huan treats to chicken in the 85th minute of the match. Huan completed a hat trick, leaving at least 7 or 8 minutes remaining. Yet, his goal struck the morale of Catalonia United like a dagger piercing an inflatable ball, deflating their spirits entirely. Following the conceding of the goal, Salado was finally substituted. As he left the pitch, his head hung low, radiating profound disappointment. Despite the encouragement and praise from head coach Mr. Benal, who embraced him and patted his back, his spirits showed no signs of improvement. As he sat back on the bench, he stared vacantly at the field, enveloped in desolation. The performance of the other Catalonia United players was no better than that of the young Salado. In the remaining minutes, they failed to orchestrate a single threatening attack. When the referee blew the final whistle, deafening boos erupted from the stands of the Saint Family Stadium, with some fans waving white handkerchiefs. This is a tradition in Spain. However, unlike the white handkerchiefs waved in bullfighting, which symbolized the highest admiration for the matador, in football, such gestures signify discontent. The appearance of white handkerchiefs and the chorus of boos at a home game indicate the fans' profound dissatisfaction with their team's performance. The fans of Catalonia United certainly had grounds to express their displeasure. After all, this marked the team's second setback in a mere week. Last weekend, in the Barcelona derby, Catalonia United failed to secure a victory against the considerably weaker Seria. However, they could justify that loss, claiming they had to prepare for the Champions League, strategically sacrificing the Barcelona derby to ensure they secured the top spot in their group at home. The premise was that such sacrifices must yield victories in the Champions League group stage, ensuring a first-place finish. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly certain home match would culminate in such a disheartening result? What was the purpose of foregoing the city derby if it led to this outcome? The fans of Catalonia United, seething with anger, could only voice their frustration through boos and white handkerchiefs. This time, there would be no ambiguity regarding the target of their disdain. A glance at the stands, shimmering with a constellation of white handkerchiefs, made it clear that this was directed at the entire team. Amidst this spectacular display, the players of Leeds City reveled in their hard-earned victory. All the substitutes rushed onto the pitch to celebrate with their teammates as the final whistle blew. This was not their first victory in the Champions League, but it was undoubtedly their most significant. In many respects, it surpassed their historic first win against Gulf Lighthouse. This marked Leeds City's inaugural triumph against a European superpower in the Champions League. The score of 4-2 declared to all that this victory was no fluke. Their Premier League championship and qualification for the Champions League were not mere strokes of luck. In every season, a multitude of teams participate in the UEFA Champions League. Indeed, even among those who advance to the group stage, there are 32. However, it is an extraordinary feat for any team to score 4 goals against Catalonia United at the illustrious Camp Nou. The players of Leeds City can indeed celebrate openly in this grand arena, unburdened by the gaze of onlookers. The match concludes. Leeds City triumphs with a resounding 4-2 victory on the road against Catalonia United. This unexpected victory was beyond anyone's anticipation prior to the match, and even the most ardent Leeds City supporters could scarcely envision their team achieving such a scoreline away from home. The exuberant voice of Huan resonated through television signals, reaching countless sleepless households at this hour. Huan completed a remarkable hat trick in this match, and additionally, Lasky's goal stemmed from a rebound off his initial shot. It is now official. Huan is the standout player of the match. The television broadcast zoomed in on Huan, who dashed to the referee to request the match ball. He intended to preserve it as a memento of his extraordinary achievement, his first hat trick in the Champions League. A moment of significant importance indeed. Witnessing this scene, Salado murmured, "Ah, we are running out of space." Huan could not help but cast her a glance, inquiring, "What are you planning?" Salado elaborated, "I was contemplating how to make room for our son's commemorative ball from this hat trick." She pointed at the football on the television screen, cradled in Huan's arms. One room was already designated for trophies, another for the award of the match's best player, leaving only their son's bedroom available. Surely, they could not store a football there. Huan chuckled incredulously. "Thank goodness you did not suggest buying another house for that purpose." Salado clapped her hands. "That could be an option." "What are you saying?" "You could simply place the football and trophies together with the champagne on the floor." "Why buy another house? Are we made of money?" Salado paused. "Oh, I hadn't thought of that. But wouldn't it be a bit uncouth to just leave them on the floor? What is there to be particular about?" The ball itself has rolled across the ground countless times during the match. Our floor is certainly cleaner than the football pitch. Xiaolon fell silent. Yet she continued to contemplate purchasing another unit in their community, solely to serve as a hall of honor. She had even begun to envision the design. Determined to model it after the honor rooms of European football clubs, perhaps it could even evolve into a museum for her son in the future. Her conviction in Hulai's potential accolades was unwavering, convinced that he would garner numerous honors in the years to come. Without foresight, one may encounter immediate troubles. It is wise to prepare for the future. With this thought, Xiaolon glanced at her husband, thinking, men understand little. Their hair and insight are equally short. Humph. Despite the disappointment and anguish of losing the match, head coach Jose Benal had to fulfill his post-match obligations, extending a handshake to his counterpart and congratulating him on his victory. Your team and style of play are truly impressive, Mr. Clark. As Benal grasped Clark's hand, he spoke in accented English. Clark responded with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Benal. Your team performed admirably as well. However, Benal shook his head, rejecting such compliments. We did not play well. Congratulations to you. He acknowledged Leeds City's commendable performance, but conceded that the more significant reason for the defeat lay in the inadequacies of his own team. He resolved to deliver a stern lesson to his players during the recovery training scheduled for the following day. From the substitutes bench, Mario Salado stood up, diverging from the others heading to the locker room. Instead, he navigated through the dispirited and chaotic crowd, making his way onto the pitch. He approached Hulai from behind, calling out, "Hey!" Hulai, who had just retrieved the ball from the referee, turned to see the number 30 of Catalonia glaring at him. "Did you call for me?" he inquired. Rather than responding to the question, Salado declared, "I did not come here to exchange jerseys. I merely wish to say." He paused momentarily, a hint of hesitation crossing his face. Ultimately, he continued, "This time you won. But this will not be our only encounter. In the next match, the one after that, no matter how many times we meet, I will defeat you." With that, he swiftly turned and departed, as if fleeing the scene. Hulai scrutinized the number and name on Salado's back, frowning in confusion. Of course, I won. What was the need to come all this way to tell me that? He recalled the name Mario Salado, which had appeared among the 10 nominees for the European Young Player of the Year last season. Was this young man issuing a challenge to him? Hulai narrowed his eyes. Yet, who issues a challenge after losing a match? The notion seemed absurd. Next time. The time after that? He pondered, uncertain when those encounters might occur, wondering if he would even remember this exchange by then. With a dismissive scoff and a shrug, Hulai turned back to join the exuberant celebrations. He tucked the ball under his shirt and secured his shirt into his pants, proudly displaying his belly as he embraced his teammates, shouting and jumping with joy. Winning this match meant that their boss would fulfill his promise, allowing them to stay an extra night in Barcelona, giving him the opportunity to treat his friend Huan to a meal. The thought of enjoying a feast in a foreign land filled Hulai with immense delight. We won. Oh, as the match concluded, Catalonia suffered an unexpected 2-4 defeat at home to Leeds City, a result that could be deemed a stunning upset. Despite the opportunity to secure the top spot in their group by defeating Leeds City, Catalonia failed to seize the moment, casting uncertainty over their previously assured position. If Vesuvius could triumph over Gulf Lighthouse in their away match, Catalonia would find themselves just 2 points ahead. The live broadcast concluded, returning to the commentary booth. The Spanish television commentator was delivering unapologetic critiques of Catalonia, with the guest nodding in agreement. Indeed, although Benal sacrificed the weekend's local derby for this match, it is evident that his team was not truly prepared. This was apparent as they were dominated by Leeds City from the outset. Despite Leeds City's offensive prowess, their firepower was not sufficient to completely suppress Catalonia United on their home ground. Ultimately, it was Catalonia United's own arrogance that led to their downfall. Those circumstances evolved later on. Catalonia United clearly became serious, yet Leeds City's momentum had already surged. This team is such that one must not allow their momentum to build. Otherwise, they become exceedingly difficult to contend with. Who completed a hat trick in this match, emerging as the key contributor to Leeds City's victory. I believe Catalonia United made errors in their defense against him. Twice failing to catch him offside was a lapse attributable to Jimenez, who ought to reflect on his performance. Ever since winning the World Cup, he seems to have grown increasingly prideful. This match serves as a lesson for him, perhaps even a blessing in disguise. It was quite unexpected for Catalonia United to stumble at the feet of 2 Chinese players within a mere half week. Huh. Yongjun chuckled. Zhang Qinghwan joined in the laughter. acknowledging the joy of the situation. Prior to becoming a player for Serie, he harbored no particular feelings towards Catalonia United, neither fondness nor disdain. However, now that he is a Serie player, he naturally derives pleasure from the misfortune of their city rivals. A hat trick, Yongjun remarked, though I watched the entire match. It still feels like a dream. I never anticipated he would achieve such a feat in the Champions League so soon. I thought we would have to wait until his next appearance. Huh, that kid excels at nothing else but scoring. Zhang Qinghuan jested about Hu Lai when his phone on the table rang. Upon answering, he was momentarily taken aback. Hu Lai? Yongjun leaned closer. Didn't he just finish playing? What does he want? God knows, Zhang Qinghuan replied, puzzled as he accepted the call, only to see Hu Lai's mischievous smile on the screen. Brother Huan, hurry up and get ready to go out. Go out. Zhang Qinghuan was bewildered. What for? To treat me to dinner. Zhang Qinghuan and Yongjun exchanged surprised glances. Hey, don't play dumb, Brother Huan. I'm telling you. Our team will be staying in Barcelona tonight, so you finally have time to take me out. I'm about to shower and change, and I'll head straight to you from the stadium, skipping the hotel. I've already asked the boss for leave, so don't leave me hanging. Hu Lai's voice was rapid, clearly brimming with excitement. Damn, Zhang Qinghuan found himself at a loss for words. Yongjun chuckled beside him. Huh? Let us go? It's been ages since you two gathered. Zhang Qinghuan shot him a glare. We literally just met last week during the national team's assembly. On the other end, Hu Lai interjected, I won't chat long, Brother Huan. I'm about to shower. I've already picked a restaurant, and I'll send you the location shortly. I reserved it under your name. With that, Hu Lai hurriedly ended the video call. Shortly thereafter, an address of a restaurant was indeed sent over. Upon glancing at the location, Zhang Qinghuan exclaimed, Damn. Chapter 53, A Meal of Profound Significance. I have a question. Hu Lai stated while seated in a restaurant that exuded local charm. Zhang Qinghuan had just retracted his gaze from surveying the surroundings when he directed his inquiry towards Hu Lai, who sat opposite him. What question? This restaurant is usually quite popular. Securing a reservation even a day in advance can be a challenge, Hu Lai remarked with a smile. Zhang Qinghuan widened his eyes in surprise. You just arrived in Barcelona and you made a reservation? Didn't you mention that your head coach said you could stay an extra night only if you won? Indeed, it was my suggestion to the owner, Hu Lai replied proudly. Zhang Qinghuan, however, was too preoccupied to entertain Hu Lai's little vanity. He furrowed his brow and asked, How can you be so certain that you would defeat Catalonia? Hu Lai waved dismissively. If we don't win, we simply wouldn't come. Canceling the reservation is just a phone call away. But if we do win, finding another restaurant later would be a hassle. I fear you might make excuses to avoid coming out. Am I really that kind of person? Zhang Qinghuan retorted angrily. That's hard to say. You've become quite proper these days, unlike the carefree person you once were, Hu Lai teased. Zhang Qinghuan could no longer contain his irritation and exclaimed a famous saying. Hu Lai, feigning innocence, replied, Oh, I meant you've become more orderly. Not that you've turned wild. I don't care. Anything that comes out of your mouth lacks sincerity. Yongjun observed the playful banter between the two young men, a smile creasing his eyes with laughter. He genuinely felt joy at their reunion. Although Zhang Qinghuan mentioned that they had crossed paths just a week prior with the national team, he, as the agent, was not present at that time. Moreover, encounters with the national team were work-related. Nothing could compare to the relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere of their current private meeting. Brother Huan, I insist that you treat for this meal. I have avenged your grievances with Serie, Hu Lai declared, unfazed by Zhang Qinghuan's attitude, focusing instead on the tangible benefit that he must not bear the cost of the meal. Tell me, when you saw the Catalonia fans waving white handkerchiefs at their own team, didn't it feel exhilarating? Zhang Qinghuan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, I'll treat. Indeed, witnessing the scene Hu Lai described did bring him a certain thrill. After joining Serie and becoming one of their players, he had deeply felt the condescension with which Catalonia regarded Serie. To the Catalonia fans, it was a normal viewpoint. For the Serie players, it was an affront. Thus, seeing the usually superior Catalonia in such disarray was a satisfaction that any qualified Serie player would relish. Qinghuan, you two should sit together, Yongjun directed. Why? Zhang Qinghuan inquired. So I can take a photo of you both to post on social media, Yongjun explained. In order to prevent fans from perceiving the players' social media accounts as robotic, it was essential to occasionally share glimpses of their personal lives. This was a reasonable request, prompting Zhang Qinghuan to change his seat from across Hu Lai to beside him. The two individuals lifted their glasses filled with pure water, facing the camera with smiles, prompting Yongjun to take a group photo of them. This photograph would be sent by Yongjun to the company's public relations team, who would then disseminate it through the social media accounts of Hulai and Zhang Qinghuan. Their accounts would engage in interactions online to captivate the attention and interest of their fans. Speaking of photography, Hulai picked up his phone and snapped a picture of Zhang Qinghuan beside him, subsequently sharing it in their group chat. Soon, the chat erupted with activity. Chen Xingyi exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't that Huan Ge? How did you two end up together?" Hulai replied, "Because I triumphed over Catalonia, avenging Huan Ge, who insisted on treating me to dinner. And feeling unable to refuse, I reluctantly accepted." In reality, Zhang Qinghuan looked down at his phone, initially reacting with a curse, then replied in the group. That scoundrel had booked the restaurant days in advance, and right after the match, while still in the locker room, he called me out. Wang Guangwei expressed surprise. "Wait, shouldn't you be heading back right after the match?" Zhang Qinghuan explained. Their head coach said that as long as they could win against Catalonia, the team would be allowed to stay an extra night in Barcelona. Chen Xingyi shouted in disbelief. "So, just for Huan Ji's dinner, Hulai, you sacrificed Catalonia?" Zhang Qinghuan paused at this comment, then laughed, realizing that Chen Xingyi's observation was indeed accurate. Hulai had reserved the restaurant days prior, and while he claimed he would cancel if he couldn't make it, it also indicated a deep-seated confidence in his ability to defeat Catalonia, stemming from his desire to treat Zhang Qinghuan to dinner. Thus, the victory over Catalonia transformed into a narrative where Hulai's obsession with dining out superseded the strength of Catalonia. In this match, his inner universe erupted, allowing him to perform a hat trick and conquer Catalonia. One can only wonder how Catalonia would feel if they knew that their loss stemmed from a mere dinner invitation. Reflecting on this, Zhang Qinghuan suddenly turned to Yongjun, saying, "Uncle Yong, let me handle the social media post this time." Yongjun replied, slightly surprised. "I have an interesting idea." Zhang Qinghuan then shared his thoughts with Yongjun. As Yongjun listened and chuckled, he eventually directed his gaze toward Hulai, saying, "You're making an enemy out of Hulai." Hulai waved dismissively. "What kind of enemy is that? If Catalonia is displeased, let them be. I won't indulge them." "Huan Ge, go ahead and post it. I will share it," Zhang Qinghuan declared, slapping the table and giving Hulai a thumbs up. Seeing this, Yongjun did not oppose, as it was not a significant matter. Quickly, Zhang Qinghuan posted a message on his various social media accounts, accompanied by a photo of him and Hulai at the restaurant, stating, "I am delighted to reunite with Hulai in Barcelona after a victorious match. This was a pre-arranged agreement. If he won against Catalonia, I would treat him to dinner. This meal was indeed worth it." Hulai subsequently shared, "Thank you, Huan Ge, for bestowing upon me your strength." Once both individuals had completed their exchanges, they set their phones aside, indulging in food while engaging in animated conversation. Their dining was minimal, yet their dialogue flourished. Yongjun occasionally glanced at his phone, monitoring the responses generated by their social media posts. He would only interject with a few words when his name was mentioned, spending most of the time quietly listening to their lively discussions. They even reminisced about the circumstances of their acquaintance, which elicited hearty laughter from Yongjun, who seized the moment to capture a delightful image of Zhang Qinghuan playfully pinching Hulai's neck. Naturally, these photographs would remain unpublished on social media, destined for Yongjun's personal collection. This is precisely why he had invited Zhang Qinghuan to this gathering. While Zhang may have forgotten, Yongjun vividly recalled that today's appearance of Zhang Qinghuan on the La Liga stage, where he scored a crucial equalizer against the Catalan team, was largely attributable to Hulai's unwavering support, who had gone to great lengths to extricate him from his struggles. For Yongjun, this narrative, extending to the present, traces its origins back to that pivotal moment. Thus, Zhang Qinghuan treating Hulai to a meal in Barcelona took on profound symbolic significance in Yongjun's eyes. As Hulai and Zhang Qinghuan relished their rare moments of leisure, their online posts garnered considerable attention. After all, Hulai had just executed a hat trick in the match against the Catalan team, becoming the first Chinese player to achieve such a feat in European and Champions League competitions, an accomplishment that had ignited considerable buzz. At this moment, even a mere emoticon from him on social media could spark fervent discussions. In this light, one might say that Zhang Qinghuan was riding on Hulai's coattails. Their social media exchanges quickly became a trending topic. What appeared to be a simple photograph, showcasing their camaraderie, seemed rather ordinary. Hulai and Zhang Qinghuan, as friends, were simply enjoying a meal together after Hu Lai's match in his friend's city, an entirely normal occurrence devoid of any sensational intrigue. Had it been just this photograph, the post would likely have elicited only a few likes and some praise from their respective fans, failing to transcend the usual boundaries. However, a keen observer noted an intriguing detail in Zhang Qinghuan's words, a pre-match agreement that if Hu Lai triumphed over the Catalan team, a celebratory meal would follow. This revelation sparked interest. Hu Lai's stellar performance, culminating in a hat trick, suddenly made sense. One Spanish fan quipped, "So, a formidable Catalan team was bested over a meal?" Accompanied by a smirking emoji. This fan likely hailed from Madrid or was a supporter of Sarria, given the tone of their comment. Meanwhile, a British fan chimed in. "Well done, Zhang. If possible, I hope you can cover Hu's meal." Clearly, this enthusiast was a Leeds United supporter. Additionally, fervent Leeds fans inundated Zhang Qinghuan's Facebook, exclaiming, "I want to follow you. Zhang, we love you, Zhang. I hereby declare that from today onwards, Zhang will receive the affection of all Leeds City fans." Accompanying this surge of support, the follower count on Zhang Qinghuan's social media platforms has also seen a significant increase. Moreover, an influx of spectators, drawn by the excitement, has gathered beneath this statement, mercilessly mocking the defeated Catalonia team with a sense of schadenfreude. Naturally, there are Catalonia supporters who criticize Hu Lai for his perceived lack of respect towards his opponents. Yet such sentiments are swiftly drowned out by the overwhelming majority. After all, the argument against Hu Lai's supposed disrespect is fundamentally flawed. What is wrong with him and his friends celebrating a victory over Catalonia with a meal? Must one only dine after a defeat? Furthermore, his good friend, as a player from Sarria, has every right to revel in the misfortunes of their city rivals and host a feast for his companion. If winning a match and celebrating it is deemed disrespectful, then the Catalonia fans might be exhibiting an excessive sensitivity. In light of this, let their distress deepen. Thus, the laughter grew even louder. Zhang Qinghuan seized this opportunity to attract a substantial wave of attention from Sarria fans, as she had become, in their eyes, a significant contributor to Catalonia's downfall. If Hu Lai, with his hat trick, holds the top spot in importance, then Zhang Qinghuan undoubtedly claims the second place. Her dinner was nothing short of a divine assist. The 24-0 defeat of Catalonia at home to Leeds City was initially just a typical loss, perhaps surprising in the identity of the opponent and the scoreline, yet still within the realm of an ordinary football match. However, under the frenzy of the internet, this defeat took on a different flavor, with thousands proclaiming it. It seemed as if Catalonia's downfall was indeed a consequence of that meal. The following morning, Chinese fans awoke to the online jubilation and incisively commented, "Goodness, this is a calamity sparked by a meal." Chapter 54. Perishing from a meal, Salado clutched her phone, laughing uncontrollably, to the point where she eventually rested her head on the table, hammering her hand against the surface. Her laughter left Hu Laisin, holding his rice bowl, with a sense of helplessness as he observed her. "Your sense of humor is rather low, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Do you not find this amusing?" Salado managed to ask, stifling her laughter. "It is amusing, but I didn't expect you to laugh this hard. I feel like you might laugh yourself to death." It was 9:30 in the morning, and they were having breakfast. However, due to Salado's exaggerated laughter, they were nearly unable to eat. Though they had briefly risen to watch a Champions League match, they did not sleep until noon. They had still woken at 9. Of course, rising at 9 cannot be deemed early, as they typically awaken by 7. Yet for those who had watched a Champions League match, this timing could hardly be considered late. Hu Laisin taught children to play football at an elementary school and did not need to go to school in the morning, unless there was a special circumstance. He would have lunch at home before heading to school. Salado, still at home for breakfast at this hour rather than being out, could be considered late. However, she had already informed her supervisor in advance that whenever her son Hu Lai had a match, she would arrive at work half a day late the following day. The supervisor agreed without hesitation. Currently, Salado's class has adopted an increasingly casual approach, resembling a state of retirement without actually resigning. Her workplace, it seems, has no desire for Salado to depart, as having a mother of a Chinese football hero among their ranks is a source of immense pride for them. Now, being perpetually tardy, she takes her time to enjoy breakfast while perusing Weibo, eager to see how the whimsical netizens are commenting on the recent match. She soon stumbled upon a trending discussion surrounding her son dining with Zhang Qinghuan, which has been dubbed a meal that sparked a bloodbath. At first glance, The title is utterly perplexing, yet it piques curiosity regarding the subject matter. Upon further investigation, it became evident that it pertains to a football match. The simplicity and directness of the title astoundingly encapsulate the essence of the situation. Indeed, a mere meal has incited such fervor, daring even the most prestigious teams to take action. Is Hulai truly so desperate for a meal? The faux foodie claims to have consumed 5 bowls of rice, 10 buns, and 2 hefty braised pork hocks, yet still feels unsatisfied. Meanwhile, the true foodie exclaims, "What? We must defeat Catalonia to earn a meal? Let us obliterate Catalonia." While I recognize that they may not be entirely serious, I cannot help but find it amusing. What to do? Ha ha ha. The logic here is undeniably flawless. Zhang Qinghuan's team, Seria, ultimately failed to secure a victory against Barcelona in the derby, prompting Hulai to rise in defense of Zhang Qinghuan. Thus, it is only reasonable that Zhang Qinghuan would treat Hulai to a meal. Therefore, I declare this event to be veritable. Hulai unleashed a stellar performance, scoring a hat-trick to lead Leeds City to triumph over Catalonia. I am genuinely curious about Catalonia's perspective on losing for such a reason. Catalonia, are you not polite? The online atmosphere is filled with joviality. Last night, Catalonia faced an unexpected upset at home, suffering a 2-4 defeat to Leeds City, the reigning champions of the previous Premier League season. Leeds City has been deemed the weakest champion in history and is regarded as the most feeble among this season's 8-seeded teams in the Champions League. Their performance in the Champions League seemed to corroborate this sentiment. Prior to defeating Catalonia, they participated in 4 group matches, winning only once and losing the remaining 3. In this context, Leeds City's astonishing victory over Catalonia truly defies belief. It can be said that half of Europe was left in shock last night. This victory for Leeds City has also injected suspense into the race for first place in the group. Tonight, Vesuvius will challenge the Gulf Lighthouse away, should they emerge victorious. They will contend with Catalonia for the top spot in the final round. However, this is not the most significant aspect. Besides the victory itself, the post-match reactions have been overwhelmingly focused on their star striker, Hu. In this match, Hu achieved a hat-trick, making him the first Chinese player to score a hat-trick in European competitions, including the Champions League and the Europa League. Once again, he has become a football hero for his nation, yet this was not the most significant aspect. After the match, Hu celebrated with his national team mate Zhang Qing, who plays for Salernitana. He even shared a Facebook post featuring a photo of himself with Zhang. While the photo itself was unremarkable, the words accompanying it revealed a crucial piece of information. The dinner gathering had been prearranged. If Leeds City were to defeat Catalonia, Zhang, as a Salernitana player, promised to treat Hu to a meal. Zhang is a key midfielder for the Chinese national team. However, in the broader European football arena, he remains relatively unknown. Thanks to this Facebook post, he garnered the attention of many. Enthusiastic onlookers flooded the comments section, eagerly suggesting they had finally uncovered the incredible reason behind Leeds City's unexpected victory away from home. It was all for the sake of this dinner engagement. Tony Clark, upon reading this, could not help but burst into laughter. He remarked to his assistant coach, Sam Rander, "I never expected that after our away victory against Catalonia, Hu's hat trick would be overshadowed by this dinner." Rander inquired, "Do you believe what people are saying online? Is it really this dinner that motivated Hu?" Clark stroked his stubbled chin, recalling that Hu had indeed suggested wanting to stay an extra night in Barcelona after the match against Catalonia, to which he had replied, "Unless we win against Catalonia, I cannot agree." The results spoke for themselves. Upon hearing this, Rander widened his eyes in disbelief, murmuring, "It's hard to believe he would perform a hat trick just to dine with friends." Clark chuckled, saying, "Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. The reality of the situation is insignificant. If everyone is inclined to think this way, then let it be. Besides, Sam, isn't it quite a story to triumph over a football giant merely for a meal?" Rander began to grasp that Tony Clark unconditionally supported Hulai, believing in anything that favored him. He contemplated Clark's words. Performing a hat trick for the sake of a meal certainly held more allure. No wonder even traditional media began to sensationalize this incident. The influence of that dinner extended far beyond the online realm. "Hu, did you really arrange with Zhang to have dinner if you won against Catalonia?" Upon the arrival of the Leeds City team at the airport, they were quickly surrounded by reporters, many of whom were there specifically for Hu, who had just scored a hat trick. The questions posed were largely related to the current hot topic. "Hu, hearing the inquiries, smiled slightly and replied, "Of course it's true. I made the reservation as soon as I arrived in Barcelona." Upon concluding his statement, seemingly concerned that the audience might doubt his words, he retrieved his mobile phone, opened the text message confirming the reservation, and displayed it before the camera. The timestamp on the dining reservation receipt indicated that it was indeed sent on the same day Leeds City arrived in Barcelona, a detail that could not be fabricated. Upon viewing this message, the journalist's eyes sparkled with realization. It was indeed true. Many among them had previously dismissed the matter as a trivial publicity stunt. But it now appeared that the dinner had been arranged several days prior to the match. Consequently, even if Hulai's hat trick was not solely motivated by the meal, it undeniably illustrated his confidence in triumphing over Catalonia away, serving as an excellent promotional narrative. No one could now cast doubt upon the voices on the internet. What was once perceived as mere speculation from online busybodies had transformed into undeniable evidence, with Hulai's reservation text, corroborated by the team's head coach, Tony Clark. At the airport, he recounted an intriguing tale to the reporters who inquired about the matter. "I cannot ascertain whether his splendid form was indeed influenced by the meal, but I do recall an interesting occurrence. On the very first day of our arrival in Barcelona, he privately suggested that after the match against Catalonia, the team should remain in Barcelona for an additional night. At that moment, I was perplexed as to why he would propose such a suggestion, knowing that we typically flew back the same night after each Champions League away game. Now I understand. He desired to reunite with friends, as it was impractical for him to dine out with them before the match. To be candid, I was reluctant to acquiesce, yet I could not outright refuse, as that was not my style. Thus, I devised a subtle way to decline his request. I told him that if we could overcome Catalonia away, I would agree to his wish for an extended stay in Barcelona. To my astonishment, we indeed emerged victorious, with Hu achieving a remarkable hat trick. At this juncture, Clark covered his face with his hand. With both eyewitness and material evidence at hand, a definitive conclusion could be drawn. Indeed, Catalonia had succumbed to the agreement between Hulai and Zhang Qinghuan regarding that meal. This match, along with Hulai's hat trick and the dinner, would together become a celebrated tale within the annals of world football, destined to be retold for generations. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 55. Activating the Polish genius. The incident of Zhang Qinghuan vanquishing Catalonia with a mere meal continued to circulate online. It is believed that in the future, whether Seria encounters Catalonia again, or Leeds City faces them once more, or Hulai battles Catalonia anew, this matter will be repeatedly referenced by major media outlets. Catalonia had thus been branded with the mark of disgrace. Regardless of their acknowledgement, the stigma of losing to Emil's hat trick would be inescapable. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern for Catalonia, nor was it their current focus. Their predominant anxiety stemmed from the possibility of losing their top position in the group following their defeat to Leeds City. On the following evening, another Champions League group match took place, where the visiting team, Vesuvius, engaged in a fierce battle and triumphed over Gulf Lighthouse with a score of 3-2, securing crucial 3 points. With only one round remaining in the group stage, Catalonia United accumulated 12 points, currently holding the top position. Vesuvius, however, has reached 10 points, trailing by merely 2. In the final round of the group stage, they will host Catalonia United. A victory would allow them to surpass Catalonia United by a single point, thus claiming the top spot in the group and ensuring a favorable draw in the upcoming knockout stage of the Champions League. The victory of Vesuvius is not good news for Catalonia United, nor for Leeds City. Initially, defeating Catalonia United away gave them a glimmer of hope for advancing from the group. Now, this last flicker of hope has been extinguished with Vesuvius's victory. With only 6 points, they find themselves 4 points behind the second-place Vesuvius, leading to an early farewell to the Champions League knockout stage. However, due to Gulf Lighthouse's home defeat, Leeds City has secured qualification for this season's Europa League knockout stage. In the latter half of the season, they will transition to the Europa League as the third-place team of the Champions League group. Yet, for Leeds City at this moment, remaining in European competitions is a double-edged sword. It is uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. After all, it is evident that participating in the Champions League this season has drained their resources and diverted their focus from the league. Although they have not yet descended to the brink of relegation, the future remains uncertain if this trend continues. Such scenarios are not uncommon in European football, and can even be regarded as the norm for mid-tier teams after qualifying for European competitions. In a certain sense, qualifying for European tournaments resembles a hot potato in their hands. While they can continue to compete in Europe by participating in the Europa League, it is unclear whether this will ultimately benefit them or not. In the tea room, the coaches of Leeds City discuss the Europa League over tea, each contributing their thoughts and opinions. Will we, like Spain's Sarria, ultimately descend into the championship? Such an assertion seems exaggerated. Our capabilities undoubtedly surpass those of Sarria at that time. However, it is quite possible that we might emerge from this season empty-handed, achieving nothing at all. Forget about defending our league title. We might not even secure qualification for next season's Champions League. I must remind everyone that starting December 17th, who will depart from the club for national team training in preparation for the Asian Cup. However, our league will not pause for the Asian Cup. Furthermore, this Chinese team is considered a strong contender for the championship in this edition of the Asian Cup, meaning they could potentially progress deep into the tournament, extending into early February, which would result in who missing 9 league matches. These 9 matches conveniently coincide with the period when we do not have European competitions, allowing us to focus solely on the league. By the time he returns, the Europa League will be just around the corner, making our prospects in the league this season rather bleak. It is not only Champions League qualification that seems elusive. We may very well fail to secure a spot in the Europa League as well. The moment those words were uttered, silence enveloped the tea room. Previously, everyone had overlooked the impact of the Asian Cup, as it seemed a distant affair, far removed from their everyday lives. Now, upon its mention, they realized that the influence of the Asian Cup on the team was far more profound than they had previously imagined. This was not merely about 3 group matches. From the onset of training until the conclusion of the Asian Cup, Hulai would be absent for a month and a half, nearly 45 days, missing 9 rounds of league matches. During this period, Leeds City would be deprived of their primary scorer and crucial offensive asset. When Hulai eventually returns to the club, who knows what position Leeds City will occupy in the Premier League by then? I understand that it may seem inappropriate to say this, but I genuinely hope the Chinese team is eliminated after the group stage, murmured someone from the coaching staff, breaking the silence in the tea room. Tony Clark chuckled. In truth, the situation is not as dire as everyone imagines. With Hu gone, we still have Lasky. He scored a goal against Catalonia United, and I believe this will significantly bolster his confidence. Assistant coach Sam Rander shook his head. Tony, so far this season, Lasky has only netted 4 goals, 1 in the League Cup, 2 in the league, and 1 in the Champions League. Expecting him to fill Hu's shoes may prove to be quite challenging. Oh, don't set Hu as the benchmark, otherwise you'll struggle to find a few forwards in the entire Premier League who can replace him. Clark waved his hand dismissively. Lasky possesses scoring ability. It's just that we haven't fully harnessed it until now, which is quite understandable, given Hu's presence. In any team boasting who would consider seeking another scoring option. Yet starting today, we must activate Lasky as a scoring threat. Seeing his friend so assured, Matt Dawn interjected. Do you already have a plan in mind, Tony? Clark smiled gently at Matt. In fact, I drew inspiration from Hu. Do you all remember the bet I made with Sam? Upon hearing this, the group suddenly understood. This had become a well-known anecdote within the team. Initially, to encourage the newly joined Hulai to excel, Clark pretended to wager with assistant coach Sam Rander on Hulai's season goal tally. Clark approached Hulai and shared the story, promising him a meal at Red Chili if he could score 5 goals by the season's end. At that time, he and the coaching staff believed that scoring 5 goals in his first Premier League season would be an impressive feat for Hulai, especially since Leeds City's attacking strategy had yet to take shape. However, to their astonishment, Hulai fulfilled his promise within the first 3 matches. Ultimately, he netted 11 goals in half a season, becoming the top scorer for Leeds City that season, despite having played fewer matches than his peers. Rander grasped Clark's implication and inquired, So, what target do you intend to set this time? Like Hu's or 5 goals? Clark chuckled in disbelief. 5 goals? Your expectations are rather low, Sam. The circumstances surrounding Hu then and now are vastly different. At that time, our offensive lineup was not nearly as formidable as it is now, and Hu had only just joined the team a month prior. However, Lasky has now acclimated to the team for almost half a season. If 5 goals are still the benchmark, it seems rather simplistic. He has already netted 4 goals. I mean in the league, he has 2 league goals to his name. Clark continued, I intend to set a target of 10 league goals for him. If he can achieve that before the end of the season, I shall treat him to a meal at Red Chili. Randall had no objections. 10 league goals was indeed a pragmatic target. If Rasky could find his rhythm, given his capabilities, it shouldn't be overly challenging. However, he suddenly recalled something and remarked with a grin, "But I don't suppose you would invite just him. By the end, should you truly decide to treat him, be prepared to invite the entire team." His comment provoked laughter among the coaches in the tea room. For 2 consecutive seasons, Clark had claimed he would only invite Huan, yet it had ultimately turned into an invitation for the whole team. Consequently, both the media and fans now believed that the post-season team dinner at Red Chili had become a tradition of Leeds City. Clark chuckled as well. In truth, I hope they are all aware of this. Randall was somewhat taken aback, but soon grasped the implication. Activating Rasky would require a collective effort from the entire team. Precisely, Clark replied with a smile. Additionally, regarding the Champions League qualification, I have a somewhat immature suggestion that I would like to discuss with everyone. When Rasky returned to the locker room from the coach's office, his teammates eagerly surrounded him. "Dominic, what did the boss want with you?" Immediately after training, Rasky had been summoned to the coach's office. Curiosity buzzed among the Leeds City players about what could not be discussed on the training field and necessitated a visit to the office. Rasky cast a glance at Huan before addressing his teammates. The boss and I made a deal." "A deal? What sort of deal?" they asked eagerly. "He said that if I could score at least 10 league goals by the end of the season, he would take me to Red Chili for dinner." Rasky hesitated to say, "Red Chili? My goodness, what did I just hear? You're quite the lucky fellow, Dominic." The locker room erupted with excitement at the mention of the restaurant. Yet Rasky appeared less than enthusiastic. It was Peter Williams who, amidst the celebratory atmosphere, sensed Rasky's unease and inquired, "You seem to have some reservations, Dominic?" "Yes, Peter. I know Red Chili is a renowned Chinese restaurant. But," Rasky glanced at Huan again and carefully articulated, "I'm not targeting you, Hu. However, I understand that Chinese food may not be the best for professional athletes. I apologize, but I must speak frankly. I would rather the boss not take me to Red Chili." What is wrong with you guys?" As Lasky spoke, he noticed no signs of dissatisfaction from Huan, but rather observed the dressing room, which had previously been abuzz, swiftly descend into a chilling silence. His teammates, who had been fervently cheering, now regarded him with expressions that conveyed a profound sense of bewilderment, as if they were gazing at a fool. Charlie Porter asked coldly, "So you rejected the boss?" "Well, not exactly. I'm not foolish enough to outright decline the boss," Lasky replied. At that moment, he could distinctly sense the once stagnant air around him begin to circulate anew. "But you still act foolishly, Dominic," Porter remarked, visibly relieved yet maintaining a serious demeanor. "Why?" Lasky inquired, perplexed. "Scoring goals for the team is inherently my responsibility, but I don't need him to invite me to Red Chili. This isn't solely his fault, Charlie," Williams interjected, stepping forward to elucidate for Lasky. "Dominic, do you believe that the boss's agreement is merely a personal affair for you? Isn't it?" Lasky countered. "Certainly not," Williams asserted bluntly. "As a forward, do you truly think you can score 10 goals in the league solely by your own efforts?" "No," Lasky conceded, understanding the realities of the situation, which was why he had garnered a decent rapport within the team. "Every goal I score is a collective achievement. We are a unit." "Precisely. We are a unit, Dominic. So if you manage to score 10 goals, do you genuinely think it would be appropriate for you to dine alone when the boss treats you?" As he observed the earnest inquiry in the vice-captain's eyes, Lasky felt uncertain and tentatively asked, "Then should I not go? After all, as a forward, scoring is expected of me." Before he could finish, a chorus of sighs and expressions of exasperation echoed through the dressing room from his teammates. "Think about it again, Dominic," Porter shouted emphatically. As Lasky opened his mouth, he noticed everyone gazing at him with eager anticipation, and suddenly a realization struck him. "I should include all of you, because we are a collective." "Yes." Everyone cheered exuberantly. Williams smiled at him and nodded. "Congratulations, that's the correct answer." Lasky stared in astonishment at his jubilant teammates, struggling to grasp the situation. "But the boss said he would only treat me." Porter burst into laughter. "Initially, the boss told who he would treat him alone too." Lasky turned to Huan, who had remained silent. "Does this involve him as well?" Porter then recounted to Lasky the 2 previous agreements between Huan and the boss. Upon hearing this, Lasky's jaw dropped. He had never anticipated that there existed a tradition for the entire team to dine at a Chinese restaurant after each season in Leeds. "Isn't it said that Chinese food is detrimental for professional athletes?" Porter, noticing Lasky's expression, wrapped an arm around his shoulder. It's just one meal a season, Dominic. The impact isn't as significant as you might think. Moreover, during the new season's training camp, Ms. Schmidt will ensure we maintain our fitness. So there's no need for excessive worry. Besides, Porter gestured toward Hulai. Chinese athletes also consume traditional Chinese cuisine, yet they have consistently secured numerous gold medals at the Olympics. What does this indicate? It suggests that the influence of Chinese food on athletes is not as significant as one might presume. If you doubt this, just ask who. Pointed at, Hulai nodded earnestly and replied, Charlie is indeed correct, Dominique. Our Olympic champions are fond of Chinese food, each Olympic Games. A team of chefs is dispatched from China, bringing a variety of ingredients and seasonings to prepare meals for the athletes. Rasky found himself persuaded by this logically sound reasoning, letting out a sigh of relief. So it's fortunate that I did not refuse the boss. Of course, Dominique. Otherwise you would immediately become the pariah of the locker room. Upon finishing, Charlie Porter released him and raised both hands, addressing the entire team. Gentlemen, from this moment forth, we shall strive to assist Dominique in scoring, ensuring that he nets at least 10 league goals before the season concludes. For the Red Chili. For the Red Chili. The locker room erupted in fervent cheers. Chapter 56. The goal of the UEFA Cup today's training clearly showcased the players' heightened efforts compared to earlier sessions. Another day of training concluded at the Leeds City Club training base, where the coaches had just wrapped up their day, enjoying refreshments while discussing the training outcomes. At this juncture, all eyes turned to head coach Tony Clark. It was evident that the entire locker room was aware of my intention to treat Rasky to a meal. Clark was quite pleased with this outcome. As the unfortunate soul tasked with treating the entire team, Clark appeared remarkably cheerful. For this implied that the team's performance was promising. How much could it possibly cost to treat them to a meal? Compared to Clark's current annual salary, it was a mere trifle. Moreover, the key was that the team's morale was soaring, which would undoubtedly enhance their performance. Exchanging a meal for improved results was an exceptionally lucrative deal. Should other coaches learn that Tony Clark merely needed a meal to bestow a morale-boosting buff upon his team and achieve unexpected success, they would likely be filled with envy. Clark even contemplated embellishing his memoirs with this anecdote. I did not exert myself to encourage them. I simply informed the players that if we achieved our goals by season's end, I would treat them to a feast at the Red Chili. When the season concluded, we indeed enjoyed a delightful evening at the Red Chili restaurant. Now it appears we have made preliminary strides in activating Rasky's potential. And I am confident that with the entire team's unwavering support, coupled with his innate talent, his performance will not disappoint us. Clark gazed at the team and inquired, regarding the suggestion I proposed yesterday, what are your thoughts? The coaching staff exchanged glances. During yesterday's tea break, when Clark unveiled his somewhat immature idea, their initial reaction mirrored this moment, looking at one another in silence. Thus, upon observing their expressions, Clark threw up his hands and exclaimed, Come on, guys. Did you all ponder over this for an entire night only to arrive at such a conclusion? Assistant coach Sam Landier cleared his throat. Indeed. Securing the UEFA Europa League title does confer an automatic qualification for the next season's UEFA Champions League. However, claiming the Europa League is not as simple as one might presume. Yesterday, Tony Clark's rather immature suggestion of acquiring Champions League eligibility through winning the Europa League is, in essence, a convoluted strategy for national advancement. According to the regulations for Champions League qualification, besides the league champions and the top few teams, the reigning Champions League title holders and the Europa League champions are also granted entry into the subsequent season's Champions League. Such provisions did not exist previously. They have only been instituted in recent years. The fact that winning the Europa League now guarantees qualification for the next season's Champions League has intensified the competition in the Europa League far beyond what it once was. Not only for those teams that traditionally excel in this tournament, but also for teams like ours, which transitioned from the Champions League group stage to compete in the Europa League, whose capabilities should not be underestimated, Landier elucidated for Clark. Isn't that quite normal, Sam? Clark retorted. Isn't it inherently challenging to vie for an honor such as the Europa League? Landier found himself momentarily speechless in response to Clark's inquiry. I merely established the Europa League championship as a seasonal objective and have endeavored toward that aim. I never claimed that we would undoubtedly secure the title. Is it not customary for prominent clubs to set championship aspirations at the onset of a season? Numerous prestigious teams target the championship, yet only one can claim it. Does that render the aspirations of those who do not win devoid of significance? Clark posed this question not just to Landier, but to all the coaches present in the room. Silence enveloped the tea room as everyone pondered. The answer was self-evident. The efforts invested in striving for the championship are not without merit. This is universally acknowledged. Seeing the room's silence, Clark seized the moment to continue. Moreover, I do not believe we possess no hope in the Europa League, gentlemen. You must all recall the recently concluded Champions League match, where we triumphed 4-2 against Catalonia away. It was this victory that instilled confidence in me and made me realize that Leeds City is indeed stronger than we had anticipated. I trust that this match has bolstered the confidence of our players, enabling them to remain composed when facing formidable opponents. Quite frankly, this encapsulates the significance of participating in such high-caliber competitions as the Champions League. This Leeds City is not the same as the Leeds City of yore. The coaching staff remained silent, reflecting on the recently concluded match. Was Leeds City's 4-2 victory against Catalonia merely a stroke of luck? While outsiders might entertain such a notion, none of Leeds City's coaches shared this sentiment. They understood the true strength of their team, with Huan in the lineup. The sequence of scoring first, recovering from a deficit, taking the lead, and then extending that advantage cannot simply be explained away as a matter of luck. Leeds City's attacking framework ensures they generate a plethora of opportunities, and Huan's presence guarantees that those opportunities are utilized efficiently. The two complement each other harmoniously, each enhancing the other's strengths. Leeds City has accomplished much through Huan, and in turn, Huan has significantly contributed to the current success of Leeds City. If the entire Leeds City squad could channel the momentum they exhibited against Catalonia into the Europa League, there is indeed a possibility of contending for the championship. Observing the contemplative expressions on their faces, Clark understood that they had grasped the crucial point. He chose to remain silent, allowing them to ponder. Believing that their self-discovery would prove far more effective than any persuasion he could offer, Randall was also deep in thought, contemplating the current issues within Leeds City's lineup and tactics that required resolution. However, there was a dilemma, Tony. To aspire for victory in the Europa League, we cannot simultaneously excel in the league. The current squad is ill-equipped for dual campaigns with outstanding performances. He lifted his gaze to Clark and said, indeed. Moreover, our efforts in the Europa League stem from the challenges we face in the league. Other teams have been particularly vigorous against us this season, making it arduous to secure good results in the league. The Europa League, however, presents a completely unfamiliar territory, Clark elucidated. The sole objective in the league is straightforward, survival. The coaches nodded in agreement, finding that if mere survival was the goal, it should not pose a significant challenge. Yet, another issue arose. Randall raised his hand once more. Clark gestured for him to continue. If we are to target the Europa League, we must bolster our squad during the winter transfer window, particularly in defensive midfield. Salado is inadequate, Randall asserted. In fact, irrespective of the Europa League, I intended to recruit a replacement for Salado come January, Clark remarked, glancing at Matt Dawn. The latter stepped forward, stating, indeed, our scouting team has evaluated several potential targets. Randall nodded in acknowledgement. Clark then asked the group, does anyone have further questions? No hands were raised. Just as Clark was about to finalize matters, however, Matt raised his hand. I do. Clark turned to him, furrowing his brow. What is your query? Matt. With a cheerful demeanor, Matt replied, I merely wish to remind you, Tony, that if our goal is to win the Europa League, relying solely on Huan for scoring is evidently insufficient. Shouldn't we reconsider the seasonal objectives set for Lasky? Clark paused momentarily, then realized his friend was indeed correct. If the aim is to secure the Europa League title, the entire team must perform exceptionally in those matches. What if they only exert themselves more in the league? Wouldn't that be counterproductive? Reflecting on this, Clark smiled and said, you are right, Matt. I need to revise Lasky's seasonal objectives. Boss, you called for me. Lasky knocked on the door of the head coach's office and found Clark seated at his desk. Upon seeing Lasky enter, he rose to greet him. Ah, Dominic, yes. I was looking for you. There is something I contemplated at length yesterday, and I believe it is important to discuss it with you. What is it, boss? Lasky suddenly felt a surge of apprehension upon hearing the head coach's words. Didn't we make an agreement yesterday? It was conveyed that as long as you could score 10 goals in the league, I would treat you to a meal of spicy peppers. However, after contemplating this matter yesterday, I found it rather unsettling. Upon hearing the head coach express such sentiments, Lasky's eyes widened involuntarily. The atmosphere in the locker room was buoyant. Everyone eagerly anticipating a grand feast of spicy peppers at the season's end. Yet now, upon hearing the owner's remark about it being not quite right, Lasky pondered. What could possibly be wrong? It was splendid indeed. Such thoughts raced through his mind, yet he dared not voice them. He feared the head coach might perceive him as lacking professionalism, merely a player fixated on indulging in fine dining. After all, he could not reveal to the owner that it was not merely his desire for this meal, but rather the collective wish of the entire team. He dreaded the idea of the owner reconsidering after realizing he would have to treat so many. Clark noticed the subtle shift in Lasky's expression, stifling a chuckle as he continued in earnest. I believe that scoring 10 goals in the league is far too easy for you. I hold great faith in your talent. 10 goals should not be your ceiling. To regard this as merely a target would be to underestimate your potential. Lasky's eyes widened in surprise at the owner's words. What do you think, Dominic? Regarding this objective, addressed directly, Lasky quickly responded, I will strive to score even more goals, and I shall not let you down, boss. What else could he say? Should he admit, boss, I believe 10 goals in the league suffices. Beyond that, I fear I might not succeed. Jeopardizing the team's chance of feasting on spicy peppers? Clark seemed pleased with Lasky's response, nodding with a smile. Excellent. I knew you were an ambitious player, and you will not disappoint me. Therefore, I propose we amend our agreement. 10 goals in the league is simply too simplistic for you. So I hope you can score in all competitions this season, aiming for a total of 20 goals. The tally of goals across the league, the Europa League, and various matches should amount to at least 20. If you can achieve this, I will treat you to spicy peppers. Mind you, Miss Schmidt does not approve of my doing this, but I believe if you can demonstrate your ability and talent, even if Ms. Schmidt disagrees, I will honor my word. Clark spoke with such righteous fervor, as if treating Lasky to a meal was fraught with significant peril. 20 goals across all competitions. Lasky mused. He had previously accomplished such a feat while playing in Poland. He had scored 18 goals in the league last season alone, and with additional goals from domestic cup matches. He had netted a total of 22. However, that was in the Polish top division, and now, he found himself in the Premier League, contending in the FA Cup and the Champions League, as well as the Europa League. The level was higher, and the difficulty of scoring greater. If it were solely up to him, he might falter. But now, the hope of feasting on spicy peppers rested upon his shoulders. He dared not consider the consequences of failure. Seeing Lasky's indecision, Clark's tone grew slightly more serious. What is it? Do you have any concerns? Oh, no, boss. None at all. 20 goals will be my objective, and I shall strive diligently towards it. Lasky promptly emerged from his thoughts, nodding repeatedly to convey his agreement. Clark then smiled once more, affirming, excellent. Keep it up, Lasky. You are capable of this. I have faith in you. You are a player I hold in high regard. Much like I did with Huan in the past. Upon returning to the locker room, Lasky was immediately surrounded by his teammates. What did the boss want with you this time, Dominic? Lasky recounted his experience with Clark to everyone. 20 goals for the season? He confirmed to his teammates, yes? A minimum of 20 goals across various matches. To his surprise, his teammates did not appear troubled by the challenge. Instead, they erupted in excitement. Oh, is that all? 20 goals for the season? Dominic already has 4, which means he only needs to score 16 more in the remaining half of the season. Exactly. 16 goals is a trivial matter. United in purpose, we can surely accomplish this task. Indeed, with our offensive prowess, if we cannot help Dominic score another 16 goals, then Leeds City cannot be regarded as a formidable attacking team. Moreover, we will participate in the Europa League in the second half of the season, providing even more opportunities for Dominic to score. The atmosphere in the locker room brimmed with enthusiasm, igniting Lasky's own spirit of ambition. Rest assured, I shall ensure that you all savor spicy peppers after the season concludes. Well said, Dominic. Such fighting spirit is essential, for the sake of the spicy peppers. Not just 20 goals, but 30 shall be within reach. Chapter 57. Always overthinking. As Cohen Melbourne pushed open the door, he found the team's head coach, Kevin Locke. Lost in thought. What troubles you? Still vexed by the defeat to Torino? In the midweek UEFA Champions League group match, Trame suffered a 1-3 defeat at home to Torino, casting a shadow over their prospects for advancing from the group stage. Trame initially held the top position in the group with 9 points. But this loss allowed Torino to equal their points tally, surpassing Trame on goal difference to claim the lead. Meanwhile, the previously second-placed Bundesliga team, Sachsenstadt, also lost to St. Petersburg Metallurg away, resulting in a three-way tie for 9 points in the group, with St. Petersburg Metallurg already eliminated with only 3 points. The final round still left the question of which teams would advance, shrouded in uncertainty. Tramed, who had consistently occupied the top spot, now faced the peril of being eliminated from the group, as they were set to challenge Sachsenstadt away in the last round. Under Kevin Locke's guidance, Tramed had spent 4 seasons striving to return to the UEFA Champions League, and if they were to be sent home after the group stage, it would be a significant blow to their revival process. Thus, upon observing Locke's furrowed brow, Mel Burney was instantly reminded of the team's Champions League predicament. Little did he anticipate that Locke, upon hearing Mel Burney's words, would snap back to reality with a bewildered expression, questioning him. Torino? What does that have to do with the Italians? Aren't you troubled by the defeat to Torino? Mel Burney was equally taken aback. Yes, he was troubled. But that was not the source of his current distraction. He was merely contemplating how to seek vengeance against Leeds City in the upcoming weekend league match. Locke responded. Mel Burney slapped his forehead. Leeds City, having just completed the Champions League group stage, Tramed would soon face Leeds City in the league, and even more significantly, at home. This home encounter bore profound implications for Tramed. It was precisely in the previous season that they suffered a loss to Leeds City at the Red Top Stadium. Triggering a cascade of repercussions, Leeds City emerged as a symbol of resistance against authority, their championship triumph epitomizing the victory of the common folk, while Tramed became a representation of the obstinate old forces obstructing global progress. Furthermore, Leeds City's success propelled them into the Champions League, although they had since been prematurely ousted from the knockout stages. Nevertheless, their stunning 4-2 victory against Catalonia at the Sagrada Familia Stadium reverberated throughout Europe. In the past 6 months, discussions surrounding Leeds City and Huan have dominated conversations. They have become luminaries, basking in adoration from the masses. All of this commenced with Leeds City's 3-2 triumph over Tramed. To be more specific, it began with Leeds City saving Ricardo Ballieri's penalty and subsequently advancing their counterattack to score the decisive goal by Huan. This moment was heralded as the best goal of the previous Premier League season and was also nominated among the 10 candidates for the best goal in world football this year. In this manner, Tramed was indelibly etched onto the pillar of shame. In the future, when reflecting on the top 10 goals of 2026, Tramed will inevitably have its moment in the spotlight. Recalling the 2025-2026 Premier League season, Tramed will also play a significant supporting role. Leeds City not only ascended to the Premier League Championship throne atop Tramed's fallen form, but also rendered Tramed a laughingstock. That dramatic winning goal spread widely across the globe due to its sheer theatricality. I believe there shouldn't be any major issues this time. Following last season's defeat, Ricardo has been more dedicated in training, significantly enhancing his capabilities compared to last season. Moreover, there is no chance of underestimating our opponents. The team is in high spirits. And Leeds City certainly cannot replicate the scenario of saving our penalty and then scoring the winner again, can they? Mel Burney remarked half-jokingly. However, Locke's expression remained grave. In football, it is prudent not to assume outcomes prematurely. Who knows what might transpire? And regarding Ricardo, my current concern is precisely him. Concerned about him? Well, that winning goal from Leeds City stemmed from his saved penalty. At this, Mel Burney fell silent. This matter undoubtedly weighs heavily on Ricardo Ballieri's mind. Since that fateful match, it has become apparent that this young Portuguese lad has grown increasingly taciturn, as if he is yet to extricate himself from the shadows of that encounter. In truth, professional athletes frequently endure numerous setbacks, necessitating the development of resilience in the face of defeat and the ability to rise above the emotions that accompany failure. However, maintaining a composed demeanor is not always feasible when confronted with particularly agonizing defeats. Such losses can leave a lingering psychological burden on a player, haunting their thoughts. While these experiences may not serve as insurmountable obstacles to their progress, the occasional recollection or the chants of fans from the stands can evoke a sense of frustration within the individual involved. Melbourne could already envision that if the upcoming round of the league were to take place away from home, the Leeds United supporters would undoubtedly weave the tale of Ballieri's missed penalty into their songs, singing it incessantly. Rock remained unfazed by Melbourne's sudden silence and continued. Yet for Ricardo, this presents an opportunity. To ascend to the pinnacle of one's sport is akin to navigating essential trials in life. If a single setback causes him to lose his composure and rationality, he may find himself traversing a long and winding road. However, if this moment does not break him, his future is undeniably promising. Belia has been brought down. The referee points to the penalty spot. This is a penalty. My goodness, it's a penalty. In the 92nd minute of the match, Tranmere has been awarded a penalty. This is a decisive penalty, one that could extinguish the suspense surrounding the championship. At such a critical juncture, Leeds United faces a severe consequence. The entire Red Top Stadium erupts with jubilation. Kirk entrusts the responsibility of taking the penalty to Belia, who stands resolutely at the spot, preparing to take the shot he himself earned. As a standout member of Portugal's golden generation, Belia, despite his youth, has already experienced the grand stage. All he needs to do is convert this kick into the Leeds United net, and the Premier League champions will be revealed. The scene shifts to a close-up of Belia, the penalty taker, gazing out onto the pitch, lost in thought. His agent, Felipe Ferreira, hears the sounds emanating from his phone and, with a hint of exasperation, remarks to Belia, who sits across from him, "There's really no need for this, Ricardo. You've watched this video countless times. It's truly unnecessary to view it again." "No, Felipe. It is necessary, very necessary," Belia responds, his eyes fixed on the phone screen, refusing to pause the playback. In the video, he takes a deep breath, approaches the ball, and executes a strike down the middle, only to have it blocked by the Leeds goalkeeper, Van der Ven, who had not fallen as swiftly as anticipated. Undeterred, Belia follows up with a second attempt, which also strikes Van der Ven's chest. Before taking the penalty kick, I was overly contemplative, which ultimately hindered my performance from reaching its usual standard. As for the follow-up shot, there was little I could do. Therein lies the issue, Felipe. I still lack purity in my approach. Belia finally diverted his gaze from the glare of his mobile screen, lifting his head to meet the eyes of his agent. He calmly dissected his own shortcomings. "I often find myself overthinking at critical moments, which is entirely unnecessary. This is precisely why I frequently revisit that video, as a constant reminder not to forget the mistakes born of my own foolishness." The footage on Belia's phone had transitioned to Huan's goal. The cacophony of the crowd, coupled with the exuberant exclamations of commentator Matthew Cox, creating an atmosphere brimming with immediacy. Even without viewing the images, Ferreira felt as though he had been transported back to that fateful day. He had witnessed Tranmere's failure from the VIP box. There was a moment when the entire Red Roof Stadium fell into hushed silence. Even the usual boisterous guests, who typically chattered incessantly in the box, momentarily lost their focus, only to erupt in disbelief moments later. People often criticize that the VIP boxes at the Red Roof Stadium are occupied not by Tranmere's true supporters, but by affluent socialites from around the globe, attending matches more for social prestige than genuine interest in the game. While Tranmere is indeed renowned, this fame has displaced those who genuinely cherish the team. The VIP boxes and the general seating at the Red Roof Stadium are akin to two entirely divergent realms. For ordinary fans, the stadium is a sacred temple of football, one they vow to defend with fervor. In contrast, the privileged guests perceive it merely as a fashionable dance floor, a venue for the pursuit of fame and fortune. Yet that day, Huan's goal allowed these societal elites to experience the sheer impact and allure of football, redirecting their attention back to the essence of the game. This is football. As Felipe Ferreira lost himself in thought, the video reached its conclusion. The screen once again displayed a close-up of Belia, hands resting on his knees, his head slightly tilted back, gazing vacantly at the Leeds City players who were rushing to celebrate. Belia pressed the pause button, freezing the moment on his phone. This was the image. After that match, his bewildered and dazed expression circulated widely online, subject to ridicule and mockery from countless individuals. "I used to detest seeing myself in such a state, but now, after some time, I find it rather amusing." Belia chuckled and said to Ferreira, "I even contemplate commissioning someone to paint this scene and hang it in my gym. That way, whenever I feel exhausted and tempted to slack off, seeing myself looking like a fool might just rekindle my spirit." Felipe Ferreira opened his mouth, only to close it again, uncertain of what to say to Belia. The young man seemed to have grasped everything. In an unexpected twist, he stumbled upon a beautifully illustrated mobile game titled Demon Suppression Agency. Initially, he assumed it bore no significant difference from other mobile games. However, everything changed when he found himself within the game, staring wide-eyed at the enchanting character he had just summoned. This chapter concludes with Chapter 58, No excuses. The match between Tramed and Leeds City was the focal point of the 14th round of the Premier League. Having just concluded their Champions League encounters, anticipation mounted for their league clash. Leeds City, previously unworthy of such attention, found themselves in the spotlight due to last season's infamous match, with everyone eager to witness how Tramed would seek vengeance on their home soil. Yet, even in the absence of that notorious match, a wealth of stories existed between Leeds City and Tramed. The regional rivalry between York and Lancashire is an inescapable facet of their identities. Previously overshadowed by Leeds City's lack of competitive strength, which rendered them incapable of threatening Tramed, this regional identity had been, perhaps unconsciously, overlooked. In the past, Leeds City's regional adversaries were teams of a lesser caliber, such as Burley. However, with Leeds City crowned champions of the Premier League last season, they have now earned the right to stand shoulder to shoulder with traditional powerhouses like Tramed, and their regional identity has once again come to the forefront. Both teams epitomize the footballing prowess of their respective regions, and their encounters are inevitably laden with regional animosity. Moreover, since Leeds City's promotion to the Premier League, they have indeed encountered several frictions with Tramed. Beyond last season's championship duel, the most notorious instance occurred 2 seasons ago when Leeds City faced relegation and suffered a 2-3 defeat to Tramed. A match marred by a controversial penalty that allowed Tramed to claim victory in the dying moments. This contentious decision sparked considerable debate post-match, with Leeds City feeling aggrieved. Thus, 2 teams, previously devoid of significant interaction, forged a contentious rivalry in the Premier League. When they first met last season, Leeds City exacted revenge on their home turf with a decisive 2-1 victory over Tramed, avenging their previous loss attributed to the contentious penalty. The 2 teams had officially entered a cycle of retribution. It is evident that, even without the dramatic 37th round clash from last season, the trajectory of their rivalry would have inevitably led to an escalating feud, driven by regional hatred. That particular match merely accelerated the animosity between them. Although Tramed did not vocalize a call for vengeance akin to what the Stan Park Rangers did before their match, there was no doubt regarding their resolve for retribution. As the saying goes, the most dangerous dog is often the one that remains silent. In this tense atmosphere, discussions arose regarding how Leeds City would respond. If I were Clark, I would implement a comprehensive rotation of the team's lineup. Having just engaged in a grueling match against the Catalan League, it is entirely understandable to rotate the lineup in the league. Most importantly, should we happen to lose the match, it serves as a convenient excuse. Consider their initial encounter before the first UEFA Champions League group stage, where they faced the Rangers at Stan Park. With nearly half of the key players absent from the squad, ultimately, Leeds City succumbed to a 1-2 defeat against the Rangers, who achieved their revenge. However, Leeds City did not face significant criticism for this loss. Both the media and fans displayed considerable leniency towards the team's defeat, which I believe serves as an excellent precedent for Leeds City to draw upon. In preparation for the match against Tranmere, I do not intend to make any alterations to the lineup. Tony Clark addressed the players on the training ground, stating that although the match is scheduled for tomorrow, he can already disclose that the starting lineup will mirror the one that triumphed against the Catalan League away. Naturally, if any of you feel fatigued or unwell, do not hesitate to bring it to my attention, and I will consider making adjustments. The players, clad in training vests, stood with their hands behind their backs before him, none raising their hands or uttering a word, merely gazing silently at their head coach. Excellent. I believe you possess the capability to excel amidst the challenges posed by consecutive matches against formidable opponents. This is precisely why I have structured our plans in this manner. We shall be participating in the UEFA Europa League for the latter half of the season. This time, I aspire for us to achieve commendable results in the Europa League. How commendable? Commendable enough to secure our place in next season's Champions League. Upon hearing this, a stir arose among the players. They turned to one another, engaging in hushed discussions. They were all aware of what it takes to qualify for the next season's Champions League, either by finishing in the top 4 of the Premier League, winning the Champions League, or qualifying through the Europa League title. Thus, the implication from the manager is that our goal this season is the Europa League championship. After allowing the players to murmur for a moment, Clark inquired, "Why such a strong reaction? Are you intimidated by this goal?" No, not at all." One player quickly interjected, "Of course not. Even if we were intimidated, we wouldn't admit it right now. It is entirely natural to feel daunted. After all, we are speaking of the European Championship. However, I hope you also remember that we are the Premier League champions. If we can secure the Premier League title, why should we not aspire to claim the European Championship? As evidenced in our match against the Catalan League, we have proven our capability to triumph over European giants, even on their home turf. Did Leeds City's Premier League title come from merely racking up points against relegation-threatened teams? No, certainly not. Throughout our title-winning journey, we have defeated formidable teams like the Rangers and Tranmere. Our championship is immensely valuable. So why can't we seize the Europa League title? Clark's relentless questioning stirred the players' emotions, igniting a fervor within them. Indeed, we ended the Rangers' 90-match unbeaten streak at home, and we executed a dramatic victory against Tranmere. Last season, we triumphed over every member of the so-called Big Six. These 6 teams are indeed formidable contenders across all of Europe. Since we have managed to triumph over them in the Premier League, why should we falter against other formidable teams in Europe? The victory over Catalonia in the 42nd match serves as a testament to their competitiveness throughout the continent. With this perspective, it appears that the UEFA Europa League title is indeed within their reach. Once this notion is embraced, the initially distant aspiration in the hearts of the Leeds City players does not seem so daunting after all. Moreover, they have shown remarkable resilience. When we were grappling with relegation, few could have envisioned that we would soon claim the Premier League title. Yet, we ultimately emerged as champions. Therefore, the idea of claiming the Europa League title, while seemingly implausible, does not preclude our potential success. As I observed the change in the expressions of my teammates, Clark seized the moment. This is precisely why I insist on fielding our strongest lineup for the upcoming match. A team with aspirations for the Europa League title must never capitulate against strong opponents or seek excuses for defeat. Overwhelmed by fatigue following the Champions League, one might offer that rationale to the vanquished Tranmere. Upon their return to the Red Roof Stadium, Leeds City was met by over 60,000 fervent Tranmere supporters. Now, let us welcome them. The broadcast from the stadium had barely concluded before a wave of boos erupted from the crowd, drowning out the mention of Leeds City's name entirely. Amidst the cacophony of jeers, the starting 11 of Leeds City emerged from the tunnel onto the pitch. The television cameras followed the players, lingering particularly on Huan's face. Among the otherwise serious expressions of the players, Huan's beaming smile stood out remarkably. The boos from the Tranmere supporters seemed to have no effect on him. Instead, they appeared to amplify his joy, as if he were on the verge of waving to the Tranmere fans in the stands. Many admired Huan's composure. However, the reason he could not conceal his smile was that he reminisced about another time and space, the fierce rivalry between Leeds United, representing Yorkshire, and Manchester United, representing Lancashire. Their enmity ran so deep that even after a tragic air disaster involving Manchester United, Leeds fans would mock their opponents from the stands. Thus, whenever these two teams clashed, regardless of the disparity in strength, the atmosphere was always intense, with Manchester supporters greeting Leeds with the harshest of jeers. In this particular context, although Leeds United and Manchester United do not exist, their regional representatives do. Tranmere represents Lancashire, while Leeds City represents York. The scene at the Red Roof Stadium inevitably reminded Huan of the animosity between Manchester and Leeds. It is remarkable how, despite existing in different timelines, certain sentiments ultimately converge. In this time and space, the rivalry between the two teams has intensified, rooted in Huan's last-minute goal from the previous season. Contemplating this, Huan experienced an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, leading him to chuckle uncontrollably. Prior to the match, there were numerous speculations suggesting that Leeds City, having just completed a UEFA Champions League group stage fixture, might opt for a rotation in their lineup. However, the answer has now been revealed. Clark did not implement significant changes to the squad. Leeds City fielded what can be described as their most formidable lineup on the road, much to the relief of those who feared that the team would undertake extensive alterations akin to their previous away game against the Stan Park Rangers. The most elated among them were the Tranmere supporters, who believed that this decision left Leeds City with no excuses following a defeat at Tranmere's home ground. Commentator Matthew Cox elaborated on the historical rivalry between the two teams. To speak candidly, Clark could have legitimately used the recent Champions League match as a rationale for a lineup rotation, a common practice in football. No one could justly criticize him for such a decision. Nevertheless, he chose to start with his full-strength squad, which came as a surprise to many. The television broadcast soon provided a close-up of Tony Clark, the Leeds City coach, who sat calmly on the sidelines, awaiting the commencement of the match. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Ismail Kamara was charging down the flank with the ball, while Tranmere's right midfielder, George Payne, positioned himself in front, ready to defend. Yet, Payne merely assumed a defensive posture. Faced with the poised Payne, Kamara gently nudged the ball to the left with the inside of his right foot. Payne lunged to intercept, but missed entirely. The ball ricocheted off the inside of Kamara's left foot just as it was about to roll out of play and veered past Payne. Kamara deftly leapt to evade the unbalanced Payne and continued his advance along the sideline. However, just as he was about to reclaim possession, an unexpected figure emerged from the side, Belia. Accompanied by the enthusiastic shout of commentator Matthew Cox, the Portuguese prodigy surged in from the flank. Seizing the moment to execute a tackle on the ball, Kamara, slightly delayed, realized that regaining control was futile. He opted to leap. Knowing that even if the ball was cleared, possession would remain with Leeds City and he would not dwell on this minor setback. To his astonishment, as he jumped over Belia, he discovered that the latter was not merely attempting a tackle, but was instead skillfully retaining the ball. With a deft flick of his ankle, Belia halted the football's trajectory. As Kamara landed, he quickly pivoted to reclaim the ball. Yet, Belia's reactions were swifter. His movements flowed seamlessly, as if his body were equipped with springs, transitioning effortlessly from the tackle to rising and passing the ball immediately to his captain, Connor Kirk, who had moved in to offer support. Simultaneously, he pressed forward, relentless in his pursuit. Despite the presence of Leeds United's left back, Ferret Quinn, Kirk opted to deliver the ball to Belia. Instead of passing it directly to his feet, he placed it slightly ahead, allowing Belia to accelerate. The already swift Belia, having honed his skills during a year in the Premier League, found that his speed had notably improved. As he sprinted, he surged ahead of Quinn, deftly poking the ball away. Quinn, having missed his tackle, instinctively reached out to grab Belia's shirt. Although he managed to clutch the fabric, he was swiftly overpowered and released from his grasp. Belia, the roar of Matthew Cox crescendoed. The cheers resonating above Red Top Stadium reached a fever pitch. With his remarkable speed and strength, Ricardo Belia bypassed Quinn's hasty challenge. Though he stumbled momentarily, he regained his balance after a few strides. Standing tall like a sprinter in a 100-meter dash, pursuing the ball, he propelled it forward with force, slicing past the cameras positioned near the sideline like a gust of wind. Photographers at the edge adjusted their lenses while continuously clicking their shutters, capturing the dynamic essence of Belia as he raced. The entire stadium blurred into streaks behind him, while he remained vividly clear. This unmistakable figure now charged toward the penalty area of Leeds United. Ben Grist advanced from the center, but his speed paled in comparison to Belia's. Before he could catch up, the Portuguese player had already entered the box. Belia was in. A golden opportunity. Another central defender, Teddy Bradford, along with defensive midfielder Vieira, rushed back, converging on Belia, while goalkeeper Van der Ven positioned himself to block the near post, anticipating a shot. The cries of the trained fans echoed, urging him to shoot, like a tempest sweeping through the stadium. All trained supporters yearned to witness Belia single-handedly overturn Leeds United, seeking redemption. Even Jay Adams, returning to defend, shouted in urgency, "Don't let him shoot." In a moment when everyone expected Belia to take a shot, the Portuguese player indeed swung his leg. But instead of a strike, he executed a lateral pass into the heart of the box. There, overlooked by all Leeds United players, French forward Pap Bonnet surged in, ready to shoot. Leeds right back, Josh Lawler, rushed into the penalty area, risking severe repercussions as he lunged towards Bonnet. Yet he was too far to make contact. Van der Ven, stationed at the near post, could not react in time. He could only turn and watch helplessly as Bonnet effortlessly swept the ball into the net. What a magnificent goal. In the 29th minute of the match, Traim broke the deadlock and took the lead. They launched a swift offensive. Cox leaned forward in the commentary booth, raising his arms in exultation. Belia deceived everyone. He opted to pass in a situation where it seemed nearly impossible. For Bonnet, it was a simple assist. All he had to do was finish, as Belia had already resolved every complication for him. 99% of the credit for this play should be attributed to the Portuguese international. From intercepting the ball during a defensive retreat to his breakthrough assist for Bonnet's goal, Ricardo Belia was nothing short of extraordinary. Bonnet, who had just scored, pointed at Belia and joyfully sprinted towards him. Meanwhile, Ricardo opened his arms wide, awaiting an embrace. On the sidelines, Traim's head coach, Kevin Locke, witnessed this moment and, while pumping his fist, remarked to the assistant coach Melbourne, who had just returned after rushing out, "Ricardo has matured. He didn't choose to shoot directly at this opportunity." With a smile, Melbourne replied, "Indeed. When he entered the penalty area, I thought he would only have revenge on his mind and go for goal. This shows he knows exactly what he should do." Locke transitioned from pumping his fist to applauding. At that moment, thunderous applause resonated throughout the Red Roof Stadium, a tribute to the goal and to the outstanding performance of Ricardo Balaya. The Portuguese truly deserved such acclaim. Even Bonet, the scorer, stepped aside, pointing at Balaya with both hands, indicating that he was the true hero of the moment. Balaya did not shy away from the recognition. Amidst the applause, he raised his fist to the sky. This was not an act of boasting, but rather a silent declaration, a vow of the Avenger to not relent until Leeds City was vanquished, to fight to the very end. Observing the goal conceded, Tony Clark remained composed, showing no signs of regret, pain, or anger. In facing a trained side eager for revenge, if Leeds City managed to avoid conceding, it would surely indicate that the laws of this world had gone awry. Thus, Clark never entertained the notion of achieving a clean sheet at the Red Roof Stadium. The pivotal concern was not how many goals they conceded, but rather how many they could score. Immediately after the goal was conceded, he moved to the sidelines, signaling to his players, urging them to continue the attack. He didn't even need to comfort his team. They were well aware of their strengths and weaknesses, and knew precisely what to do. The goal was lost, but rather than wallow in regret, it was better to contemplate how to equalize in the upcoming plays. While the trained players celebrated their goal, Leeds City's goalkeeper, Van der Ven, had already thrown the ball toward the center circle, and the other players were returning to their positions. Hulai stood alone in the center circle, his foot resting on the ball. Everything was ready, awaiting the return of the trained players to resume play. With the referee's whistle, the match restarted. After passing the ball back to his teammate, Jay Adams, Hulai sprinted forward. However, he was not the foremost player from Leeds City charging forward. Kamara had entered the opposing half even earlier and was now nearly encroaching upon their 30-yard area. It was not only Kamara who was striving ahead. The left-back Quinn was also in pursuit. Adams passed the ball laterally to the advancing Quinn. After carrying the ball a short distance, Quinn directed it forward to the waiting Kamara on the flank. Following his pass, he accelerated to support his teammate. Belia was sprinting back, closely marking him, ensuring he had no opportunity to connect with Kamara. With his back to Trame's right back, Jose Veglesias, Kamara did not halt the ball. Instead, with a subtle gesture, he deftly flicked Quinn's pass behind him. He then pivoted around Iglesias, elegantly gliding past. The ball slipped through Iglesias's legs with finesse. Trame's right winger, George Payne, rushed to block Kamara, but was outpaced as Kamara managed to send the ball towards the center. There, Hulai was sprinting towards the ball's landing spot, closely pursued by a familiar adversary, the Brazilian center-back Luis Pessin, who had transferred from Catalonia this summer. While Pessin attempted to nudge Hulai off his trajectory, he was unsuccessful, and Hulai reached the ball's destination. However, due to Pessin's presence, Hulai found himself unable to seize a shooting opportunity. Suddenly, Hulai crouched, evading the ball as it soared over him. A narrow escape. Pessin turned back just in time to witness Leeds City's Polish forward, Dominik Lasky, meet the ball with a powerful strike. Bam! The ball traced a subtle arc as it flew toward the goal. Trame's English goalkeeper, Tom Walker, leapt into the air, arms outstretched to save. He missed the ball. Yet, it did not find the net. Instead, it ricocheted off the post and out of bounds. Phew! The Trame supporters, who had just been celebrating a potential goal, exhaled in relief. Lasky, in dismay, held his head in his hands, but he quickly lowered them, proclaiming loudly, "It's all right." The first attack after conceding posed a threat to Trame's goal. Today, Leeds City's offensive play feels exceptionally sharp. Their strength lies in attacking, while defense is not their forte. So rather than dwelling on conceding, they swiftly retaliated with a threatening counterattack. That is the proper response. Yen Kong echoed beside him. Indeed. Let us continue playing this way. Even away from home, against formidable opponents, we must have the courage to wield our swords. This is what Leeds City football embodies. The chapter concludes. Chapter 60, They Are Afraid. Lasky watched the ball fly out of bounds, hands clasped over his head, exclaiming in frustration. Turning back, he saw Hulai witnessing the Polish player's dismay and gave him a thumbs up. "It's all right, Dominic. Keep playing with confidence." Lasky's choice to shoot directly rather than stop the ball had posed a significant challenge. One must possess a profound confidence in oneself to execute such a kick. Huan discerned the positive aspects of this. As a forward, such self-assurance is indeed essential. Otherwise, even the finest opportunities may slip away unseized. To dare take action, even if it results in sending the ball soaring into the air, is far superior to hesitance. Furthermore, judging by Lasky's recent shot, the quality was commendably high. Had it been slightly more inward, it would have found the net, given that it was theoretically a dead angle. Encouraged and praised by Huan, Lasky took a deep breath, sensing that his form today was quite promising. In truth, it was not merely that shot. He had previously attempted 2 others, both of which struck within the framework of the goal. In this match, Huan, who had just netted a hat trick in the Champions League, found himself closely marked by Tramed, leaving him with few opportunities. Yet, his extensive movement in the midfield created scoring chances for Lasky, much like the previous attack. Lasky's task was to seize these opportunities and honor Huan's sacrifices. After Connor Kirk's long-range effort was secured by Vanderwen, he swiftly rose from the ground and opted to throw the ball to Kamara, who was positioned ahead. Renowned for his technical flair, Kamara did not turn to receive the ball. Instead, he deftly utilized his heel to redirect the aerial pass to the advancing Huan. Huan, tightly marked by Pessin, could only chest the ball back to the supporting Williams. Prior to receiving the ball, Williams had already observed Kamara's run. After Kamara's heel flick, he continued his forward surge but refrained from passing. He realized that Tramed's defense had already positioned itself in Kamara's path, rendering a pass to Kamara ineffective and risking a counterattack should the ball be intercepted. Thus, he merely feigned a passing motion, sidestepping the ball. This trickery drew Connor Kirk, who was retreating further away, allowing Williams to approach the ball with greater composure. He controlled it at his feet, advancing along the flank. After drawing Tramed's defense, he delivered a lateral pass to the oncoming J. Adams. At that moment, Leeds City players had begun to create new spaces in the forward area. Adams launched a diagonal long pass, directing the ball toward the right flank, where Charlie Porter and Lasky awaited. Upon receiving the ball, Porter actively sought collaboration with Lasky, gesturing towards the baseline to signal the Polish player to make an advance. After Lasky drew away Tramed's left back, Joseph Rogers, Porter, instead of passing to Lasky, opted to deliver a cross. He did not loft the ball high for Huan to challenge with the center backs, Lewis Pessin and Scott Wilson, but rather sent in a semi-high ball. The speed was remarkable. Any contact could easily create chaos in front of the goal. Indeed, Huan, with his acute judgment of the ball's trajectory, was the first to make contact. He practically struck the ball into the net, bypassing Pessin. Huan shoots. Amidst the hushed murmurs, Tralmade's goalkeeper, Tom Walker, executed a remarkable save, deftly deflecting the ball with a single hand, causing it to ricochet off the post and veer out of play. Alas, Huan lamented with a cry of disappointment, swiftly adding that Leeds City's offensive remained a formidable threat, rendering Tralmade's 1-goal lead precarious. It seemed Tralmade had grasped this reality as well. Hence, they did not rest on their laurels after taking the lead, but continued to press forward in hopes of securing another goal, as Yen Kong remarked. Huan chuckled, teasing, "I suspect that all teams facing Leeds City would hardly consider a 1-goal lead to be safe. Yet therein lies a paradox. To refrain from further attacks would mean risking the instability of a slender lead, while to continue aggressively engaging Leeds City could equally invite the peril of conceding a goal. It is often said that Leeds City's defensive frailties are a critical flaw, but it appears that when one perfects a craft, it can evoke trepidation. Leeds City exemplifies this. On the sidelines, Kevin Locke wore a grim expression. One might easily assume that his team was the one trailing in the scoreline. We cannot afford to exchange blows with Leeds City. Such a strategy would only play into their accustomed rhythm, suggested assistant coach Mel Burney. Locke, somewhat reluctant, responded, "But we have just scored." Typically, the scoring side experiences a surge in morale, showcasing superior performance and possibly netting another goal shortly thereafter. Even if another goal eludes them, they could still exert pressure on their adversary, bolstering the team's spirit and enhancing their standing in the match. However, the current scenario was inverted, with Leeds City, the conceding side, mounting relentless pressure that rendered Tralmade unable to cope, forcing them into a defensive shell. Noticing Locke's hesitation, assistant coach Mel Burney grew anxious, urging, "Consider Catalonia, Kevin." Upon hearing this, Locke took a deep breath and ultimately acquiesced. Very well. Let us instruct the team to fall back defensively and weather their relentless assault first. With that, he turned back to the coaching bench, still somewhat disgruntled, delegating the task of relaying instructions to Mel Burney. Deep down, he was reluctant to implement such a strategy, yet reason dictated that it was the prudent course of action. Otherwise, continuing to engage Leeds City head-on might very well lead to conceding a goal. After all, he was acutely aware that in terms of offensive prowess, Traumade was not on par with Catalonia. Traumade's strength lay in their refusal to underestimate their opponents during the match. This raises a question. When Catalonia faced a surge from Leeds City, yet chose to trade blows, could that be deemed an act of overconfidence? Locke pondered this and shook his head gently, suppressing his feelings of frustration and anger. He could not allow his team to repeat Catalonia's missteps. Otherwise, he would bear the burden of being the team's greatest transgressor. To everyone's astonishment, Traumade had indeed opted for a more defensive posture. In front of the visiting team's bench, assistant coach Sam Landell let out a quietly astonished exclamation. They have only just taken the lead over us. Tony Clark chuckled. I suspect they meticulously studied the footage of our match against Catalonia prior to the game. Thus they are well aware of our forthcoming offensive strategies. Randall furrowed his brow. I truly hope they continue to engage in an offensive battle. With their current retreat, our opportunities in the attacking third have diminished significantly. No worries, Sam. Clark reassured him, urging the team to maintain their offensive momentum. Even if the opponents have tightened their defenses, we must persist in our assault. I believe our players will recognize that Traumade is feeling intimidated by this, which is far more motivating for them than any encouragement we could provide. As the players from Leeds City advanced, they noticed that Traumade was no longer as aggressive in reclaiming possession up front. Instead, they swiftly retreated to their half, bracing themselves. Just as Clark had predicted, when the Leeds City players observed this shift, their initial response was not one of frustration or despondence. On the contrary, their spirits soared. Traumade, playing at home, was evidently afraid of us. This affirmed that our style of play was correct, and we must continue in this manner. Thus, they launched a more vigorous assault on Traumade's goal. The jeers from the stands were deafening, leaving one to wonder if they were booing Leeds City or the retreating Traumade. The encounters between these two teams increasingly resembled a bitter rivalry. Adams intercepted the ball in the attacking third. Leeds City initiated their offense. Kirk, left with no choice, resorted to a foul, granting Leeds City a free kick in the attacking zone. Traumade's performance during this period appeared rather disheveled. Although they were initially in the lead, they were now being overwhelmed by Leeds City, which naturally left their fans in the stands quite dissatisfied. Leeds City's free kick was not directed straight at the goal. Instead, Williams passed the ball to reorganize their attack. They sought to capitalize on their aggressive advantage and continue applying pressure on Traumade's goal. After a series of passes, Kamara received the ball in the penalty area. Although his shot was thwarted by Traumade's defenders, Hulai managed to seize the second ball within the box, preparing to strike. Hulai, danger! The Traumade supporters in the stands gasped, seemingly recalling unsettling memories. Lewis Pearson and Scott Wilson, the two center-backs, rushed in from both sides to challenge the ball, resembling two goalkeepers entirely obstructing Hulai's shooting angle. However, Hulai did not take the shot. Instead, he noticeably eased his kick and deftly nudged the ball aside. There, the Polish striker Dominik Lasky unleashed a shot. Lasky, the ball sped along the grass. Traumade's English goalkeeper Walker Dove and made a swift lateral save. His reflexes were commendable, and his fingertips grazed the ball. Yet, it proved inconsequential as the ball, struck by his fingertips, ricocheted against the inside of the near post and into the net. In the 37th minute of the match, Leeds City equalized. End of chapter 61. The importance of dining Lasky. Lasky, Lasky, the Polish television commentator screamed with fervor. Lasky has scored again. This marks his 5th goal across all competitions this season, and his 3rd in the league. While this is not Lasky's inaugural goal in the Premier League, it is indeed his first against one of the traditional Big Six. Moreover, it signifies the first occasion since joining Leeds United that he has scored in consecutive matches. Hence, it is entirely understandable why the Polish commentator is so exuberant. However, it seems that the players of Leeds United on the field are even more ecstatic. Before Lasky could fully execute his celebratory gesture, he was swept off his feet by a throng of jubilant teammates, leaving onlookers astounded. Such a pile-up celebration is typically reserved for crucial goals, like a last-minute winner against an opponent. The pent-up emotions of all participants needed an outlet, and no meticulously crafted celebration could suffice. Only the most primal and unrestrained actions would do. To be toppled to the ground and subsequently piled upon encapsulates this celebratory ritual. When such a display occurs, it invariably signifies a momentous goal. Lasky's contribution has indeed helped Leeds equalize, which is significant, yet witnessing the players' fervent celebration evokes an inexplicable sensation. It feels as though the Leeds players are overly exuberant. Just glance at the unrestrained smiles adorning their faces, exuberant and untamed. It is merely an equalizer, after all. Is it truly deserving of such fervor? For them, this moment should be rather trivial. Even Matthew Cox remarked, looking at the expressions of the Leeds players. I initially thought they had just pulled off a dramatic last-minute victory against Tranmere. Perhaps, aside from the players themselves, only the coaching staff on the sidelines fully grasped the significance of the moment. 5 goals now, Sam. They are still 15 goals away from their target. Clark extended a hand towards Randall, who chuckled in response. I always believed that as professional players with decent incomes, they wouldn't be so fixated on food. But I was mistaken. They seem particularly fond of being treated. Clark speculated, dining may not be paramount. They are likely relishing the process of earning rewards in this manner. No, dining is indeed significant, Randall corrected. Consider who and Tony. To ensure his friend treats him to a meal. He would complete a hat trick at the Camp Nou to help us defeat Catalonia. Similarly, even who seldom provides assists, passed to Lasky for the sake of enjoying a meal at Red Pepper after the season. Clark opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Randall's analysis was sound and logically compelling, leaving him utterly unable to refute it. Indeed, even Huan assisted. Does this not underscore their yearning for that meal? Yes, precisely. The reason behind the Leeds players' exuberance lies in their proximity to persuading the owner to treat them to dinner at Red Pepper. Amidst their wild celebration, they chanted, Red Pepper, Red Pepper, while Lasky, the scorer, received accolades and embraces. Huan, who provided the assist, was also regarded as a pivotal contributor. The crowd erupted in applause, exclaiming, Well done, Hu. Your shooting stance was astonishingly lifelike. Even I was taken aback. Huh? Huan lifted his head, brimming with pride, and proclaimed, From this day forth, please refer to me as the king of assists. Charlie Porter, currently the player with the most assists in the league, scoffed. 1 assist doesn't make you a king of assists. Huan retorted, I distinctly had 2 assists. Porter, infuriated, exclaimed, Damn it, you dare to claim 2 assists? I have 5 in the league. Yet, Huan defended himself unabashedly. Why should I feel ashamed? I've doubled my previous assists. Why don't you try to double yours? Porter was rendered speechless. To double his assists, he would have to reach 10. Laughter erupted among the players. Observing the jubilant Leeds City players from a distance, the Tranmere players wore expressions of astonishment, particularly Lewis Pearson, who was tasked with defending Huan. This season, he transferred from Catalonia to Tranmere and secured a position as a starting central defender for this Premier League giant through his remarkable performances. Previously, he had only faced Huan once, but that encounter left a profound impression on him. In the World Cup group stage, his Brazilian team was held to a 3-3 draw by the Chinese team, during which Huan netted a hat trick. This prior experience compelled Pearson to mark Huan exceptionally closely in this match, almost shadowing him at every turn. Even when Huan feigned a shooting motion moments ago, Pearson was right beside him and instinctively made a blocking move. He had studied Huan, recognizing him as a quintessential striker, so pure in his intent that he only sought to score. Critics asserted that Huan was overly selfish, citing the stark contrast in his seasonal statistics. His goal tally significantly eclipsed his assists. For instance, last season, Huan emerged as the league's top scorer with 32 goals. Yet his assists languished at a meager 3. The disparity in numbers clearly indicated the type of player Huan was. When an opportunity presented itself, how could he possibly pass to a teammate? His instinct would invariably drive him to shoot. Moreover, in this season's Premier League, Huan, with 7 goals, was no longer at the pinnacle of the scoring chart. After the 13th round, the top spot was claimed by Marvin Stones of Manchester Athletics, who had netted 9 goals. In this round, Stone has scored twice more, bringing his total to 11 and extending his lead over Huan by 4 goals. In Pearson's eyes, Huan, who had held the top position in the scoring chart for 12 rounds, was under significant pressure and desperately needed to score. Thus, In that recent opportunity, he should have kept the ball for himself. Yet, astonishingly, he chose to pass. Unexpectedly, Huan caught all of Trame's defensive players off guard. As he swung his leg, it was as if he were a magnet, drawing several trained players towards him, leaving the surrounding area completely vacant. Lasky took a shot on goal unmarked. Despite having scored only 2 goals in the previous 13 rounds of the league, such a lackadaisical defensive approach towards the Polish prodigy is quite disrespectful. For him, this goal posed little challenge. So, what ultimately prompted Huan to pass the ball? Payson furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. No, this is not right. We should not retreat defensively after taking the lead. We must continue to engage in an offensive duel with Leeds City. At the home team's coaching bench, Kevin Locke firmly stated to assistant coach Cohen Melbourne. However, Melbourne countered that the offensive exchange between Catalonia and Leeds City had resulted in their defeat. The circumstances are different. Locke shook his head. Our situation is not akin to Catalonia's. Their continuous attack was a manifestation of hubris, but we are not. This match is a revenge battle for us. All players are eager to triumph over Leeds City here. Under such circumstances, we should not instruct our players to fall back defensively. We have just scored a goal, and such a shift would severely undermine the team's morale. Upon hearing Locke's assertion, Melbourne was taken aback. He had not considered these factors at all. He merely referenced the match between Catalonia and Leeds City, believing that the primary reason for Catalonia's eventual downfall was their persistent offensive confrontation, without accounting for the mindset of the players in each team during the game. The players of Catalonia bore no animosity towards Leeds City. For them, it was merely an ordinary match. However, the players of Trame held a different perspective. Since last season's heartbreaking defeat at home to Leeds City, which had secured their league title, every player in Trame had been harboring a desire to teach a lesson to Leeds City in this match. Kevin was indeed correct. His suggestion would deal a significant blow to the team's morale. As Melbourne lost himself in thought, Locke resolutely declared, "Therefore, we should continue our offensive, leveraging our home advantage to overwhelm Leeds City." He glanced at the match clock displayed on the big screen. Leeds City's goal came in the 37th minute, with celebrations taking nearly a minute, and now it was almost 49 minutes. Considering injury time, there were only a few minutes left in the first half. Although somewhat reluctant, he sighed, conceding, "Very well, let us make adjustments when we return to the locker room." In the remaining minutes, there was little opportunity for either side to make an impression, rendering adjustments unnecessary. Chapter 62. Creating a bitter rivalry. The equalizer invigorated Leeds City, bolstering their confidence. Everyone recalled the words of their owner, "We are entirely capable of defeating European powerhouses," and to do so on their home turf. Was Leeds City's Premier League title merely a product of padding their stats against relegation-threatened teams? No, certainly not. There are precedents before them that affirm the owner's words were unequivocally true. Indeed, it is true. They have triumphed over Catalonia United on their home turf, vanquished the Stan Park Rangers, and bested Tranmere Rovers. These matches repeatedly affirm that Leeds City is formidable in the present day. We can confidently contend with any strong adversary on their own grounds, harboring no fear of any team. Reflecting on this, the gaze of Leeds City players shifts when they regard the Tranmere athletes. It is a stark contrast to their initial visit to the Red Top Stadium, where they, as struggling newcomers in the Premier League, faced a humiliating defeat, succumbing to a staggering 6 goals. At that time, Tranmere was no longer the dominating force of the Premier League, but a once great club now relegated to the shadows, unable to secure a place in the Champions League. Yet, they managed to secure a resounding victory against Leeds City, leading many Tranmere supporters to mistakenly believe that a revival was imminent, with Champions League qualification seemingly within reach. However, the reality proved otherwise. It took 2 more seasons before Tranmere re-emerged in the Champions League proper. This serves to illustrate the dire straits Leeds City found themselves in when confronting a beleaguered Tranmere. Back then, the very notion of Tranmere and the Red Top Stadium loomed over the Leeds City players like a cavern of demons. Merely standing at the threshold would send shivers down their spines, let alone challenging Tranmere on the pitch. Had one suggested to the Leeds City players that they could conquer Tranmere here, they would have deemed it a jest. Yet now, having endured a bitter defeat in a penalty shootout and celebrated a thrilling last-minute victory, their mentality has transformed remarkably. Today, they no longer regard Tranmere as a terrifying adversary. Winning against Tranmere here seems to be evolving into a new tradition for Leeds City. As the match resumed, most Tranmere players had yet to recover from the shock of conceding a goal. Captain Connor Kirk, visibly displeased, clapped his hands vigorously, vociferously urging his teammates, "Focus up. Concentrate." There are only a few minutes left in the first half. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the Leeds City players surged forward like a pack of ravenous wolves. Surrounding Dutch midfielder Nick van der Velden, 3 Leeds City players closed in. Leeds City was relentlessly pressuring van der Velden in the attacking third. Alarmed, Kirk rushed to van der Velden's side, attempting to support him. However, he was also pursued by Huan, who joined him in the charge toward van der Velden. Amidst the encirclement, van der Velden struggled to maintain possession, endeavoring to break free. He first feigned with his upper body to deceive Charlie Porter, then aimed to nudge the ball to his left. Just as he executed the pass, Jay Adams surged forward, clashing with him for possession. Following the encounter, Adams successfully retained the ball, while van der Velden stumbled, losing his balance and falling to the ground. The fans of Tranmere on the stands erupted in a chorus of boos, convinced that Adams had committed a foul. However, the referee remained unperturbed. With a successful interception, Adams did not hesitate and swiftly passed the ball laterally to the nearby Peter Williams. At that moment, Huan, who had been near Kirk, turned and sprinted towards Tranmere's penalty area as Adams seized the ball. Kirk raised his hand, pointing at Huan's retreating figure, shouting, "Mark him closely." He then charged towards Williams, fully aware of the midfield genius who had once fought alongside him on the World Cup stage, knowing he could not afford to grant him any space to maneuver. Yet, he was a fraction too late. As he lunged forward, Williams had already shifted the ball away. Kirk's effort merely sent Williams crashing to the ground. The referee did not blow the whistle but instead raised both hands, signaling the direction of the attack, advantageous for offense. Leeds City showed no hesitation despite Williams' fall. After receiving the pass from Williams, Kamara faced Tranmere's right back, Jose Iglesias, who was defending on the edge of the penalty area. He executed a bicycle kick, stepping over the ball with his right foot. However, unlike a typical bicycle kick, Kamara's stance was wider, which made his move resemble a hurdle jump. The significant distance from the ball made it hard to believe it was merely a feint. As Iglesias leaned towards the center during Kamara's first bicycle kick, he realized the difficulty of connecting smoothly from such a distance. It seemed implausible to be a feint. Yet, surprising everyone, Kamara had indeed deceived him. After his right foot cleared the ball, his left foot followed, gently nudging the ball forward with the outside of his foot, darting past the off-balance Iglesias into the penalty area. Kamara, upon entering the box, did not dribble further nor seek out Huan, who was closely followed by Pay Sr. Instead, he unleashed a powerful shot with his left foot, the ball skimming along the grass at high speed. Kamara shot. Tranmere's goalkeeper, Tom Walker, dove swiftly, extending his hand towards the ball. His speed was remarkable, yet the ball surged forth even faster. Walker managed to touch the ball with his palm, but it rebounded upwards, continuing its trajectory towards the far corner. At the moment of Kamara's shot, Luis Paysen's attention was entirely captivated by the ball. It was only then that he dared to confirm Kamara would not pass to Huan. He watched the ball, eager to discern the outcome of the shot. Would Walker succeed in denying the attempt? His focus was so intense on the ball that he momentarily forgot about the players around him. Thus, when the ball deflected off Walker's hand and soared past him, his gaze followed the ball, only to notice a Leeds City player leaping in the air at the back post. In the elongated shout of Matthew Cox, Huan, suspended in midair, directed the incoming football towards the open goal. There was no one left to thwart the ball's trajectory into the net. Although Tom Walker rose with remarkable speed, he could only witness the ball's inevitable entry into his goal. Unbelievable. Huan's follow-up shot has granted Leeds City another goal. This marks the second goal for Leeds City within a mere 5 minutes. Cox, hoarse from his exuberant cries, exclaimed, "Who could have anticipated it?" Ladies and gentlemen, who would have thought that Leeds City would seize the lead so swiftly after equalizing? This goal was truly unexpected. Strictly speaking, it was not an exceptionally favorable opportunity. However, Huan's astute follow-up delivered a devastating blow to Tranmere. After heading the ball, Huan lost his balance upon landing and fell to the ground, having devoted his entire weight to that moment, with no thought of maintaining equilibrium. His mind solely focused on making contact with the ball. Amidst the deafening boos from the red-top stadium, Huan rose, casting a glance at the ball nestled in the net before turning to sprint towards the corner flag. As he ran, he He placed his index finger to his lips, signaling for the Tranmere fans to silence themselves. This gesture mirrored his celebration from the previous season when he clinched victory against Tranmere here. It seemed a reminder to the raucous Tranmere supporters. Hey, do not forget. This is how I celebrated my goal last season. Indeed, this celebration instantly transported the Tranmere fans back to the excruciating 22 seconds of the 37th round last season. Hulai celebrated in the same manner after scoring. He silenced all Tranmere fans. Yet, akin to dousing a roaring fire with gasoline, the red-top stadium did not quiet. Instead, it erupted into an even greater cacophony, akin to a pot of boiling oil. The boos intensified, resounding throughout the arena. But Hulai remained unfazed, maintaining his stance amidst the heart-stopping jeers as he sprinted towards the corner flag. Even when his teammates rushed to embrace him from behind, he did not alter his pose. His right index finger remained pressed against his lips, gazing upwards at the enraged Tranmere fans whose faces twisted with fury. The Tranmere supporters hurled curses at him, pointed fingers, and raised middle fingers, yet none of it could sway Hulai from his stance. He stood motionless at the sidelines, resembling a statue, starkly contrasting with the turbulent waves of anger surging from the stands. Photographers at the sidelines fervently clicked their cameras, capturing the moment. Years later, this photograph would epitomize the animosity between Tranmere and Leeds City. People would say, the bitter rivalry between these two teams commenced with this very individual. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 63. This is our home ground. Hulai. Splendid. He has finally scored. After 2 matches without a goal, he has once again found the net in the league. Moreover, this goal puts Leeds City ahead of Tranmere. Luis Pay's son momentarily lost focus in his defense, seemingly unaware that Kamara's shot could connect with Hulai. It appears that Hulai's hat-trick against Brazil in the World Cup did not leave a lasting impression on Pay. Senator, this is indeed a case of forgetting past wounds. Hefeng and Yin Kong exchanged glances and burst into laughter. With Leeds City taking the lead, thanks to Hulai's goal, their spirits soared. However, one cannot entirely blame Pay's son. After a brief moment of calm, Yin Kong explained, as the majority of defenders tend to be drawn towards Kamara's shot. Throughout the match, Pay Sen's defense against Hulai was largely successful, but it is unrealistic to expect any player to avoid all mistakes or deny every opportunity to opposing attackers. Strictly speaking, this was Pay Sen's first instance of losing track of Hulai in this match. Yet, what can be done? Hulai is simply a forward with an extraordinary ability to seize opportunities. Indeed, Yin Kong. The replay of the goal reveals that as Williams passed the ball to Kamara, Hulai had already turned and darted into the penalty area. However, he did not rush directly towards the goal. Instead, he slowed down to observe Kamara's movements. It was only when Kamara executed a skillful maneuver and entered the box that Hulai suddenly accelerated toward the far post. At that moment, Pay's son was entirely captivated by Kamara's actions. One can only say that Hulai's off-the-ball movement is exceptionally proficient. The two commentators resumed their customary praise of Xielan's son, a segment well received by viewers. Xielan beamed with joy in front of the television, clearly relishing the moment. Kevin Locke, amidst the chorus of boos at the Red Roof Stadium, found such fierce hostility to be quite rare, given his extensive experience both as a player and coach there. Perhaps only the time when their arch-rivals, the Stan Park Rangers, triumphed over Tranmere to claim the league title at the Red Roof Stadium could rival such discontent. Thus, in the eyes of Tranmere fans, Leeds City had now become comparable to the Stan Park Rangers. At that moment, Locke was too consumed by frustration to ponder how a season or two of animosity could be equated with a rivalry spanning a century. He was venting his anger. What the hell? Our defense can't possibly be this poor. How can Leeds City score 2 goals in 5 minutes? Damn it. Damn it. Assistant coach Mel Burney remained silent beside him, unsure of what to say, allowing Locke to unleash his emotions. From a tactical standpoint, Tranmere indeed appeared somewhat flustered after conceding the equalizer, but this reaction is not unusual. Their disarray does not guarantee further goals against them. Typically, it results in a momentary disarray. As long as they tighten their defense, they could withstand the pressure for a few more minutes. However, against Leeds City's relentless offensive, Tranmere could not even endure for a few minutes. Locke recognized Leeds City's formidable attack, but did not anticipate it would be this overwhelming. When the first goal was conceded, he reassured himself that he would make necessary adjustments to the team's strategy during halftime to uplift their dampened morale. He had even begun to mentally rehearse what he would say in the locker room, contemplating his words and delivery. But now, all his carefully crafted thoughts had turned to mere waste paper, as his musings were predicated on a score of 1-1. Yet here he was, trailing 1-2 on their home turf. Next door, Kevin Locke was engulfed in a frenzy, while Clark and his coaching staff huddled together, celebrating what was an unexpectedly fortuitous goal. Indeed, even the head coach of Leeds City regarded the second goal as quite surprising. The prospect of equalizing before halftime had already brought Clark immense satisfaction. After leveling the score, his thoughts mirrored Locke's next door, both believing the first half would conclude at 1-1. Thus, he pondered adjustments for the intermission. In that very moment, Leeds City struck again. It left Clark momentarily stunned until Sam Randier collided with him from behind, snapping him back to reality. "Tony, we are in the lead." "Ahaha. Yes, we are indeed in the lead. But let us not celebrate too soon, Sam. The second half will present a more ferocious trained." "I know, I certainly do, Tony. But for now, I simply wish to cheer for the team, so please refrain from dampening the spirits." Clark laughed heartily, embracing Randier as they celebrated together. Yes, the challenges and adversities of the second half were matters for later. For now, they should revel in the team's commendable performance. And indeed, their display warranted such jubilation. The Leeds City players concluded their celebration and jogged back to their half, raising their fists toward the stands, seemingly in gratitude to the few fans who had come to support them, yet also as a defiant gesture towards the trained supporters. After all, they were not merely directing their gestures toward the Leeds City fans. Consequently, the jeers from the Red Dome Stadium intensified, persisting until the match resumed. Even while trained players maintained possession, the disdainful chorus even drowned out the whistle that signaled the end of the first half. Without the referee's gestures, one might not have realized that the first half had concluded. What an astonishing first half it was. After Trame scored first, Leeds City swiftly countered with 2 goals. "I can't help but wonder if Trame is fated to clash with Leeds City," Huan jested. Last season, they suffered a double defeat at the hands of Leeds City. In their first encounter this season, seeking vengeance, they found themselves conceding 2 goals within 5 minutes. Hearing this, Yin Kong beside him burst into laughter. Leeds City's comeback had uplifted the spirits of numerous Chinese fans, himself included. On the televised broadcast, the players of Leeds City appeared equally buoyant, their faces adorned with relaxed smiles as they trod lightly off the pitch. In contrast, the players of Trame seemed still ensnared in a state of bewilderment. In the subsequent scene, they appeared in close-up, their faces still etched with confusion. Even now, they struggled to comprehend how they had conceded 2 goals in a mere 5 minutes. Each player returning to the locker room carried a sense of trepidation. After all, their performance in the waning moments of the first half, where they allowed 2 goals, was utterly dismal. They did not merely lose goals, but rather their dignity. Many players had witnessed their head coach, Kevin Locke, unleashing his fury on the sidelines, and the exaggerated gestures of his body language made it abundantly clear that he was in a foul mood. Thus, it was only natural for them to fear that he would unleash a tirade in the locker room. However, as Locke closed the locker room door, he did not erupt in angry shouts at the players. Instead, he first extended an apology. "The fault lies with me. As the head coach, I misjudged the situation and made erroneous decisions, which led the team into a passive position. Therefore, the current state of affairs and the score are entirely my responsibility." This revelation took many of the trained players by surprise. They had not expected their leader to apologize to them. As a legendary figure who had scored the decisive goal in the Champions League final, helping Trame lift the prestigious trophy, Kevin Locke held an unparalleled status and authority within the team. Moreover, under his guidance, Trame had gradually begun to rise again, earning the respect of even the current captain, Connor Cook. To their astonishment, this legendary figure humbly bowed his head before them. Locke, unfazed by how the players perceived him, continued, "My mistake was allowing you to retreat defensively against Leeds City's onslaught. I completely overlooked your desire for vengeance. In that moment, despite Leeds City's aggressive attack, you should have been able to withstand it, or even seize the opportunity to counterattack and extend your lead. Yet I, damnably, shrank back at that crucial moment." Assistant coach Cohen Melbourne, present in the locker room, lowered his head at these words. In truth, it was not Locke who had retreated, but rather himself who had succumbed to fear, as the suggestion to adopt a defensive posture had originated from him. Yet now, Locke bore the entire burden of responsibility alone. Melbourne felt a twinge of guilt but did not interrupt Locke's speech caused Melbourne to bow his head. Yet it prompted the trained players to lift theirs. They had anticipated their leader would berate them harshly, but instead, he not only apologized, but also took all the blame upon himself. This unexpected act left the players both astonished and deeply moved. Indeed, we conceded goals in the final moments of the first half, erasing our lead. But perhaps it is for the best. At least we need not dwell on our losses and gains. Locke continued, "This is our home ground. How can we allow Leeds City to ride on our backs? Should we lack the courage to launch an attack against our opponents on our own turf?" In the wake of Locke's rhetorical inquiry, the expressions of each trained player underwent a profound transformation. They emerged from the agony and confusion that had engulfed them at the conclusion of the first half. The head coach's words resonated within them like the rhythmic beat of a drum, stirring their very souls. Indeed, this is our home ground. How could we possibly harbor fear of Leeds City here? We shall confront them fiercely in the second half. It is often said that Leeds City excels in offense. Let us witness this prowess firsthand. I understand that if we find ourselves trailing, it becomes easier for everyone to concentrate, casting aside distractions. For all that is required is to attack. Conversely, once in the lead, we may become somewhat disoriented. In the away team's dressing room, head coach Tony Clark spread his arms before his players. The sentiment is mutual. You must remember that regardless of whether we find ourselves in the lead, behind, or tied, we must adhere to one principle: offense. For attacking is our forte, our most refined approach. Therefore, remember, when uncertainty arises on the pitch, attack. Attack is the way to go. In the second half, Trained will undoubtedly push forward, and we must withstand their onslaught while relentlessly exploiting the spaces behind them. Trained believes they have every reason to triumph over us on their home turf, yet we too possess compelling reasons to emerge victorious here. Clark struck his palm with a fist. If we wish to contend for the UEFA Europa League title, then currently second place Trained in the Champions League group stage serves as the perfect litmus test. Through our match against Trained, we shall ascertain whether this team possesses the potential to vie for the Europa League crown, fulfilling the grandest ambition in the club's history. Chapter conclusion. As anticipated by Tony Clark, the second half commenced with the home team, Trained, launching a fierce assault on Leeds City's goal. The Trained supporters, having taken a 15-minute respite, emerged from the frustration and anger of the first half's closing moments, once again rallying their team with their songs and cheers. Regardless of the circumstances, the fans remained steadfast in their support for their team. It became increasingly evident from the onset of the second half that Trained had not relinquished hope. Their performance merited the encouragement of their supporters. The Trained fans raised their voices in unison from the stands. Trained shall never perish. Trained shall never perish. Our flag shall forever wave above the red house. For the red flame shall never extinguish. This was not Trained's anthem, but rather a rallying cry utilized by the fans to bolster morale in times of peril. Akin to a battle hymn, in the stirring chorus of The Red Flame Never Extinguishes, Trained once swept across Europe, achieving the historic milestone of being the first treble winner in English football. Every true Trained player, upon hearing this song, is imbued with strength. Such is the case now, as the Trained team, buoyed by the voices of their fans, relentlessly advances toward Leeds City's goal. The relentless pressure exerted by Trained forced Leeds City to retreat, rendering them incapable of posing any offensive threat to Trained's goal for several minutes. They could not even cross the halfway line. The on-site commentator, Matthew Cox, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the Trained fans sing a particular song, only to break into laughter. Here's an interesting tidbit. In the 4 previous encounters between Trained and Leeds City, this song had never echoed through the Red Roof Stadium. Indeed, it was true. Even during last season's 37th round, when Leeds City secured a last-minute victory over Trained, the home fans refrained from singing this anthem to rally their spirits. Clearly, until Huan's goal in this match, Trained supporters had not regarded Leeds City as a formidable adversary. The last-minute defeat from the previous season was, in their view, merely an unfortunate mishap. Given Trained's strength and home advantage, as long as they maintained their composure, Leeds City had no opportunity for a comeback here. However, after Huan scored, the sentiments of the fans shifted. The Leeds City team was no longer perceived as the naive country bumpkins from West Yorkshire, as they had been 2 seasons prior. This represented a tacit acknowledgement of Leeds City's capability to stand shoulder to shoulder with a powerhouse like Trained. The resounding chorus that filled the Red Roof Stadium was nothing short of mesmerizing. Coupled with Tram's fierce offensive play, Leeds City faltered while defending in their penalty area. When Quinn raised his arm to block a cross from Tram's right winger, George Payne, the ball struck his outstretched arm. Penalty. The atmosphere in the stadium transformed from a harmonious melody to a cacophony of furious roars. The referee decisively blew the whistle to halt the game and emphatically pointed to the penalty spot. There was no question about the penalty. Cox exclaimed that the ball had indeed altered its trajectory after hitting Quinn's arm, justifying the call. Excluding the current 2023 to 2024 season in which Leeds City has just been promoted to the Premier League, all three of their previous away matches against Tram had resulted in penalties. The first two were contentious and yielded dramatic outcomes. However, this penalty posed no such issues. It was unequivocally clear-cut, without the need for a slow-motion replay. It was evident that Quinn's raised arm had obstructed the ball. In such circumstances, any referee would unhesitatingly award a penalty. Even Quinn, the offender, merely covered his face with his hands, refraining from excessive protest against the decision. Though the other Leeds City players expressed regret and despair, they did not converge on the referee in indignation. The Leeds City fans watching from home sighed in dismay, but maintained a commendable level of composure and rationality, resisting the urge to vocally condemn Quinn's unfortunate mistake. After all, such incidents are undesirable for all parties involved, and Quinn certainly had no intention of causing it. What gnawed at the hearts of Leeds City fans, however, was a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. The cheers reverberating above the red-roofed stadium were indeed jarring to the ears of the Leeds City supporters. To their ears, it felt as if the ball had already found the net. Did they not recall how Leeds City had once clinched a dramatic victory over Tranmere last season? With no objections raised regarding the penalty decision, the time had come for the penalty to be taken. According to the rules, both teams were required to vacate the penalty area, leaving only the penalty taker, the goalkeeper, and the referee within that confined space. As Tranmere's principal penalty taker, Connor Kirk held the ball, poised to execute the penalty. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Unlike the other players who had exited the penalty area, Ricardo Bellaria surged forward, approaching his captain Kirk directly. "Captain, may I take this penalty?" Kirk turned to face the young man, who spoke with unwavering conviction, his expression equally resolute under Kirk's gaze. Thus, without further ado, Kirk handed him the ball. "Here." He did not inquire why Bellaria sought this opportunity, for he understood the reason. Ever since he had observed this young man practicing penalty kicks for an additional half hour after every training session, he had known. Since that day, it seemed Bellaria had been waiting for such a moment. After stumbling on a previous penalty, he was determined to redeem himself. "Wow!" exclaimed Cox, as Bellaria approached Kirk and exchanged a few words, leading to Kirk relinquishing the ball to him. This moment brought a sudden hush over the previously jubilant red-roofed stadium, as it appeared that Tranmere's fans were filled with trepidation for Bellaria. Meanwhile, the Leeds City supporters, who were lamenting in front of their screens, found renewed hope. Don't panic. Perhaps he might miss the penalty. In front of the home team's bench, assistant coach Cohen Melbourne's eyes widened and mouth opened, ready to speak, but was silenced by Kevin Locke. "Let us see this play first." Even the commentators, Hifong and Yin Kong, who were clearly biased towards Leeds City, were moved. Bellaria is truly courageous. Indeed, I had not anticipated he would boldly approach Kirk for the penalty-taking rights. He wished to shed the stigma and shadow cast by his previous penalty miss, which had led to Leeds City's last-minute triumph. Regardless of the outcome of this penalty, I believe that a player who has faltered in such a moment and still dares to stand before the penalty spot again deserves admiration in itself. Following a brief silence, the stands erupted into thunderous applause, with fans singing Bellaria's anthem. "You are our Ricardo Bellaria. You bring us joy and make us wild. We love you. Ricardo, our Ricardo." These three lines were sung repeatedly. Amidst the melody, Bellaria bent down to place the ball on the penalty spot, then rose and stepped back, legs slightly apart, waiting for the referee's whistle. As he prepared himself, the cheers and applause from the stands gradually faded, ultimately giving way to silence. Amidst the sparse and sporadic jeers from a handful of Leeds City fans, the atmosphere turned somewhat jarring in the otherwise hushed environment. Yet, Bellaria remained unfazed, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the goal. Perhaps it was divine intervention, for the goal he faced for this penalty was strikingly reminiscent of the one where he had missed a penalty last season. It was before this very goal that his feeble attempt had been thwarted by the same goalkeeper, rendering him a figure of ridicule not just across Europe, but worldwide. He had been mocked for his theatrics, for the poetic justice of having his penalty saved. Taking a deep breath, Balya steeled his focus, casting aside the chaotic images that cluttered his mind. Concentrate, Ricardo. The referee's whistle resonated crisply and melodiously within the now silent confines of the red-roofed stadium. Ricardo Balya commenced his run, striking the ball with the precision he had practiced countless times on the training ground. Thud! The ball soared towards the Leeds City goal. This time, the alert Van der Ven was unable to make contact. He misjudged the trajectory entirely, diving to the right while the ball veered left. In a fleeting moment, the ball found its way into the net. Goal! Balya had confidently converted the penalty. This time, Van der Ven stood no chance of denying him. Tranmere had finally equalized. Matthew Cox erupted in jubilant cheers. The once tranquil red-roofed stadium transformed into a roaring volcano, as over 60,000 Tranmere fans collectively erupted in a cacophony of cheers, akin to molten lava spewing high into the air before cascading downwards, painting the entire arena a vibrant red. It was as if the battle hymn proclaimed, "The red flag flies high above the red house. The flames of passion shall never extinguish." Before the Leeds City goal, Balya refrained from a wild celebration. Instead, he stood at the penalty spot, his fists clenched tightly to his chest, tilting his head back in a primal roar. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead and neck. He aimed to release the tumult of emotions that had been bottled up within him for over 6 months through this mighty cry. His teammates rushed to embrace him, patting his shoulders and head, offering both consolation and encouragement. They understood the significance of this penalty for Balya. On the sidelines, head coach Kevin Locke turned to assistant coach Cohen Melbourne with a smile. "He has overcome that hurdle, Cohen." Melbourne nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he has crossed over, Kevin. He can now forge ahead." With that kick, Balya shattered the shadows of his past. While some may argue that missing a penalty is a rite of passage to stardom, the truth is that the true measure lies in one's ability to bravely stand before the penalty spot once more and convert it successfully. Balya had achieved just that. He showcased a resilient heart in this moment, proving to the world that he is truly a standout among Portugal's golden generation of footballers, a genuine warrior. Even Huan has bestowed lavish praise upon Ricardo Balya this time. Making mistakes is not a dreadful thing. Throughout our lives, we incessantly stumble. However, the pivotal factor that ultimately determines the success or failure of one's life is whether one can rise from their missteps. From this perspective, I believe that Ricardo Balya's future accomplishments shall undoubtedly be significant. Indeed, Huan, Balya, at the age of 22, and Huan, age 23, are contemporaries, destined to be rivals in their respective careers in the foreseeable future. Balya's remarkable performance will naturally inspire Huan to excel further. Absolutely, Yinkong. This is the essence of rivalry. Leeds City goalkeeper Van der Ven, frustrated, retrieved the ball from the net and launched it towards the center circle with a powerful kick. Huan stood poised in the center circle, and as the ball soared towards him from the backfield, he did not even lift his foot. He merely flicked his ankle gently. The rapidly descending ball lost all momentum and elasticity, firmly tethered to his feet. Having stopped the ball, he remained motionless, awaiting the resumption of play. Chapter complete. Chapter 65. A clash of titans. Ricardo Balya's goal ignited the atmosphere at Red Roof Stadium. As the match resumed, the chants from trained fans resonated continuously. A medley of songs filled the stands, creating an ethereal ambience within their home ground. This scene rendered even some of the trained supporters momentarily entranced, as if they were transported back to the glorious days when trained swept through Europe. During that era, the Red Roof Stadium consistently echoed with such fervent energy at every home match. Both players and fans shared an unparalleled confidence, believing their team to be unrivaled. The likes of Madrid Kings, Catalan Alliance, Turin Bulls, Insablier, and Munich Blue and White were mere subordinates of the Red Witches, hardly worthy of mention. Trained could vanquish all challengers that dared to encroach upon their domain. Those lacking mental fortitude would likely falter the moment they stepped onto the pitch. That was the golden age of Trained. Now, countless Trained supporters are undoubtedly teary-eyed, convinced that the team is on the brink of revival. If, at this moment, any Trained fans were to stand in the stands of Red Roof Stadium, gazing skyward, and proclaim that they have returned, it would evoke no sense of dissonance whatsoever. Recently, Leeds City has indeed faced formidable challenges, consistently pressed by Tramed. Nevertheless, head coach Tony Clark remained on the sidelines, conferring with assistant coach Sam Landier on how to advance their offensive strategy. Charlie's speed is lacking. During counterattacks, we only have Kamara on one flank, Landier remarked gravely. I intend to substitute Charlie, bringing on Lorenzo to bolster our aerial prowess in the opponent's midfield, Clark replied. Landier concurred. This will allow Lasky to shift to the right. He is capable of playing as a winger. With that, he turned and sprinted toward the warm-up area to summon the team's captain, the towering striker Lorenzo Esposito. Back to the pitch. Leeds City was the first to initiate a substitution, bringing on the towering forward Lorenzo in place of the right midfielder Charlie Porter-Clark. With the intent of enhancing the team's ball possession capabilities in the midfield and attacking zones. Lorenzo, possessing a robust physique, is adept at retaining possession. Following Charlie's departure, Leeds City slightly altered their tactical approach. While remaining primarily offensive, their attacking strategy became more direct and forceful, predominantly utilizing the flanks, relying on the individual prowess of Kamara and Lasky to create opportunities from the wings. Lorenzo's introduction also ensured that Leeds City had a significant attacking focal point up front. Consequently, Leeds City no longer needed to delve deeply into the opponent's territory with each attack. They could deliver crosses directly from the edge of the 30-yard area, targeting Lorenzo. With Lorenzo's aerial prowess, they aimed to generate scoring opportunities. This shift evidently increased the volume of attacks Leeds City could mount. Although this tactical approach lacks technical sophistication, it has proven to be the most suitable style for Leeds City at present. After equalizing, Trame's morale surged, intensifying their offensive onslaught. To prevent being completely subdued, Leeds City had to transition swiftly through midfield, occasionally bypassing it altogether, opting instead for long balls from the back to the flanks or directly to Lorenzo. Jay Adams positioned himself deeper, effectively utilizing his long passing ability and expansive vision. Meanwhile, Peter Adams actively surged forward, collaborating with who to control the second ball. This adjustment by Clark was a response to Trame's aggressive offensive strategy. It signified that Leeds City, instead of retreating defensively against Trame's pressure, continued to seek every opportunity to attack, attempting to counter Trame's relentless offense with their own. Adams launched a long pass from the back. He found Lorenzo. Lorenzo leapt to contest the header. He secured the drop. He laid the ball off to Hu, but Payson intercepted just before Hu could capitalize. So close. Trames countered, with the ball reaching Balia's feet. The Portuguese prodigy was in fine form today. He dribbled down the wing, while Josh Lawler hesitated to challenge, retreating instead. Balia cut inside. Adams advanced to block his path, and Balia unleashed a shot. The ball curved perilously close to the far post. What a near miss. Lorenzo again claimed the first touch. And though age may have slowed him, his judgment of the ball's trajectory and heading technique allowed him to continue posing a threat up front. Who controlled the ball that Lorenzo had contested, and Kamara called for it on the wing, but instead of passing, Who opted for a long-range shot. Oh, what a spectacular effort. Tom Walker executed a magnificent save, palming the ball onto the crossbar. The atmosphere at Red Top Stadium was electric, predominantly filled with cheers supporting the home team, yet occasionally punctuated by gasps and cries of anxiety whenever Leeds City threatened Trame's goal. The match did not unfold as Trame's supporters had anticipated. They were unable to dominate Leeds City comprehensively. Despite the relentless onslaught from Tramed, Leeds City found themselves with few attacking opportunities. However, each foray into the offensive realm posed a palpable threat. The Tramed supporters in the stands remained on edge throughout the match, even as their team besieged Leeds City, apprehensive that a swift counterattack could lead to conceding a goal. The experience of Leeds City fans was scarcely more serene, as they anxiously watched, fearing that their team's frail defensive line could be breached yet again. This back-and-forth struggle persisted for nearly 20 minutes, with neither side managing to score. The score of 0-0 seemed frozen in time. As the match entered its final 20 minutes, both teams began to reach their physical limits, the midweek Champions League match having taken its toll, particularly for Leeds City, who had exerted themselves in an away game against Catalonia. The effort had been immense. They had emerged victorious, yet the physical exhaustion was substantial. Just days after returning from Barcelona, they faced another away challenge against Tramed, with 2 consecutive grueling matches testing their stamina and resolve. In this regard, Leeds City was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Tramed, fully aware of this, saw Kevin Locke gesture emphatically, urging his team to increase the tempo in hopes of breaking Leeds City's spirit. He believed that if Trame could score again, Leeds City's attacking prowess would be rendered ineffective due to the collapse of their physical and mental fortitude. Push the two fullbacks forward. When Sam Randall heard Clark's command, he turned in surprise. Relying solely on Kamara and Lasky to maneuver the flanks was insufficient. They were too easily contained by the opposition's defense. We need to diversify and elevate our offense, Clark explained. Randall shook his head. I understand, Tony. But this will only widen the gaps behind us. It matters not, Sam. As long as we can score before Trame does, the size of the gaps is inconsequential. Otherwise, even if there are no gaps now, as the match progresses, our defense will inevitably falter. It's worth the gamble. Perhaps fortune will favor us. Randall, without rebuttal, proceeded to relay Clark's latest directives to the sidelines. Upon receiving the instructions, Leeds City's fullbacks indeed intensified their offensive contributions. However, this also exposed vulnerabilities behind them. Trame, not even waiting for their coach's guidance, instinctively adjusted their strategy on the field, consciously capitalizing on the spaces left by Leeds City's fullbacks. The informed Ballier shifted to the right flank, seizing the opportunity as Leeds City's left-back Quinn advanced to support the attack, cutting inside into the penalty area and drawing the attention of Leeds City's defense. He delivered a pass to the onrushing Van Daft. Unfortunately, Van Daft miscontrolled the ball, taking an extra step, which allowed Adams and Grist to block his shot effectively. However, they were unable to clear the danger. The football remains within the confines of Leeds City's penalty area. A tumultuous fracas ensues in front of the goal. Ultimately, Connor Kirk's desperate attempt skids past the post, momentarily alleviating the crisis for Leeds City. The disappointed Kirk clasps his head in regret. The Tranmere fans in the stands mirror his gestures and expressions. They had already half raised their arms in anticipation of a celebratory cheer when Balius skillfully cut inside. However, they were left waiting for nearly a minute, only to be met with disappointment as no goal materialized for Tranmere. Their hands fell to the back of their heads, sighing in lament for Captain Kirk's missed opportunity. "Fear not," exclaims Tranmere's coach, Locke, from the sidelines, urging the players to continue their pursuit. Despite the lack of a goal from this attack, he perceives the glimmer of hope. As long as Leeds City allows their fullbacks to advance and attack, Tranmere will undoubtedly find opportunities to score. At this moment, he feels compelled to express gratitude towards Clark, the audacious strategist, who has dared to push both fullbacks forward, seemingly unconcerned about the vulnerabilities left in his defense. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 66. Deceive the entire world. Tranmere has intensified their exploitation of the spaces behind our two fullbacks. Sam Randall notes. Clark nods in agreement, acknowledging, "I see it, Sam." However, their flanks also reveal vulnerabilities, which we can exploit in return. If Locke believes his team can unlock the game through the wings, then I wholeheartedly encourage it. Randall grins, recognizing this as quintessentially Clark's style. What happens when the opponent's offensive onslaught becomes overwhelming? We counterattack. What do we do when they attempt to capitalize on our defensive weaknesses? We seek to exploit their defensive frailties. In essence, regardless of the challenges faced, the solution remains consistent: to attack. This season, following Leeds City's troubles, numerous voices in the media have criticized Clark's tactical acumen, arguing that last season's league championship was merely a product of luck and exceptional performances from the players. They dismiss Huan's 32 goals in the Premier League as extraordinary, suggesting that it is the performances of other Leeds City players that were indeed remarkable. Players like Charlie Porter, who recorded over 10 assists last season, had previously shown only mediocrity, lacking any standout qualities. Many within Leeds City experienced a sudden surge in performance last season. It was this collective eruption that allowed Leeds to clinch the league title while the Premier League's Big Six faltered. Analysts have scrutinized Leeds City's tactics, deeming them unremarkable and readily comprehensible, leading to their subpar performance this season. Sam Randall contests this narrative. He concedes that Tony is not a tactical mastermind. Yet to claim that Leeds City's championship was solely due to luck is sheer nonsense. Coaches come in various types, each with their unique strengths. Some coaches are tactical maestros, effortlessly employing various strategies and seamlessly integrating them, capable of conjuring brilliance from limited personnel choices. Watching matches coached by such individuals often reveals the profound intricacies of football tactics. However, the absence of tactical mastery in Tony Clark does not imply that he is devoid of merit as a head coach, relying solely on fortune. He may not possess an extensive repertoire of tactics, yet he excels in his areas of expertise. Moreover, he demonstrates remarkable skill in player development. Consequently, a player like Charlie Porter, who was previously inconspicuous, experienced a sudden breakthrough last season, largely due to Clark's diligent training efforts. In less than a month, Hulai adapted to the pace of Premier League matches and training, a feat attributed not only to his own hard work, but also to the well-structured plan devised by Clark. Some coaches are not training-oriented. They often delegate routine training to their coaching staff, focusing solely on overarching strategies and tactics. Conversely, certain coaches thrive in training their teams. In Randall's view, Clark embodies this latter type. He possesses a clear understanding of his strengths and requirements, consciously enhancing training in those areas. Ultimately, he molds the team into the image he envisions. Strictly speaking, Tony Clark may not be classified as an elite head coach, yet he is undoubtedly the most suitable choice for the current Leeds City team. After Randall conveyed Clark's instructions, Clark stepped forward, positioning himself at the sideline, arms crossed, attentively watching the field. He seemed intent on expressing his solidarity with the players, ensuring that they could turn and see him, aware of his unwavering gaze upon them. With only 20 minutes remaining in the match, it was time to confront Tranmere. Standing alongside the sidelines with equal solemnity were Tranmere's head coach Kevin Locke and his assistant Cohen Melbourne. They were acutely aware that the match had reached its most heated phase, where decisive moments could arise at any instant. It was crucial to remain vigilant in such times. Ricardo Bellaria, who had been active along the flanks, suddenly made a diagonal run into the penalty area, charging towards the center. At that precise moment, Tranmere's left back, Joseph Rogers, delivered a cross. Bonnet had outmaneuvered Leeds City's center back, Ben Rigstead, while the other center back, Teddy Brayford, remained stationary, anticipating a header clearance. Rogers' cross was perilous. He caught sight of Bellaria surging in from behind Brayford, leaping forward in a fright. By the time Brayford noticed Bellaria and attempted to jump for a header clearance, it was too late. He could only watch in disbelief as Bellaria soared above him to head the ball. Leeds City's goalkeeper, Van der Ven, instinctively leaped, raising his arm, fingertips grazing the football. With that touch, the ball soared upward, colliding directly with the crossbar. Matthew Cox let out a sharp scream, sending a collective shiver through the Leeds City fans watching on television. It remains uncertain whether they were startled by Cox's formidable voice or by Belia's header. Many individuals clutched their chests, murmuring fervently, "God save us! God save us! God save us!" The jubilation among the Leeds City fans was matched only by the profound dismay of Tranmere supporters. Damn it! Whose goal is this, anyway? Why has our home goal aided Leeds City instead? Belia, unable to score, clasped his head in disbelief, eyes wide open in shock. As he soared into the air, he was filled with confidence, convinced he could direct the ball into the net. Yet, he was denied by the crossbar. On the sidelines, Clark gestured amidst the cacophony, urging the players not to panic and to continue their assault. A long pass from Leeds City found Lorenzo, who leapt high to challenge for the ball. He successfully headed it back to the advancing Peter Williams. Seizing the moment before Tranmere's defense could converge, Williams boldly propelled the ball forward. Hulai had been making runs ahead, causing Tranmere's two center-backs to hesitate in confronting Williams. This allowed Williams to advance toward the 30-meter line before Scott Wilson charged forward to block him. As Wilson approached, Williams unleashed a powerful shot, losing his balance. He tumbled to the ground, underscoring the immense force behind his strike. The ball skimmed along the grass, heading toward the goal. Tranmere's goalkeeper, Tom Walker, dove and managed to deflect the ball, but the force of Williams' shot was so great that Walker could only parry it away, failing to secure control. The ball rebounded back into play, and Hulai rushed toward it. Luis Pearson, who had been shadowing him, attempted to impede Hulai by pressing his body against him while also trying to block the shot. However, Hulai, instead of shooting, deftly flicked the ball backward with the inside of his foot. Pearson lunged, but missed. As he slid past, he flailed his arms, desperate to prevent Hulai from taking a shot, even if it meant committing a foul. Yet, Hulai evaded him with the agility of an eel, crouching low and twisting away, leaving Pearson in his wake. Hulai, an opportunity. However, Walker reacted swiftly, having regained his feet and sprinting toward the ball. Just as Hulai turned and adjusted his stance, he unleashed a shot. Walker lunged, but the ball was nowhere to be seen. Not only was the goalkeeper deceived, but the commentator was equally taken aback. Hulai shot. Wait, he exclaimed, only to realize the ball had not been struck. Hu Lai feigned a shot. His right foot glided over the ball. Then, with a flick of his ankle, he redirected it with the outside of his foot toward a vast open space. Dominic Lasky approached with great strides, simultaneously adjusting his pace as he ran towards the rolling football. Without pausing to recalibrate, he swung his right foot, striking the ball with a straightened instep. The football soared like a white comet, crashing into the net. Hula had provided the assist. Lasky's stunning goal was unexpected. In the 74th minute of the match, Leeds City regained the lead. Cox exclaimed in excitement. The goalscorer Lasky turned and sprinted towards the corner flag, leaping into the air, executing a mid-air spin, crossing his arms and bringing them down in front of his chest, landing gracefully, although he stumbled slightly upon landing. Retreating a few steps before regaining his balance, it was evident that this was Hula's signature celebration. Through this gesture, Lasky expressed his gratitude to Hula for the assist. This marked Hula's second assist of the match, both times benefiting the Polish forward Lasky. Chapter 67. The lucky ritual when Hula took his first shot. Pearson dared not gamble on whether it was a feint. He could only exert himself fully to block. The subsequent events confirmed that Hula indeed executed a feint. Fortunately, Tom Walker reacted swiftly, having already risen from the ground as Hula evaded Pearson. Such a rapid second response is befitting of England's primary goalkeeper. Faced with Hula's poised shooting stance, Walker did not hesitate to leap forward. No goalkeeper would dare to bet against Hula in that moment. As a player renowned for his goal-scoring prowess, what else could Hula do but shoot? Yet, Hula demonstrated through his actions that he was also capable of passing. Walker, having missed the save, felt a wave of despair as he witnessed Hula pass the ball to Lasky. At this moment, "You're still passing the ball? Are you serious? This is my duel with you. Why pass at all?" The only option left for Walker was to lie on the ground, helplessly watching Lasky slot the ball into the empty net, an opportunity nearly devoid of difficulty for a competent professional player. He struck the grass in frustration. It was not only Walker, the trained goalkeeper, who was left flabbergasted. Nearly everyone was taken aback by Hula's choice to pass under such circumstances. This was not merely due to Hula being a player with a notably low assist count, but also because he had painstakingly evaded Pearson and found himself in a one-on-one situation with the keeper. Anyone familiar with Hula would know he would never relinquish the ball in such a scenario, regardless of whether the shot would find the net. The conclusion of that attack would undoubtedly rest with him. Who could have anticipated that today Hula would behave so uncharacteristically? Lasky's initial goal had been set up by him. Now, even in a one-on-one with Walker, he still opted to pass. Commentator Huan found it hard to believe his own eyes. Hula had actually passed the ball to Lasky. Had he been abducted by aliens? There was no way he should have made that pass. Even though Walker's second reaction was swift, and he had successfully blocked the majority of shooting angles, Hulai's exceptional ability still provided him with opportunities to score. Moreover, considering Hulai's playing style, it was reasonable for him to pass the ball to Lasky when his own chance was less than ideal. However, it was indeed quite surprising that he opted to pass when faced with a one-on-one situation against the goalkeeper. Yin Kong, observing from the side, clapped and laughed, exclaiming, "Haha, Huan." Perhaps it is precisely because even we, the spectators, did not anticipate that Hulai would choose to pass, that this moment proved to be so lethal. All the defenders in the penalty area were drawn towards Hulai, especially after he evaded pace Senator in such a scenario. His unexpected decision to pass created a scoring opportunity for Lasky that was as simple as could be. We often speak of a nanny-style assist, and this exemplifies it perfectly. Huan, recovering from his initial shock, joined in the laughter, saying, "Indeed, Yin Kong. Hulai has successfully deceived the entire world." But why was Lasky not deceived? Following the victory against Catalonia, Lasky spoke to Polish media in an interview, expressing that playing alongside Hulai had taught him numerous lessons. His knack for anticipating space mirrors Hulai's style, and perhaps this is what Lasky has gleaned from him. Hulai has indeed fooled the world. It wasn't just Huan who was momentarily misled. Commentators from around the globe, speaking in their native tongues, paused in astonishment and underwent a dramatic shift in their commentary during Hulai's shot. Yin Kang's analysis holds merit. The Premier League Golden Boot winner, who scored 32 goals in a single season, is typically perceived as someone who would never relinquish a scoring opportunity when facing a goalkeeper. To put it bluntly, Hulai's ability to become a dual Golden Boot winner in both the Premier League and the World Cup is largely attributed to his selfishness in front of the goal. As a forward, he was merely fulfilling his duty, yet to outsiders, he may appear somewhat self-serving. During the slow-motion replay of this goal, a commentator from a Spanish television station posed a question: does Hu lack confidence in scoring against Walker one-on-one? Clearly, that is not the case. So why did he choose to pass the ball instead of shooting? He had evaded Son and outmaneuvered Walker, having done everything right. Logically, this was the best scoring opportunity. In a hotel room watching this pivotal Premier League match, Carlos Torlado turned to his roommate Zhang Qinghwan and asked, "Zhang, why do you think Hu chose to pass? Doesn't he want to score?" Zhang Qinghwan shrugged, replying, "There isn't really a reason. He probably just felt like passing at that moment." The Argentine forward sighed and shook his head, stating, "If I were in such a position, I would never forego the chance to shoot, even if I missed. I thought Hu was the type of forward who prioritizes ensuring his own goals." In front of Zhang Qinghwan, he expressed his opinion on Hulai's selfishness with a degree of tact. Of course, this does not imply that he held Hulai in blame. On the contrary, as a fellow forward, he wholeheartedly supports and acknowledges Hulai's adept handling of goal-scoring opportunities. In Carlos Torlado's view, only a striker lacking confidence in his shooting ability would opt to pass the ball in such circumstances. Zhang Qinghwan chuckled. "I am not at all surprised by Hu's pass. Do you know why, Carlos? Why? Because he once made an identical move to the one today. That opportunity was even better. He faced the goalkeeper one-on-one with no one around to interfere." Zhang Qinghwan recounted to his roommate the moment he scored against his former team, the capital Tunglong, at the Workers' Stadium, leaving Tordu utterly astonished. "My God, I can hardly conceive of such a scene. Facing the goalkeeper one-on-one, and then suddenly using the heel of his foot to flick the ball back. Indeed, if I hadn't reacted swiftly back then, that assist could have easily been squandered." Zhang Qinghwan reminisced with a hint of nostalgia. That was over 2 years ago. He quickly shook off the wistful sentiment and said to Tordu, "Therefore, I believe there are many misconceptions about Hu. He is not merely a striker who knows how to shoot. Of course, I am not implying what he ought to be. It's quite challenging to define the kind of player he should be. He does as he pleases, often without motivation or rationale. For instance, in this instance, he might have simply wanted to pass, so he did. Next time, if a teammate has a better opportunity, he may choose to shoot himself, simply because he desires to shoot." Tordu pondered this. Only in this way can he make it more difficult for opponents to predict his true intentions. He certainly lives up to his reputation as the recipient of both the Premier League Golden Boot and the World Cup Golden Boot. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qinghwan realized Tordu had misunderstood. "Never mind. You may think that way if you wish." He was too fatigued to clarify, as that lad is indeed challenging to categorize within certain definitions. Every time one thinks they have him figured out, he surprises them. So let us say nothing more and continue watching the match. Cohen Melbourne stood in stunned silence, unsure of what to say in light of the conceded goal. Kevin Locke, standing beside him, shared a similar sentiment. They simply could not comprehend why Hulai chose to pass the ball instead of taking the shot himself. After all, he is the league's top scorer. Why would he pass up such an opportunity? Amidst the awkward silence, Locke suddenly inquired, "How many assists did Hu have last season?" Melbourne furrowed his brow, searching his memory. "I believe it was 3. "Damn," Locke couldn't help but exclaim. His frustration was understandable. Anyone in his position would react similarly. Hulai had managed only 3 assists throughout the entire season, yet today he had already provided 2 assists in a single match, accounting for 2/3 of his total assists from last season. Moreover, both assists were directed to Lasky, the Polish forward who had previously underperformed in the league, but, thanks to Hulai's assistance, scored twice. How absurd. As Locke's dismay over Hulai's unusual performance lingered, the coaches of Leeds City huddled together in front of the opposing team's bench, jubilantly celebrating their second lead. They were not surprised that Hulai provided 2 assists to Lasky today, as they understood the underlying reasons. Up until now, Lasky had netted 6 goals in all competitions, leaving him 14 short of the target set for him. In a moment of excitement, Randall reminded Clark to be prepared with his wallet. Clark grimaced, lamenting that had he made a pact with Lasky at the season's outset, they might have even advanced from the Champions League group stage. "Tony, why don't you seriously consider making a post-season dinner at Red Chili a team tradition?" Randall teased. Clark firmly shook his head. "No, Sam. If I were to establish that as a tradition, it would lose its motivational significance. The players would think that regardless of how we perform this season, we could always look forward to a trip to Red Chili. How then could we expect to witness such moments on the pitch? He gestured towards the teammates embracing Lasky. Randall chuckled. All right then. This season, if Lasky manages to score 20 goals, they shall dine at Red Chili. But what about next season? Why should we concern ourselves with something so distant? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. On the field, the Leeds City players gathered around Lasky, concluding their celebration and returning to their half. Along the way, they cheered him on. Come on, Dominic. You're just 14 goals away from the famous Red Chili in Leeds. Initially indifferent towards Chinese cuisine, Lasky found himself curious about the restaurant that excited his teammates so much. He asked the team's captain, Lorenzo, "Captain, is Red Chili really that delicious? Is it Michelin-starred?" "No stars, Dominic. It's actually just an ordinary Chinese restaurant." "Then why the excitement?" Lasky wondered, hesitating. Lorenzo smiled. "Did you think everyone was just going for the meal?" Lasky was perplexed. "Isn't that the case?" Lorenzo laughed, shaking his head. "If we were talking about taste, we've dined at numerous restaurants, including Michelin-starred ones. The flavor of Red Chili doesn't stand out among those. Furthermore, Chinese food isn't particularly healthy for professional athletes. But our annual visit to Red Chili isn't solely about the food. We regard it as a lucky ritual." "A lucky ritual?" Lasky frowned, struggling to comprehend. "You've heard about how who treated the entire team to Red Chili twice, right?" Lasky nodded. The reasons for those two occasions were, first, who scored over 5 goals in the league, ensuring the team's survival. Second, he won the league's Golden Boot, leading the team to championship glory. Do you notice a pattern? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lasky's understanding dawned. Each trip to Red Chili signifies that we achieved something noteworthy. Either we secured our place in the league or we claimed the championship. Exactly right. Therefore, it is widely believed that if we could dine at Red Pepper after the season concludes, it would signify a successful season for us. On the surface, it appears that everyone merely wishes to enjoy a meal at Red Pepper, yet in truth, it subtly reflects a yearning for commendable performance. Moreover, everyone harbors a shared aspiration. If we were to visit Red Pepper, perhaps we might achieve remarkable success in the next season. Lask finally comprehended why his teammates became so exhilarated at the mere mention of Red Pepper. However, a new question arose in his mind. Given that we were eliminated in the group stage of the Champions League and have fallen outside the top 10 in the league, what notable achievements could we possibly attain? This time, Captain Lorenzo shook his head, offering no answer, for even he was uncertain of the team's potential accomplishments. He patted Lask on the shoulder, advising him not to overthink and instead to focus on striving towards his goals. Chapter 68. A word from you Hulai's assist had a significant impact on the trained players, with effects that would resonate deeply. When the match resumed, as long as Hulai was in possession of the ball in the attacking third, regardless of who was defending him, they would instinctively glance around to check for Leeds City players nearby. If any were present, doubts would creep into their minds. Would he pass this time? After all, he is a forward capable of delivering the ball even in one-on-one situations against the goalkeeper. Who could withstand that? Leeds City fans watching from their televisions even began to speculate or, rather, to dream of Hulai completing a hat trick of assists at the Red Roof Stadium. If he could indeed achieve this, it would be a remarkable feat for Hulai. Scoring a hat trick in a match had become commonplace. However, a hat trick of assists remained an unprecedented achievement. Lask, with his 2 goals, brimmed with confidence and exhibited extraordinary enthusiasm, causing trained considerable concern during counterattacks. They needed to defend against both Kamara's and Lask's individual breakthroughs while also guarding against Hulai's passes. At one point, just outside Traim's penalty area, Hulai received the ball, pivoted towards Lask, and lifted his foot as if to make a pass. This mere feint caused Traim defender Pearson to shift towards the anticipated passing lane, preparing to intercept. Yet, Hulai merely faked the pass, creating an angle, and unleashed a long-range shot from outside the box. Although he lacked a running start and did not generate sufficient power, the shot was sufficiently tricky, leaving goalkeeper Tom Walker in a precarious position as he nearly let the ball slip into the net. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. After the ball passed beneath him, he quickly rose and secured it beneath his body. Otherwise, Leeds City could have led 4-2. Had that occurred, the match would have lost all suspense. Now, Traim still harbored a glimmer of hope for a counterattack, albeit merely a hope. Leeds City, enjoying a commanding lead, maintained high spirits. utilizing rapid counterattacks along both flanks to hinder Trame's offensive efforts, complicating their attempts to mount a full-throttle counter. Clark only instructed the team to tighten their defense during stoppage time, intending to safeguard their slender lead. In this match, Hulai scored a goal and provided 2 assists before being substituted. As he left the field, he walked slowly, taking a deliberate detour to high-five Lasky, which was quite reasonable given that he had assisted Lasky twice, enabling the latter to score twice and helping Leeds City to take the lead. It is entirely natural to encourage one's teammates when exiting the field. However, the fans of Trame did not share this perspective. They accused Hulai of intentionally delaying the game. Consequently, boos erupted from the stands of the Red Dome Stadium. Such jeers did little to faze Hulai. He maintained his own pace, walking as he pleased. He even waved and applauded towards the stands, leaving one to wonder whether he was expressing gratitude to the Leeds City fans who traveled with the team or deliberately provoking the agitated Trame supporters. The players of Trame were particularly displeased with Hulai's ostensible time-wasting antics. As the captain, Connor Kirk approached Hulai, urging him to hasten his exit. Hulai, however, paused to engage in discourse with Kirk, stating, "I wish to walk faster, my friend, but I simply cannot. I'm exhausted after our Champions League match against Catalonia earlier this week, and now I've nearly played the entirety of this match against you. You are formidable opponents, and I have exerted all my energy. How can I possibly walk faster now?" Faced with Hulai's incessant chatter, Kirk was at a loss for words. "I do not wish to hear your explanations, Hu. I simply want you to leave the field promptly." He gestured towards the sidelines. Hulai shrugged his shoulders, replying, "If you hadn't come to find me, I would have already exited the field." Taking a deep breath, Kirk restrained his impulse to push Hulai off the field, fully aware that such an action would surely result in a yellow card. Fortunately, at that moment, the referee arrived, signaling for Hulai to leave the field immediately. Hulai complied without attempting to outsmart the referee, turning to exit with his pace unchanged. And the boos continued unabated. Yet, no amount of booing could alter the outcome. The trained fans, while jeering and cursing, hoped the referee would issue a card to Hulai. However, even if a card were given, it would likely only be a yellow, which would hardly serve as a deterrent for Hulai, who had no prior cautions. As a forward, he was unencumbered by any cards. So if he were to receive one now, it would not significantly impact him. Moreover, Hulai's exit was rather artfully executed. While one might expect him to jog off in haste, he ambled off like a leisurely stroll, exhibiting little urgency. However, his pace was not excessively slow. He was consistently making his way off the field. Had it not been for Kirk's intervention, he would have indeed left the field already. It was merely the impatience of the trained fans that led them to perceive Hulai as deliberately stalling for time. Thus, even if they wished for the referee to penalize Hulai, the referee had no grounds to do so, merely offering a verbal warning. As Hulai stepped off the field, Clark enveloped him in an embrace, offering no words, merely ruffling his hair with fervor before nudging him toward the bench, refocusing his attention on the game with palpable intensity. Hulai did not engage in celebratory gestures with his teammates on the sidelines. Instead, he swiftly returned to his seat, draping a towel around his neck, joining his fellow players in fixating on the court. The match was not yet concluded, with 4 minutes of stoppage time remaining. Trame needed just one goal to transform Leeds City's assured victory into a precarious situation. Thus, Hulai refrained from premature celebrations. Replacing Hulai was Leeds City's defensive midfielder, Bielsa. Clark's intention behind this substitution was evident, an enhancement of the defense. In a moment requiring fortification, he opted for Bielsa rather than the club's marquee signing, Salif Sadou, acquired for £30 million, revealing his dissatisfaction with the latter's performance since joining the team. This discontent was not unfounded, as Sadou had often failed to secure a spot on the 18-man matchday roster. Leeds City substituted Hulai, leaving Lasky and Kamara up front to counterattack. Conversely, Trame retained Balia on the field, hoping his individual prowess might conjure a last-minute miracle. However, no such miracle transpired. Throughout the 4 minutes of stoppage time, Leeds City successfully withstood Trame's desperate attempts. In fact, before the referee could signal the conclusion of the match, the Red Dome Stadium was engulfed in a cacophony of boos. The uproar was so overwhelming that the final whistle went unheard. It was only upon witnessing the referee's gesture that the crowd realized the match had ended. "The match is over," Cox shouted hoarsely, compelled to raise his voice above the din of disapproval. Leeds City triumphed over Tramed with a score of 3-2 on their home turf. This marked their third consecutive victory against Tramed. At the onset of the previous season, had one suggested to Tramed supporters that their team would suffer 3 successive defeats to a relegation contender, they might have deemed such a claim absurd. Yet here we are, witnessing the unfolding of a new chapter in their storied rivalry. The match is concluded, Huan echoed passionately. The conclusion of the match underscored Leeds City's burgeoning reputation as a nemesis to Tramed. With 3 consecutive victories, including 2 at the Red Dome Stadium, the home fans must certainly harbor a memorable impression of this team from West Yorkshire. Although Huan netted but a single goal in this match, he contributed 2 assists, playing an integral role in all 3 of his team's strikes, making him the chief architect of Leeds City's triumph over Tramed. Generally, the standout performer is recognized as the player with the most goals. However, Huan was unconcerned with such norms, firmly believing Huan to be the linchpin of Leeds City's success in this contest. Particularly with regard to Leeds City's third goal, he felt that Huan could have scored himself had he chosen to shoot, yet he graciously passed the opportunity to Lasky. As for the reason behind allowing Lasky to score, it may stem from their amicable relationship. After all, Lasky has frequently lauded Huan in public settings. If their rapport were strained, it would be improbable for him to express how much he has learned from being beside Huan. Following the match, Lasky, who achieved his first brace in the Premier League, found himself surrounded by reporters, yet their inquiries were not directed at him personally, but rather at the question, why did Huan choose to pass the ball to him when confronted alone by Walker? Had they previously conferred regarding such a scenario? Lasky, unperturbed by the focus shifting away from him towards Huan, recognized that in this team, Huan is the star player. His humble disposition has garnered him goodwill among his teammates. He replied, I did not discuss this with Huan beforehand. Honestly, I was quite surprised that he passed the ball to me. While I understand his reasoning for doing so, I cannot divulge it to you. Otherwise, the entire nation would learn that a group of professional players in Leeds would go to great lengths for a meal, which would undoubtedly stir a media frenzy. Lasky is astute, aware of what is permissible to share and what is not. The plan to dine at Red Chili remains a closely guarded secret within the locker room. Anyone who dares to leak such confidences would face ostracism. However, when the pass was made, Lasky moved with remarkable swiftness, as if he were prepared in advance. Journalists keenly noted this crucial detail, suggesting it did not appear to be a spontaneous action. Lasky shrugged and remarked, one of the most important lessons I've learned in my half-season in the Premier League is that, regardless of what transpires during a match, as a forward, one must always maintain focus and be attuned to the flow of the game, prepared for any eventuality, just like Huan. He concluded with a subtle commendation of Huan. With reporters unable to extract the answers they sought from Lasky, their gaze shifted toward Huan. To unravel the mystery of why Huan opted to assist Lasky rather than score himself, it was essential to pose the question directly to him. Thus, Huan found himself cornered in the mixed zone, facing a barrage of microphones as he contemplated why he chose to pass to Lasky. Why? With a furrowed brow, Huan entered a moment of reflection. Observing his introspection, the reporters refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting his response. After a brief silence, Huan gazed into the camera and began to articulate his thoughts. Allow me to briefly address this matter. The situation is as follows. Everyone has witnessed the play, and since I made the pass, it is incumbent upon me to clarify why I chose to do so. In that moment, why did I opt to pass the ball? The reporters internally echoed, indeed, why? Regarding my reasons for passing, I cannot disclose too much. Ultimately, those who understand will comprehend, while those who do not will remain oblivious, despite any attempts at explanation. Thus, I cannot delve into excessive detail. In any case, it is as I have stated. Surely, this is clear to everyone? The foreign and domestic journalists were left bewildered. Chapter 69. A century of constancy, as I was the one who passed the ball. It is only fitting that I address the inquiries regarding my decision to do so. Why did I choose to pass in that particular moment? With utmost seriousness, Huan faced the microphones held out by the reporters. Regarding the rationale behind my pass, I cannot elaborate too much. Ultimately, those who understand will comprehend, while those who do not will remain oblivious, despite any attempts at explanation. Thus, I cannot delve into excessive detail. In any case, it is as I have stated. Surely, this is clear to everyone. A profound silence enveloped the scene. In the footage, Huan broke into a smile. Very well, it seems there are no further questions. Farewell, and I wish you all a pleasant weekend. He waved and turned to depart down the player's tunnel. The camera continued to follow his retreating figure until he vanished from sight. Then it swung back to capture the bewildered faces of the journalists. One individual, regaining composure, shouted into the camera, "What did he just say?" The scene froze. Transitioning back to the studio. In the midst of the ongoing season, host Bobby Klein laughed so heartily that he thumped the table, while beside him, former Stan Park Rangers legend Hector Ingram spread his arms in exasperation. "Can someone help me translate? What on earth did he just say?" His partner, former trained player Peter Nelson, leaned despondently against the table, unwilling to engage with the two. His team had suffered yet another defeat to Leeds City, and Huan's remarks during the post-match interview had once again thrust them into the spotlight of public scrutiny. The contentious penalty of the 2024-2025 season, the dramatic late equalizer of the 2025-2026 season, and this season's post-match comments from Huan had led Nelson to a disheartening realization. Nearly every encounter between Leeds City and Tramd sparked a fervent topic of discussion. As a supporter of Tramd, following his team's loss, he wished for the world to forget the match immediately. This may reflect a somewhat ostrich-like mentality, yet it encapsulates the genuine sentiment shared among fans after their team suffers defeat. After all, a single loss, repeatedly highlighted by the media, feels akin to a relentless flogging. Yet, contrary to expectations, every match between Tramd and Leeds City manages to generate fresh controversies. Ingram patted the despondent Nelson on the back. "It's not all bad, Peter." Even without Huan's impromptu interview performance, that single pass was enough to make this match a focal point of discussion. Nelson shot him a glance of disbelief. "You certainly have a way of providing comfort, Hector." Finally, Klein ceased his thumping and picked up his phone. Searching online for amusing comments, I found one where a fan remarked that Huan should not be playing for Leeds City. He ought to become a prime minister. His statements are of such caliber that they amount to nothing. I must remind this fan that Huan is Chinese, and according to our national laws, a Chinese individual cannot serve as prime minister. Oh, and there is another matter to address. The organization Concise English has announced that Huan's remarks have been nominated for the 2026 Bullheaded Nonsense Award. While the time until the final award announcement is limited, Huan's statements have surged to the forefront in the official voting, astonishingly eclipsing numerous formidable competitors to claim the top position. Notably, the original frontrunner for this accolade was none other than our esteemed Prime Minister Klein, who, in a tone reminiscent of news broadcasting, humorously pointed out the absurdity of the situation. However, he was not merely jesting. This is a genuine occurrence. Concise English is an organization dedicated to making English more succinct and accessible. Each year, they host the Bullheaded Nonsense Award on their website, specifically selecting the most verbose and incoherent speeches from the past year, aiming to critique those who fail to communicate effectively, indulging instead in pretentiousness and linguistic ostentation. In terms of incoherent and pretentious discourse, the realms of football, politics, and entertainment are the three major disaster zones. The organization once remarked on the speaking proficiency of football figures. The philosophical musings of those in the football world have consistently posed significant obstacles, as they tend to speak before they think. Throughout the history of English football, many such classic quotes have emerged. Yet, despite the abundance of precedents, Huan's remarks during today's post-match interview reached an unprecedented level of bewilderment for the audience. Immediately following the match, Concise English posted the transcript of Huan's interview on their website, which was then meticulously translated by their editors. The translation yielded the following, whose essence can be summarized as, Ultimately, Concise English offered this official commentary. "We all know that football figures enjoy rambling. When they speak, their brains often cease functioning. This hypocritical and tedious manner of speaking has long pervaded the football world, also corrupting the children who idolize these stars. Thus, we continuously witness successive generations of young players regurgitating the nonsensical phrases of their predecessors during interviews, often uttering statements so convoluted and incoherent that, upon reflection, they themselves may not grasp their meaning. This deplorable trend has reached its zenith in Huan's case today. Previously, such ramblings at least bore some semblance of disguise. Yet today Huan has completely stripped away this pretense, exposing a discourse that conveys something while simultaneously saying nothing at all to the public. We have analyzed Huan's prior interview statements, which did not exhibit such inadequacy. Clearly, this is not characteristic of his usual demeanor. Some members of our editorial team suggested that this might be Hu's form of resistance against the reporter's tedious inquiries. Just consider the questions posed to him. Why did you pass the ball to the unmarked Lasky? Unmarked. Ladies and gentlemen, take a moment to contemplate this question. Anyone with even a modest understanding of football would recognize the absurdity and tedium of such an inquiry. Why pass the ball to Lasky? Because he was unguarded, my friend. Perhaps it was precisely due to the reporter's rather tedious inquiries that Hu chose such an equally dull manner to respond, thereby expressing his protest. Nonsense. I have no inclination for that. I'm not a performance artist here to critique societal norms. Am I qualified for that? Hu Lai's words left Li Qingqing on the other end of the video call in fits of laughter. He had just returned from Manchester to this quaint villa in Leeds and was engaging in a video conversation with Li Qingqing. She must have seen the discussions online regarding Hu Lai's interview, prompting her to reach out. Like many others online, she was undoubtedly curious about Hu Lai's reasoning. As for why Hu Lai decided to pass the ball to Lasky, she was not inquisitive, for she had already been informed during their previous WeChat conversation about the team's united desire to assist Lasky in achieving his goal of 20 goals this season, so they could celebrate with a meal at Red Chili. So, what were you thinking at that moment? Li Qingqing, clearly half reclining on her apartment bed, donned an adorable dog-themed pajama set, her freshly washed hair piled atop her head. What else could I think? Just to brush it off. I couldn't possibly divulge the true reason to them. Hu Lai wandered about his room, holding his phone. He had just returned home. In fact, he had scarcely crossed the threshold when Li Qingqing's video request popped up on his screen. You're being far too casual. Then give me a reason. Li Qingqing on the other side genuinely pondered for a moment. After about 10 seconds of contemplation, her eyes brightened, and she sat up straight, addressing the camera with utmost seriousness. Just say that since you all asked with such sincerity, I shall graciously reveal it. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to safeguard global peace, and to uphold love and justice. Therefore, I decided to pass the ball to Lasky. How does that sound? Hu Lai rolled his eyes dramatically. That would lead to my social demise. You're afraid of social demise? Li Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise. Are you not aware of how the online community in our country is evaluating you? What are they saying? Hu Lai realized it had been some time since he had checked the domestic internet for compliments directed at him. They are planning to crowdfund the publication of your quotes. What nonsense. They even have a title ready. Who speaks? Ha. Li Qingqing could no longer contain her laughter, collapsing onto her bed, shaking with mirth. How could they possess such a distorted impression of me? What is Song Pongzi's public relations department doing? Hu Lai furrowed his brow, feeling his persona beginning to unravel. Li Qingqing continued to chuckle, saying between laughs, Song Jiejia didn't dare tell you that the public relations team is beyond saving. Your high school gossip has even been dug up online, let alone your professional career. A chill ran through Hu Lai's heart. If even his high school experiences had been exposed, then he was indeed in trouble. However, there is still one good piece of news, Hu Lai. Li Qingqing stifled her laughter, determined to articulate her thoughts completely. After the World Cup, wasn't Song Jiejia the one who facilitated the collective registration of the men's football team on the Goal website? Hu Lai nodded in acknowledgement. Due to their impressive performance at the World Cup, upon returning, Song Jiejia successfully negotiated with Goal, the largest football community website in the country, to have all the national players join and interact with their fans. He even organized an online Q&A event that received tremendous feedback, further solidifying his status as China's top football star. The good news was that your alias on Goal had not been revealed. Otherwise, that would have truly been a social death. Li Qingqing laughed so hard she nearly fell off the bed. In the early days, Hu Lai was quite active on Goal under the alias Hu in the Box, frequently participating in discussions about himself, and even posting to inquire how fans perceived his performance in certain matches. If that were to be exposed, his reputation would certainly be at stake. Hu Lai grinned. Only the two of us know about that account. As long as you don't spill the beans, no one will ever find out. With a smile adorning her face, Li Qingqing's eyes sparkled mischievously. You'd better bribe me, Hu Lai. What if one day I lose my composure and accidentally let it slip? How about this? Considering our long-standing friendship, I'll give you a discount. Just treat me to 10 meals, and I promise to keep my lips sealed. As she said this, she patted her chest, assuring him of her word. You've gone in circles just to wait for this. Hu Lai exclaimed in disbelief. Li Qingqing's eyes crinkled with laughter. Choose wisely, Hu Lai, 10 meals or social death. Faced with the weight of his greatest secret, Hulai had no choice but to surrender. All right, please, just keep a tab on it. Ah, keeping a tab? How many meals do you owe me already? When do you plan to settle that? Let us think it over, Hulai replied dismissively, feeling unconcerned about his growing debts. However, Li Qingqing was not about to let him off easily. No way. You must at least treat me to one meal. There's no better time than now. How about during the new year when the Premier League doesn't have matches? Who said anything about Christmas? I was talking about New Year's Day, she clarified. I've done my research, and after New Year's, there will be a period of light scheduling with only one FA Cup and League Cup match. Since you've already been eliminated from the League Cup, so you should have at least one day free. Her demeanor exuded confidence, clearly having prepared for this moment. Yet Hulai doused her enthusiasm with cold water. When would I have the time? Sister, don't forget, the Asian Cup is in January, and I'll have to return home for training soon. At his words, Li Qingqing paused, then realized that Hulai was not making excuses this time. On December 15th, he was indeed reporting to the national team. Thus, the possibility of spending Christmas together was dashed. The thought of this disappointment was evident on Li Qingqing's face. Seeing the forlorn girl in the video, Hulai, who had initially felt relieved to escape a precarious situation, seemed to be affected by her mood. After a moment of hesitation, he comforted her. Don't worry, I will definitely repay you. After all, we have a long time ahead. Are you really afraid I might default? That's hard to say, Li Qingqing mumbled, then raised her right hand, extending her pinky towards the camera. Pinky swear. Hulai shot her a glance of exasperation, yet obediently brought his pinky close to the camera. Pinky swear, no changing for 100 years. Li Qingqing chanted, this time with genuine conviction. Hulai, observing her earnestness, refrained from arguing and merely nodded. All right, no changing for 100 years. With Hulai's solemn promise, Li Qingqing's mood brightened, a radiant smile returning to her lovely face. Then cheer for the Asian Cup, Hulai. If you win the championship, you must treat me to a meal. Why should I treat you? Winning the championship is a joyous occasion. Shouldn't you host a celebration? Seeing Hulai's helpless expression, Li Qingqing burst into laughter. End of chapter 70. Like flowing water, thunder echoed above the Woolwich Stadium, resonating through the air. This was the applause of the Veronica fans. Amidst the cheers, Luo Kai raised both hands in gratitude towards the supporters in the stands who applauded him. The Dutch television commentator remarked, with just 5 minutes remaining in the match, Luo has been substituted early. In this game, he contributed 1 goal and 1 assist, helping Veronica lead 3-0 against the Hague Hercules. Should Veronica secure victory, it can be said that Luo is the team's greatest asset, not just in this match, but throughout the season, as he has been pivotal in Veronica's rise to the top of the Eredivisie. With 9 goals and 6 assists, he has directly contributed to 15 goals, accounting for more than a third of Veronica's total league goals. The Veronica fans were filled with regret, for such an outstanding forward was about to return home to participate in the Asian Cup, missing at least a month of matches. It was precisely for this reason that head coach Harold decided to substitute Luo early, allowing him to relish the farewell from the home crowd. In the televised broadcast, many Veronica fans in the stands rose to their feet, applauding the player below. Sui Xian, standing in the stands clad in a black wool coat, with a Veronica scarf around his neck, appeared to have fully embraced his role as a Veronica supporter. His actions mirrored those of the surrounding fans, clapping and watching the figure below who was raising his hands in appreciation. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Just last season, when he and Luo Kai had first joined the team, they had felt invisible for an extended period, not only in the team, but also in the little town. No one cared whether he played or how he performed. When he struggled to integrate into the team, the absence of attention was the greatest sorrow. Reflecting on the current scene, how could Sui Xian, then engulfed in despair and turmoil, have ever imagined this moment? Now, he was immensely grateful for having heeded Luo Kai's advice and exerted effort to secure a lease for Veronica. The situation is not as straightforward and smooth as the news might suggest. Behind the simple official announcement lies a complex negotiation between him and the club. Initially, Tremb was reluctant to extend the loan of Roque to the relegated Veronica, believing that the lower league would not provide an adequate environment for his development. They intended to loan Roque to the prestigious Belgian Pro League team, Antwerp, with which Tremb had a fruitful partnership. Additionally, Belgium's proximity to the Netherlands, along with the linguistic and cultural similarities between the two countries, would mean that Roque would not have to start from scratch in adapting to a new environment. It is evident that Tramed held Roque's future in high regard, as reflected in their choice of team. However, Roque remained resolute in his desire to stay with Veronica. After much debate, Tramed ultimately acquiesced to Roque's request for an extended loan to Veronica, but their conversation revealed underlying pressure on Swayexan. Clearly, the club was not entirely pleased with Roque's assertiveness. If he were to underperform at Veronica, they might terminate the loan early and recall him. In such a scenario, should they fail to find a suitable loan destination, he could end up training with Tramed's reserve team, devoid of any match play. Such an outcome would undoubtedly be unfavorable for Roque. Fortunately, he has excelled this season, having fully acclimatized to the Dutch environment and the team's tactics, consistently making significant contributions on the field. Tramed has since ceased discussions about ending the loan prematurely, allowing Roque to focus solely on his game at Veronica. This success is a testament to Roque's hard work. Observing the current scene, it is clear that this victory is his own. Swayexan feels genuinely happy for Roque. Unlike Hulai, he chose the most arduous path. Despite encountering unimaginable challenges, he persevered and emerged victorious. Choosing the hardest road often leads to the most exquisite vistas. You deserve all of this, Roque. At that moment, Chun Xingyi noticed his teammate Laurent Abils with the ball in the center and from the wing. He suddenly accelerated diagonally towards the middle, calling out, "Pass." He unreservedly demanded the ball from Abils, a key midfielder for Amsterdam Athletic. Without hesitation, Abils passed the ball to him. As he received it, a defender from Rotterdam Elite rushed towards him. However, Chun Xingyi seemed prepared. He did not stop the ball, but deftly flicked it with the tip of his right foot to his forward teammate, Mario Ingas, who was positioned on his left flank. After the pass, he did not halt, but circled around the defender, making a gesture for Ingas to return the ball. Ingas, without stopping, played a quick 1-2. And they executed a brilliant wall pass. "Chun, what a beautiful combination," exclaimed the commentator, raising his voice as the crowd's excitement reached a crescendo. Fearing his commentary would be drowned out, he felt compelled to amplify his enthusiasm. The central defender of Rotterdam Elite surged forward to intercept with great intensity. Yet Chun Xingyi deftly nudged the ball forward with his right foot, elegantly twisting his body to neutralize a significant portion of the opponent's charge. With his agile physique and swiftness, he glided past his adversary. The ball and he parted ways beautifully. Chun made a diagonal run into the penalty area. What an opportunity! Amidst the cacophony of fervent cheers, Chun Xingyi faced the second Rotterdam Elite central defender rushing at him, as well as the goalkeeper attempting to thwart his shot. With a gentle flick of his right foot's outer edge, he skillfully lifted the ball over the gap between the two defenders, tracing a graceful parabola toward the net. Simultaneously, Chun turned his head, fixated on the ball, eagerly anticipating his inaugural goal in the Eredivisie. Alas, the ball narrowly grazed the far post before sailing out of bounds. "Oh dear," the Dutch commentator lamented, burying his head in his hands, as if he himself had squandered the opportunity. Chun Xingyi felt a pang of regret as well. Yet he merely stuck out his tongue and made a playful grimace, shaking his head in disbelief, even more disheartened than the commentator appeared. After just 7 minutes on the pitch as a substitute, Chun nearly scored his first goal for Ajax Amsterdam, almost sealing the outcome of this fierce duel between the two teams prematurely. Such a pity, such a pity. The television broadcast transitioned from a close-up of Chun Xingyi's disappointed expression to his incisive breakthrough moments. From a sudden cut-in to receiving the pass, he executed his moves in fluid succession, utilizing his remarkable agility to evade the overly aggressive central defender of Rotterdam Elite. Finally, faced with dual opposition, he unexpectedly attempted a backheeled shot, seamlessly executed. The commentator continuously praised. All these actions were performed at high speed. Chun moved with a fluid grace, circumventing obstacles like water flowing around stones, seamlessly navigating turns without being hindered by any barriers. His rhythm left the Rotterdam Elite defense trailing behind. What a shame. On the sidelines, before the away team's coaching staff, the assistant coach expressed regret for Chun Xingyi's near miss. Had he scored, it could have been the best goal of this round. Head coach Jupp Monstert maintained a stoic expression. More regrettable is that after displaying such form, he is set to depart from us. The assistant coach paused, realizing Monstert referred to Chin's upcoming national team duty. We waited half a season, allowing him time to adapt and integrate into the team. Just as he was about to succeed, he is being pulled back to participate in that wretched Asian Cup. Monstert remained expressionless, though his words were tinged with frustration. I wonder if he will be able to keep pace with us after the Asian Cup. Perhaps everything will have to start anew, damn it all. The last expletive was muttered softly by Monstert. In truth, the absence of Chun Xingyi should not significantly impact the team. He need not be so irate. Monstert felt a sense of loss for Chun Xingyi, just as he was on the cusp of finding his rhythm. He was summoned back to compete in the Asian Cup, losing at least a month. He harbored doubts regarding the training and competitive caliber of the Chinese team in comparison to the illustrious Ajax of the Eredivisie, which led Monster to worry that Chun Xingyi's form and confidence might be disrupted. There's nothing to be done, Jup. Chun is a key player for the national team. The assistant coach explained. They performed remarkably at the World Cup, and it is said they aspire to clinch the championship this time. South Korea, Japan, and Iran have all recalled their players from Europe. Why shouldn't the Chinese team do the same? Monster shrugged, responding, that is not my concern. I'm merely the head coach of Ajax, not of the Chinese team. At this juncture, the assistant coach jested, speaking of which. Jorge nearly became the head coach of the Chinese team. What a pity that didn't materialize. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here covertly complaining. You could just call him directly. Monster replied with a hint of irritation. You know I wouldn't dare. He is my superior. Having briefly served as Jorge De Long's assistant coach upon his retirement, he felt he couldn't act with bravado in De Long's presence. Meanwhile, as the two coaches exchanged banter, the match continued on the field. Ajax, playing away, held a one-goal lead against Rotterdam Elite. With 10 minutes remaining, there was ample time for Rotterdam Elite to mount a comeback. However, Chun Xingyi's entry provided Ajax with an additional offensive threat, causing discomfort for the opposing team. Consequently, Rotterdam Elite was unable to secure a victory at home against Ajax before the final whistle, and as the league approached its midpoint, the team from the capital led the standings, with the title of half-season champion all but assured. Yet, despite his efforts, Chun Xingyi could not register his first goal for Ajax, leaving him with a lingering sense of regret to be addressed upon his return from the national team. After the match, the team's main center-back, Danny Drew, approached and comforted Chun Xingyi with an arm around his shoulder. That shot was truly beautiful. It's a pity it didn't go in. But fret not, Xing. If you keep playing like this, I believe you will be ever closer to your goal. Just be careful of injuries when you return to the national team. Thank you, Danny. I will be cautious, Chun Xingyi replied. Good luck, Xing. I will miss you. My dear friend. Chun Xingyi smiled. In fact, we still have to return to the locker room together before heading back to Amsterdam. I want to be heading directly to the airport. My flight departs tomorrow afternoon. Drew waved his hand dismissively. Just a heads up. I fear I might forget. Oh, this friendship of yours. Drew laughed heartily, giving Chun Xingyi's shoulder a robust pat. Chun Xingyi simply shook his head with a smile, choosing not to engage with Drew's antics. During his over 5 months at Ajax, although he had yet to score, he had gained friends within the team and adjusted to a wholly unfamiliar environment. Overall, it was a step upward. Despite his momentum being temporarily interrupted by his national team duties for the Asian Cup, which seemed a loss, Chun Xingyi remained devoid of any feelings of anxiety or regret. He remained resolutely confident in his future at the club. Like flowing water, one should navigate around obstacles rather than engage in a life-and-death struggle. What matters is to move forward and not to halt before reaching the sea. Luo Kai revels in embracing challenges, scaling the highest peaks, traversing the most arduous paths, enduring the harshest blows, and witnessing the most breathtaking vistas. It seems that without experiencing such trials, life feels incomplete and existence lacks meaning. In contrast, Chun Xingyi is not so obstinate. When faced with difficulties at Golden Arrow, he transitions to the second division team, Flash Star, assisting Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghwan. The former high school prodigy finds his own brilliance overshadowed by Hu Lai, yet he remains unperturbed by the perception of merely riding on someone else's coattails. He adapts to the circumstances, flowing with the current, amassing experiences along the way, evolving from a mere trickle to a torrential flow capable of reshaping mountains and landscapes. This epitomizes the journey of Chun Xingyi. Chapter 71. Collective reunion. As he intently gazed at the La Liga schedule on his phone, Yongjun let out a heavy sigh, drawing Zhang Qinghwan's attention. What's the matter, Uncle Yong? Missing home? Don't worry, we'll be back in a couple of days. And you can spend quality time at home. Yongjun interrupted Zhang Qinghwan's speculation. What are you thinking? I feel a sense of regret for you. Regret for me? What do I have to be regretful about? On the 15th, during the 16th round of La Liga, you could have challenged the Royal Madrid at the Crown Stadium. Zhang Qinghwan suddenly understood, That match involved Seria playing away against Real Madrid. Thus, he playfully teased his agent, Uncle Yong. Do you possess some sort of achievement system as an agent? What nonsense are you talking about? Yong Jun retorted. Then why are you so fixated on checking off your goals? I might not make it to the Crown Stadium this time, but there will be future opportunities. Do you think I won TB with Seria next season? Future is future, and now is now. Your momentum is so strong at present. Yet you'll be off to the Asian Cup, and by the time you return, your position in the team may be lost, requiring you to compete anew and readjust. Well, there is nothing I can do about that, is there? Zhang Qinghuan shrugged. Am I supposed to refuse the national team? Yong Jun sighed, choosing to remain silent. Naturally, Zhang Qinghuan could not decline the national team's call-up. Unless he was not summoned, he would certainly participate in the Asian Cup while in good form. If the Asian Cup 4 years hence did not hold as much significance for him, he could approach it lightly. Yet, this season marked Zhang Qinghuan's debut in Europe, during the crucial adaptation period, making his participation in the Asian Cup seem ill-advised to Yong Jun. However, as merely an agent, he opted not to meddle in national team matters, adhering to his boundaries and ceasing further discussion. Zhang Qinghuan, however, chuckled. If we are to speak of regret, it is Hulai who truly deserves it. He can't even play in the final group stage match of the Champions League. What is regrettable about that? Whether Leeds City plays in this Champions League group match or not doesn't affect their performance in the second half of the season in the Europa League. Noticing that Yong Jun did not grasp the crux of the matter, Zhang Qinghuan elaborated, but for Hulai, missing one match means losing the chance to compete for the Champions League Golden Boot. What are you talking about? Yong Jun thought he misheard. The Champions League Golden Boot? What are you thinking? How could one become a Golden Boot winner by only playing in the group stage? As soon as he uttered these words, Zhang Qinghuan replied, the World Cup Golden Boot. Yong Jun cleared his throat, an indication of his discontent. The World Cup concluded with merely 7 matches, and scoring 5 or 6 goals might suffice to vie for the Golden Boot. However, how many matches does the Champions League entail? The group stage alone consists of 6 matches, and when one adds the knockout rounds, culminating in the final, it totals 13 matches. To rely solely on goals from 6 group matches to secure the Golden Boot is to underestimate the prowess of the world's elite players. Zhang Qinghuan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. It's not me, Uncle Yong, it's Hulai. Did Hulai actually say that? Not exactly. We were just teasing him with that remark. Yong Jun sighed in relief. I doubt he has become that arrogant. Hulai, having netted 5 goals, was fortunate enough to lift the Golden Boot at this summer's World Cup. Yet, the same 5 goals would not distinguish him in the Champions League. Currently, leading the Champions League scoring chart is Mendy Pay, the forward from Paris Sager, who has struck 7 goals in 5 group matches. Following closely is Prince Alexandre Salados, playing for Real Madrid, who, despite missing the first group match due to injury, managed to score 6 goals in just 4 matches, a remarkable efficiency. Also among the 6 goal scorers is the formidable Caesar from the Italian powerhouse Torino Bulls. At 34 years of age, he shows no signs of decline, remaining the intimidating Caesar that sends shivers down opponents' spines. Trailing behind these 3 is a group of 4 players who have each scored 5 goals, including not only Hulai but also Marvin Stones, the main forward for Manchester Athletic, the Dutchman Max Kyrie from Madrid Pirates, and Sosa Espinola from Blue-White Munich. None of them are unknown. They are all top-tier figures well established in the global football arena. This highlights the fierce competition within the Champions League. Thus, Yong Jun's assertion that they believe Hulai could attain the Golden Boot solely from the group stage is a clear underestimation of the world's heroes. The Champions League, as the pinnacle of tactical and technical football on earth, assembles the finest players globally across all positions. To become the Golden Boot winner in the Champions League signifies that one is undoubtedly among the elite scorers. Consequently, the selection of the Champions League's best lineup each season can be regarded as a representation of the 11 most skilled individuals on the planet that year. Although the Champions League does not currently have a Best Player award, the seasonal best lineup can be viewed as the ultimate accolade. And those who secure a place within it are undoubtedly the crème de la crème of European football. Given the status and caliber of European football on the world stage, it can be equated to the pinnacle of global football. Players consistently chosen for the Champions League best lineup over multiple seasons are undoubtedly the most exceptional in their respective positions, establishing themselves as indisputable superstars in the world of football. In the 81st minute of the match, Leeds City utilized their final substitution, with Clark replacing Kamara with Walsh. This implies that Hu will remain on the field to complete the match. As there is no need to participate in the final group stage of the Champions League next week, thus alleviating concerns about Hu's stamina. The television broadcast provided a close-up of Hu Lai, with subtitles at the bottom of the screen announcing 2 goals in this match. Leeds City is leading the newly promoted Sunderland 4-1 away. With approximately 10 minutes remaining, this score nearly guarantees that Leeds City will secure 3 points. By the time Welsh international Jack Walsh entered the field, the atmosphere of the match had become exceedingly relaxed. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the game had entered garbage time prematurely. Leeds City slowed down their pace, no longer pressing aggressively, and Sunderland, faced with such a substantial deficit, had also lost the will to resist. Walsh had little expectation for his substitute appearance. After sustaining an injury in early October, he had only recently returned. His entry onto the pitch was simply an opportunity to reacquaint himself with the long-lost sensations of competition, and the head coach did not harbor high hopes for him. The match did not necessitate any remarkable performance from him. Consequently, when Walsh delivered a cross from the flank, it was executed rather casually, sailing over both the near post and the center, heading towards the far post. Just when Walsh himself did not anticipate anything significant to occur, a figure surged into the scene at the far post, launching a shot from a tight angle that redirected the incoming football towards the goal. The Sunderland goalkeeper, unable to react in time, could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the net he was guarding. Wow. Hu. It's Hu. A hat trick. This marks his first hat trick of the season in the league. Finally, it has arrived. Clark's decision to keep him on the field was indeed prudent. Jack Walsh was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected to provide an assist upon his immediate entry. However, Hu Lai approached him to celebrate, giving him a thumbs up. Well done, Jack. Walsh, momentarily stunned, nodded repeatedly. Right. I saw you making a run to the far post, so I intentionally aimed for that. Huh. Hu, you truly did not waste my pass to deliver such a level of crossing right after entering the game. Jack, it seems your condition is recovering well. Lorenzo, adorned with the captain's armband, rushed over to embrace Walsh, praising him and expressing his happiness. Other Leeds City players gathered around, celebrating Hu Lai's hat trick and applauding Jack Walsh's assist upon his return from injury, signifying that his comeback was successful and a positive omen. Clark turned to assistant coach Randall, saying, I assure you, I did not keep him on the field solely for the sake of achieving a hat trick. Randall chuckled heartily. Regardless of the reason, Walsh's assist right after his recovery will greatly bolster his confidence. If Walsh can perform consistently, I believe it will undoubtedly benefit us in the upcoming half-season. Consider this a farewell gift from Hu to you. Clark shook his head, expressing that the more he behaved in such a manner, the more reluctant he would be to let him go. Matthew Cox also remarked, wondering if, after witnessing Hu's hat trick, the Leeds City fans would miss him even more. Hu would be absent for at least a month, and by the time he returned, the UEFA Europa League might be ablaze once more. However, this news was a boon for other teams in the Premier League. They could breathe a sigh of relief with Hu, in such outstanding form, temporarily departing from the league. On December 13, 2026, the day following Leeds City's 5-1 triumph over Sandville, the hero of the match, Hu Lai, packed his belongings and departed from Leeds, boarding a flight back to China. Among all the overseas players, he was the last to leave, as he had played in the final match. Players like Wang Guangwei and Xia Xiaoyu, who had not even seen action in the first team, had bid farewell to the club a week prior, returning to the national team for training. While Hu Lai was still at the London airport, Chinese journalists captured and disseminated photos and videos of him across domestic networks. As the last player to return to the national team, his arrival signified that the team, which had been training for half a month, could finally prepare for the highly anticipated Asian Cup in its most complete form. Chapter 72. An ominous sign. Lin Ziyuan reclined slightly on the bed, gazing at the individuals before him. First was his agent, Qiu Xinrong, followed by the head coach of the Chinese team, Dong Jianhai, team leader Hong Renjia, and chief physician Yuan Bo. The four encircled the bed, their eyes fixed upon him. He turned his gaze towards Qiu Xinrong, silently inquiring, but Uncle Qiu averted his gaze, leaving Lin's heart plummeting as a foreboding feeling washed over him. Indeed, the chief physician, Yuan Bo, spoke. The MRI results are in, Ziyuan. What are the results? Lin Ziyuan asked cautiously. Your right ankle ligament is 2/3 torn. The good news is that surgery is not required, and with comprehensive treatment and rehabilitation, there is a significant chance it will not impact your athletic abilities. However, your injury will take at least a month and a half to heal, not including the time needed for rehabilitation training. Yuan Bo paused, hesitating to continue. Throughout Yuan Bo's announcement, Lin Yuan did not blink, his eyes locked onto him, seemingly holding his breath, which made Yuan Bo hesitant to deliver the final verdict. Ultimately, it was the team leader, Hong Renjia, who bore the burden of this grim news, stating, "So, you will certainly miss this Asian Cup, Yuan." Stunned into silence, Lin Yuan finally regained his senses and lowered his head, cursing, "Damn it, why me?" None of the four could answer his question. In fact, they too pondered, why Lin Yuan? Why the main goalkeeper of the Chinese team? Just the night before, following the team's training, they had played their first warm-up match against the relatively weak Bahrain team. Although it was merely a friendly, Dong Jinhai had fielded nearly all of his main players, except for Hu Lai. Due to Hu Lai's recent return from Leeds just 2 days ago, he is still grappling with the time difference and is not in optimal physical condition. Consequently, he sat on the substitutes bench for this match, with Zhou Zijing taking his place in the starting lineup. Zhou appeared eager to seize this rare opportunity, demonstrating remarkable enthusiasm right from the outset. Within merely 3 minutes of the match beginning, he nearly scored with a header that struck the Bahrain goalpost. Although he did not find the net, he nonetheless opened the scoring for the Chinese team in the 12th minute. Following this, the match fell into a rhythm familiar to the Chinese squad. After all, both the personnel and tactical arrangements closely resembled those of the previous national team under Shi Wuyin, requiring little adaptation. By the end of the first half, the Chinese team had already established a commanding 3-goal lead over Bahrain. The outcome of the match seemed unequivocal, and everyone anticipated celebrating the national team's performance afterward. Unexpectedly, however, a turn of events occurred just 4 minutes into the second half. Bahrain successfully executed a counterattack, presenting a one-on-one opportunity. Lin Yuan, in an attempt to intercept, collided with the opposing forward, resulting in their legs becoming entangled. He endured a painful twist, unable to extricate his foot in the midst of their entanglement. Lin required a lengthy 6-minute examination and treatment on the field. Following this, he endeavored to continue playing. His presence on the pitch reassured commentators and Chinese fans, who sighed in relief, believing he had sustained no serious injury. However, merely 3 minutes later, Lin sat down on the field during a stoppage in play, raising his hand to signal for a substitution. He could no longer persevere in the match. Although the Chinese team ultimately triumphed with a score of 4-2 against Bahrain, securing their first victory in this friendly match, the atmosphere was far from celebratory. Concern for Lin Yuan's injury overshadowed the victory. As the primary goalkeeper for the Chinese team, any significant injury to him could spell disaster for China's upcoming Asian Cup campaign, evoking a sense of melancholy. Reflecting on the past year, during the final round of the World Cup qualifiers, Lin had faced harsh criticism from fans after a grave error that left the Chinese team precariously hanging by a thread, on the brink of collapse. His redemption came only after he saved a crucial penalty in the second leg of the playoffs. At that time, no one could have foreseen that they would one day be troubled by Lin's inability to compete for the national team. Despite conceding 6 goals in the World Cup, no one doubted Lin Yuan's capabilities. Following the tournament, rumors emerged of interest from Serie A giants in Lin, which was confirmed by his agent, Xiao Xinrong, indicating that Lin's prowess was unquestionable. Ultimately, however, prioritizing his career, Lin declined the offer from the Italian club and chose to remain with the domestic powerhouse, South China Tigers, where he could secure playing time. This decision proved to be astute, as Lin demonstrated consistent performance in the Chinese Super League, playing 30 matches in a season while conceding only 24 goals. With a 5-point lead over the second-place team, the South China Tiger has secured the championship a round early. Lin Yuan's remarkable performance in the league, coupled with the overseas contingent, has ignited a fervent hope among Chinese fans for the national team's achievements in this year's Asian Cup. However, before the tournament even commenced, these dreamers were dealt a significant blow. Yet, none were more affected than Lin Yuan himself. At this moment, he sat on the edge of his bed, head bowed, having uttered a curse at the onset, but thereafter fell into a profound silence, avoiding eye contact with others. Concealing his face from view, the 4 individuals beside the bed exchanged glances, at a loss as to how to console him. Eventually, it was the agent, Xiao Xinrong, who suggested, "Let us step outside." He led the way to the door, ensuring to close it gently behind them. In that fleeting moment, a muffled expletive laced with anguish escaped through the crack of the door. Qiu Xinrong sighed and addressed the national team officials, allow him to vent his frustrations. Any matters arising, let them be conveyed to me first, and I shall relay them to him. Hong Renjie and Dong Jianhai shared a knowing look before the former replied. Very well. We just conferred with the insurance representatives regarding the club's compensation. The national team's operations have become significantly more structured than before. Should any player sustain injuries while participating in national team matches or training, the respective clubs will be compensated. However, this is not funded directly by the Football Association. Rather, they enter into insurance agreements beforehand, ensuring that in the event of an accident, the insurance company will provide the necessary compensation. This prevents scenarios where clubs offer lucrative salaries yet suffer financial setbacks due to players' injuries while representing the national team. Qiu Xinrong nodded in agreement. You all may carry on. I will remain here. The three departed, leaving Qiu Xinrong seated outside the hospital room, his back against the wall, quietly absorbing the faint sounds of weeping emanating from within. News of Lin Ziyuan's confirmed absence from the Asian Cup and his premature withdrawal from national team training soon circulated within the team. Despite the anticipation of such an outcome, the definitive nature of the news struck them with discomfort. Lin Ziyuan's rapport within the national team was not particularly strong, owing to his eccentric personality, which often drew criticism. Nonetheless, he was a comrade with whom they had shared the battlefield on the World Cup stage. The loss of this comrade evoked a sense of collective sorrow among them. After all, injury is an ever-present companion for professional athletes. It is not a matter of whether one will be injured, but rather when. Today it was Lin Ziyuan, tomorrow it could just as easily be one of them. Consider Gao Rumin, who had to bid farewell to the World Cup prematurely due to injury, and even now has yet to regain his form post-recovery, resulting in his exclusion from the national team training roster ahead of this Asian Cup. Although the crew members had made a pact to reunite 4 years later on the Iberian Peninsula after returning from the World Cup, the reality is that, come that time, how many among this team will truly have the opportunity to shine again? Often, the decisive factors are not merely their prowess, but rather the whims of fortune. Take Gao Rumin and Lin Ziyuan, for instance. After confirming his absence from the Asian Cup, Lin Ziyuan departed from the national training squad and returned to his club in Lingnan City, where he would undertake rehabilitation supported by the club's medical team. If all goes well, he may be fit in time for the new season of the Chinese Super League, commencing in March of next year. Despite donning oversized sunglasses, Lin Ziyuan's despondency was unmistakable in the news footage. He refrained from engaging with any media representatives at the airport, a rare occurrence for someone who typically relishes the spotlight. This suggests that even 3 days later, he had not yet emerged from the shadows of injury. The impact on a professional athlete is far greater than one might assume. Silently, he was pushed into the awaiting business vehicle by his agent, Qiu Xinrong, with his head bowed. While Lin Ziyuan's departure has cast a pall over the national team, training has not ceased in preparation for the Asian Cup. However, public optimism regarding China's performance in this tournament has significantly waned compared to initial expectations. It is often said that a stellar goalkeeper can elevate an entire team. Lin Ziyuan undoubtedly ranks as the premier goalkeeper in the country. Despite conceding 6 goals during the World Cup, one can only speculate that a lesser talent might have fared even worse. Thus, his absence represents a considerable loss for the Chinese team. To put it another way, losing a key player at such a critical juncture is hardly an auspicious sign. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 73. He is unlike others during practice. Salif Sidhu suddenly clutched his knee and sat down. Initially, everyone was taken aback, as there was no contact occurring at that moment, and no one else was within a 5-meter radius. They initially assumed he was simply fatigued. However, it soon became evident that Sidhu was injured. Damn it, muttered assistant coach Sam Landell, blowing his whistle to halt the ongoing scrimmage. The medical team on standby rushed onto the field to assess Sidhu's condition. Meanwhile, head coach Clark approached Sidhu with purpose, signaling for the other players to retreat to the sidelines and refrain from crowding around. The players obediently moved to the rest area to hydrate. Yet their concern for Sidhu was palpable as they cast glances in his direction. Clark positioned himself a few paces away, allowing the medical team to carry out their work without interference. Though Tom Middle had yet to complete his examination, Clark, reading the pain etched on Sidhu's face, could surmise with considerable certainty that the injury was serious. This season has indeed been unfortunate for Leeds City, having invested a staggering £30 million. Setting a record for the club's transfer fees, they anticipated the arrival of a formidable player. However, the reality has been far from expectations. Not only has his performance on the field been lackluster, but he has also sustained an injury during training. Logically, at the age of 29, Sidhu should be in the prime of his career, and he is not known for a fragile physique. During his time at Berlin Goslar, he had only suffered 3 minor injuries, none of which were severe. Yet, it seems that his first major knee injury has befallen Leeds City. Thus, £30 million appear to have gone down the drain. Clark's speculation proved accurate as Benal soon approached him, whispering, "Sidhu claims he is experiencing significant knee pain. I suspect a serious issue with his ligaments. We need to arrange for a thorough examination." "Very well," Clark replied calmly, nodding in agreement. He then moved to Sidhu's side, gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort, saying, "Do not worry, Salif. It is nothing grave. You will recover. Now, let us proceed with the examination." After offering reassurance to Sidhu, he permitted Benal to assist him to the medical assessment. As Benal and Sidhu departed, they happened to brush past assistant coach Sam Rander. Rander refrained from stopping them for further inquiries, but offered a comforting pat on Sidhu's shoulder, watching them leave before turning back to Clark. "What is the situation?" he inquired. "I suspect Sidhu is done for the season," Sam Clark revealed. "Damn it," Rander cursed. "Do you realize what this implies, Sam?" It means we have lost a defensive midfielder?" Rander ventured, attempting to guess. "It means I must consult Eric and inquire why our recruitment efforts for this position have been so sluggish." The coaching staff did not wait until Sidhu's injury to decide on the need for a new midfielder. Long before this incident, Clark had finalized several transfer targets with Matt Dawn and submitted the list to the club. Yet, there has been no progress to date. Sidhu's injury has resurfaced this issue, reaching a point of complete negligence. However, the recruitment process falls under the purview of Nevin. Rander reminded him that the club's football director, Nevin Powell, is responsible for transfers. "I am aware, Sam. Yet, if I can approach Eric directly, why should I go through Nevin?" Upon hearing Clark's words, Rander smirked. From this statement, he could discern Clark's discontent with the club's recruitment process. He seemed intent on leveraging general manager Eric Duffy to pressure Nevin Powell, lest his authority as head coach be rendered ineffective. "I have some bad news, Eric." As Clark knocked on the door to the general manager's office, he addressed Eric Duffy, who sat behind the desk, straightforwardly. "Sidhu is injured. His entire season is over." Eric Duffy paused momentarily, rising from his seat. He had already grasped the reason for Clark's visit to deliver this news. Ordinarily, an injury to a player would not necessitate informing the general manager, who has numerous responsibilities. Player injuries do not fall under his domain, as he is not the team doctor. Clark's appearance today subtly conveyed his dissatisfaction with the club's recruitment efforts. He articulated, "Tony, Nevin has been traversing Europe lately, all for the names on your list. Regrettably, either the clubs refuse to release their players or their asking prices are exorbitant. It is no secret that we are in dire need of a competent defensive midfielder. Everyone is eager to take advantage of our situation." "Europe?" Clark retorted. "Has he ventured to Asia?" Duffy was left speechless. Observing Duffy's expression, Clark deduced that Nevin had not traveled there either. He refrained from expressing anger, instead letting out a long sigh. Hearing this sigh, Eric Duffy felt even more remorseful and hastily explained, "Initially, we intended to prioritize players currently competing in Europe, as they tend to adapt more readily." Clark chose not to argue with Duffy, even though he suspected that Nevin and Duffy simply wished to avoid dealing with that insufferable individual. He accepted Duffy's explanation and remarked, "Then Nevin can make a trip to China now, can't he?" Yes, I'll arrange it immediately," Duffy replied, grabbing his phone to call football director Nevin Bauer in front of Clark. Since Clark led the team to an English Premier League championship, his status within the club had significantly elevated, and even the general manager dared not offend him easily. After all, a coach of Clark's caliber is a prized asset wherever he goes. Yet it remained uncertain whether Leeds City could find another coach of such skill after letting him go. "I am full, thank you, brother Lin and sister-in-law," Sun Chuan Junping said as he rose from his chair, bowing in gratitude to Qin Lin and his wife. "Oh, I've told you not to be so formal." Wang Yuan waved her hand, feeling that Sun Chuan Junping was being overly stubborn. "We eat every day. Having you join us is merely adding another pair of chopsticks. It's really no trouble." Qin Lin looked up at the rising Sun Chuan Junping and suggested, "Son, Perhaps you should consider moving out. Living alone in such a large apartment may not suit you. Thank you for your concern, Brother Lin, Sun Chuan Junping replied, shaking his head. But this is my home in Jincheng. Where else would I stay? Having witnessed Sun Chuan Junping's stubbornness, Qin Lin merely shook his head without further persuasion. Well then, Brother Lin, sister-in-law, I shall take my leave, Sun Chuan Junping said, nodding in thanks once more before turning to exit. I'll see you off. Qin Lin stood up to accompany him. Sun Chuan Junping did not decline the kind gesture. He paused to bow again, saying, Thank you, Brother Lin. Qin Lin waved his hand, placing an arm around Sun Chuan Junping's shoulder as they walked out together. They only made it to the entrance of his yard, where Qin Lin gave Sun Chuan Junping's shoulder a firm squeeze and waved goodbye. Standing at the gate, Qin Lin watched as Sun Chuan Junping crossed the road to the grand white villa, pulling out his keys to open the door. After entering, he glanced back at Qin Lin, who remained at the entrance, and bowed once more. It was not until Qin Lin gestured for him to hurry inside that he turned and entered the house. The heavy door was closed with a dull thud. Isn't it a bit eerie for that child Sun Chuan to live alone in such a large house? Wang Yuan's voice echoed in Qin Lin's ears. Just in our home. Even with just Chi and me, I wouldn't dare to turn off the lights. Qin Lin glanced back at his wife, who had appeared by his side at some point, before directing his gaze once more towards the white house shrouded in twilight. Indeed, I would also feel afraid living alone in that house, he remarked. Wang Yuan joined him in gazing at the house, continuing to chatter. That child Sun Chuan is quite pitiful. Hu Lai and the others have all left, leaving him to watch over the place alone. The Japanese team didn't select him for the Asian Cup, simply because he remained in the Super League. Just half a year ago, he was on the field in the World Cup, and now he can't even participate in the Asian Cup. Alas, I remember Lao Zhao mentioning that Sun Chuan's thoughts are quite different from those of ordinary people, which is why others often fail to understand him. Qin Lin gestured to his temple as he spoke, whether in domestic clubs in Japan or on the U23 team. It seems nothing has changed when he reached the national team. He has few friends in Japan. Wang Yuan nodded, and from her interactions and understanding of Sun Chuan Junping, she too sensed that his mental world was distinctly different from that of most individuals. But in Flash Star, he made friends. This house must hold extraordinary significance for him. While we find it frightening to live alone in such a large house, he perceives it as a blessing. The larger space can accommodate him and his friends. But now that his friends have all left, didn't they agree to leave the house vacant? Wang Yuan inquired. Qin Lin gazed at the villa and replied, That's why I say Sun Chuan's thoughts diverge from ours. He stays here not merely to reside, but to safeguard this place, as a house left uninhabited for too long will deteriorate. At that moment, a warm orange glow emanated from the second-floor window. Sun Chuan Junping closed the villa's main door, changed his shoes, and traversed the dark, empty living room, turning right up the staircase to the second floor, where he first illuminated the corridor. He then turned towards the bathroom. After a while, the sound of running water echoed from within. Subsequently, he reappeared in the corridor, mop in hand, and began to clean the floor, sweeping from one end to the other. He then unlocked Wang Guangwei's room, turned on the light, and continued mopping. Upon finishing, he turned off the light, exited, and locked the door behind him. He turned towards the bathroom to wash the mop, the sound of water rising and falling. Empty-handed, Sun Chuan Junping emerged and returned to his own room. Once the light illuminated his space, he seated himself at the desk and opened a notebook before him. It was a record of cleaning duties. When they initially rented the villa together, they had periodically hired a cleaner for the shared areas. However, each individual was responsible for their own room. Now that they had all departed, leaving their rooms unattended, Sun Chuan Junping took it upon himself to handle this task. With only himself to look after, and with training and competitions demanding much of his time, he could only spare a moment today to clean one room, and another moment tomorrow for the next. Day after day, he dedicated a week to meticulously cleaning the rooms of the 6 individuals. To ensure he did not forget which room had been attended to, he prepared a daily sanitation log, inscribed with the names of the 6. Each room that he had cleaned was marked with a tick beneath the corresponding name. Now, as he added a new mark under Lao Wang's name, it indicated that Wang Guangwei's room had been tidied this week. After recording this, he closed the log and set it aside. He then picked up the tablet from the other side of the table and, beneath the 2 Hu Lai jerseys hanging on the wall, immersed himself in learning English through the app. The dimly lit room soon resonated with 2 distinct accents of English recitation. Chapter 74. The watcher of the Villa Qin Lin stood on the small terrace of his second floor, gazing toward the backyard of the villa diagonally ahead. There lay a small soccer field enclosed by a netted wall. Once lively, the soccer field was now enveloped in silence. Yet, Qin Lin remained there, his gaze unwavering. Before long, he noticed a figure emerging from the villa's basement, dragging a decathlon manual cart laden with various training equipment. The individual brought the cart to the small field and began unloading its contents, meticulously arranging them in the center of the field. As he was alone, it took some time to set up the training scene, which included cones, a rope ladder, upright poles, and marker discs, all positioned precisely as one would expect in a standard training session. Once this was accomplished, the figure commenced warming up on the field. Despite being solitary, he did not slack off. Each warm-up exercise was performed with great diligence and precision. "There you are. I have been searching for you down below," came the voice of his wife, Wang Yuan, from behind Qin Lin. She stepped onto the terrace and immediately spotted the figure warming up on the field. Understanding her husband's presence there, she joined him in observing the scene, braving the biting December wind. After a moment, she murmured, "Hey, Lao Qin, do you know what this reminds me of?" "What?" "A scene from a television drama. Su Sanduo stands alone guarding the barracks of Steele's 7th Company, diligently cleaning. And even when he goes to the cafeteria, he sings before entering." Before his wife could finish her thought, Qin Lin suddenly shouted towards the field, "Sun Chuan Junping." The figure warming up turned slightly, and then faced Qin Lin, standing at attention. "Go open the door for me." Qin Lin gestured toward the front yard of the villa. Sun Chuan Junping promptly turned and sprinted towards the front door. Qin Lin also turned to descend. "Hey, where are you going?" his wife inquired, following closely behind. "To lend him a hand. What can he accomplish alone?" Sun Chuan Junping maneuvered through the gaps between 4 upright poles, twisting and weaving past them, then sprinted to the right. Upon reaching a red marker disc, he abruptly halted, bent down, flipped it over with his hand, and then dashed back in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Qin Lin passed the soccer ball towards him. Junpei Morikawa received the ball with his left foot while seamlessly transferring it to his right, unleashing a shot towards the diminutive goal nearby. Qin Lin glanced down at the stopwatch in his hand. The speed was noticeably slower than before. "You're tired. Take a break," he suggested. Morikawa, panting heavily, merely nodded in response. Qin Lin draped Morikawa's discarded jacket over his shoulders, and the two settled on folding chairs at the sidelines to rest. "I wanted to ask you yesterday during dinner, why are you back so early when the team hasn't even started training?" Qin Lin inquired. After taking a sip of water, Morikawa replied, "I wanted to return early to train and adjust my physical condition." "What about your parents?" "They're farming in the countryside." "No, I meant, do they really allow you to leave?" "They understand that this is what a professional athlete does. I told them the club required my return, and they agreed." "Hey, you rascal, the club didn't demand you come back this early." Morikawa smiled but refrained from further comment. The conversation lapsed into silence. After a moment, Morikawa rose from his chair, shrugging off the jacket. "Shall we continue, Linji?" he proposed. As Qin Lin stood, he casually posed a sudden question. "Do you harbor any resentment towards the club now?" Morikawa was taken aback, then turned to Qin Lin with a beaming smile. "No, Linji." The terms offered at that time weren't particularly favorable. Although Morikawa was not a starting midfielder for the Japanese national team during the World Cup, his outstanding performances as a substitute garnered attention from European clubs. However, the Flash Star Club rejected all bids for Morikawa. From the perspective of the Flash Star Club, this was entirely justifiable, as they had already lost 3 key players, Wang Guangwei, Xia Xiaoyu, and Zhang Qinghuan, during that summer. Losing Morikawa would mean the collapse of half the team. For Flash Star, which was fighting to avoid relegation, maintaining a solid defense was paramount. Thus, the steadfast midfielder Morikawa could not be allowed to depart. It was Dong Wen who, under international pressure, resolutely retained Morikawa. "I heard Hiroto Maki was quite displeased with you initially, which is why you weren't selected for the national team to participate in the Asian Cup," Qin Lin remarked, referencing a rumor. The head coach of the Japanese national team, Hiroto Maki, had held high hopes for Morikawa, allowing him to come off the bench 4 times during the World Cup. Although he only played as a substitute, it was still a commendable opportunity, given the wealth of talent in the Japanese squad. Moreover, Maki publicly praised him, believing he would shine in Europe like his predecessors. This was no mere rumor, it was common knowledge. Yet, after Morikawa failed to secure a move to Europe, Maki's attitude underwent a dramatic shift. He never openly expressed dissatisfaction with Morikawa, but since the World Cup, Morikawa had not been selected for the national team again, despite not being injured. His exclusion remained inexplicable. Perhaps this could lend credence to the whispers of tension between the player and the coaching staff. As for the reasons behind Hiroto Magi's dissatisfaction with Junpei Morikawa, who he initially regarded favorably, rumors have circulated suggesting that Magi believed Morikawa faltered at a crucial moment when he had the opportunity to transfer to a European club. Magi felt that Morikawa failed to exert pressure on Antlers to express a decisive desire to leave the Chinese Super League for Europe, viewing this as a manifestation of cowardice and a lack of ambition. He concluded that if Morikawa was content to remain in the relatively inferior league of the Chinese Super League and unwilling to pursue European opportunities, then no matter how great his talent, it would be of no consequence. Magi deemed that the national team had no need for such weakness. Thus, after making 4 substitute appearances in the World Cup, Morikawa bid farewell to the Japanese national team. Of course, this narrative remains speculative. Neither Morikawa nor Magi has publicly addressed these rumors. Magi has articulated that his decision not to include Morikawa in the national team was simply due to Morikawa not meeting the team's current requirements. As for Morikawa himself, when confronted by Japanese journalists, he expressed a commitment to improve and strive to meet the necessary standards. To the casual observer, there appeared to be no conflict between the two, merely a matter of technicality. However, during the time when 3 European clubs expressed interest in Morikawa, he remained notably silent, even declining interviews not only from Chinese media, but also from Japanese outlets. He refrained from publicly articulating his desire for a transfer to Europe or revealing his innermost thoughts through any channel. Morikawa has few friends in Japan, one of whom is Tatsuya Sugiyama. When Japanese media approached Sugiyama to inquire about Morikawa's thoughts on a potential transfer, Sugiyama indicated that Morikawa had not discussed the matter with him. Thus, it is evident that Morikawa did not exert pressure on Antlers regarding a transfer. This ambiguous stance allowed rumors to spread like wildfire across the plains, quickly gaining acceptance among the populace. In response to Qin Lin's inquiry, Morikawa for the first time acknowledged the rumors. Magi believed I should have sought a move to Europe during the summer. But it was not a matter of disparaging the level of the Chinese Super League. Rather, he believed that remaining there would hinder my progress. When Qin Lin probed further, asking why he had not advocated for himself, suggesting that conversations with the club regarding a potential move to Europe had not occurred, Morikawa picked up the jacket he had previously discarded and draped it over his shoulders. Antlers treated me well, and I have been content there. I did not wish for them to face relegation, which was why I hesitated at that time. Qin Lin's eyes widened in surprise, having not anticipated that Morikawa's reason was so straightforward. Did Hulai impose any requirements on you? No, Morikawa replied, shaking his head. It was my own thought. I genuinely wanted to help Antlers avoid relegation. After Junpei Morikawa reconfirmed, Qin Lin was initially silent, but soon he spoke again. I am sorry, Morikawa. Junpei Morikawa was taken aback. Brother Lin, why do you apologize to me? Qin Lin explained that the club treated him differently from the Chinese players. Whether it was Hulai, Wang Guangwei, Zhangqing Huan, or Xia Xiaoyu, when European teams made offers, the club maintained a willingness to listen, regardless of the asking price. This indicated a readiness to consider transferring players, even with enthusiasm. However, when the same situation arose for the Japanese player Junpei Morikawa, the club did not even discuss it with him, simply and bluntly rejecting all offers without giving European teams a chance to negotiate. This was a clear distinction in treatment, indicating that the club did not regard Morikawa as equal to Hulai and the others. In such circumstances, Morikawa chose to stay out of love for the club, helping the team avoid relegation. His outstanding performance was indeed a significant factor in the club's success in remaining in the Chinese Super League this season, which led Qin Lin to feel a sense of guilt towards him. After hearing Qin Lin's explanation, Junpei Morikawa earnestly countered, "This is not a case of differential treatment. Brother Lin, I am inherently different from Hu and the others. I understand what it means for Hu, Wang, Huan, and Xiaoyu to play in Europe for Chinese football. So it is only natural that they receive special consideration during transfers. From my perspective, the club's actions are entirely reasonable, and there is no need for apologies. No team would casually let go of an important player, right?" He then looked at Qin Lin and confirmed, "Am I considered an important player for the team, Brother Lin?" Qin Lin nodded. "Of course, absolutely." With this affirmation, a smile returned to Morikawa's face. Then, Brother Lin, let us continue. Just as he finished speaking, his phone, resting on the chair, suddenly rang, emitting a raspy male voice singing, "Honest, honest, honest life." Qin Lin was momentarily taken aback before realizing it was the ringtone. Morikawa did not immediately answer the call, instead staring intently at the name displayed on the screen. Mr. Mitsui, his agent. Note, the phrase honest, honest. Honest life is a lyric from the song Myself by Tsuyoshi Nagabuchi, which conveys the sentiment of living life sincerely. Chapter 75. The empty building. Qin Lin watched Junpei Morikawa's silhouette as he faced away, receiving the call. Due to Morikawa's earlier hesitation, Qin Lin listened to a significant portion of the song's ringtone. Although the lyrics were entirely in Japanese and incomprehensible, the melody was quite catchy. Qin Lin could discern the singer's emotions. Despite the masculine tone, the delivery was soft and subdued, lacking fervor, and even carried a hint of melancholy. This piqued Qin Lin's curiosity. He originally believed that someone as eccentric as Morikawa would select a fervent anime theme song as his mobile ringtone. Perhaps something like Until the End of the World, which sounds incredibly exhilarating. To his surprise, however, it turned out to be a melodious tune. Junpei Morikawa was unaware of how Qin Lin was assessing him from behind the scenes. Upon hearing the words of his agent, Mr. Takashi Mitsui, over the phone, he exclaimed, "Huh, really? Is this true, Mr. Mitsui?" On the other end of the line, Mr. Mitsui laughed heartily. "Of course it's true. Morikawa? Mr. Dong called to inform me, so there's no mistake. This is the official stance of the Shining Star Club. They are set to negotiate with Leeds City regarding their offer for you. Although it's not a final acceptance, the willingness to negotiate is certainly good news." Junpei Morikawa stood frozen in astonishment at this unexpected piece of good news. Just moments earlier, Mr. Mitsui had bluntly informed him that the Premier League club Leeds City was interested in him and had formally made an offer to the Anton Shining Star Club, which, surprisingly, did not dismiss it outright, but rather indicated that the offer was too low. Mr. Mitsui, brimming with excitement, conveyed to Junpei over the phone, "The offer is too low. Do you know what this means, Junpei? Mr. Dong has never accepted an offer after just one round of negotiation. Whether it was Hu Lai, Zhang Qinghuan, Wang Guangwei, or Xia Xiaoyu, their transfers always involved a back and forth on pricing. But as long as Shining Star is willing to negotiate, it signifies that you truly have a chance to leave." In truth, Junpei Morikawa was not overly concerned with these details. One word echoed in his mind: Leeds City. That was the team where Hu Lai played. After confirming the authenticity of the news multiple times, he eagerly declared, "I am willing, Mr. Mitsui. Whatever conditions they propose, I am ready to accept. I want to go to Leeds City. Rest assured, Junpei, I will certainly help you make this happen. In fact, Supervisor Moki is right. Staying at Shining Star will not yield further progress for you," Mr. Mitsui assured. "This summer, to aid the team in avoiding relegation, I refrained from proposing my departure. Now, I hope the club will permit me to leave," Junpei Morikawa said with urgency. "All right, no problem, Junpei. I will advocate for you." Mr. Takashi Mitsui appeared equally exhilarated on the other end of the line. After concluding the call, Junpei turned around, and Qin Lin paused, noticing that the demeanor of the young man before him had completely transformed. It was as if he had reverted to the state he had been in over 6 months ago, a year ago. Why did Qin Lin care so much about Junpei Morikawa? It was because, ever since Wang Guangwei and the others had transferred away, leaving only Junpei in this grand villa, he sensed that something was amiss with the young man's emotions. His training remained as diligent as ever, and his performance on the field was impeccable. Yet, Qin Lin felt that there was something unsettling about Morikawa's current state. Today, the words spoken by his wife suddenly illuminated Qin Lin's mind. This solitary and stubborn man, Shinagawa Junpei, who resided alone in such a vast villa, resembled the foolish yet steadfast Su Sanduo, who guarded a platoon all by himself. Although Su Sanduo in the television series was characterized by his simple-mindedness and occasionally bewildering actions, he once spread a canvas alone on the grassland, seemingly capable of enduring solitude. However, during his time steadfastly defending the barracks of Steel 7, Su Sanduo's mental state was evidently not quite normal. Similarly, Shinagawa, often misunderstood due to his personality, appeared to be someone who could tolerate loneliness. Yet, throughout these past 6 months of solitary confinement in the villa, his mental condition had also been far from stable. With his wife's words clearing the fog from his mind, Qin Lin resolved to engage Shinagawa Junpei in conversation. Thus he began assisting him with training. However, upon seeing the expression on Shinagawa's face, Qin Lin realized that the once brooding youth had returned. He was curious about what had transpired during that phone call that transformed Shinagawa so drastically. "Did you receive good news?" Qin Lin inquired, speculating that perhaps a player from the Japanese team had sustained an injury, necessitating a temporary replacement before the Asian Cup, as national teams were permitted to supplement their rosters with new players. Shinagawa Junpei nodded and exclaimed, "I'm leaving Shining Star, Lin Go." Qin Lin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the good news which restored Shinagawa Junpei's spirit would be this. Shinagawa continued, "My agent, Mr. Mitsui, called to inform me that Lead City is interested in me." Upon hearing Lead City, Qin Lin instantly understood. No wonder Shinagawa was so exhilarated. That was where Hulai was. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, Shinagawa. You're finally heading to Europe." Suddenly, Shinagawa realized that his previous statement might have been inappropriate, as it sounded as though he was eager to escape Shining Star. He quickly added, I might be leaving Shining Star. It's still just a possibility. Mr. Mitsui told me the club hasn't rejected Lead City's offer." "Huh. Given Dong Pengzi's style, not rejecting it means there's room for negotiation. As long as there's negotiation, everything will be fine. You will definitely be sent off in the end. Continuing to be teammates with Hulai is fantastic." Qin Lin was unconcerned about Shinagawa's previous remarks. He genuinely felt happy for him. Moreover, being near Hulai was the best outcome for Shinagawa's personality. After all, having Hulai's support during his first venture into Europe would be ideal. A radiant smile blossomed on Shinagawa Junpei's face, making Qin Lin feel as if the gloomy weather in Jin City had brightened. "Lin Gu, shall we continue?" Shinagawa seemed eager to practice, but Qin Lin had lost interest. He waved his hand, saying, "No more practice. I suspect you'll be receiving many calls shortly." He pointed at Shinagawa's phone as he spoke. Shinagawa chuckled, "Yes? I'll be quite busy today. By the way, what song is your ringtone? It sounds lovely." Junpei Morikawa was taken aback by Lin's sudden inquiry about his ringtone. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "It's by myself." "By yourself?" Qin Lin furrowed his brows. "No, Lin. I meant the song title. It's called Myself." Qin Lin's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. "Oh, myself. I see. So it's called Myself." As he mused over this revelation, the raspy voice of a man emanated once more from Morikawa's phone, singing, "True and sincere, true and sincere. Shame is ahead. True and sincere, true and sincere. Face the burden." Morikawa did not immediately answer the call. Instead, he gestured an apology to Qin Lin. Qin Lin, smiling, signaled for him to attend to his matter without concern for his presence. Thus, Morikawa turned away to answer the call, and the gravelly melody abruptly ceased, leaving Qin Lin somewhat yearning for more. Although he could not comprehend the lyrics, he sensed a certain indescribable emotion resonating within the man's song. He pondered why such an ambitious young man like Morikawa would choose this particular tune as his ringtone. Surely, there was something within the song that resonated with him. Recalling Morikawa's exuberance upon learning he would reunite with Hulai in Europe, which starkly contrasted his previous demeanor, it was evident that this seemingly stubborn and naive boy harbored a complex inner world that belied his exterior. With this thought, Qin Lin smiled and shook his head, rising to leave without bidding farewell to Morikawa, who was engaged in a conversation in Japanese. Upon exiting the courtyard, he glanced back at the villa, realizing it would soon be devoid of life. The vibrant laughter of youth from next door would no longer echo, nor would their figures flit in and out of the house. Perhaps it would be a long time before he would see them again. He hoped that by then, none of them would have changed. "Yes, Mr. Mitsui. I will go to the club tomorrow and have a good talk with Coach Xiao." "All right, goodbye. And please take care over there as well, Mr. Mitsui." Morikawa hung up the phone and turned to share his plans with Lin, only to find the seat before him empty. His smile froze in place. Morikawa stood there, staring at the now desolate court. He understood why Lin had chosen to train with him today. He was concerned for him. Turning his gaze towards Lin's house, he noticed his sister-in-law standing on the terrace, clad in a down jacket. Morikawa recalled that she had been there from the very beginning, also worried for him. It seemed he had become a source of concern for Lin's family. With this realization, Morikawa pivoted his body toward the terrace, standing tall and bowing deeply. "Thank you, Lin. Thank you, sister-in-law. I am truly fortunate to have encountered you both." 10 days later, The official announcement from Anong Flash Star confirmed that the team's main defensive midfielder, Junpei Morikawa, would permanently transfer to Leeds United in the Premier League. The transfer fee was reported to be £6 million, along with a share of future transfers. The miraculous squad that had once claimed the Chinese Super League title as a newly promoted team had nearly been dismantled entirely. This also signifies that the Anton Star will usher in an entirely new era. However, this news did not elicit a significant reaction, merely stirring a sense of nostalgia and lament among a few forums populated by Star enthusiasts. On the same day, the Chinese national team faced their inaugural match in the ongoing Asian Cup, where they unfortunately succumbed to Iraq with a score of 0-2. Note, the essence of the lyrics conveys a message of living candidly, embracing vulnerability. For you are not alone in your solitude. Chapter 76. Restless nights who Lee Sin turned over, drowsily sensing a glow beside him. As he opened his sleepy eyes, he beheld his wife lying next to him, engrossed in her phone. The source of the light emanated from the screen, illuminating the darkness. "What time is it?" he inquired. 2:30, she replied. Hu Lisin grumbled. "Why are you still awake?" "I can't sleep." "I don't wish to," she responded. With a slight lift, Hu Lisin discerned the content on her screen. She was scrolling through Douyin. "Stop watching Douyin. It's filled with criticisms of the national team," he cautioned her. "I'm watching humorous clips to lighten my mood," she defended. "Are you feeling better now? Can you sleep?" Xiaolon set her phone aside, turning to face her husband. Her eyes wide in the darkness. "You can actually sleep after that? What else can I do?" "I have work tomorrow," he replied. "You only went to school after lunch. What are you pretending for? Those of us who need to work in the morning aren't complaining, right? Aren't you working tomorrow morning?" I requested a day off from the director, citing that the national team's loss has left me in a poor mood and unable to focus on work. Hu Lisin nearly voiced his disbelief, but refrained, knowing that his wife had been in a foul mood since watching the Chinese match. He realized that any misstep in his words could lead to a sleepless night. "I'm curious, old Hu, how can you sleep after such a match?" Xiaolon propped her head with one hand, her eyes fixed on him in the dark. "Because I was psychologically prepared. Ever since Lin Ziyuan's injury, I held no hopes for this Asian Cup," Hu Lisin explained. "My disappointment is not solely due to our loss today, but rather the abysmal performance. It has nothing to do with Lin Ziyuan's absence. Did you not witness the Chinese team's display today? Their offense was stifled by Iraq, with no solutions in sight. And they were utterly incapable of defending against counterattacks, conceding goals with alarming precision." As Hu Lisin absorbed his wife's barrage of questions, his sleepiness dissipated, and he found himself wide awake. He sighed deeply. "I believe your expectations for the team before the Asian Cup were excessively high. Although it is the Asian Cup, you are preoccupied with their performance in the World Cup. There are individuals online, particularly those marketing accounts that frequently appear on platforms like TikTok, who incessantly proclaim that the national football team is the only undefeated squad in World Cup history. It seems they believe that achieving a draw against Brazil in the World Cup equates to sweeping through Asia. Football is not merely a game of progression. A victory over a world champion does not guarantee triumph against an ostensibly weaker opponent in a different match." In the stillness of the night, at 2:30, a couple lay in bed engaged in a serious discourse about football. Let us not conflate my views with those of the uninformed critics on TikTok. The present dilemma is that this national team, when compared to the one that participated in the World Cup, has seen little change in terms of personnel or tactics. With the same lineup and strategy, yet facing opponents of lesser strength, one must ponder why the performance has deteriorated. I do not imply that losing is unacceptable. The outcomes of matches can be unpredictable. After all, football is a round game. However, the manner in which one loses does matter, and regrettably, the Chinese team succumbed in their opening match of the Asian Cup in a rather dismal fashion. In this match, head coach Dong Jinhai fielded his strongest lineup, utilizing the best that Chinese football currently has to offer. The formation was 4-3-3, with starting goalkeeper Hao De, central defenders Yao Huaxing and Wang Guangwei, left back Chu Lu, and right back by D. The midfield comprised Xia Xiaoyu, Zhang Qinghuan, and Jiang Wanqing, while the forward line featured Hu Lai centrally, with Chun Xingyi on the left and Luo Kai on the right. Except for the goalkeeper position, the other 10 players were virtually identical to those who participated in the World Cup. Given such a seasoned lineup and strategy, one would expect China to secure a victory against Iraq, a team ranked in the second tier of their group, without much suspense. Even considering a more pessimistic outlook, Acknowledging that this was the first match of the Asian Cup and that players might not yet be in peak form, a draw with Iraq would not be entirely unacceptable. After all, the remaining two opponents, whether the Philippines or Palestine, pose no significant challenge to this Chinese team. Thus, progressing from the group stage should not be an issue. The primary objective is to secure the top position in the group to facilitate a smoother path in the knockout rounds. If they inadvertently settle for a draw against Iraq, they could still compensate by amassing a greater goal difference against Palestine and the Philippines. The official target set for this Asian Cup is to reach the semifinals. While fans and media believe that the Chinese team possesses the potential to contend for the championship, advancing as the group leader and encountering a more manageable opponent in the knockout stage would aid the Chinese team in making significant strides in the Asian Cup, fulfilling the high expectations placed upon them. The Chinese team, armed with their strongest lineup and most familiar tactics, found themselves unable to penetrate the dense defense of Iraq during the match. Although Huan managed to score, the goal was disallowed due to a foul committed by Huan in the process of regaining possession. After a prolonged assault without success, the Chinese team succumbed to a swift counterattack from Iraq in the 31st minute, conceding the first goal. This shift altered the players' mindset, leading to increasing urgency in their play. Despite adjustments made during halftime, there was no improvement. In the 77th minute, Iraq struck again with another quick counterattack, adding to their lead. Even after Dong Jianhai substituted Zhou Zijing to bolster the Chinese team's attacking presence in the penalty area, it proved futile. With merely a few minutes remaining and a 2-goal deficit, the prospects for the Chinese team appeared bleak. Iraq evidently conducted thorough preparations, having meticulously studied the Chinese team. They effectively limited the breakthroughs of Chun Xingyi and Luo Kai by fortifying their defense within the penalty area, and ensured that Huan was always flanked by at least 2 Iraqi players, sealing off any potential gaps. This strategy rendered Huan, who excels at exploiting spaces, in a predicament devoid of opportunities. As for Zhang Xinhuan and Xia Xiaoyu, they were allowed to operate freely outside the penalty area without excessive pressure. While this approach seemed somewhat passive, ceding possession to the Chinese team, it effectively ensured that the tight defense in the penalty area remained impenetrable. Without space in the penalty area, even the most precise passes from Zhang Xinhuan and Xia Xiaoyu could not materialize into scoring opportunities. In their offensive strategy, Iraq deployed 2 young, agile forwards specifically targeting the Chinese left back, Chu Lu. Dong Jianhai, perhaps eager to secure a victory against Iraq, opted for the more attack-oriented Chu Lu in the starting lineup. True to the coach's tactical plan, Chu Lu frequently surged forward to participate in the attack. However, Iraq capitalized on this by relentlessly exploiting the space left behind when Chu Lu advanced. Throughout the match, Chu Lu often found himself unable to return, leading to alarming moments for Chinese fans. The first goal by Iraq originated from a counterattack initiated on Chu Lu's side. Recognizing the issue, Dong Jianhai made a substitution at halftime, replacing Chu Lu with the more defensively reliable Jiao Chirue. Nonetheless, at this juncture, the Chinese team was already a goal down and still needed to press forward in the second half. Thus, replacing Chu Lu proved to be of little consequence. As they pushed forward in numbers, the entire back line became vulnerable, revealing that the problems extended beyond just the left flank. Overall, anyone watching this match, regardless of their football knowledge, would feel a sense of frustration and disappointment. Our strongest lineup, despite relentlessly attacking the youthful Iraqi national team, failed to score, while the opposition capitalized on 2 counterattacks to secure the victory. The exhilarating football witnessed during the World Cup was conspicuously absent, and the spirit seemed to lack the fervor typically associated with the World Cup. Could it be that the Asian Cup fails to ignite the same excitement in the hearts of the Chinese players? The match has just concluded, or rather, it has yet to conclude, and already, disparaging remarks aimed at the Chinese team have surfaced online. Some of these comments are rather harsh. The same group of players has received entirely divergent evaluations at the World Cup compared to the Asian Cup, a stark contrast indeed. This has instantly rekindled the sentiments of many who previously watched the national football team play. One cannot help but acknowledge the unpredictable nature of football. Just because one could hold Brazil to a draw 6 months ago does not imply that they can triumph over Iraq 6 months later. The adulation from public opinion can elevate one to the heights of glory, only to be dragged down into the depths of despair in a matter of months. Hulisin finds himself at a loss on how to assess this match. Is it the players who faltered? Or perhaps the tactical arrangements of the coach? Or could it be that the preparations by the Football Association were insufficient? As a football coach, he cannot merely vent his emotions like the fans online. Ultimately, he can only respond to his wife, "You have a point." However, the match is already lost. What remains to be seen is whether the Chinese team can glean valuable lessons from this experience and perform well in the remaining two group matches. He deftly shifts the focus from the already lost match to the two upcoming games, helping his wife detach from her frustrations to avoid lingering anger. Indeed, Xiaolan's attention swiftly turns to the future. "Hey, Lao Hu, do you think we might actually fail to progress beyond the group stage?" Hu Lisan shakes his head, his hair rustling against the pillow. "Not likely. Advancing from the group should still be feasible. Losing this match may not necessarily be detrimental for the Chinese team. At the very least, it could instill a greater sense of seriousness towards their forthcoming opponents, preventing them from stumbling. That's a relief. If we cannot even get past the group stage, that would be truly embarrassing," Xiaolan remarks. "Sleep now. It's nearly 3 o'clock, Hu Lisan urges his wife once more. This time, Xiaolan refrains from sulking, simply responding with a soft Following this, silence envelopes the room once more, restoring tranquility to the bedroom. After an indeterminate passage of time, the gentle rhythm of steady breathing fills the room. The first day of the Asian Cup for the Chinese team has drawn to a close. Countless individuals will likely find themselves unable to sleep due to this match. But the reasons for their restlessness differ greatly from that fateful night following their World Cup opener 6 months prior. Chapter 77. The drought and the flood. Moriwaka Junpei and his agent, Mitsui Takashi, stand before an English-style villa. "Is this the place, Mr. Mitsui?" Moriwaka Junpei inquires. Gazing at the house before him, Mitsui Takashi pulls out his phone, referencing the address he had previously recorded, verifying the house number with a nod. Indeed, this is the one. This is where Hu Lai rents and leads. He then raises his head to assess the surroundings. Though it has far fewer rooms than your grand villa in China, it is more than adequate for the two of you. Upon learning that Moriwaka Junpei would be transferring to Leeds, Hu Lai immediately declared in their group chat that Moriwaka need not search for accommodation or stay in a hotel. He could simply move into the flat Hu Lai rents in Leeds. Living together would certainly provide mutual support. Furthermore, it would facilitate Hu Lai's efforts to help Moriwaka integrate into the team and life in England. Junpei Morikawa did not refuse Hu Lai's kindness. Thus, he and his manager, Mr. Mitsui, now stood before the house. "Open the door, Junpei," Mitsui Takashi urged the still-standing Morikawa. Only then did the latter set aside his suitcase and retrieve the key from his backpack. This very key had been personally delivered to him by Hu Lai's manager, Yong Jun, who had flown to Jincheng specifically for this purpose. For Junpei, receiving this key was not merely a matter of possession. It symbolized Hu Lai's trust and expectations, which he naturally took with utmost seriousness. Therefore, he slightly bowed and accepted the key from Yong Jun with both hands. As they entered, the air in the room, having been sealed for nearly a month, felt stale, prompting an instinctive urge to hold one's breath. It was only after they opened all the windows on the first floor that the uncomfortable sensation dissipated, allowing fresh air to flood in. They did not ascend to the second floor, but remained on the first, surveying this place where Junpei would unknowingly spend an indeterminate amount of time. The furnishings and layout were quite ordinary, lacking the lavishness often associated with the luxurious homes of Premier League stars depicted in the news. A small garden in the backyard, devoid of a swimming pool, served as proof of this modesty. After renting the house, Hu Lai had made no alterations. For Junpei, who had previously resided in a grand villa in Jincheng, this place felt rather Spartan. However, he did not mind it. Mitsui Takashi, on the other hand, was somewhat surprised. Hu Lai's life is remarkably unpretentious. His demands are quite modest. Junpei responded, "He is a person of pure intent, simply wishing to excel at football." Mitsui chuckled. Given the size of this backyard, it certainly wouldn't accommodate a football pitch. Their gaze drifted through the window to the small garden lawn. Hu Lai mentioned that the training intensity in the Premier League is quite high. Even if there were a football field, we wouldn't have the energy to play after training with the team, Junpei added. Mitsui then turned his attention to other areas and soon discovered a liquor cabinet filled with several bottles of alcohol. This revelation sparked his interest. I didn't expect Hu Lai to be a connoisseur of fine wines. Approaching the cabinet, he awkwardly realized that the contents were indeed alcohol, but not of the type he had anticipated. These bottles were, in fact, trophies for the best player awards Hulai had earned. As Mitsui examined the awards, Junpei joined him, stating, "These are all won by Hulai in the Premier League. He told us that once he accumulates enough, he will send them back to China to display in his home. What an astonishing individual Hulai is," Mitsui exclaimed, reflecting. "I recall when you first participated in the East Asian Cup. Back then, among the teams from China, Japan, and South Korea, Hulai was still an unknown. Now, the title of Asia's best has shifted from Park Chun-tae to him. Mr. Mitsui, anyone who can envision constructing a football pitch in the backyard and still find time to play after training must indeed possess great strength," Junpei remarked with sincerity. Mitsui laughed heartily indeed. A love for football to such an extent guarantees success. "You are fortunate, Junpei." In the course of his professional journey, Junpei Morikawa encountered a slight smile from Junpei Morikawa. Takashi Mitsui then remarked, "Rest assured, Junpei, although you did not participate in this Asian Cup, as long as you demonstrate your usual prowess in Leeds City, I am confident that Coach Motoki will summon you back to the national team. This transfer is pivotal for your career. Do not overthink it. Simply play as you did in Flash Star. With Hulai by your side, I believe you will swiftly acclimatize to everything here." "Yes, I will do my best, Mr. Mitsui," was the earnest reply from Morikawa. Mitsui, having received a response, turned his gaze towards the inebriated figure, half-jokingly suggesting, "Why don't we procure a wine cabinet here and set a goal to fill it with the finest champagne?" Awarded to the best player of the match. Though it was a jest, to Mitsui's surprise, Morikawa nodded in agreement. "All right." This unexpected affirmation caught Mitsui off guard as he shot a glance at Morikawa. The latter remained silent, lost in contemplation of the cabinet filled with accolades. Without Morikawa, the Japanese team faced no obstacles in their opening match of the Asian Cup, decisively defeating Thailand, a second-tier team in their group, with a score of 3-0. Coach Hiroto Motoki had the confidence not to summon Morikawa. In truth, the Japanese media only expressed mild surprise regarding Morikawa's exclusion from the national team during the first two matches following the World Cup, after which the topic swiftly lost its momentum. The fact that Morikawa did not even participate in the Asian Cup barely registered as news in Japanese football, where an abundance of talent thrives. Currently, all the starting midfielders of the Japanese national team hail from the top 5 leagues in Europe. Peers like Tatsuya Sugiyama, a prodigy of the same generation, find themselves relegated to the bench. As the reigning champions of the previous Asian Cup, the Japanese team approaches this tournament with a singular objective: to defend their title. Historically, they have successfully defended it once before, during the 2004 Asian Cup in China, where a controversial goal led to their victory over the host nation. This time, they aim for an indisputable title defense, laying the groundwork for an unprecedented 3 consecutive championships, an achievement no national team has yet accomplished. In the 71-year history of the Asian Cup, only 4 nations have successfully defended their title. South Korea clinched the championship in both 1956 and 1960, followed by Iran, who won consecutively from 1968 to 1972. Saudi Arabia achieved this feat twice in 1984 and 1988. The youngest to secure back-to-back titles is Japan, winning in 2000 and 2004. However, no team has ever claimed the Asian Cup 3 times in succession. Japan's first aim is to become the first team in the tournament's history to achieve 2 successful title defenses. Judging from their first match, they indeed exhibit the qualities of champions. Thus, Morikawa's absence from the national team is hardly a concern. Meanwhile, the Chinese team faced immense pressure following their opening match defeat against Iraq, losing 0-2. Fortunately, 4 days later, in the second group match, the Chinese team, facing a situation akin to a do-or-die scenario, triumphed over the relatively weaker Palestinian side with a score of 4-1. Hulai shone in this match, scoring twice and finally releasing the pent-up frustration of not having found the net in the previous game. The remaining 2 goals were netted by Wang Guangwei, who headed in from a corner, and Luo Kai, who struck from distance. This victory spared the Chinese team from the embarrassment of an early elimination. However, despite the win, the post-match discourse was rife with criticism. The fact that the team conceded a goal, even against the weakest opponent in the group, left many fans discontented. To them, defeating Palestine seemed trivial. If the team could not secure a victory against such an opponent, it would be better to disband. Their dissatisfaction stemmed from the realization that even against a feeble Palestine, the defensive line faltered. If such defensive lapses occurred against weaker teams, How could they ensure their goal would remain unbreached against stronger adversaries? Should they find themselves in a situation reminiscent of their match against Iraq, unable to penetrate the opponent's defense while conceding goals, how could they hope to compete effectively? In stark contrast to the picturesque front line, the quality of China's midfield and defense leaves much to be desired. This issue has persisted since the last round of the top 12 tournament, and even the efforts of coach Huan have not rectified it. Following the World Cup, many Chinese fans expressed their regret and longing online, pondering whether a stronger defense could have led to historic victories, or even progression to the knockout stages of the World Cup, given their offensive prowess. The defensive woes remain unresolved throughout all competitions, be it the World Cup, the Asian Cup, or friendly matches. The team has yet to keep a clean sheet. Their last instance of shutting out an opponent in a formal match dates back to November 19, 2025, during a memorable playoff second leg where the Chinese team defeated Paraguay 2-0 at home, marking their historic first entry into the World Cup finals. Lin Ziyuan saved a penalty in that match, and the entire defensive line performed as if under a spell, allowing no goals from the Paraguayans in the 90 minutes. Since that moment, the defense has not experienced such a highlight again, conceding at least one goal in every match, with a maximum of 4 goals conceded in a single game. The fact that they can still concede against a team like Palestine is indeed disheartening for Chinese fans. The problem begins with midfield defense. After Gao Rumin's injury, the team has had to rely on the soon-to-be 34-year-old veteran Jiang Wanqing. Although Jiang demonstrated tenacity during the World Cup, his ability and physical condition have markedly declined compared to his peak years. The inability to intercept effectively in midfield often leaves the defensive line exposed to direct attacks from opponents. Thus, the pressure on the defensive line becomes exceedingly intense. As for the position of defensive midfielder, whether it be the new generation or the middle-aged players, there currently appears to be a dearth of reliable options. The scarcity of talent in Chinese football for this position can be illustrated by one significant incident. The absence of Junpei Senkawa from the Asian Cup did not stir any commotion in Japan. Yet in China, fans lamented, expressing a wistful desire that had he not represented the Japanese national team, China could have considered naturalizing him. After all, Japan boasts a wealth of midfield talent and does not regard Senkawa highly, while Chinese football certainly does. Last season, his pivotal role in helping Shining Stars secure their place in the league was commendable. Following the season, he was even selected for the league's best foreign player lineup. Now, he has taken a step further by joining Leeds City, instantly elevating his status to that of a player with Premier League caliber. Such an exceptional defensive midfielder is precisely what Chinese football requires. This post surprisingly garnered considerable support online, reflecting the despair among Chinese fans regarding the strength of their national team in this position. Certainly, the majority of those expressing support are fans of Shining Stars, who hold a favorable view of this diligent and humble Japanese player. The initial resistance to the idea of the club signing a Japanese player has significantly diminished. Unfortunately, since Senkawa has already represented Japan, FIFA regulations render it impossible for him to switch allegiance and play for China. Furthermore, the Chinese Football Association's stance on naturalized players ensures that this matter remains merely a fantasy for fans, while they helplessly watch Japanese football thrive. It is a classic case of drought for some and flood for others. Chapter 78. Coward 1 must not underestimate the Philippine team. Through extensive planning involving European players, they have become a formidable force in Southeast Asian football. Thus, the final group match for the national team is certainly not as easy as some might presume. Hu Sin overheard a voice emanating from his wife's phone, and he could not help but remark, "Are you really paying attention to the Philippines? Aren't we about to face them in a crucial battle?" A crucial battle? Hu Sin paused momentarily, then chuckled, recognizing the truth in her words. What kind of truth? Xiaolon inquired with curiosity. It feels reminiscent of the past when watching the national team. Filled with anxiety, he replied. Xiaolon shook her head, saying, "It's different now. This crucial battle is because it's the last round of the group stage. Previously, every match for the national team was a life-or-death struggle." Hu Sin, momentarily at a loss for words, acknowledged the validity of her perspective. However, after a moment's thought, he countered, "But this match shouldn't have been a life-or-death struggle." "Well, there's nothing we can do about that. We faltered in the first round of the group stage," she remarked. "I heard online that if we fail to advance from the group stage in this Asian Cup, Dong Jinhai will be dismissed." Sighing, Xiaolon concluded, "Alas, What is there to sigh about? It is indeed a contradiction. I find myself torn between hoping for their team to advance or wishing for their exit. Xiaolon continued. Currently, the internet is rife with criticisms aimed at Dong Jianhai, accusing him of squandering a promising opportunity. They argue that for such a significant tournament as the Asian Cup, the Football Association ought to appoint a formidable leader to guide the team. If they cannot find a tiger, they should at least find a dog. Yet they have sent forth a pig. I fear if he continues to coach, we may not qualify for the next World Cup. Moreover, some individuals online have initiated a petition advocating for Shi Wuyin to take over. What are they thinking? Shi Wuyin would never return. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stepped down in the first place, Hu Lisan remarked, shaking his head. Yet Xiaolon expressed a glimmer of hope. Why not? Would he truly wish to see this team, which he once nurtured, descend to such depths? Even if he returns to coach the national team, there is no guarantee he would perform better. How can you be so certain? Xiaolon retorted. Why? There are over 200,000 signatures on the online petition urging him to return. His wife held up her phone for Shi Wuyin to see, but he merely glanced at it before returning to his book. Are you really not considering a return? To be honest, I wouldn't mind either way, his wife said. You've spent enough time at home with me these past 6 months. Shi Wuyin closed his book and gazed at her. I plan to travel to Europe after the Spring Festival. To Europe? For what purpose? She inquired, taken aback. To tour around, visit their clubs, and learn a bit more, to recharge myself. And then return to coach the national team? I'll return to find a club to coach. I cannot simply remain idle at home. Can I? His wife interrupted him, pressing, a club? You truly won't go back? No, I will not return, Shi Wuyin replied, his voice soft yet resolute. This team requires higher aspirations and goals, which I cannot provide. But you are going to Europe to learn, aren't you? Shi Wuyin chuckled. What I learn will hardly be sufficient. Besides, how do you perceive my performance at the World Cup? Exemplary, his wife affirmed, giving him a thumbs up. Yet I have been regretting it for the past 6 months. Regretting? You maintained an unbeaten streak, sure. You are quite amusing, if you were to voice that. People would surely think you are being intentionally boastful. His wife laughed, as though hearing a delightful joke. There are 2 matters I regret, Shi Wuyin said, sitting up straight. His expression earnest. The first is when we drew 1-1 with Russia, I substituted Hu Lai for Zhou Zijing. I should not have done that. His wife's smile faded. Replaced by confusion, why not? Bringing in Zhou Zijing was intended to bolster our defense, while he could also retain possession in midfield and waste time. The problem lies here. My dear, my sole thought at that moment was to preserve that score, to secure the draw. Isn't that correct? She asked. Incorrect, Shi Wuyin shook his head. At the time, it seemed right, but now I realize it was a misjudgment. I was too timid. His wife, taken aback by her husband's admission, found herself at a loss for words. If I were to focus not on defense, but on offense, recklessly charging forward to attack, we might risk losing this match, jeopardizing our unbeaten record. Yet, there lies a possibility of achieving victory. Shi Wuyin, disregarding his wife's reaction, continued, this is the first decision I regret. The second was the final match against Brazil. When we were trailing 2-3, I substituted Zhou Zijing for Jiang Wanqing, taking a desperate gamble on offense. Was that not a reasonable choice? It was due to that substitution that we managed to equalize the score. His wife, unable to comprehend, interjected eagerly, seemingly wishing to defend her husband. Let me finish, dear, Shi Wuyin replied with a hint of exasperation. Yes, we did equalize, but afterward, I shockingly failed to urge the players to continue attacking. Instead, I was content with a 3-3 draw, even wishing for the match to conclude immediately so that we could maintain our unbeaten streak in the World Cup. At that moment, our momentum was fully on our side. Had we dared to go all out against Brazil, perhaps we could have defeated them and advanced to the knockout stage. My wife fell silent, for she had no rebuttal. Yet, I was solely focused on the fear of losing. I instinctively placed great importance on remaining unbeaten. But what if we had lost? If we had lost, we would not have progressed from the group stage, but we were unlikely to advance anyway. Conversely, if we had taken the risk and won, we could have indeed made history. Ultimately, my cowardice led to a significant regret during our inaugural World Cup. His wife comforted him repeatedly, saying, it's not your fault. Dear Shi, you have done your best. No one could have performed better than you. Moreover, upon returning home, everyone acknowledges your leadership in the World Cup. No one has expressed dissatisfaction. Shi Wuyin shook his head, disagreeing with his wife's assertion. Others may hold me in high regard, but that is merely out of courtesy, considering my role in leading the team to the World Cup. However, I must be clear with myself. I could have done better at the very least. It was within my capacity to improve. My shortcomings stem from both my lack of ability and my character flaws. To put it plainly, I shied away from taking necessary risks when it mattered, seeking stability instead. As a result, during my first time leading the team in the World Cup, I performed reasonably well. However, for Chinese football to progress further, relying solely on me is evidently insufficient. Therefore, I will not consider coaching the national team for at least the next few years. His wife, taken aback by her husband's monologue, said, "You never mentioned this to me before. I only recently came to this realization myself. Look at this year's Asian Cup. Didn't the Chinese team perform poorly? Indeed, they did." Online, people are criticizing Dong Jianhai, portraying him as a mere pretender with no real substance. Those marketing accounts have painted him as a despicable character, attributing all the blame for the Chinese team's failure to qualify for the World Cup solely to him. Is it fair to hold Dong Jianhai entirely responsible for the failures of Chinese football? The singular issue with Dong Jianhai lies in his tactical philosophy and team management approach, which no longer align with the current landscape of football and Chinese soccer. Shi Wuyin shook his head, remarking, "You may see over 200,000 people online petitioning for my return to the national team, expressing all sorts of sentimental sentiments. However, should I indeed return and the team's performance falter, I would find myself in the same predicament as Dong Jianhai. I am not the savior of Chinese football. I neither can nor wish to assume that role. Chinese football does not require a savior. It should advance according to a scientific development perspective, taking measured steps forward without doubting the path already traversed due to the fluctuations of a single tournament." His wife glanced at her phone, observing that in just a brief 10 minutes, the petition had garnered over 300,000 participants. The comments section of the poll was inundated with emotionally charged messages. Phrases such as "I will never criticize Coach Shi," and "only Coach Shi can save the national team," resonated profoundly. She pondered these fervent expressions and reflected on her husband's earlier confession, letting out a sigh. She wondered how these individuals would feel if they knew that the hero they revered in their hearts regarded himself as a coward. Chapter 79. The round of 16. Although the Chinese Football Association had issued a statement refuting rampant rumors circulating online that Dong Jianhai would be dismissed if the national team failed to advance from the group stage, fans preferred to believe the insider information shared on the internet. This left them in a similar quandary as Hulai's mother. Should they hope for the national team to exit the Asian Cup group stage or to progress further? The prospect of the national team advancing and Dong Jianhai extending his tenure was unwelcome. Yet the thought of the national team being ridiculed as a once mighty World Cup undefeated team falling short was equally distasteful. Amidst the swirling rumors, Shi Wuyin released a personal statement via the Goal website. He expressed gratitude for the love and support from Chinese fans, but acknowledged his sense of inadequacy following the World Cup. He intended to redirect his efforts towards self-improvement and further education. Implicitly, he conveyed a disinterest in returning to coach the national team, wishing to be left undisturbed. His message, though articulated delicately, was unmistakably clear, leaving those who hoped for Shi Wuyin to rescue the situation deeply disappointed. Some, in their profound disillusionment, even uttered extreme remarks. However, such individuals were swiftly countered by genuine Chinese fans, as no one could foresee that those who proclaimed their admiration for the sport would fail to recognize that Coach Shi valued his personal reputation over the future of Chinese football. It was disheartening to contemplate whether these misguided individuals were true fans or merely instigators. Any authentic fan with discernment understands that such folly should not represent them. It is akin to offering a seat on public transport, while one may choose not to occupy the designated spaces for the elderly and infirm. Extending courtesy is a matter of choice, not obligation, and one should not impose moral coercion in such instances. In this context, during the final round of the group stage, the Chinese team faced a Philippine squad nearly entirely composed of naturalized players. After a grueling 90 minutes of competition, they ultimately triumphed with a score of 2-1. Both goals for China were scored by Hulai, who now leads the Asian Cup scoring chart with 4 goals. These 2 pivotal strikes secured a vital victory for the Chinese team, granting them qualification for the next round. However, due to an earlier defeat against Iraq, the Chinese team found themselves second in the group standings, trailing Iraq on points. Consequently, They were set to confront the formidable Japanese team in the round of 16. The mere mention of Japan's name underscores the daunting nature of this matchup. The Chinese team, not in peak form, faced almost certain defeat against Japan's strongest lineup. This outcome highlights the crucial ramifications of China's unexpected loss to Iraq in their opening match. Had China secured the top position in their group, their opponents in the round of 16 would have been the Thai team. Although Thailand is a formidable contender in Southeast Asian football, they would undoubtedly be less challenging than Japan. Beyond the strength of their opponents, the condition of the Chinese team raises significant concerns. The team conceded another goal during the match, which is a matter of concern in itself. Captain Yao Huaxing lost his balance and fell to the ground after contesting a header, resulting in a dislocated shoulder. At that moment, Coach Dong Jianhai had already exhausted all 3 substitutions, leaving Yao Huaxing to manage his injury with a bandage and continue battling on the field. It remains uncertain whether he will be fit for the upcoming match against Japan in 3 days. Additionally, Xia Xiaoyu also sustained an injury during the game. His injury compelled Dong Jianhai to use the last substitution, preventing Yao Huaxing from being replaced and forcing him to play on despite the injury. Fortunately, Xia Xiaoyu's condition is less severe. Post-match examinations revealed only a minor injury, which should not hinder his participation against Japan. However, Yao Huaxing's injury is particularly concerning. Given the already frail defensive capabilities of the Chinese team, the absence of a key central defender raises alarming questions about their potential performance against Japan. Without Yao Huaxing and Lin Ziyuan, relying solely on Wang Guangwei is insufficient. This Asian Cup has demonstrated that while training in high-level leagues can enhance one's skills, Wang Guangwei evidently lacks adequate match experience. Since transferring to Eldoria, he has only had the opportunity to appear as a substitute in 2 matches, one in the Coppa Italia and another in league play. Such limited playing time hampers his ability to maintain optimal form. Defenders and goalkeepers occupy uniquely critical roles in a team. Unless starting players are injured or there is a rotation of the lineup, securing playing time is exceedingly challenging. Unfortunately, Eldoria's 2 primary central defenders have shown consistent performance and have remained injury-free, and as a team not classified among the elite, Eldoria does not necessitate frequent rotations, leaving Wang Guangwei with scant opportunities to play. Prior to the Asian Cup, both Chinese fans and football administrators, as well as the media, harbored a sense of optimism. They believed that Chinese players, having honed their skills abroad, would exhibit a significant enhancement in their abilities, leading to a marked improvement in the overall strength of the Chinese team, enabling them to compete fiercely with formidable opponents such as Japan, South Korea, and Iran. Even though Wang Guangwei had rarely featured in club matches, his exposure to high-level training was deemed sufficient. After all, did not Luo Kai have limited playing time in his first season at Verona, yet still excel in the World Cup? However, reality has revealed that training and actual match play are disparate entities, not to be equated or compared. The sole piece of encouraging news is that the offensive combination in the Chinese team's front line is in commendable form. Hulai's 2 goals were assisted by Chun Xingyi and Luo Kai. Aside from the first match where their performance was lackluster, they netted 6 goals in the subsequent 2 group matches, indicating that the team's attacking prowess has not waned significantly. When Yao Huaxing knocked on his door, Dong Jianhai appeared taken aback. "Why aren't you resting in your room, Diao?" he inquired. "Coach Dong, I cannot miss the match against Japan," Yao Huaxing replied candidly. "But your injury does not permit that," Dong Jianhai countered, gesturing towards Yao Huaxing's shoulder with a shake of his head. The shoulder was still bandaged, and a noticeable protrusion indicated a dislocated acromioclavicular joint. Any slight movement would elicit excruciating pain, rendering him incapable of competing under such conditions. "I can receive a cortisone injection." Yao Huaxing seemed to have already devised a plan. "Yao, this is not merely a simple dislocation. It is a 3rd-degree acromioclavicular dislocation with torn ligaments. What you need is rest and rehabilitation, followed by surgery once the swelling subsides. Otherwise, you risk long-term repercussions." Dong Jianhai firmly disagreed. Following the match against the Philippines, Yao Huaxing underwent a thorough examination, leading to a conclusive diagnosis that left both Dong Jianhai and Hong Renjia in dismay. A 3rd-degree acromioclavicular dislocation requiring surgical intervention, with a typical recovery period of 3 months. This meant Yao Huaxing would have to bid farewell to the Asian Cup prematurely. "After the Asian Cup, I will undergo surgery, Coach Dong. Moreover, even if I were to have the operation, it cannot be done immediately. I must wait for the swelling to subside, which will take at least a week. Therefore, playing in the next match will not affect my surgery, Yao Huaxing asserted with unwavering conviction. Dong Jinhai furrowed his brow, his expression one of uncertainty. Sensing his hesitation, Yao Huaxing pressed on. Coach Dong, I acknowledge that our performance in this Asian Cup has been subpar. As captain, I bear responsibility. In the round of 16, we faced Japan. If it were any other opponent, it would be one thing, but Japan. His tone shifted as he continued. Since the 2004 Asian Cup final, I have been eagerly awaiting this match. At the time of the 2004 Asian Cup final, Yao Huaxing was merely 11 years old and did not participate as a player. However, he vividly remembers watching the entire match from the sidelines as a ball boy. That day marked a moment of shame for Chinese football, an indelible memory etched in his mind. Dong Jinhai remained silent, his head bowed, still withholding his stance. Initially, after the conclusion of the World Cup, I had envisioned applying the experiences gained therein to the Asian Cup and mentoring the younger players. However, I did not anticipate that our performance would turn out like this. Our defense has become our most significant dilemma. Yao Huaxing chuckled self-deprecatingly and then remarked, I hope Coach Dong can grant me another opportunity, a chance to redeem myself. This is my final Asian Cup, and I truly do not wish to bid farewell in this manner. Dong Jinhai let out a deep sigh. Fine. If you wish to play, then play. Thank you. Coach Dong, I also hope you won't disclose my injury to others. Dong Jinhai fixed Yao Huaxing with a penetrating gaze before nodding. All right. I will instruct Yuan Bo not to let it slip. Yuan Bo is the head of the team's medical staff. Since the examination results were just released, only Yuan Bo, Dong Jinhai, and team leader Hong Renjia are aware of the specifics of Yao Huaxing's condition. The outside world is still rife with speculation. With the promise secured, a smile finally returned to Yao Huaxing's face as he expressed his gratitude once more to Dong Jinhai. However, Dong Jinhai, in a rather grim mood, waved his hand dismissively, urging Yao Huaxing to leave, quickly return, and rest. Chapter 80. Taking charge. Competing against the Chinese team in the round of 16 is indeed the most favorable outcome. As Dazai Sugiyama entered the dining hall, he was greeted by the lively discussions of his teammates. The topic, naturally, revolved around their forthcoming opponent in the knockout stage. Following the conclusion of all matches in their group the previous night, Japan's adversary in the round of 16 was determined. Japan, as the first in Group D, would face China, the second in Group C. For us, any opponent is the same, isn't it? Though he spoke those words, Sugiyama secretly preferred to encounter the Chinese team. Indeed, he was more inclined to play against China. Sugiyama chose not to engage in the fervent discussions, instead turning to collect his meal. He was not surprised by his teammates' enthusiasm for discussing the Chinese team, as it was indeed a hot topic within the Japanese squad. Last summer, Japan performed the best among all Asian teams in the World Cup, being the sole Asian nation to reach the knockout stage, albeit only to the round of 16. Nevertheless, this achievement was sufficient to establish Japan as the face of Asian football. Yet, in the court of public opinion, the spotlight seemed to shine brighter on the Chinese team than on Japan. Conversations abounded about China's remarkable feat of remaining undefeated in their first World Cup appearance, their match against Brazil, and Huan's attainment of the World Cup Golden Boot. This overwhelming publicity was not confined to China alone. It resonated throughout Japan, Korea, Asia, and the world, as people marveled at China's stunning debut in the World Cup. During the tournament, the AFC even published 4 major reports featuring the Chinese team, while Japan received only 3. To someone unfamiliar with the World Cup, it would be easy to conclude that the Chinese team was the true representative of Asian football in this edition of the tournament. Consequently, this situation sparked some controversy in Japan, with many Japanese fans expressing their discontent. They expressed their dissatisfaction with the AFC's favoritism, as well as the Japanese media's lackadaisical promotion. And, of course, their discontent with the Chinese team. They believe that the Chinese team lacks the virtue to match their status, asserting that a team that failed to advance from the group stage has no right to represent Asian football. It is pointless to mention their unbeaten record when it still did not lead them to the knockout stage. Thus, what value does being unbeaten hold? The fervent discussions among Japanese netizens surely reached the ears of the national players, who cannot possibly be indifferent to the matter. The majority of players share perspectives akin to those of Japanese fans, deeming Chinese football a hollow reputation. Therefore, Encountering the Chinese team in the Asian Cup is undoubtedly a fortuitous twist of fate for the Japanese players, who have been harboring frustration. On the morning of training, the Chinese team did not engage in ball practice. Instead, under the guidance of their physical coach, they attended the hotel gym for recovery training. Having just concluded their match against the Philippines, recovery is paramount. Failure to execute this phase effectively could lead to accumulated fatigue from the previous match persisting in their bodies, potentially resulting in injuries during subsequent training or matches. Thus, recovery training the day after a game is of utmost importance to any team. Even Xiaoyu, who was substituted due to injury, was seen in the gym performing light recovery exercises, which somewhat attests that his injury is not severe and will not hinder his participation in upcoming games, an essential aspect for the Chinese team. Facing the Japanese team is no easy feat, especially considering their formidable midfield, a traditional stronghold for them. If Xiaoyu is unable to play, the Chinese team will struggle to contend in midfield against Japan. While it is not surprising to see Xiaoyu in the gym, the appearance of another individual raised eyebrows. "Yao, what brings you here?" Wang Guangwei asked, his eyes wide with surprise. "I'm here to train," Yao Huasheng replied matter-of-factly, passing by Wang Guangwei to hop onto a treadmill and begin a light jog. Wang Guangwei, perplexed, queried, "Aren't you supposed to be resting?" Unlike Xiaoyu's minor injury, the captain Yao Huasheng's injury was evidently severe. A noticeable protrusion was apparent on his shoulder. There were whispers among the team that Yao might miss the match against Japan. Yet, here he was, appearing unfazed in the gym, participating in recovery training alongside his teammates, which indeed surprised many. Vice Captain Haode approached with a furrowed brow, inquiring, "Yao, how is your injury?" "It's nothing serious," Yao Huasheng responded. Casting a glance at the swelling on his shoulder, his expression calm. "The bandage has been removed." Haode, observing the intricate web of tape crisscrossing Yao's shoulder and arm, was unconvinced by his words. Noticing Haode's skeptical gaze, Yao Huasheng clarified, "It's still a bit swollen, but once the swelling subsides, I'll be fine. It doesn't affect my normal activities." As he spoke, he gently moved his shoulders, maintaining an expression of calmness to demonstrate to everyone that this minor injury had indeed not affected him. Once he completed this display, he addressed the crowd, urging them to disperse and resume their training. After the others had departed, Yao Huasheng resumed his light jog. He pressed his lips tightly together, breathing solely through his nose to conceal the tension in his clenched jaw. During the afternoon press conference held by the Chinese team, head coach Dong Jianhai revealed to both domestic and international journalists the concern regarding Yao Huasheng's injury. After examination, it was determined that there were no significant issues. Although his shoulder was dislocated, it would not hinder his participation in the upcoming round of 16 match. This statement prompted a wave of incredulous glances among the reporters present, followed by a flurry of discussions. The visible protrusion on his shoulder was evident to all, yet they were told it was not a serious concern. He could still play against Japan? Dong Jianhai paid no heed to the journalists' reactions and continued, stating that the match against Japan would be exceedingly challenging. However, the Chinese team would undoubtedly give their all in this contest, showcasing the level that the Chinese team is expected to demonstrate. One reporter scoffed. This was a phrase Dong Jianhai repeated before every match. Yet the level the Chinese team had displayed was the 2002 loss to Iraq, and conceding goals to Palestine and the Philippines. Although Dong Jianhai claimed Yao Huasheng would not be absent, he had sustained an injury. The support on his shoulder would undoubtedly affect his mobility. This was certainly not the best version of the Chinese team. What level could they possibly showcase? The notion that Yao Huasheng was fine and able to participate in their match was met with disappointment. How unfortunate. They had hoped he would be unable to play. Indeed, considering the current state of the Chinese defense, if Yao Huasheng were unavailable, their chances would be severely diminished. Having just concluded their training, the Japanese players were changing in the locker room while continuing to discuss the hot topic of their internal rankings. Sugiyama Tatsuya remained silent, merely listening and refraining from participating in the conversation. He found himself in disagreement with the prevailing opinions about the Chinese team, but as he was surrounded by his senior teammates, he dared not voice his dissent. Thus, he could only listen quietly. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of Junpei Morikawa, who was not with the team. If that fool were present, he would surely rise to voice his opposition. Wouldn't he? At times, Sugiyama Tatsuya even questioned whether Morikawa could still be considered Japanese. Given his fluent command of Chinese and his evident closer ties with those Chinese players compared to compatriots like himself, Sugiyama had contemplated that if Morikawa had not already represented the Japanese national team, hearing news of his potential switch of nationality to represent China would not surprise him in the slightest. "What nonsense are you all discussing?" The team captain, Yamazaki Kengo, glared at them from his seat, causing the others to turn their attention towards him. "Why should we concern ourselves with whether Yao Huasheng plays or not? Are we so timid that his presence alone could determine our victory? When did Japanese football become so cowardly? To aspire for victory while relying on the misfortune of our opponent's key players is a fallacy." He posed a series of rhetorical questions, leaving the locker room in an uncomfortable silence, with none daring to respond. Yamashita Kengo scrutinized each teammate, who, under his piercing gaze, bowed their heads. Avoiding eye contact with their captain, let us not forget our objective. On our path to defending our title, must we truly depend on our adversaries to falter for us to succeed? Yamashita stood resolutely, hands on hips, his eyes wide as he surveyed his teammates. The strength of Japanese football lies in our own prowess. As long as we can perform to our utmost capabilities, we need not concern ourselves with the state of the Chinese team. Therefore, from this moment forth, I wish to hear no more foolishness echoing in this locker room. We must dedicate ourselves fully to the game, focusing solely on the match at hand. After delivering his fervent speech, Yamashita took his seat once more. The locker room fell silent for a brief moment before the chatter resumed, yet this time, the discussion did not revolve around whether Yao Huasheng would miss the match. Chapter 81. The crucial matter of scoring goals in preparation for the match against Japan, we must implement some adjustments. Prior to the day's training, head coach Dong Jianhai gathered the players, forming a two-tiered circle to address them. He stood at the center, continually turning to ensure he could see every player. "We shall engage in an offensive duel against Japan." Upon hearing this, the players encircling him could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. They had not anticipated such a bold move from Coach Dong. Aware of their surprise, Dong understood their disbelief. They perhaps did not expect him to embrace risk, considering he had previously refrained from altering past tactics or personnel decisions, adhering strictly to established protocols. After the group stage, it was evident to all that offense was our forte. Therefore, in the match against Japan, we must unleash our strengths to their fullest extent. Only then can we compete with them. During the game, we must not fixate on how many goals we concede. Rather, the focus should lie on how many goals we can score. As he spoke, Dong's passion intensified, and his voice rose slightly. Among the crowd, Hulai was reminded of his club coach, Tony Clark, and he nearly believed that Dong had been possessed by Clark's spirit. This suspicion was not unfounded. After all, the former Dong would never have articulated such sentiments. What did he often emphasize? Be mindful of your teammates during defense, maintain the integrity of your formation, observe your positioning. When in the center, distribute the ball to the flanks, and when advancing, do not simply stick to the sidelines. Introduce variations by exploiting the channels. Such professional yet unremarkable advice was commonplace among coaches. Consequently, Dong had failed to leave a lasting impression on Hulai, his presence overshadowed. Today, however, Director Dong boldly proclaimed that it matters little how many goals we concede. What is truly significant is how many we score. Such a startling declaration seems at odds with his established persona. The external criticism of the Chinese team's defensive shortcomings has not escaped Director Dong's notice. Consequently, in the aftermath of each match, he dedicates considerable time to addressing the defensive issues encountered during the game, as well as outlining areas for improvement in future matches. Yet today, Director Dong turned the tables, dismissing the notion of defense entirely, asserting that our focus must be on scoring. This sentiment resonates deeply with Clark, the owner of Hulai. After all, if our tally of goals surpasses that of our opponents, victory is assured, is it not? Other players on the Chinese team were equally taken aback. While they may have been surprised when Director Dong suggested an offensive strategy against Japan, given that attacking prowess is currently the sole weapon at the team's disposal, the real shift occurred with his subsequent remarks. Dong Jianhai could sense the players' astonishment. Yet he remained unfazed. Henceforth, our training over the next 2 days will concentrate entirely on various offensive strategies. From this moment, everyone must mentally prepare for a fierce battle against Japan. With a decisive gesture, he commanded, "Let training commence." Dong Jianhai is evidently serious about this. He speaks with conviction and follows through. All training sessions are exclusively centered on offensive tactics, encompassing a variety of attacking formations and set-piece strategies. In fact, apart from the essential penalty kick drills typical of knockout stages, there has been no dedicated focus on defense. If one were to argue otherwise, it might only be in the context of practicing defensive maneuvers as a secondary aspect of offensive training. During the ball possession training phase, the captain, Yao Huasheng, who had previously assured the team of his minor injury, was conspicuously absent from the training grounds. The coaching staff explained this absence as a precautionary measure. Regardless, since the Chinese team is solely practicing offensive tactics, Yao Huasheng's absence does not significantly impact the team's preparations. The offensive strategies designed by Dong Jianhai for the Chinese team are characterized by their simplicity and directness. This approach is necessitated by the formidable strength of the Japanese midfield, which renders it impossible for the Chinese team to contend effectively in that area. The presence of Zhang Qinghua and Xia Xiaoyu, while noteworthy, is insufficient. Xia Xiaoyu remains in the Alvaro reserve team, and Zhang Qinghua has yet to secure a starting position at Serie A. In stark contrast, Japan boasts 4 midfield players who are all key figures in Europe's top 5 leagues. Furthermore, Japanese football is renowned for its emphasis on possession and control, having produced numerous elite midfielders over the years. Thus, any attempt by the Chinese team to engage in a midfield battle with Japan would only play into the hands of their strengths. Therefore, the Chinese team must aim to bypass the midfield swiftly, avoiding the traps meticulously laid by the Japanese. Instead, they should leverage the speed of their forwards to mount direct assaults on the Japanese defense. While Japan may hold the title of the strongest team in Asia, it does not imply they are devoid of weaknesses. Notably, their defensive line is comparatively vulnerable. Both fullbacks prioritize offensive play, while the center backs lack sufficient height and aerial prowess. The tallest player on Japan's defense, Captain Yamashita Kengo, stands at a mere 186 centimeters, just 6 centimeters taller than Hulai and 1 centimeter above Luokai. In response to the Japanese team's tendency for their fullbacks to surge forward, Coach Dong Jianhai has instructed the Chinese team to launch their attacks predominantly from the flanks and central areas. Xia Xiaoyu and Jiang Wanning are positioned as dual defensive midfielders, with the former responsible for orchestrating play through long passes, while Jiang Wanning provides protection alongside him. Zhang Qinghua is tasked with frequently infiltrating the penalty area to take shots, thereby increasing the number of support options for the Chinese team within Japan's box. He emphasizes the necessity for the team to elevate their pace during the match, capitalizing on their speed advantage over Japan to relentlessly challenge the Japanese defensive line, thereby disrupting Japan's control of the game. In essence, Coach Dong's offensive strategy for the Chinese team is direct and unrefined, bordering on the simplistic and lacking in technical finesse. During training, the players have sensed a dissonance with these tactics, as they are not characteristic of Coach Dong's usual style. After the training session, Hulai and a few teammates gathered in their hotel room to unwind, with Wang Guangwei voicing his thoughts. "Old Wang, you've noticed too?" Chen Xingyi expressed his surprise. "How novel. Is there anyone on the team who hasn't noticed?" Hulai scoffed at Chen Xingyi's astonishment. Perhaps he has been criticized too often and has come to terms with it. Xia Xiaoyu speculated. Since their first group stage match loss to Iraq in the Asian Cup, criticism of Coach Dong has inundated the internet. Netizens have exercised their wit to craft various jests mocking him, the most notorious being, "Given the significance of the Asian Cup, I expected the Football Association to send a tiger, if not a tiger, at least a dog, but they sent a pig instead." The irony lies in the fact that at 66, Coach Dong has indeed gained some weight, aligning him somewhat with the pig imagery, leading netizens to refer to him as the pig coach of the national team. I think the netizens are being a bit harsh. We lost the first match of the Asian Cup, but it's not solely Coach Dong's fault. Our performance was subpar as well, Zhang Qinghua remarked. It's normal to criticize after a loss, but even when we win, the criticism persists. I believe as long as we win, the concerns over conceding goals are unnecessary. They worry about us conceding to a team like Palestine. Against a formidable opponent like Japan, wouldn't conceding be even more likely? Zhang Qinghua interrupted Chen Xingyi, saying, "Oh, come on. It sounds as if you think we wouldn't concede against Japan if we didn't against Palestine. What difference does conceding to Japan make compared to conceding to Palestine?" I think Coach Dong's statement today was spot on. Who cares how many goals we concede? What matters is how many we score. Coach Dong must have realized that we are not adept at defending. Thus, it is better to go all out on the attack. Besides, given our current form against Japan, Coach Dong likely doesn't intend to leave himself an escape route. He knows the odds are stacked against us. If defeat is inevitable, one might as well display some courage. At least that way, one can say they fought valiantly in loss, Zhang Qinghuan remarked at last. I find Director Dong's arrangement rather appealing. After all, this is the Japanese team. Why overthink it? Life and death should be viewed with indifference. If one is dissatisfied, then let them take action. Huan nodded in agreement, exclaiming, well said, Brother Huan. Let Hiroto Magi realize what a grave mistake it is to overlook Sichuan. Indeed, we shall consider it a means of avenging Sichuan, Zhang Qinghuan declared with grandiose flair. It is absurd that the Japanese team would exclude Sichuan simply because he plays for Shining Star. That is a blatant disrespect towards Shining Star. Chun Xingyi nodded in concurrence. The atmosphere in the room grew exuberant. At that moment, Huan mimicked Zhang Qinghuan's tone, rising to strike a pose and declared, I see a Japanese midfield without Junpei Sichuan is akin to a mere clod. Zhang Qinghuan paused momentarily before realizing the jest. Damn. Laughter erupted among the crowd. End of chapter 82. Dream on several vehicles parked at a vacant spot along the roadside, and a dozen individuals descended from them, surveying their surroundings. It is no small feat to traverse to the university town just to catch a game. Who could have anticipated that the KTV would be undergoing renovations at such a time? Could it be that something untoward has been investigated? Yan's team is quite enigmatic. The group began to jest. Yin waved dismissively. Scram. It's just a normal renovation. Do not let your imaginations run wild. Come, I shall lead you to my old haunt. With that, he forged ahead, guiding the Dongchuan High School football team towards a nearby bar. Arriving at this hour, there will be no seats left, will there? Chu Yifan remarked, glancing at the bustling bars and restaurants lining the street, all brimming with patrons. Fear not, Captain Chu. I made prior arrangements. Our little bit of influence still holds weight. As he spoke, Yin reached the entrance of the bar and pushed the door open, revealing a relatively spacious interior. A bartender, busy behind the counter, looked up upon hearing the commotion and smiled. Ah, you've made it. If you had come any later, your seats would have vanished. Thank you, boss, thank you. Yin expressed his gratitude while stepping aside, gesturing for his companions to enter. Find yourselves a seat. There is ample room. Upon entering and witnessing the scene, the group felt elated. Yin is impressive. At such a critical moment in the Sino-Japanese showdown, finding a place to watch the game was indeed a stroke of luck. Yin waved his hand and approached a nearby table, smiling at an individual there. Uncle, I guessed you would be here. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Well, what a rare visitor. What brings you back today? I brought everyone here to watch the game. Yin indicated to Chu Yifan beside him. Chu Yifan greeted the man. Hello, uncle. Good. The uncle nodded, pointing to an empty seat nearby. Please, have a seat. They were already acquainted. They had attended Shining Star's first match back in the Chinese Super League together at the Provincial Sports Center. The uncle then gestured to the bartender. And soon, a round of beers was placed on their table. Drink up. Today, as long as the Chinese team triumphs over the Japanese, the drinks are on me. The uncle, while uncorking a bottle and handing it to Yin and Chu Yifan, remarked, Ah, so you've assumed that the Chinese team will emerge victorious? Yin and Chu Yifan exchanged a glance, followed by Yin's somewhat awkward response. Uncle, I truly had no intention of mooching off your drink. Wait, are you presuming the Chinese team will win? The uncle perceived the underlying tone in his words. It was at that moment that Yin realized his own oversight and quickly gestured. No, I hadn't even contemplated the outcome. The uncle chuckled. Are you feeling particularly conflicted inside? Yin pondered. If the Chinese team triumphs over Japan, Dong Jinhai might just become a hero, and the likelihood of him losing his position would plummet. Yin and Chu Yifan exchanged another glance, momentarily at a loss for words. They had indeed discussed this matter, for the topic of Dong Jinhai's future had become a hot-button issue among Chinese football fans in recent times. Before the last group match, rumors circulated wildly online regarding the details of Dong Jinhai's contract with the Football Association. It was said to contain a clause stipulating that the continuation of his contract would hinge upon the team's performance in the Asian Cup. Should he fail to lead the team into the knockout stages, his contract would not be renewed. The first half of this clause was common knowledge, as it was public information that Dong Jinhai's contract with the Football Association extended only until the Asian Cup. The latter half, however, was a closely guarded secret. The Football Association had not officially declared the consequences of the Chinese team's potential exit from the group stage, yet among the vast community of Chinese football fans, the belief was that for such a formidable team to falter in the group stages would be nothing short of disastrous. Thus, they regarded the team's progression as pivotal to determining Dong Jianhai's fate. Consequently, when rumors of Dong Jianhai's contract details surfaced online, it was easy for fans to accept them as truth, as they genuinely hoped this reflected the actual terms of the agreement. Ultimately, the Chinese team did advance from the group stage. Yet, even after this achievement, fans remained unconvinced of Dong Jianhai's capabilities as the national coach. Hence, they were disinclined to see the Football Association renew his contract. After another shared glance with Yan Yan, it was Chu Yifan who finally spoke up. "We cannot speak for others, uncle, but we believe that the match against Japan is unlike any other. Regardless of whether Dong Jianhai continues as coach, we do not wish to see the Chinese team lose to Japan." The uncle regarded Chu Yifan with newfound respect and gave a thumbs up, a perceptive individual. Matthew Dawn noticed Tony Clark glancing at his watch repeatedly. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Is something amiss, Tony? We still have ample time before our afternoon training session." Clark shook his head. "No, I'm just calculating the time difference for Doha." "Doha?" Matthew paused, then quickly connected the dots. "Oh, the Asian Cup." Indeed, the match between the Chinese and Japanese teams was crucial in determining whether they would secure their place in the Premier League this season. "Isn't that a bit exaggerated, Tony?" Matthew remarked. He too had been following the Asian Cup, and it was evident that the Chinese team was not in peak form, nor were they fully equipped. Most critically, their head coach's limited capabilities hindered the team from realizing its full potential. Facing a stronger Japanese team now posed a significant challenge to securing victory. Thus, the journey of the Chinese team in the current Asian Cup has come to an end. This is undoubtedly good news for Leeds City. The team has exhibited erratic performances in recent league matches, even experiencing a trio of consecutive defeats, plummeting to a dismal 12th place at one point. Fortunately, in the 22nd round of the league yesterday, Leeds City triumphed over West Denham with a score of 2-0 at home, halting their downward spiral and propelling them back to 10th place in the standings. However, with only 33 points accumulated at this stage of the league, Leeds City finds itself a staggering 23 points behind the league leaders, Manchester Athletic, rendering their hopes of defending the championship virtually futile. They are also 8 points adrift of 4th place Tranmere, making the pursuit of a Champions League qualification for the next season quite arduous. Even if they aspire to vie for a spot in the top 6 for the Europa League, they are still 7 points behind. Nonetheless, the prospect of relegation appears to be a non-issue. Clark chuckled lightly, jesting, "I just hope who can return soon. After all, once he returns, he will require time to rest and adjust to the time difference and regain his form. The sooner he comes back, the more time he will have to recuperate." "So you wish for the Chinese team to lose to Japan?" "It's not about my wishes, Matt. They will undoubtedly lose to Japan." Upon hearing this, Matt fell silent, unable to counter the assertion. "Someone says we are bound to lose to Japan?" Yao Huasheng posed this rhetorical question to his teammates. In the locker room, with mere minutes remaining before the match, head coach Dong Jianhai had already conveyed his instructions and was absent, leaving the players to rally among themselves. Their captain, Yao Huasheng, was galvanizing the team. Wang Guangwei's gaze fell upon Yao's right shoulder, which still protruded noticeably. Yet, observing his fluid movements, it seemed to have little impact. Truly, a medical marvel. They presented numerous statistics and analyses of past performances as evidence, but I would assert that they are merely spouting nonsense. As Yao Huasheng exclaimed this, he vigorously waved his right hand, as if to dispel the foul odor of those nonsensical remarks. This gesture bolstered the confidence of his teammates. It seemed that Yao's shoulder was indeed not severely injured. What they remained unaware of was that prior to the match, Yao had discreetly received a pain-relieving injection from the team doctor, requesting confidentiality. If football matches could be determined solely by statistics and previous performances, why would we even take the field? If we were to consider only our paper strength, we should have suffered 3 defeats in the World Cup. Therefore, let us disregard the trivialities. Our opponents are, after all, the Japanese team. At this juncture, he paused briefly. The emphasis on facing Japan was significant, as that opponent held special meaning for him. 23 years ago, during that final match, I was merely 11 years old, serving as a ball boy. The teammates gazed at their captain. This is hardly news. One might even say it is common knowledge. During the 2004 Asian Cup held in China, an 11-year-old Yao Huaxing made his appearance as a ball boy on the grand stage of Asian football. Later, this incident was romanticized by various marketing accounts and social media, turned into a tale of nostalgia. However, Yao Huaxing has never regarded it as such a charming anecdote. I stood on the sidelines, witnessing Koichi Sato equalize with a handball. Our players' appeals to the referee were futile. At that time, there was no video assistant referee, and we could only suffer in silence. Our morale collapsed. And in the aftermath, some criticized our players for their poor mental fortitude, as if Chinese players were expected to be emotionless machines, devoid of any psychological fluctuations. We were expected to face calamity with unwavering composure. Indeed, the mental resilience of Chinese players has historically been lacking, but as I was present that day, I felt that few could maintain their calm in such a tumultuous match. As Yao Huaxing recounted, it seemed everyone was transported back to that night. Though none of us had participated in that Asian Cup, individuals like Hu Lai and Luo Kai were mere infants, and Xia Xiaoyu had yet to be born. We had all heard the tales of that night and that match countless times. China was the host nation for that Asian Cup. Yet to anyone watching the final, it could easily be mistaken that Japan was the home team. Aside from the contentious handball incident, the officiating crew showed a clear bias towards Japan throughout the match. How biased was it? There were instances where throw-ins were called offside. Can you believe it? According to the rules of football, a throw-in cannot be offside. Yet, during that match, when the Chinese team attempted to launch an attack from a throw-in in Japan's half, the referee inexplicably called offside, awarding possession to Japan. The entire stadium erupted in boos. And even the commentator from CCTV questioned whether his 30 years of experience in football commentary and understanding of the game still held any validity. China, initially in the lead, saw their advantage erased as Sato equalized, and their mindset faltered. They subsequently faced a series of erroneous calls, leading to a complete collapse. Ultimately, they lost 1-2 to Japan, conceding the Asian Cup championship on home soil. In the wake of the match, furious Chinese fans burned Japanese flags and overturned several cars parked outside the stadium. Had it not been for a significant police presence, the Japanese team might have struggled to exit the venue. In the past, when the Chinese team lost, the fans directed their ire at the national team. However, after that final, the anger was directed at the Japanese. This illustrates the depth of the resentment towards the Japanese team. Thus, Yao Huaxing was correct. Under such circumstances, with the already fragile mental state of the Chinese players, it was indeed challenging to remain composed and perform well. From that match onward, I vowed that if I ever had the opportunity to face Japan on the field again, I would not hold back. I sought retribution. No one doubted the sincerity of Yao Huaxing's words. Due to his relentless determination, Yao Huaxing has always given his utmost in matches against the Japanese team, whether in the national youth team, the Olympic team, or the national team. His fervor reached such extremes that during one match, he received a red card for a reckless tackle on an opposing player. The slow-motion replay led Japanese commentators to assert that Yao had deliberately targeted the player, asserting that his intent was not to defend, but rather to inflict harm. This foul earned him significant criticism, with many asserting that Yao's impulsiveness and folly contributed to both a loss in the game and the dignity of the Chinese team. It is precisely because of players like Yao Huaxing that Chinese football has struggled to improve. Yao never offered an explanation for his actions until 5 years later. During an interview on a program, when he disclosed that his motivation stemmed from his experience as a ball boy during the 2004 Asian Cup final. Following this revelation, many began to comprehend his motivations, though some criticized him for merely seeking excuses to justify his foolish foul. Regrettably, despite numerous encounters with Japan, the Chinese team has not faced them in the Asian Cup since that 2004 final, as if fate itself conspired to prevent any opportunity for revenge, or perhaps to ensure that old grievances remained unresolved while new animosities brewed. Today marks the first time in 23 years that the Chinese and Japanese teams meet again in the Asian Cup. This is my final Asian Cup, declared the 34-year-old Yao Huaxing, and it is also my last chance for revenge. Although I have faced Japan in other competitions, I firmly believe that defeating them in the Asian Cup constitutes true vengeance. Thus, I will exert every ounce of effort in this match, and I hope all of you will do the same. He expressed his disdain for the notion that the Japanese would believe they rightfully earned their championship title after winning it in such a manner. This year, they aim to defend their title once more, aspiring to become the first Asian team to achieve back-to-back championships. How naive. Today, we are here to remind them that what they once stole from us must be returned. They trampled upon us to claim their championship, and now they wish to do so again. Dream on. Yao's face flushed crimson, his entire body trembling with fervor. The national players had never witnessed such a passionate display from their captain, yet they found themselves breathing heavily in unison with him. Chapter 83. The unexpected Chinese team within Hulai's system perspective. The 11 players of the Chinese team were interconnected by a luminous chain of white light, ultimately converging into his own being. Having previously exchanged 300,000 points for the Lingxi card during the group stage, he had utilized all of them, even supplementing a few for the substitutes. Upon advancing to the round of 16, he preemptively spent another 300,000 points to acquire 10 Lingxi cards, awaiting the opportunity to deploy them in the match. Fortunately, having completed his tasks during the World Cup, he was rewarded with an additional 300,000 points. As his strength has increased, he no longer needs to frequently exchange points for items. Thus, he finds himself in a relatively comfortable position. By the end of the World Cup, having received a 30-point reward, Hulai had approximately 1 million points in his account. Even after spending some during the half-season, he still possessed 850,000 points prior to the start of the Asian Cup. Exchanging 300,000 for the Lingxi card to equip the entire team posed no burden for him. Spending another 300,000 would be equally inconsequential. Therefore, despite Hulai's uncertainty regarding whether spending 600,000 points would lead the Chinese team to the Asian Cup finals, he did so without hesitation. Particularly when facing the Japanese team, the value of such a decision was not a matter of concern. As Hulai observed left-back Chu Lu advancing from the left flank, he disengaged from the system view and sprinted toward his designated position. Xia Xiaoyu delivered a diagonal long pass from the midfield, seemingly intended for Chen Xingyi, positioned at the flank. However, without looking back, Chen Xingyi deftly let the ball pass, allowing it to reach Chu Lu, who was making a decisive run from behind him, as if he had anticipated Chu Lu's assertive advance. When Chu Lu received the ball, a resounding cheer erupted from the Chinese fans in the stands. At this moment, Chu Lu refrained from dribbling and, after a brief adjustment, prepared to deliver a cross. This straightforward approach had been repeatedly emphasized by head coach Dong Jianhai before the match. He urged them to avoid overthinking during the game and to press forward decisively. As long as they felt it was appropriate, they should pass the ball toward the goal of the Japanese team, without concern for whether their teammates would receive it or if it would pose a threat to the Japanese goal. To be frank, Coach Dong's adjustments left the Chinese players somewhat unaccustomed, as he was not a maniacal coach like Tony Clark. However, from another perspective, this adjustment allowed the players to play more freely. After all, they were relieved from the pressure of complex considerations and could directly confront the Japanese team. Consequently, the players of the Chinese team found themselves more attuned to the rhythm of the game than their Japanese counterparts. 15 minutes into the match, astonishingly, the Chinese team had penetrated the Japanese team's 30-meter area more frequently. And now, Chu Lu delivered a cross. "Here it comes," he exclaimed excitedly, as the Chinese team maintained an advantageous position, much to his surprise as a commentator. As Chu Lu sent in the cross, 3 players from the Chinese team, clad in red jerseys, surged into the Japanese penalty area like arrows. Hulai positioned himself at the center, while Luo Kai circled around Hulai to attack the near post, and Zhang Qinghuan moved in to cover the far post. All 3 struck simultaneously. Luo Kai, in a burst of speed, managed to connect with the ball at the near post. However, he was closely marked by the Japanese center-back Nakoka Takahiro, leaving him no room to shoot. He could only redirect the ball backward. He executed this maneuver. Hulai prepared to leap in the center, deceiving the Japanese captain Yamamoto Ken with a hasty jump, resulting in a missed header. It slipped past, on the 185-meter high mountain. If Shan Xianwu were just a tad taller, he might have grazed the ball. Yet, he could only watch in astonishment as Zhang Qinghuan appeared at the far post, taking a powerful shot. Zhang Qinghuan, the commentator from Japan's television network, exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Fortunately, Japan's goalkeeper, Nishikubo Nobu, displayed remarkable reflexes. As Luo Kai's header deflected, he swiftly returned to the far post. He did not wait for Zhang Qinghuan to shoot before making his save. Rather, he anticipated the attack and leapt into action while retracing his steps. His gamble paid off. Zhang Qinghuan's shot was deflected out of bounds by his hand. Alas, What a pity, Huan cried out, only to quickly follow up, stating that although Nishikubo stands at just 185 meters, his agility is extraordinary. This save epitomized his remarkable abilities. Sitting nearby, Yan Kong remarked, the Chinese team has entered the match with commendable vigor from the outset, which is a positive sign. However, such intensity in their attack is unprecedented in this Asian Cup. Coach Dong Jianhai felt as if he had completely overturned the strategies employed in the previous 3 matches. Yet, this approach is not necessarily flawed, especially when facing a formidable opponent like Japan. Relying on tactics suitable for playing against Palestine or the Philippines would be utterly ineffective. Nonetheless, one cannot shake the feeling that the strides taken are rather large. The pace of the Chinese team is rapid, yet how long can this tempo be sustained? Yan Kong did not intend to dampen spirits, but he genuinely recognized the issue at hand. Following the initial surprise, the Chinese team's aggressive offense caught Japan off guard. Thus far, they even appeared to dominate the match. However, after the initial exhilaration, Yan Kong also discerned a lurking peril. The Chinese offense lacked variation in tempo, relentlessly pursuing speed. While this quickness yielded immediate results, its sustainability is dubious. Not to mention the capabilities of the Chinese team. No squad in the world can maintain a high tempo for a full 90 minutes. Even Leeds, renowned for their frenzied offense, have never executed such a strategy. Therefore, Yan Kong harbored concerns that the Chinese team might falter and ultimately be overwhelmed by Japan. This apprehension was not unique to Yan Kong. Many shared similar sentiments. Across domestic networks, numerous fans expressed doubts about Dong Jianhai's tactics, as his reputation had plummeted following the prior 3 group matches, leading many to view his every decision with skepticism. Supporters who felt invigorated by the Chinese team's performance found themselves embroiled in online disputes with those who believed Dong Jianhai was mismanaging the situation. Television broadcasts captured Coach Dong Jianhai on the sidelines, his portly figure and focused gaze fixated on the match. In terms of personal appearance, his weight, age, and the deep wrinkles etched across his face, coupled with his naturally drooping eyebrows, rendered him less than charming. Thus, despite his extensive experience, he has never been a celebrated figure in Chinese football, even having served as head coach for both the national and Olympic teams in the past. His influence has remained quite limited. It belongs to that category of coaches whose appointment as head coach always raises doubts about their suitability. Undoubtedly, he has substantiated through actual results that he is not the most appropriate choice, and even this time, he has not escaped that fate. Clearly, the Chinese Football Association, after failing to reach an agreement with Jorge Dylan, resorted to this desperate decision due to time constraints. It was a choice made out of necessity rather than preference. On the sidelines, Dong Jianhai stands with furrowed brows, showing no indication that his team is dominating the field. Clad in a national team training t-shirt adorned with the Chinese flag and black athletic pants, with a participation badge hanging around his neck, his sparse hair and troubled expression evoke the image of a weary farmer fretting over a poor harvest. It is no wonder he fails to endear himself to the public. He exudes an aura of despair that is palpable. In such circumstances, merely seeing his face leads Chinese fans to instinctively believe that the national team is destined for disaster. This sentiment is not exclusive to Chinese fans. Japanese supporters share similar concerns. Online discussions among Japanese fans have turned to speculating when the Chinese team might collapse. It is implausible for the Chinese team to maintain their current pace and rhythm. Their stamina cannot endure. Unlike us, the Chinese team lacks sufficient depth on the bench. In the previous 3 group matches, Dong made virtually no rotations in his lineup, with the starting formation remaining nearly unchanged. Their physical endurance is nearing its limits. Yet they continue with this style of play. I can only describe it as brave yet foolish. Coach Magi's response was astute. Upon noticing the aggressive start from the Chinese team, he instructed his squad to slow down and consolidate their defense. They aimed to weather this initial storm and, once the momentum of the Chinese team waned, to strike decisively. At that moment, one blow would suffice to shatter the Chinese team. The camera also shifted to the Japanese head coach, Hiroshi Magi. This coach, who led the Japanese national team to the round of 16 in the World Cup, stands in stark contrast to the renowned coaches of the world, appearing as an ordinary coach in that context. However, on the Asian Cup stage, he undoubtedly embodies the stature of a top-tier strategist, especially when juxtaposed with Dong Jianhai. Magi's calm and composed demeanor shines through. He rises and approaches the sidelines, offering no words or extravagant gestures, merely pressing his hands downward to convey to his players, "Stay composed, do not panic. There is nothing to fear." Chapter 84, Rivals of Japanese football. After sending Morikawa Junpei to training, Takashi Mitsui drove home. With Hulai still absent, he temporarily resided here, responsible for overseeing Morikawa Junpei's daily life while coordinating with the club to facilitate Junpei's adjustment to training and living in the UK. Upon arriving home, he eagerly turned on the television to watch the highly anticipated clash between China and Japan in the Asian Cup. As an intercontinental event, the Asian Cup was indeed broadcasted in the UK, albeit not by a major network and requiring a subscription for viewing. After all, the proud British people show little interest in lower-tier Asian competitions. Even with players like Park Chun-tae and Hulai participating in this Asian Cup, the viewership remains scant. It appears that the majority of those who pay to watch the tournament, aside from the fervent fans who avidly consume every match worldwide, are primarily Asians residing in the UK. Among them is Takashi Mitsui, who is particularly invested in today's fierce clash between Japan and China. The match is scheduled to commence at 3 p.m. local time, coinciding with training hours, rendering Junpei Morikawa unable to attend, yet Mitsui can. His keen interest in this encounter stems not only from his Japanese nationality, where it is only natural to support one's national team, but also from the implications of the match's outcome. He harbors a desire for Japan to eliminate China, not solely because of his heritage, but more significantly, as the earlier defeat of the Chinese team would allow Hulai to return to lead sooner. With Hulai's assistance, Mitsui is confident that his integration into the new team will be expedited and rendered more seamless, especially since Morikawa is still struggling with his English. His temperament also complicates his adaptation to an entirely unfamiliar environment. His remarkable performance at Flash Star is largely attributable to his association with Hulai, who has facilitated his swift acclimatization to the team, alleviating numerous challenges and allowing him to immerse himself fully in football. Furthermore, as Hulai resides with Morikawa and several key players of Flash Star, they have developed a sufficient rapport in their daily lives, which minimizes any sense of alienation or unfamiliarity during matches. It can be said that whenever Hulai returns to Leeds, all the issues Morikawa faces will be resolved. As the television broadcast commenced, Takashi Mitsui witnessed goalkeeper Nobuo Nishikabo leap into the air, powerfully clearing the ball. Simultaneously, the British commentator exclaimed, "Low." He suddenly shot from just outside the penalty area, nearly catching the Japanese team off guard. During this period, the Chinese team's offensive was robust, compelling the Japanese squad to adopt a more defensive stance, appearing precariously vulnerable. Mitsui believed he must have misheard. What does it mean that the Chinese team was mounting a fierce attack, while the Japanese team could only defend? Surely, it should be the Japanese team pressing forward vigorously, forcing the Chinese to retreat defensively, looking rather precarious. As if echoing Mitsui's internal skepticism, the broadcast displayed a simple statistical overview of both teams. Possession stats revealed China with 42 and Japan with 58, indicating a clear advantage. This was expected, as Japan's style of football emphasizes possession play, leading to their higher control of the ball throughout the match. However, the shot count told a different story. China had 6 attempts, 3 of which were on target, while Japan managed only 3, with none hitting the target. A glance at the shooting statistics made it evident that the commentator was correct. Indeed, the Chinese team was exhibiting a more vigorous offensive. This left Mitsui utterly bewildered, so much so that he forgot to sit down, standing transfixed before the television, grappling with the incongruity of how the Chinese team could dominate the scene against Japan. This is not a matter of underestimating the Chinese team, but rather an acknowledgement of the superior overall strength of the Japanese squad. Although the scoring capability of Japan's frontline may not rival that of China, their formidable midfield ensures that their overall scoring potential remains robust. In the 3 group matches, they managed to net 6 goals, a commendable achievement, especially when considering that the South Korean team only scored 4 in the same number of matches. 6 goals placed them third in terms of total goals scored among all teams in the group. How then could the more formidable Japanese team be confined to their own half by the Chinese? With such perplexity, Mitsui Takashi continued to observe. Before long, he began to discern the underlying issues. The Chinese team's offense was characterized by its rapid and straightforward approach, frequently launching attacks from both flanks and delivering crosses. They relied on the speed of Chun Xingyi and Luo Kai to penetrate the Japanese defensive line, effectively forcing the highly capable wingbacks, Kawasaki Eiji and Kyoto Yashitoki, to remain in defense and counter the Chinese flanks rather than join the attack. Upon realizing this, Mitsui Takashi's furrowed brow relaxed. He found himself less concerned, as he recognized the inherent vulnerabilities in the Chinese team's strategy. How could their stamina sustain such relentless pace? Once they slowed down, the two wingbacks would no longer be able to press forward and assist in attacks, leaving Kawasaki Eiji and Kyoto Yashitoki vulnerable to being pushed back in retaliation. What purpose would such a tactic serve? Therefore, despite the current fervor of the Chinese offense, it was only a matter of time before it would collapse. He glanced at the match clock. The statistical data had just been displayed at the 20-minute mark, and now it read 24 minutes. The Chinese team's offensive momentum should begin to wane, as their stamina was bound to reach its first hurdle. Yet, observing the players on the field, their two wingbacks continued to surge forward. At that moment, only two center-backs and the goalkeeper remained beyond the halfway line. They seemed utterly unconcerned about the possibility of Japan intercepting the ball and launching a counterattack. If they lost possession, how would they regain their defensive shape? Mitsui Takashi shook his head. The Chinese coach must have lost his senses. The Chinese team launched another attack. The Japanese television commentator offered strategies for exploiting the gaps behind them. No sooner had he spoken than he saw Luo Kai making a move to cross from the right flank. The Japanese left back, Kawasaki Eiji, leaped to block Luo Kai's cross. He failed to consider that this might be a ruse, as the Chinese team's frequent crossing had nearly become their signature attacking routine. Little did he expect that Luo Kai would suddenly alter his approach. After Kawasaki Eiji jumped, he deftly pulled the ball inward with his right foot. In doing so, he evaded Kawasaki Eiji and charged into the penalty area. The Japanese left winger, Tanabe Udai, rushed in to intercept. This time, Luo Kai delivered a clean and precise cross. Sending a low pass, Hulai sprinted toward the ball, unleashing a powerful shot. As Hulai took his shot, Qianwu positioned himself to obstruct the ball, extending his foot to block while simultaneously grasping Hulai's shoulder and leaning against him to disrupt his stability. His defense proved successful. Under this pressure, Hulai misfired, and the ball's momentum towards the far post diminished. This presented an opportunity for Shiko Nobu, who leapt and dove to deftly redirect the ball with one hand. The beautiful commentary from the Japanese announcer was only halfway through when another red figure appeared before the goal. Chun Xingyi. Hifeng clenched his fist and let out a roar. As Chun Xingyi raced towards the ball's landing spot, he became entangled with Japan's right back, Kiyotaka Yashitaki. Yashitaki's hand rested on Chun Xingyi's shoulder as he forcefully pulled him down. However, after training in Europe for over 6 months, Chun Xingyi was no longer the frail winger he once was. His core strength helped him resist Yashitaki's pull, maintaining his balance. Upon reaching the ball, he was finally brought down by Yashitaki, but he had already executed a sliding shot. His right foot nudged the ball into the net. No matter how swiftly Shiko Nobu reacted, he could not recover in time, and he could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled into his goal. Oh, Chun Xingyi. Hey, Chun Xingyi. Ha. Hifeng burst into laughter, shouting, Chun Xingyi. The Chinese team has scored first. In the 25th minute, the Chinese team took the lead with a single goal. The Chinese fans in the stadium leapt to their feet, raising their arms in exuberant cheers, as if igniting a raging wildfire. Goal. China leads Japan 1-0. After a relentless series of attacks, the Chinese team finally breached Japan's defenses. Their fervent assaults had borne fruit. The British commentator maintained a relatively calm demeanor, as he was merely a neutral observer without any preconceived biases before the match. He simply raised his volume in response to the goal. However, Mitsui Takashi, watching from his television, stood in stunned silence, unable to believe that a goal had come so easily, let alone that it was the Chinese team that had scored first. He suddenly realized he had made an error. Unconsciously, he had continued to view the Chinese team through outdated lenses, subconsciously believing that only Hulai posed a threat to Japan. Yet, unlike before, the Chinese football team now boasted numerous players competing in Europe. The overall strength of the Chinese team had seen a significant enhancement. The goal scorer, Chun Xingyi, was now capable of playing in the Eredivisie in Amsterdam. How could he be deemed inept? As for Luo Kai, it goes without saying, despite playing in the Dutch second division, he was a star in that league. The front line of the Chinese team, composed of these 3 players, might well be their foundation for a relentless offensive from the outset of the match. They believed that Hu Lai, Luo Kai, and Chen Xingyi would not disappoint their commitment to swift attacks. Yet, he foolishly assumed that if the Chinese team continued their rapid offensives, their stamina would wane, necessitating a slowdown in pace. However, the team had never considered this option. They were confident that they would score and take the lead. On the television screen, Chen Xingyi sprang up from the ground, jubilantly celebrating his goal. Beside him were Hu Lai, Luo Kai, Zhang Xinghuan, and Xia Xiaoyu. Although the number of Chinese players competing in Europe could not compare to that of Japanese football, their prowess should not be underestimated. Most importantly, they are still young, destined to become formidable rivals to Japanese football in the future. Chapter 85. Evidence. Just before Chen Xingyi scored, Japan's head coach, Hiroto Magi, maintained a composed demeanor on the sidelines. However, upon witnessing Chen Xingyi receive the ball, he abruptly rose from his seat, shedding the aura of a distinguished coach. He urged his players to remain steady and calm, yet he himself could not maintain his composure. Perhaps realizing his own loss of poise, Magi refrained from any further actions, standing gravely in front of the coaching bench, his expression darkening. Chen Xingyi's goal was utterly unexpected. Although the Chinese team's offense had been vigorous, Magi perceived it merely as a facade, lacking genuine strength. He had quickly made adjustments, instructing his team to tighten their defense and withstand the onslaught from the Chinese side. Specific defensive strategies were implemented to ensure that Hu Lai would not find space within the penalty area. The plan was to patiently await the moment when the Chinese players' stamina waned, forcing them to slow their pace. At that juncture, the Japanese team would seize the opportunity to deliver a precise strike against the Chinese defense. Magi believed that securing a single goal would lead to the collapse of the Chinese team, as their psychological resilience was fragile. This was the strategy and anticipation that Magi harbored for the ensuing match. However, the unfolding of the game diverged entirely from his expectations, even to the extent of being antithetical. Instead of witnessing the Chinese team slow their pace and rhythm, Japan was met with a goal against them. The first to score was not the stronger Japanese side, but the Chinese team. Moreover, the scorer was not Hu Lai, whom Magi had emphasized protecting, but rather Chen Xingyi. On the adjacent bench of the Chinese team, Coach Dong Jianhai, who had previously worn a frown, finally broke into a smile. Yet, even with his team scoring, his reaction was not one of exuberance. He merely stood in place, raising his arms in celebration, akin to an old farmer witnessing the promising growth of his crops. Content, yet not euphoric. He was pleased, but not to the point of wild elation. For the seasoned farmer understands that between promising growth and a bountiful harvest, numerous challenges lie ahead. The Chinese team's goal merely served as preliminary evidence that his tactics were effective. Whether this efficacy could be sustained throughout the match, and whether it could lead to victory, remained uncertain. The Japanese team is formidable, the strongest in Asia. The Chinese goal was merely a stroke of fortune, catching them off guard. Furthermore, it was inevitable that the Japanese side would retaliate, testing not only the defense of the Chinese team, but also their mental fortitude. Thus, until the final outcome was determined, Dong Jianhai's heart remained unsettled. Nature, too, refrains from unrestrained celebration. Oh, how exhilarating! When Chen Xingyi sent the football soaring into the Japanese team's net, a deafening roar of jubilation erupted throughout the bar. Yet, their revelry was short-lived, for amidst the cheers, an undercurrent of anxiety lingered in their hearts. This apprehension prevented them from fully relaxing and celebrating with abandon. The trio of matches in the Asian Cup group stage had rekindled memories of past encounters with the national team. Even when the Chinese team held the lead, concerns over conceding a goal persisted. After all, they had previously allowed goals against Palestine and the Philippines. Now, facing Japan, particularly an enraged Japanese squad, how could they possibly avoid conceding? Once Japan conceded a goal, they would surely launch a fierce counterattack. Could China's frail defense withstand such pressure? If they faltered and allowed another goal, the psychological turmoil could lead to a complete collapse, as Japan seized the opportunity to score again. Indeed, they had witnessed through the television broadcast Japan's head coach, Hiroto Motegi, gesturing from the sidelines, signaling his team to advance, continually waving his hands from the defensive area toward the front. This gesture was unmistakable to any football fan, and even if one were to miss its meaning. Commentator Hifone clarified, Motegi's call for Japan to attack was imperative. They needed to press forward. Once the match resumed, Japan abandoned their previous defensive posture. actively pushing forward to seize control of the midfield. Leveraging their technical superiority, they orchestrated their offensive maneuvers. The game fell into a rhythm familiar to the Japanese team, neither fast nor particularly slow. However, through their intricate passing and movement, they stretched China's defensive line, searching for openings, which demanded unwavering focus from the Chinese players. Even the slightest error could prove catastrophic, as Yin Kong analyzed for fans watching at home. Meanwhile, the flanks, manned by Yoshitoki Kyotake and Eiji Kawasaki, also surged forward to bolster the attack, adding depth and varying the tempo of Japan's offensive thrusts. When the Japanese team needed to accelerate, these two wings served as their engines of speed. It seemed to validate Yin Kang's observations when Japan swiftly orchestrated a formidable offensive play, transitioning from the center to the flanks and then back to the middle. After reaching the byline, Eiji Kawasaki delivered a cross, not lofting the ball, but rather executing a ground-level, back-pass triangulation. Japan's forward line had compressed China's defense to the brink of the small penalty area, exposing a gaping void near the penalty spot. Kawasaki's pass found precisely that opening. Just moments ago distributing the ball from the center, Japan's midfielder Masao Miyazawa had now surged into the box, arriving at the vacant space to meet the ball with a precise shot. Caution! The hearts of the Chinese fans leaped to their throats upon witnessing this scene. Fortunately, Wang Guangwei timely extended a foot to the side, deflecting the ball off his foot and out of bounds. The Chinese and Japanese fans in the stands simultaneously gasped. The former felt a surge of relief from the near miss, while the latter lamented the failure to score from this offensive opportunity. Had the Japanese team equalized within 2 minutes of the Chinese goal, all the advantages established by the Chinese squad would have dissipated. Alas, Mizuno Masao squandered a golden opportunity. The tone of the Japanese commentator was imbued with profound regret. In the televised broadcast, Mizuno Masao, a key midfielder for La Liga's Royal Cardigan, clasped his head with both hands, gripping a handful of hair, equally lamenting the missed chance. In his attempt to strike, he opted for caution, exerting minimal force and employing a push shot technique. This resulted in a weak strike with a slow ball speed, granting Wang Guangwei ample time to react. However, had he chosen to strike with greater power, he might have inadvertently sent the ball soaring over the crossbar. Though the Japanese team failed to convert this attack into a goal, they nonetheless gained confidence, continuing to employ their favored tactics to orchestrate further assaults, gradually pushing the Chinese team back. During this period, the Chinese supporters watched with bated breath, fearing a goal might materialize from a single Japanese offensive. Yao Huasheng, with a prominent injury on his shoulder, was targeted by the Japanese team as a weakness in the Chinese defense. Although he had never disclosed that he was playing under the influence of a pain-relieving injection, the Japanese team was acutely aware of his shoulder injury, rendering him incapable of performing at his fullest potential. Thus, he was undoubtedly a liability on the Chinese defensive line. Japanese players even sought physical confrontations with Yao Huasheng. For instance, when Mizuno Masao passed the ball into Yao Huasheng's defensive zone, Japanese forward Hirakawa Masato charged toward him in an attempt to dislodge him. Struck on his right shoulder, Yao Huasheng gritted his teeth. Despite the injection, he still felt discomfort radiating from his shoulder. Yet, this discomfort did not impede his actions. He swiftly intervened, clearing the ball before Hirakawa Masato could reach it. Well done. Yao Huasheng executed a crucial defensive maneuver. Though he had sustained an injury in the match against the Philippines, his performance in this game suggested that the injury had not significantly impacted him. After completing the clearance, Yao Huasheng glanced back at Hirakawa Masato, aware that the latter's actions were deliberate. At that moment, he found himself envious of Hu Lai's proficiency in multiple languages. Had he been fluent in Japanese, he would have seized the opportunity to mock his opponent, suggesting that even a wounded player like himself could withstand the challenge. What a disgrace. He believed that such taunting would provoke his adversary, causing them to lose composure and rationality. As a forward, maintaining calm and rationality is one of the most essential qualities. For now, he could only watch Hirakawa Masato, smiling and shaking his head, using body language to convey, "You can't handle it, little Japanese." Hirakawa Masato noticed Yao Huasheng's gesture but reacted with indifference, merely running toward the sideline to receive a throw-in from his teammate. As Yao Huasheng turned around, he raised his shoulders and shouted to his teammates, "Hold firm. Coach Dong is right. We have a chance." During the final tactical briefing before the match, Dong Jianhai informed the players in the locker room that if the Chinese team could score first, the Japanese team would inevitably push forward in an attempt to equalize swiftly. Should Japan indeed pursue this strategy, it would present a golden opportunity for China. Therefore, it was imperative to withstand the Japanese attack initially, followed by a resolute counterattack. In the counter, they must be bold in committing resources, without concern for what lies behind. Only in this way could they hope to score. Now, it appeared that the match unfolded quite similarly to Coach Dong's predictions. This instilled a profound confidence within the Chinese players as they realized they were not merely cowering in defeat against Japan. They possessed the capability to contend with them. It was crucial to acknowledge that they were the ones currently in the lead, not Japan. This fact served as the most compelling evidence of their strength. Chapter 86. A change of pace. The Japanese team initiated the match with a 4-4-2 formation, a traditional setup they have adhered to for decades, influenced by Brazilian football. This arrangement allowed their four midfielders to secure an advantage in the center of the pitch. Up front, Japan's starting forwards were Masato Hirakawa and Nori Ito. The former plays for the La Liga powerhouse Valencia, while the latter is a key player at the Bundesliga club Arminia. Although Hirakawa is part of a formidable team like Valencia, he is not a starting player but rather a rotational figure. His role within Valencia's tactical framework is not that of a goal-scoring forward but resembles more of a tactical center forward, engaging in passing, drawing defenders, and pressing in the attacking third, yet he scores infrequently. Halfway through the current La Liga season, he has only managed one league goal, one in the Copa del Rey, and none in the Champions League. Both fans and Valencia's head coach do not have high expectations regarding his scoring. His presence at Valencia, and his opportunities as a rotational player, are attributed not to his goal-scoring prowess, but rather to his diligent work ethic and versatile attributes. Nori Ito, on the other hand, is a starter for the mid-tier Bundesliga team Arminia, having netted 5 goals this season, demonstrating commendable performance. His tally surpasses that of Hirakawa. However, when compared to Huan, it pales in significance. Hence, the scoring capability of these two primary forwards for Japan is relatively lacking. Of course, the term lacking is contingent upon the comparison. They appear deficient when juxtaposed against the Chinese forward line, specifically in reference to Huan. Such a comparison may be rather harsh on the Japanese forwards, given that no player in Asia can rival Huan's prowess. Even South Korea's main striker, Park Jun-tae, who has scored 4 goals in the Premier League this season, falls significantly short when contrasted with Huan's 11 Premier League goals. Huan seems to be inherently destined for goal scoring. He is singularly focused on that aspect. Should a forward's evaluation hinge solely on their goal-scoring ability, no one could surpass Huan. However, when considering overall strength, it is unlikely that Huan would rank highly. Excluding comparisons with Huan, Japan's forward combination remains among the finest in Asia. Thus, it is not that Japan's attack is lackluster, but rather that China's offensive prowess is formidable. In Japan's tactics, Masato Hirakawa and Nato Ito are tasked not only with scoring, but also with restraining China's defensive line, creating opportunities for midfielders making late runs. The previous shot by Masanobu Yonezawa exemplifies this offensive strategy. This necessitates that China's midfielders return promptly to assist in defense, safeguarding the spaces in front of the backline. Consequently, Dong Jianhai deployed a dual defensive midfielder formation for this match, with Jiang Wanqing focused solely on defense, while Xia Xiaoyu was required to retreat and position himself effectively. In such a scenario, he instructed the Chinese team to primarily advance along the flanks, swiftly traversing the midfield without becoming entangled with the opponent, which is also a defensive consideration to mitigate the risk of losing the ball in midfield, thus avoiding direct counterattacks. Additionally, this approach would not hinder Xia Xiaoyu's defensive contributions. During attacks, he merely needed to deliver long passes to the front line or distribute the ball to the sides, effectively alleviating his pressure during the match. Simultaneously, the two wingers, Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai, were also required to actively return to assist in defense. Hence, during defensive phases, China's formation resembled a 4-5-1, with Huan positioned alone at the forefront, engaging Japan's central defenders. Dong indeed made some adjustments rather than merely replicating the previous strategies, which was quite commendable. Dylan, watching the game with Yu Jintao from the comfort of their seats, remarked on this approach. However, Yu Jintao pointed out that such tactics were indeed risky. Dylan scoffed, asserting that it was worth the gamble. Dong's prior issue had been excessive conservatism, always prioritizing stability. Yet, the outcome of seeking stability often results in instability. Moreover, The Chinese team does not embody a style that is particularly steady. With numerous young players in the squad, demanding stability from them seems contradictory. Yu Jintao was left speechless, as he felt Dylan's point was valid. Although this Chinese team includes veterans such as Yao Huasheng, Hao De, and Jiang Wanqing, the majority are youthful talents like Hu Lai and Xia Xiaoyu. A national team dominated by youthful vigor naturally exudes more dynamism. For instance, during the current television broadcast, the Chinese team is launching an attack down the flanks. After receiving the ball, Chen Xingyi, faced with Japan's right back Yoshikata Kayatani approaching from the side, exhibited no hesitation or unnecessary attempts. He forcefully propelled the ball forward, covering several meters in one swift motion, relying on his acceleration to catch up. This straightforward and direct speed-based approach effectively penetrated Japan's defense. This is a quintessential style of youthful play, leveraging superior physical attributes and speed to dominate. Older players, after enduring injuries, often lack such stamina and tenacity. Although Yoshikata Kayatani, who plays for the strong Turkish club, is not particularly slow, he finds himself struggling and floundering in the face of Chen Xingyi's relentless style of play. At last, the central defender Nakagawa Takahiro advanced from the middle to the flanks for support, prompting him to abandon his pursuit of Chen Xingyi and instead focus on covering the gap left by Nakagawa. Without waiting for Nakagawa to close in, Chen Xingyi delivered a cross. The one making a run in the center was Luo Kai, who, despite being of similar height to Japan's Yamashita Kengo, possessed a notable advantage in speed. He surged forward, leaping high even under Yamashita's interference, managing to make contact with the ball and directing it towards the goal. Unfortunately, it soared over the crossbar. Cursing in frustration, Yu Jintao could not contain his disappointment. Although the shot did not find the net, this was precisely the approach the Chinese team should maintain. When facing Japan, entangling in midfield is not an option. Instead, they must threaten the defense with straightforward, aggressive tactics. Dylan expressed his approval of Dong Jianhai's strategy. Of course, it would be even better with some variation. Should they slow down the tempo? No, the pace must remain relentless. I am not referring to a change in rhythm, but rather a diversification in offensive tactics. Constantly relying on crossing from the wings can be easily defended against, especially with Japan's two central defenders not being particularly tall, yet their goalkeeper Nishikubo Nobuo had begun to consciously expand his control area. Dylan pointed to the screen, which was replaying Luo Kai's earlier shot, signaling to Yu Jintao to take note of Nishikubo's positioning. When Chen Xingyi advanced along the flank, Nishikubo was not positioned on the goal line, but rather at the edge of the 6-yard box. Had Chen's cross been directed closer to the goal, Nishikubo could have intercepted it directly. Ultimately, Chen opted for a pass that was somewhat behind, perhaps out of concern that Nishikubo might intercept it. Xia Xiaoyu transmitted the ball from the halfway line to Chen Xingyi, who was stretching wide on the flank. The left back, Chu Lu, accelerated along the sideline, preparing to make a run. Clearly, the Chinese team was once again seeking collaboration on the wings, a tactic they had employed in previous counterattacks. The Japanese players, even with their eyes closed, knew how the Chinese team intended to attack. The right back, Kayatani Yoshikazu, did not rush to the sideline, but slightly moved inward, attempting to mark both Chen Xingyi and Chu Lu. Simultaneously, central defender Nakagawa Takahiro also shifted towards this side to provide support. Zhang Huan, who was supposed to be in the middle, did not directly penetrate the penalty area to create multiple options with Hu Lai. Instead, he made a sudden lateral move to approach Chen Xingyi, calling out, "Chen Xingyi." Recognizing his name being called, Chen Xingyi passed the ball without hesitation. He then turned and surged forward. Zhang Huan positioned himself at the front flank to receive the ball, and Japan's midfielder Kudo Kanzuya quickly approached to defend. However, Zhang Huan did not wait for Kudo to close in, nor did he stop the ball. He simply struck the pass from Chen Xingyi with his left foot, curling it in a beautiful arc directly towards the left flank of Japan's penalty area. There, Hu Lai was racing towards the ball's landing spot alongside Yamashita Kengo. Zhang Huan delivered the ball to Hu Lai. An opportunity. The Chinese team's offense. Be cautious. The commentators from both countries simultaneously raised their voices. Originally positioned on the flank, Luo Kai swiftly converged towards the center upon spotting the ball. He perceived the situation clearly. Zhang Huan's pass was sudden and challenging to receive, primarily due to its height, which made it difficult to control. Additionally, Hu Lai was making a lateral run to receive the ball. placing him in a near back-to-goal position with virtually no angle for a shot. Coupled with the tight marking from Yamashita Kengo, executing a direct shot under such circumstances was nearly impossible. Whether Hu Lai intended to force a shot or to pause and seek an alternative opportunity, Luo Kai had to be present in the center, ready to support. Did you not see Chen Xingyi resolutely pressing forward? This was precisely to allow Hu Lai to pass the ball to the flank after receiving it, enabling Chen Xingyi to then deliver a cross. It was imperative that someone occupied the center, and Luo Kai was that singular individual. Excellent. Yamashita remained focused, not allowing Hu Lai to slip past him. The Japanese commentator praised the team's captain. This captain of the Bundesliga's Hashiya is a reliable bastion in both club and national team contexts. With him on the field, the threat posed by the Chinese team's attack diminished significantly. Zhang Qinghuan executed a direct pass without pausing, showcasing high quality in his delivery, indeed aiming to catch the Japanese defense off guard. Yet, Yamashita Kengo's astute reaction rendered Zhang Qinghuan's intentions futile. The Chinese fans in the stands erupted in cheers, while the Japanese supporters screamed. The cacophony of voices intertwined, resembling a torrential downpour that drowned out all other sounds. Amidst this clamor, Hu Lai, in motion, glanced back to observe the football descending from the sky. The ball spiraled through the air, falling precisely where he was positioned. He began to adjust his steps. Yamashita Kengo, too, turned his head to track the incoming ball, simultaneously noticing Hu Lai seemingly decelerating. With his wealth of experience, he understood that Hu Lai was recalibrating his stride. Did he intend to shoot directly? However, he could only utilize his left foot for this ball. Yamashita Kengo decided not to overthink and resolved to close the gap, ensuring Hu Lai could not successfully take a shot. The Japanese team had previously conceded a goal because he allowed Hu Lai to execute a shooting motion. Although it did not result in a direct goal, it did create an opportunity for Chen Xingyi to capitalize on a rebound. Thus, defending Hu Lai involved more than merely preventing a goal. Ideally, he should be denied even the chance to shoot. The football descended from the outside. Hu Lai lifted his left foot, but rather than shooting, he made a normal forward step. The ball continued to fall. Hu Lai turned sideways, shielding Yamashita Kengo behind him, and simultaneously raised his right foot to flick the descending ball. He shot. A backheel flick. This took Yamashita Kengo completely by surprise. He had concentrated all his attention on Hu Lai's left foot, not anticipating that the opponent would strike with the outside of his right foot. He was unable to make any interceptive or disruptive action, witnessing Hu Lai's shot from the closest distance. Hu Lai, he foamed from the commentary booth, observed Hu Lai in the penalty area merely lift his right leg, and in that instant, the football surged past him, tracing a parabolic arc towards the far corner of the goal. Japanese goalkeeper Nobuo Nishikuchi, initially positioned to block Hu Lai's shot at the near post, could only leap in place upon witnessing the ball's trajectory, extending his arms in a desperate attempt to deflect it. Yet, the ball soared far beyond the reach of his outstretched hands. He flailed in vain, left powerless as he watched the ball descend towards the goal behind him. There was no one in the entire Japanese team capable of intervening. The football found its way into the net, precisely at the junction of the back post and the crossbar. In the 38th minute, the Chinese team scored again, establishing a 2-goal lead over Japan. End of chapter. Chapter 87. The Old Farmer. As the Chinese team sought to collaborate along the flanks, all eyes naturally gravitated towards the sidelines. Even Zhang Qinghuan made his way from the center to support the wing. During this moment, few noticed that Hu Lai, who had originally been positioned near the edge of the penalty area, was also making lateral movements. Only Yamazaki Kengo was aware of this, allowing him to promptly close in on Hu Lai, preventing him from breaking free. He believed his defensive efforts against Hu Lai were impeccable. Meanwhile, other defenders were easily distracted by the ball. If he could remain close to Hu Lai, even if the Chinese team managed to pass the ball to him, they would struggle to pose a threat to the Japanese goal. This was Yamazaki Kengo's line of thought. He had faced numerous top-tier forwards in the Bundesliga, such as Sosa Espinola from Bayern Munich and the renowned German international Marco Becker from Ruhr Valley, gaining invaluable experience through these encounters. While others might feel an intimidating pressure when facing Hu Lai, a dual Golden Boot winner from the Premier League and World Cup, Yamazaki Kengo remained unfazed. This was the advantage of competing in Europe's elite leagues. Playing in high-caliber competitions heightened his sensitivity to Hu Lai's movements, ensuring he did not lose focus or get outmaneuvered during the match. He had done everything within his power to defend. Yet, ultimately, he could only stand still, turning to watch the ball glide into the net. The Japanese television commentator, hands on his head, lamented, "Oh no." Despite Yamazaki Kengo's almost perfect man-marking of Hu Lai, he could not thwart the shot. Both of China's goals were intricately linked to Hu Lai. Such was the prowess of the Premier League's Golden Boot. Japanese fans watching from their televisions and online were thoroughly disheartened. While the Chinese team unleashed an onslaught against Japan, they had hoped for a counterattack to score, only to witness Chun Xingyi's breakthrough. As the provoked Japanese team began to suppress the Chinese side and launched an offensive on their goal, they believed that with China's frail defense, a goal was inevitable. Yet, the Chinese team struck again with a counterattack. It was as if they were deliberately going against their expectations. After watching the slow-motion replay of Hu Lai's goal, they could hardly muster any complaints against Yamashita Kengo's defensive efforts. Wasn't that akin to being willfully blind? To be candid, Yamashita Kengo had exerted himself in defense. He could never have anticipated that Hu Lai would employ such an unconventional method to direct the ball towards the net. All he could do was internalize the frustration of being 2 goals down, resulting in a compounded dissatisfaction that felt as though it might explode. Hu Lai, magnificent. What a goal! What a goal! He shouted hoarsely. Hu Lai's strike was utterly unexpected, catching Yamashita Kengo completely off guard. He must have been taken aback by Hu Lai's choice of shot. To elevate his right leg and strike with the outside of his foot while in motion was simply splendid. Yamashita Kengo, a top-tier defender in Asia, found himself utterly helpless in the face of Hu Lai's imaginative shot. Damn, Hu Lai is incredible. The Chinese team is incredible. Everyone in the bar leapt to their feet, waving their arms and shouting. Some patrons, still holding their drinks, splashed them about in their exuberance, dousing those beside them. Yet, no one cared. The atmosphere was one of unrestrained jubilation. This celebration was entirely different from the one that followed Chun Xingyi's first goal. At that moment, while everyone cheered for Chun, there lingered a vague concern that the Japanese team might equalize. Now, with China leading by 2 goals, the sense of security was far greater than that of a 1-goal lead. If a 2-goal advantage was still inadequate, it would indeed be excessively harsh. One must recognize that the last time the Chinese team held a 2-goal lead over Japan in a match was in the last century, during the East Asian Four Nations Tournament in 1998, when China triumphed over Japan with a score of 2-0. This was also the last occasion on which the Chinese team defeated Japan in an international A-level event. A staggering 29 years ago. It is widely acknowledged that Chinese football suffers from a fear of South Korea, yet few realize there exists a fear of Japan as well. While the fear of South Korea can be sensationalized for publicity, the term fear of Japan is fraught with difficulty, as the historical grievances between the 2 nations have fostered an extraordinary animosity towards Japan among the Chinese populace. To openly discuss the fear of Japan, and to promote it as one might with the fear of South Korea, would undoubtedly be detrimental to national sentiment. Now, as the Chinese team recreated the spectacle of a 2-goal lead against Japan, a team they had not defeated in 29 years, the entire bar erupted into madness. This fervor was not confined to a single establishment. On the television, Chinese players celebrated exuberantly, while fans outside the screen joined in the rapture. It was not until the match resumed that Salado, having celebrated almost maniacally, finally took a seat. Noticing her excitement, Hu Lisan teased, "Aren't you worried that Dong Jianhai won't leave now?" Salado made a downward slicing gesture with her hand and replied, "Regardless of whether Dong Jianhai stays or goes, those little Japanese must be vanquished." "Aha, you. This is what I meant by needing change," Dylan exclaimed, pointing at the television screen with laughter. Zhang did not make his usual run into the penalty area. Instead, he moved to the flanks to support Xing. This indeed was a change. The Chinese team no longer launched attacks from the flanks as they once did. Instead, they utilized Zhang's direct passes to exploit the gaps behind the Japanese defense, a strategy that clearly caught the Japanese off guard. Yu Jintao remarked that if Dong Jianhai indeed led the Chinese team to victory over Japan, it is highly probable that he would be offered a new contract by the Chinese Football Association. Whether he remains or not is of little concern to Dylan, who shrugged indifferently. If Dong can maintain the momentum he established in the first half, my outlook on the future of the Chinese team has shifted from one of despair to cautious optimism. Mitsui Takashi sat motionless on the sofa, mouth agape, his expression vacant. Even though he realized after the first goal that the current Chinese team should not be underestimated, He had not anticipated that they could secure a 2-goal lead over Japan. He thought that if Japan were provoked by conceding a goal, it would be remarkable enough for the Chinese team to withstand their furious onslaught. Ending the first half with a score of 1-0 would have already been a commendable performance for China. Yet, here they were, leading by 2 goals. The scorer was none other than Huan, a figure idolized by Shinkawa Junpei. For reasons unknown, Mitsui had previously felt disgruntled upon learning that his player had not been selected for the Japanese national team. However, he now found himself relieved that Shinkawa was absent from this match. Team leader Huan exuberantly raised his fist, releasing the pent-up frustration he felt, as the pressure on him had been significant due to the national team's criticism. Turning around, he noticed Dong Jianhai still maintained his pastoral demeanor. Even his smile was modest. Consequently, he burst into laughter and playfully patted Dong's shoulder. "What's the matter, old Dong? We are leading by 2 goals. Upon hearing this, Dong Jianhai grinned, attempting to make his smile even more radiant. Seeing him this way, Huan shook his head in helplessness, having collaborated with several national team coaches. He recognized that Dong Jianhai was indeed the least charismatic among them. It was no wonder that external evaluations of him were not particularly favorable. In fact, following the loss to Iraq in the group stage, there had been considerable skepticism and criticism directed at Dong Jianhai, prompting the association to seriously contemplate whether to renew his contract. It was difficult to expect such a divisive coach to lead the Chinese team in a challenge against the World Cups in Spain and Portugal. However, witnessing the Chinese team's performance against Japan, Huan speculated that it might persuade the leaders of the association to reconsider their stance. Based on Huan observations during this period, he felt that Dong Jianhai seemed to have overcome his adaptation phase and gradually found his own rhythm and intuition. Initially, he appeared in the team like a cautious stepmother, hesitant to make any moves for fear of inciting the disdain and opposition of the rebellious youth. He was reluctant to alter the tactical setup and personnel arrangements left by Huan, refraining from experimenting with new ideas. It was only after completing 3 matches in the Asian Cup group stage and facing Japan in the round of 16 that he began to assert himself. Huan felt as if Dong Jianhai had suddenly gained clarity overnight, or perhaps he had derived confidence from the team's advancement in the Asian Cup group stage. For instance, he surprisingly opted for a daring playing style in the match against Japan and delivered a rather generous speech to the players during training. At that moment, Huan stood behind Dong Jianhai, keenly observing the astonishment in the eyes of the fans, who were evidently puzzled by the coach's transformation. In hindsight, this change is not a negative one. Dong Jianhai has finally assumed the role of a true national team head coach, taking command of the team rather than resembling a temporary stand-in for Huan, whose sole aim seemed to be preparing for the latter's return to coaching. Thus, he had been overly cautious, tending to the arrangements within the confines of the team, even refraining from altering the placement of items on the table, fearful that the original owner would find them inconvenient upon their return. While Huan shared a good personal rapport with Huan as the team leader, he clearly did not wish for Dong Jianhai to exhibit such deference towards his predecessor. In the 38th minute, after the match resumed, time was running short for Japan. The 2 goals they conceded had profoundly shaken their players, leaving them somewhat dazed when play resumed. Conversely, the Chinese team surged forward with fervor, rendering the Japanese side unable to respond effectively, resembling anything but the top team in Asia, appearing rather disheveled. Fortunately, the time left for China was limited, otherwise, they might have scored again. When the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, the Japanese commentator sighed in relief. It's finally over. During the halftime break, supervisor Motoki must make adjustments, as continuing in this manner is untenable. Meanwhile, Huan exclaimed, "This is the best 45 minutes the Chinese team has played in this Asian Cup." To be honest, this performance reminded us of the Chinese team from half a year ago at the World Cup. Dong Jianhai's tactical adjustments against Japan proved to be successful and effective. In the televised broadcast, the Chinese players joyfully exited the field, but Dong Jianhai was the first to enter the tunnel, heading towards the locker room. Chapter 88. We are the Asian champions. Goodness. Did the Chinese team actually lead Japan 2-0? Am I seeing this correctly? Don't say anything. I still can't believe my eyes. If I hadn't watched the live broadcast of this match, I would think the television station had misreported the score. It's not just the score, my friends. On the field, the Chinese team was not at a disadvantage, even though Japan had a period of dominance. This inadvertently provided China with counterattack opportunities, with the second goal being scored precisely during one such counter. I believe the Chinese team's tactics in this match were spot on. During halftime, excited Chinese fans eagerly took to the internet to discuss their impressions of the first half. Their exhilaration is understandable, as they are leading Japan by 2 goals. Even though the Chinese national team has participated in the World Cup, the Japanese team remains an opponent deserving of particular reverence. It can even be said that, following the World Cup, they have gained a deeper understanding of Japan's formidable strength. After all, in this tournament, Japan was the sole Asian team to advance to the knockout stage, while the once promising South Korean team, adorned with the former Asian luminary Park Chun-tae, faltered in the group stage. This comparison vividly illustrates the current prowess of the Japanese team. Remarkably, against such a powerful adversary, the Chinese team managed to achieve a 2-goal lead at halftime, a feat that can hardly be overstated. However, this exuberant discussion swiftly veered into a rather peculiar direction. If the Chinese team were to vanquish Japan, could Dong Jianhai retain his position as head coach? A post expressing such sentiments circulated online, quickly becoming the most fervent topic of discussion during halftime. Individuals flocked to share their opinions, leading to heated debates. Some were enamored by the Chinese team's performance in the first half, arguing that Dong Jianhai deserved some trust and opportunity, as every coach requires an adjustment period, which they believed he had now transcended. They contended that frequent coaching changes would not bode well for the Chinese team, and that the head coach should be afforded a stable environment, rather than being hastily dismissed at the slightest sign of trouble. Changing coaches may seem easy, but such instability ultimately harms Chinese football and the devoted fans who support it. Conversely, some vehemently opposed this view. They argued that even if Dong Jianhai were to lead the Chinese team to victory over Japan, the likelihood of such an outcome was slim, and it would not necessarily attest to his competence as a coach. It is conceivable that defeating Japan could merely be a fleeting occurrence, perhaps a victory more attributable to fortune than to skill. If nationalistic fervor were to dictate Dong Jianhai's continued tenure, it would constitute a grave disservice to Chinese football. Thus, individuals holding these diametrically opposed viewpoints engaged in a fierce debate, with others possessing differing positions yet harboring mutual disdain. This discord kept the post's popularity soaring, attracting many onlookers. Simultaneously, a similar topic ignited fervor and personal attacks on Weibo. The passionate reactions displayed by the participants underscored the inner turmoil they felt. Had China been decisively eliminated in the group stage, there would have been no controversy. Everyone would have unanimously deemed Dong Jianhai incompetent, a detriment to the nation. Even if the team had progressed to the knockout stage but succumbed to Japan, it would not have stirred any disputes. The onus would remain on Dong Jianhai, who, as head coach, must bear responsibility for the team's dismal performance. The ramifications of losing to Japan would necessitate his resignation to quell public outrage. Now, however, with China not only leading Japan by 2 goals, but also holding their ground in the match, engaging in a competitive exchange, some have begun to reconsider their stance, finding it increasingly acceptable for Dong Jianhai to continue as coach. Amidst the fervent debates online, within the confines of the Chinese team's locker room in Qatar, Dong Jianhai remains blissfully unaware that his fate is the subject of intense scrutiny among fans across the nation. He addresses the players, asserting, in the second half, the Japanese team will undoubtedly intensify their offensive, and our defense will face immense pressure. Yet, it is precisely in such moments that we must stand firm. If you feel overwhelmed, think of the World Cup. His words leave the players in a state of bewilderment. Prior to the Asian Cup, they believed that their World Cup experience granted them a significant advantage, fostering a mindset that dismissed the Asian Cup as trivial. However, when confronted with Iraq's resolute defense and unable to score despite relentless efforts, their mentality shifted dramatically. The once cherished sense of superiority from their World Cup experience evaporated, becoming the very source of their disarray. Following their defeat to Iraq, the World Cup became a taboo topic. Both media and fans criticized the team for adopting an attitude that belittled the Asian Cup due to their previous World Cup participation, deeming it a pivotal factor in their loss. Their critiques were valid. Such a mindset indeed existed among the players. Consequently, the national team members engaged in profound introspection, determined not to underestimate even opponents like Palestine and the Philippines. This resolve led them to secure 2 consecutive victories, enabling them to advance from their group. It appeared that their World Cup experience had transformed from an asset into a burden hindering their progress. They had to shed this weight and cease dwelling on past achievements. Yet, their head coach insisted they reflect on the World Cup. In the first half, the Chinese team launched a vigorous offensive. Logically, such intensity could not be sustained indefinitely. Hiroto Magi, hands on hips, addressed his players, stating, "Typically, we should simply defend patiently in the second half until their stamina wanes, allowing us to regain control of the match, but I refuse to adopt this approach." The Japanese players could discern their coach's anger merely from his tone. This reaction was understandable. Anyone witnessing such a first half would be incensed. Thus, despite their individual acclaim in European clubs, the seasoned players dared not defy Magi's ire. The Japanese national team had previously reached the knockout stages of the World Cup 3 times, and last year's tournament in North America marked their 4th appearance. Achieved under the guidance of a native coach for the first time. This underscores Magi's coaching prowess. The Japan Football Association expressed great satisfaction with his leadership, renewing his contract post-World Cup. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he is set to lead the Japanese team in the next World Cup. Should he succeed, it would mark a historic achievement for Japanese football, as no coach has ever led the national team to consecutive World Cup appearances. In the presence of such a distinguished coach, even the celebrated players within the Japanese team must bow their heads. We are the Japanese team. We are the defending champions. Why should we shy away from confronting our adversaries? The esteemed Japanese team should not have to wait for their opponents to tire before turning the tide, mused Hiroto Magi with a serious demeanor. In the locker room, no one dared to respond to his inquiry. If we bow to the Chinese team here, then, in my view, we are unworthy of pursuing the defense of our Asian Cup title, for we simply do not deserve it. Therefore, we must push the Chinese team back in the second half. It is absolutely unacceptable for them to assert dominance over us. The atmosphere in the Japanese team's locker room grew fervent. The majority of the players were already disgruntled by the Chinese team's audacity in the World Cup, and having been thoroughly outplayed in the first half, they were seething with frustration, ready to explode. Magi's words ignited their resolve. Indeed, how could we cower in our own penalty area and merely hope that the Chinese team exhausts their energy on their own? What kind of demeanor is that? A team that has not triumphed over us in 29 years now dares to instill fear in us simply because they scored 2 goals in the first half. No, absolutely not. We cannot allow the Chinese players to reign over our half, not even for a minute. As the second half commenced, the Japanese team launched a fierce assault on the Chinese goal. This was hardly surprising, considering they were trailing by 2 goals. The Chinese team attempted to counterattack, but they were quickly repelled by the Japanese onslaught. This period was crucial for China, and they needed to hold their ground. In the commentary booth, he foam furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Meanwhile, the Japanese commentator excitedly shouted, "Exactly. Give it your all from the very beginning. Never underestimate the Chinese team. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Push their momentum back down. You are the Asian champions, Japan." The second half's relentless attack by Japan was heralded by a powerful long-range shot from their midfielder Masao Miyazawa. Although how to manage to parry the shot, it provided an opportunity for a follow-up. Forward Masato Hirakawa swiftly swept the ball towards the goal before the Chinese defenders could intervene. Fortunately, the seasoned Chinese captain Yao Huashing appeared just in time at the goal line to make a crucial defensive play. The ball struck his leg and veered out of bounds, granting Japan a corner kick. Rather than delivering the corner directly into the Chinese goal area, Japan executed a coordinated play. Miyazawa first passed to Akira Fukuzawa, who had moved up to support him. Then Miyazawa positioned himself to draw the Chinese defender's attention, allowing Fukuzawa to deliver the ball into the penalty area. Japan's captain and center back, Kingo Yamashita, leaped high in front of the Chinese goal, challenging Yao Huashing for the ball. He collided forcefully with Yao, but managed to get a header off. However, the ball soared over the crossbar. Though a goal was not scored, Yamashita landed and raised his fists triumphantly towards his teammates, declaring, "That's how we play. We are the Asian champions." Beside him, Yao Huashing knelt on the ground, clutching his shoulder. Chapter completed. Chapter 89. Contemplating the World Cup. Miyazawa Masao, in possession of the ball, observed as 2 forwards from the Japanese team advanced toward the Chinese team's penalty area. In front of Hiroshi Hirakawa was Wang Guangwei, while beside Ito Nolu stood Yao Huashing. Without hesitation, Miyazawa passed the ball to Ito, as instructed by their coach, Hiroshi Motoki, during halftime. directing them to focus their offensive efforts on the area occupied by Yao Huaxing, particularly targeting the injured captain of the Chinese team who was not in peak condition. Yao Huaxing, upon seeing Ito receive the ball, lowered his center of gravity, prepared to defend. Yet, he could not ignore the discomfort radiating from his right shoulder, which hindered his movements. Although he felt no pain due to the administered analgesic injection, the injury still impeded his agility, as a fragment protruded from his shoulder, inevitably affecting his performance. Some may argue that since football players primarily use their feet, upper body injuries should have minimal impact. However, human motion functions as a cohesive whole. The strength exerted through the legs requires the arms to assist in maintaining balance. Imagine a person without arms attempting to run. Balance would be a significant challenge. An upper body injury, particularly to a crucial area like the shoulder, profoundly affects a player's ability to perform during a match. Yao Huaxing was acutely aware of the risks associated with pain relief injections. While they temporarily alleviated pain and inflammation, they did not address the underlying issues of dislocated joints or torn ligaments. Each movement of his right shoulder exacerbated the injury, leaving him uncertain of the condition of his shoulder post-match. Nevertheless, he had no time to dwell on such concerns. He lacked the luxury to consider his injury. Gritting his teeth, he focused intently on Ito Nulu, the forward who played for the German team Arminia Bielefeld, having netted 5 goals in the Bundesliga. In comparison to Hu Lai, this number seemed trivial, yet no other player in the Chinese team could rival him. In other words, scoring 5 goals in half a Bundesliga season already places him among the elite forwards in Asia. In fact, prior to Hu Lai's emergence, the 28-year-old Ito Nulu was regarded as the most likely candidate to inherit the title of Asia's football luminary from Park Chun-tae. Notably, like Hu Lai, Ito was a prodigious talent who rose through the ranks of school football, showcasing exceptional performance in Japan's collegiate football tournaments, where he was awarded the top scorer for 2 consecutive years before transitioning to professional football. Upon debuting, Ito was known for his remarkable speed and technical skills. Unfortunately, at the age of 25, he suffered a severe injury that kept him off the field for an entire year. This setback diminished his pace. However, after adapting his playing style, he honed his shooting technique to a level of maturity. At just 28, he has already scored 30 goals for the Japanese national team, ranking 5th in the team's all-time scoring list and 2nd among active players, making him the best solution to the Japanese team's scoring woes. Yao Huaxing has faced this renowned Japanese football prodigy on the national team, and even in peak physical condition, he is an exceedingly formidable opponent. Now, he dares not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. Ito Takumi, instead of engaging in elaborate dribbling against Yao Huaxing, opted to strike the ball directly. Yao, fully attentive, extended his foot to block as the shot was taken. However, Ito's action was merely a feint. His right foot swung down without striking the ball, instead deftly guiding it to the left. He then cut in horizontally, moving towards the center. Yao Huaxing hastily pivoted, yet the discomfort in his right shoulder hindered his agility, preventing him from keeping pace. Although Wang Guangwei decisively abandoned his mark, Hirakawa Masato, to pursue Ito, the latter managed to unleash a shot immediately after his cut. A forward who had netted 5 goals in half a season in the Bundesliga is certainly no novice. Ito's strike, while not fully powered, was executed with unexpected precision. It caught all the Chinese players off guard. Wang Guangwei was unable to close the gap in time, and goalkeeper Hauda's dive was slightly delayed. The ball ricocheted across the grass, hurtling into the corner. Ito Takumi. The Japanese commentator leapt from his seat, raising his arms in exuberance. Ito's goal brought Japan back into the game, just 7 minutes into the second half. Well done, Ito Takumi. Well done, Team Japan. His excitement was palpable, particularly after the first half had seen the Chinese team dominate. This goal allowed him to release the pent-up frustration within him. It was not just him. The Japanese fans in the stands shared in this exuberance. The television cameras captured their fervent surge forward, cheering jubilantly, all expressions of their emotional release. Following his goal, Ito Takumi celebrated with wild joy, running towards the Japanese supporters, pumping his fists in response to their enthusiasm. Yet, behind him, chaos reigned in the Chinese penalty area. Hauda remained prostrate on the ground, turning his head in pain and despair to view the ball nestled in the net. Wang Guangwei, still in a half-kneeling position when Ito shot, had not quite reached his intended spot, but he nonetheless stretched out his leg in a desperate attempt to block. The outcome was, of course, futile, his posture immortalized as a kneeling figure. Others raised their arms, clutching their heads, each one overwhelmed with regret and anguish over the conceded goal. Commentator He Feng expressed his deep disappointment. The Chinese team has conceded a goal. Yet, facing a team like Japan, conceding is to be expected. We are still in the lead, but it is evident that Japan's momentum has shifted. This is not merely a goal conceded. It is the clarion call for a Japanese resurgence. He felt a tinge of bitterness, yet refrained from criticizing the Chinese players' efforts. In truth, the performance of the Chinese team had been commendable, and this goal was not akin to the ones conceded in the group stage. One could not fault the players for this lapse. Yao Huasheng, battling through injury, had given his all. Who could heartlessly blame him for allowing Ito Takumi to slip past? After all, in the face of this goal, the person who bore the greatest anguish was likely Yao Huasheng himself. The television broadcast seemed to sense the moment, swiftly shifting its focus to Yao Huasheng. However, to the surprise of He Feng and the fans watching from their screens, Yao Huasheng appeared neither despondent nor lamenting the situation. Instead, he was energetically clapping his hands, shouting fervently to his teammates. "Don't lose heart. Don't lose heart," Yao Huasheng exclaimed, clapping his hands together. "Think of the World Cup. Brothers, think of the World Cup." Upon hearing his rallying cry, the Chinese players, initially engulfed by disappointment and sorrow over conceding a goal, turned their gazes toward him. Under the collective focus of their teammates, their captain raised his voice triumphantly. "Why does Coach Dong want us to think of the World Cup? Because back then, we faced Russia, we faced Brazil, and did we not hold our ground? Now, facing the Japanese team, what is there that we cannot withstand? The Asian champions are nothing to fear. Can those little Japanese players surpass Brazil in prowess?" As the captain's fervent words echoed, the Chinese players looked at him with renewed fervor. Indeed, they had withstood the relentless onslaught from Brazil in the World Cup, ultimately drawing with them. They had not flinched before the ferocious northern bear, Ivanov. Why fear the little Japanese? Damn it, no one should fear the little Japanese. Let us fight them. Jiang Wanning spat in the direction of the jubilant Japanese players. The team rallied, shouting as they returned to their positions, preparing for the restart. Once the teammates dispersed, Wang Guangwei approached Yao Huasheng, quietly inquiring, "Captain Yao, how's your shoulder?" Yao Huasheng glanced at Wang Guangwei. The young man had appeared somewhat composed amidst the fervor he had just incited in their teammates. He did not perceive this as a lack of spirit, but rather admired Wang Guangwei's calmness, recognizing the importance of maintaining a clear mind, especially as a center back. His awareness of his shoulder injury further attested to this. Smiling, he shook his head. "My shoulder is perfectly fine." Yet, Wang Guangwei seemed unconvinced. His gaze fixated on the protruding area of Yao Huasheng's right shoulder. "They are clearly targeting that side." Yao Huasheng snorted, "Let them come." He then patted Wang Guangwei on the shoulder, urging him to focus. "All right, concentrate on your area and don't get distracted by me." Wang Guangwei nodded in acknowledgement. The Japanese team's celebration was short-lived, for they were aware that they were still trailing by a goal. They waved their fists at the fans in the stands while collectively returning to their half. The Japanese supporters in the stands waved various flags rich in regional flair, singing songs to cheer on their national team. In contrast, the Chinese fans remained somewhat subdued, evidently still reeling from the impact of conceding a goal. It wasn't just them. A wave of panic was spreading among all Chinese fans, both in the stands and in front of their televisions. The momentum of the Japanese team in the second half was overwhelming. Could the Chinese defense, which was not particularly strong, withstand the onslaught of the reigning champions? If another goal were to be conceded, the hard-earned two-goal lead would vanish into thin air, and the mindset of the Chinese players might very well crumble. As if history were poised to repeat itself before their very eyes. In the bar, Yin Yin and his companions rested their hands behind their heads, silently watching the televised match, perfectly synchronized with the Chinese fans in the stands who mirrored their gestures and expressions. As the final day of August arrived, a request for a few monthly votes was made. Chapter 90. He must fight desperately. Moments ago, when the Japanese team scored, Ito faced Yao Huasheng, but now, it was Hirakawa Masato who matched up against him. Compared to the less physically imposing yet agile Ito, the 184-meter-tall Hirakawa was sturdier and possessed greater impact. The Japanese team likely believed that Hirakawa, with his superior strength, was the most suitable opponent for the injured Yao Huasheng. His approach was more direct and forceful, relying on his body to collide with the captain of the Chinese team. Had Yao Huasheng been in perfect health, he would have faced Hirakawa with confidence. However, with his shoulder injury, the task proved more strenuous than usual. Yet, despite the difficulty, Yao Huaxing gritted his teeth and stood firm against his opponent. In the penalty area, Hirakawa received the ball with his back to the goal, leaning back forcefully. Upon sensing Yao Huaxing's unsteady balance behind him, he turned and shot. The ball struck Yao Huaxing's leg and rebounded away. Hirakawa stared in surprise at Yao Huaxing, who was now half kneeling on the ground. Had he not just pushed him aside? Hulai? Yao Huaxing shouted to Hulai, who stood outside the penalty area, beckoning him to come closer. Hulai rushed over, asking, "What's up, Captain Yao?" Translate for the Japanese. Tell them that even I, an injured player, can't be easily dealt with, Yao Huaxing instructed, pointing at Hirakawa. Hulai hesitated, feeling awkward. But Captain Yao, I get paid for eating watermelon. Enough nonsense. Just say it. Yao Huaxing was not in the mood for jokes. All right, Hulai nodded, bowing slightly. Once he faced Hirakawa, he straightened his posture, slightly raised his chin, and, with fluent Japanese, declared, "Our captain says that if you cannot handle even him, who is injured, you should consider requesting to be substituted, lest you become the historical scapegoat for Japan's defeat." Hirakawa, already frustrated from missing an opportunity, felt the palpable sarcasm and disdain in Hulai's tone. His expression immediately shifted, glaring at Hulai. "What did you say?" Hulai stepped forward, nearly invading Hirakawa's personal space. "What do you intend to do?" At that moment, Mizusawa Masanobu, standing beside Hirakawa, quickly intervened, pulling him back. "Calm down, Hirakawa." Seeing this, Hulai turned back, expressing regret to Yao Huaxing. "Captain Yao, the Japanese are too cunning. They didn't fall for it. I was ready to lie down." Yao Huaxing found the situation both amusing and exasperating. "I asked you to translate, not to improvise." "Oh, if only we could have them down a man. Wouldn't that be better? What kind of fool would fall for that?" "Never mind, you don't need to worry." Yao Huaxing waved his hand dismissively. "However, Coach Yao, what purpose does it serve to mock him with just a few words?" Hulai does not comprehend. "Do you think he is angry?" "Indeed he is. But not to the point of losing his composure. That suffices." Yao Huaxing nodded, realizing that if in the upcoming matches, Hiroshi Kawakawa remains focused on me, I will have achieved my objective. Upon seeing Hulai blink, Yao Huaxing further elucidated. Compared to the rigid and less skillful Hiroshi Kawakawa, the agile Ito Neru poses a greater challenge for me. Hulai noticed the tension in Yao's shoulder and suddenly understood. The injury to Yao's right shoulder restricted his agility, rendering him less capable against the physically reliant Hiroshi Kawakawa, thus making Ito Neru indeed a troublesome adversary. The Japanese team's goal was scored by Ito Neru. This is certainly no coincidence. With a glint in his eye, he suggested, "Coach Yao, would you like me to teach you a few more phrases in Japanese? When you face Hiroshi Kawakawa, chatting with him will surely yield better results." Yao Huaxing pushed him away, insisting, "I cannot learn." "Oh, it's quite simple, coach. The first phrase is baka." Meanwhile, Mizawa Masanori inquired of Hiroshi Kawakawa, "What did Hulai say to you, Kawakawa?" He relayed Yao Huaxing's words, stating that even the injured Yao Huaxing could not contend with him, suggesting that he might as well voluntarily withdraw from the match. Kawakawa recounted this with a tone of indignation. Mizawa Masanori expressed surprise. "Could it be? Is Hulai perhaps speaking nonsense?" "How could it be nonsense? You know very well that Yao Huaxing harbors animosity towards us. Have you forgotten about Senior Kitata?" Upon hearing this, Mizawa Masanori paused, his expression turning serious. Kitata Narumi, a former Japanese national player, was the one who had been brought down by Yao Huaxing during a match. Yao Huaxing paid the price of a red card, an additional 5-match suspension, and a fine of $50,000. In contrast, Kitata Narumi suffered severe injuries due to Yao Huaxing's foul play, being sidelined for 3 months, with a recovery period that kept him off the field for half a year. This brutal foul drew widespread condemnation of Yao Huaxing both in China and Japan, where he was deemed to lack sportsmanship. Of course, Yao later clarified his reasons, acknowledging the foul was wrong, yet he undeniably harbored resentment towards Japanese football. Consequently, public sentiment in China underwent a subtle shift, quickly glossing over his egregious foul. In Japan, however, the outrage escalated, claiming it was intentional. How outrageous! Understanding this history, Mizawa Masanori found Yao Huaxing's previous remarks entirely unsurprising. This individual genuinely dislikes the Japanese team, which is why he resorts to mockery against Hiroshi Kawakawa during matches, particularly when their gazes met Yao Huasheng, who flashed them a grin, seemingly affirming Hu Lai's earlier comments. "I will make him aware of the consequences of his actions," Kawakawa murmured, fixated on the beaming Yao Huasheng. "Do not act impulsively," Mizawa Masanori cautioned. "I am not being impulsive, Masanori. Coach Motoki has also advised us to target him. Since he has provoked us, I welcome the challenge." Ito Tsutomu seized the ball at the edge of the Chinese team's penalty area. Facing the relentless pursuit of Wang Guangwei and Jiang Wanqing, he deftly passed the ball to the center, where Hirotaka Hirakawa awaited and then advanced forward, attempting to execute a 1-2 wall pass with him. However, Hirakawa did not return the ball. Instead, he directed it toward another angle. Caution! Hirakawa charged into the penalty area. Right before him stood Yao Huasheng. Yao quickly matched his pace, positioning himself on the inside of Hirakawa, denying him an easy opportunity to shoot. Hirakawa feigned a shot, but it was merely a ruse, as he continued to carry the ball forward, diagonal towards the opposite side. His feint caused Yao to momentarily hesitate, and when he resumed his movement, he found himself a half-step behind. The angle for Hirakawa's shot was now available. He swung his right leg in preparation to shoot. Yet, as he lifted his foot, Yao made a decisive lunge, expertly intercepting the ball just before Hirakawa could unleash his strike. When Hirakawa's right leg came down, the ball had already veered off course. His foot grazed it, failing to direct it towards the goal, instead sending it out of bounds, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. The Japanese fans in the stands erupted in unison, shouting, "Foul! Penalty! Close at hand!" Hada quickly shook his head, signaling to the referee that Yao had not committed a foul. Yao, exuding confidence, stood up and glanced at the sprawled Hirakawa, remaining unfazed. Indeed, the referee did not call a foul against him, nor awarded a corner kick to the Japanese team, instead pointing to the Chinese team's small penalty area, indicating a goal kick. "Well done, Yao Huasheng." He didn't even concede a corner to the Japanese. Hifeng praised him highly, declaring him the trustworthy captain of the Chinese team. As Hirakawa lifted his head, he caught Yao's disdainful gaze, igniting his fury, and he slammed his hands onto the grass in frustration. Hu Lai, observing the scene from outside the penalty area, internally exclaimed, "Indeed, the older ginger is spicier." Captain Yao truly held his ground against that adversary. Moreover, Yao was correct. He found dealing with Hirakawa not overly taxing. He could genuinely stand firm. Had the more agile Ito Tsutomu been in that position, he might have managed to shoot before Yao's tackle, posing a significant threat to Gouda. Hirakawa, while physically stronger than Ito, moved at a comparatively slower rhythm. This is precisely why Yao was able to establish himself as one of Asia's premier defenders during the peak of his career. Although the previous Chinese team may not have excelled, it does not imply that all its players were inept. Yao Huasheng succeeded Qin Lin as the national team captain. And if he lacked skill, what merit would he have to lead this team? In reality, Yao Huasheng is renowned throughout Asia. Of course, part of this notoriety stems from his infamous tackle that injured former Japanese international Kitajima Narumi. However, the quality of the player himself is remarkably high. Aside from that intentional foul, Yao Huasheng's defensive prowess is not to be underestimated. He is undoubtedly a top-tier center back in Asia. Although Hirakawa Masahiro faced some setbacks against Yao Huasheng, the Japanese team's offensive momentum did not wane. In fact, it intensified. When Ito Neru received the ball in the penalty area, preparing to maneuver past Wang Guangwei as he had done with Yao Huasheng, the latter remained unfazed, rendering Ito's flirtatious glance futile. Simultaneously, he lost his shooting angle, yet this did not signal the end of Japan's assault. The strength of the Japanese team lies in their offensive strategy. It is not merely a one-off endeavor. If unsuccessful, they do not concede defeat, for they always possess a backup plan. With their formidable midfield and collective strength, their attacks surge like relentless tides, while one may withstand the first and second waves. The third and fourth could prove insurmountable. Thus, when Ito Neru found no opportunity with Wang Guangwei, he did not grow despondent. Instead, he passed the ball to the on-rushing Mizuno Masaneo. "Be careful," came Hifeng's alarm as Mizuno unleashed a low shot within the penalty area. The ball ricocheted off Jiang Wanqing's leg, and the second ball was swiftly seized by the Japanese midfield, who orchestrated yet another offensive maneuver. This time, the attack was initiated from the flanks, crossing into the center, where Wang Guangwei intervened just in time to clear the ball before Ito Neru, and Hirakawa Masahiro could pounce. Outside the penalty area, Kudo Kazuki unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Out a dove to the side, his fist striking the ball away. The ball remained in play, and the match continued. The Japanese team continued their relentless siege on the Chinese side. To the spectators, it appeared as though the Chinese goal was but a small boat adrift in a tempestuous sea, liable to capsize at any moment. The Chinese fans held their breath, fearful that even a slight exhale might alter the trajectory of the ball on the field. The ferocity of Japan's offensive prompted Dong Jianhai to make an early substitution. He replaced right back by D with Zhou Zijing. Zhou Zijing was coming on. He was set to replace by D, the right back. Hefeng was astonished upon seeing the fourth official raise the substitution board. When he noticed Zhou Zijing sprinting back from the warm-up area, poised to enter the fray, Hefeng was taken aback. He had presumed that with the Chinese team under pressure from Japan and holding only a slender lead, Dong Jianhai would bolster the defense. Therefore, it seemed logical to substitute in a defensive player. Little did he expect that a striker would be brought on instead. Who would be replaced? After some contemplation, Hefeng surmised that Chen Xingyi was the most likely candidate for substitution. After all, Hulai could not possibly leave the pitch, and in comparison, Luo Kai possessed a more well-rounded skill set, capable of playing both on the flank and in the center. Ultimately, Dong Jianhai's decision left him flabbergasted, as the player to be substituted was none other than the team's right back, by D. One striker on, and a defender off. This hardly seemed a move aimed at strengthening the defense. In front of the television, Shi Wuyin's wife gasped in disbelief and was left momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend the reasoning. A glance at her husband revealed he was staring blankly at the screen. "What is Dong Jianhai trying to accomplish?" she inquired. After a few seconds, the husband finally responded to her with a simple phrase, "Do your utmost." The wife found it incomprehensible. After all, they were currently in the lead, and if they did not exert themselves, this advantage could easily slip away. Following the substitution of center forward Zhou Zijing for right back by D, the Chinese team's formation underwent a transformation. Jiang Wanqing seemingly retreated to the defensive line, joining Yao Huaxing and Wang Guangwei to form a trio of central defenders, while Chu Lu advanced to the left midfield. It appeared that the positioning of the forwards also shifted. Hefeng, observing the players' alignment, analyzed that Luo Kai and Zhou Zijing occupied the foremost positions, with Hulai positioned behind them, and Chen Xingyi moved to the right flank. "What a remarkable tactical shift," Yu Jintao remarked. Dylan, watching from the television, could not comprehend Hefeng's commentary in Chinese, yet he discerned the changes in the Chinese team's formation. This is a bold yet commendable adjustment, he thought. He understood that a defensive strategy would not suffice. However, if they could score another goal, many issues would be resolved. Yet, if they failed and Japan equalized, the Chinese team could very well collapse, and all responsibility for a loss in such a favorable situation would rest on his shoulders as the head coach. He lamented, "I can hardly believe that this is the same coach who once hesitated to alter the tactics and personnel left by his predecessor. He is not a young strategist in his 30s or 40s. Yu Jintao pointed out, in reality, Jorge, from the very beginning. This match has exuded a style that starkly contrasts with Dong Jianhai's usual approach. You Chinese value epiphanies. Perhaps Dong has experienced one?" Yu Jintao shook his head, uncertain. Dong's adjustments bore a resemblance to the tactical renovations I had envisioned for the Chinese team, which I found astonishing. It seemed we had converged in our thoughts. I now believe he might indeed be capable of continuing to coach your national team. If this Asian Cup allows him to discover a new path suitable for the Chinese team, then enduring the criticism will have been worthwhile. As Dylan observed the ongoing match, he spoke to himself. Chapter 91. Infiltration from behind upon witnessing the substitution of a center forward for a right back by the Chinese team. Japanese coach Hiroto Motoki paused for a moment, seemingly perplexed by Dong Jianhai's reasoning behind such a decision. Why would he replace a defender with a center forward when the team needed to fortify their defense? Surely, he could not intend for Zhou Zijing to play as a center back, especially when Mao Junzheng was sitting on the Chinese bench. Eventually, as Motoki observed the players' positional adjustments on the field, he finally grasped the strategy of the 5 years older Chinese head coach. He intended to counter defense with offense, attempting to push back their attacking momentum. "I acknowledge that the Chinese team's offense is commendable," Motoki mused, "but their defense is even worse. It is highly likely that they will concede a goal before scoring," remarked the assistant coach nearby. I have heard that Dong Jianhai has faced considerable criticism domestically. Such adjustments are entirely uncharacteristic of him. Perhaps he is eager to respond to his detractors in this manner? Magi Hiroto grimaced, stating that regardless of his intentions, this course of action is nothing short of self-sabotage. The players on the field should seize the opportunity presented by the Chinese team's drastic tactical shift to intensify their offensive efforts and catch them off guard. With such significant personnel changes, I cannot believe they have practiced this formation beforehand. They are bound to make numerous errors. Magi Hiroto was correct. The Chinese team had indeed not rehearsed this tactical setup prior to the match. However, they were not entirely oblivious to the new positions and formations. Firstly, Luo Kai is quite versatile, capable of playing both on the flanks and centrally. His physical attributes suit the role of a center forward without issue. Had it not been for Hu Lai, he might have been the primary striker for the national team. In both the national team and the U23 squad, he has also played as a center forward. Chen Xingyi's move to the right flank posed no significant impact, as he is inherently adept at playing on either wing. Few are aware that Chen Xingyi's dominant foot is his right, though his weaker foot is also commendable. Previously, while with the U23 and national teams, he frequently exchanged positions with Luo Kai, making his transition to the right wing seamless. This time, however, Dong Jianhai requested that he drop a bit deeper, transitioning from a winger to a wide midfielder, effectively forming a dual-wing partnership with Chu Lu in midfield. Chu Lu, primarily a fullback but with a stronger attacking inclination, often advances from his defensive position into the attack, functioning as a wide midfielder. Thus, adapting to the left midfield role posed no challenges for him. The only potential concern lies with Jiang Wansheng, who has played as a defensive midfielder for the Shanghai Mariners and the national team, without any experience as a center back. While both defensive midfielders and center backs share the responsibility of defense, the specific demands of each role differ significantly. Therefore, it cannot be assumed that his ability as a defensive midfielder will translate to success in a center back position. Nonetheless, one must accept that not everything can proceed as desired. Thus, despite being aware of the vulnerabilities in this position, Dong Jianhai resolutely opted for such adjustments. His primary consideration must be offense rather than defense. This was inherently a gamble. After all, who waits for absolute certainty before placing a bet? With a firm resolve, he left the outcome of this wager to fate. The television broadcast captured a close-up of Dong Jianhai, who remained expressionless on the sidelines, his lips slightly parted as he intently focused on the game. One would never suspect from his earnest visage that he had just made an audacious gamble that took everyone by surprise. After Zhou Zijing entered the match, he partnered with Luo Kai as a dual center forward, instantly providing the Chinese team with two aerial threats in the attacking third. Consequently, the Chinese team's offensive approach became more straightforward, resorting to long balls from the back to target Zhou Zijing and Luo Kai. Thus, they need not be overly concerned about leaving gaps for the Japanese team to exploit once they advance. Soon, they effectively employed this strategy to launch a threatening attack. Xia Xiaoyu's long pass from the backfield found Luo Kai, who deftly redirected the ball with his head to the right flank, where Chen Xingyi awaited. Rather than relying on his speed to force a breakthrough, Chen swiftly delivered a precise cross at a 45-degree angle towards the Japanese penalty area. There, Zhou Zijing, in the midst of a sprint, leapt high with an impressive acceleration to meet the ball with a header. Yamashita Kengo, in his attempt to intercept from behind, found it challenging to clear the ball with his head and could only strive to disrupt Zhou's trajectory. Nonetheless, Zhou managed to direct the ball within the frame of the goal. Had it not been for Nishikawa Nobuo's splendid save, the ball might have found the back of the net. Observing this play, Dylan remarked to Jin Tao, "In truth, Dong could have started Zhou, for his heading ability poses a significant threat to the Japanese team. Yet, I understand his hesitation. Without substantial alterations to our tactics and formation, who would be replaced in the starting lineup?" Jin Tao nodded in agreement. Zhou Zijing has consistently served as a substitute for Hu Lai in the national team, and promoting him to a starting position would necessitate sidelining Hu. How could Dong Jianhai dare to do so? Hu Lai is the top scorer for the Chinese team, and to place such a key player on the bench in a critical match against Japan would indeed seem reckless. Therefore, Dylan's assessment holds merit. In the absence of tactical adjustments, Zhou Zijing's position is rather precarious. This formidable striker, who netted 9 goals and provided 5 assists in the previous season's Super League, finds himself relegated to the bench for the national team, which is, in many respects, a squandered opportunity. However, within the attacking framework devised by Shi Wuyin, there is simply no place for Zhou Zijing, given that the system hinges on the trio of Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, and Luo Kai, emphasizing speed and agility. Hu Lai serves as the linchpin of this trident, his role unwavering. Competing for a starting position against the Premier League's Golden Boot and the World Cup's top scorer is an endeavor fraught with futility. Any sensible coach would not forsake Hu Lai to opt for Zhou Zijing. Hu Lai has adjusted his position backward, as Zhou Zijing's entry allows him to eschew the prior necessity of occupying the front line to draw defensive attention from Japan. He contemplates the possibility of attempting a few long-range shots, which might yield unexpected results. Despite the fervor ignited in the Chinese players by Coach Dong's impassioned guidance, Hu Lai remains acutely aware that, overall, the Chinese team is at a disadvantage. Furthermore, with the alteration of formation, despite everyone's adaptability to various positions, the 3-4-3 setup is uncharted territory for the team, leading to a lack of cohesion and discomfort in navigating the new arrangement. If they fail to score promptly, Coach Dong's audacious gamble may end in utter defeat. Thus, securing a goal swiftly is imperative. Indeed, the sooner, the better. As the Chinese team once again executed a long pass from the backfield to the front, Hu Lai did not hastily charge forward. Unlike some forwards who, in their eagerness, relentlessly sprint ahead, anticipating their teammates to deliver the ball to them, Hu Lai understood the futility of such actions, which merely squander energy without guaranteeing proximity to the goal equates to increased threat. Instead, Hu Lai took an unconventional approach by retreating from the center. Luo Kai leaped ahead, meeting the ball with his head, opting to redirect it backward rather than pushing it forward. The ball fell at Zhang Qinghuan's feet. As he received it, he was immediately confronted by Kudo Kanzuya, a midfielder from the Japanese team, who lunged in an attempt to intercept. With a splendid V-shaped drag, Zhang Qinghuan deftly evaded Kudo's outstretched foot, leaving him unable to halt his momentum. Zhang then executed a diagonal pass forward to Zhou Zijing, who was making himself available for the play. Before receiving the ball, Zhou Zijing glanced left and right, feigning a move toward the flank, enticing the adjacent fullback, Kaitani Yashitoki, to advance in an effort to dispossess him. Even if he could not secure the ball, the defender aimed to remain close, disrupting Zhou's ability to receive the ball comfortably in the attacking zone. However, Zhou Zijing swiftly pivoted back, using the inside of his right foot to gently nudge the ball to his left side, while simultaneously turning his body, thus positioning Kaitani behind him. With Kaitani now out of reach, Zhou Zijing was free to complete his turn, a scenario that posed significant challenges for the defenders as he faced the direction of the attack. He took the ball forward, and right in his path stood center-back Nakagawa Takahiro, who had no choice but to confront him, lest Zhou advance further into a position to shoot. Meanwhile, Hu Lai, having retreated, began his forward run as Zhang Qinghuan passed to Zhou Zijing, yet he maintained a measured pace, ensuring he did not overshadow Zhou's moment. Consequently, even Yamashita Kengo's attention shifted towards Zhou Zijing, his body angled in that direction, closely observing the impending clash between Nakagawa and Zhou. He remained poised to assist should Nakagawa fail to thwart the advance. The space behind him was confidently entrusted to Kawasaki Eiji, the left-back arriving from the midfield. Of course, as Yamashita redirected his focus toward Zhou Zijing, he stole a glance at the center to confirm Hu Lai's position. He noticed Hu Lai still lingering at a comfortable distance, seemingly unhurried. However, just as Yamashita began to turn back, he was taken aback by Hu Lai's sudden burst of speed. Zhou Zijing was also nearing his encounter with Nakagawa. With a deft touch of his left foot, he gently pushed the ball to the right, shifting his body as if to attempt a maneuver past his opponent. Nakagawa promptly mirrored his movement, positioning himself to intercept Zhou Zijing's advance. At that moment, Zhou Zijing suddenly delivered a precise through ball. It soared into the vacant space behind Nakagawa Takahiro, swiftly gliding past Yamamoto Kenwu, who barely had time to intervene. Meanwhile, behind him, Hu Lai accelerated like a gust of wind, racing toward the penalty area. Zhou Zijing's through ball. What a splendid play. The Chinese fans in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers. Hu Lai. Yamamoto Kenwu turned to see the number 14 of the Chinese team already within a mere 2 meters before him. Even if he wished to commit a foul, it was far too late. He could only watch as Hu Lai sprinted into the penalty area, catching up to Zhou Zijing's pass, and then, facing the advancing goalkeeper Nishikawa Nobuo, lifted his right foot. Nishikawa dove to his left, toward Hu Lai's right side. However, Hu Lai did not take a shot. Instead, he deftly flicked the ball to the other side. In a flash, he leaped over Nishikawa's outstretched legs with grace. Hu Lai! Hu Lai! Hu Lai! Amidst He Feng's elongated roars, Hu Lai became the player closest to the goal. He caught up to the ball, and, facing the vast open net, opted for a left-footed push. The scene that the Japanese dreaded most unfolded. The ball rolled into the net. Hu Lai scored again, extending the lead for the Chinese team to 2 goals. On the first day of September, a plea for guaranteed monthly votes. Chapter 92. The blade strikes at the heads of the enemy. As Zhou Zijing faced Nakagawa Takahiro in a one-on-one situation, He Feng in the commentary booth keenly observed Hu Lai's movements. He saw Hu Lai suddenly accelerate, darting behind Yamamoto Kenwu, causing his heart to race. From his elevated vantage point, he clearly perceived Hu Lai's target, the gap left open after Nakagawa's advance. But would Zhou Zijing see it too? It turned out he did. With resolute decisiveness, he sent the ball into the space behind the Japanese defense. At that moment, Hu Lai's preemptive positioning bore fruit. Before the Japanese defenders could react, he had already surged behind them. Hu Lai's start was marked by unwavering determination as he pushed his speed to its utmost. It was as if he knew Zhou Zijing would surely pass him the ball. Zhou Zijing did not let him run in vain. The pass was both swift and accurate. As Hu Lai evaded the encroaching goalkeeper Nishikawa Nobuo, He Feng could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Hu Lai! What a play! What a goal!" His reaction stemmed from absolute trust in Hu Lai, unafraid of being proven wrong by reality. Amid his triumphant exclamations, the ball found its way into the Japanese net. In that moment, He Feng's voice was engulfed by the jubilant cheers of all the Chinese fans present. The Chinese supporters, constituting half the stadium's capacity, unleashed their fervor like molten lava. This was a quintessential Hu Lai goal. A preemptive run into the open space, receiving a teammate's pass, and then scoring. Yet, it was also an atypical Hu Lai goal, for he had managed to evade the advancing Japanese goalkeeper Nishikawa Nobuo. He Feng proclaimed loudly from the commentary booth. "Even I believe that Hu Lai would take a direct shot after catching up with the football. Perhaps this is precisely why Shiko Xinfeng was deceived and fell to the ground. After all, he can be said to have scarcely ever scored by outmaneuvering the goalkeeper." In front of the television, all Chinese fans leapt up, raising their arms in exultation. Incredible! The Chinese team is magnificent. Hu Lai is magnificent. Let us defeat those Japanese. Various exclamations resonated in bars and living rooms where viewers were engrossed in the match. This time, their cheers were particularly loud and unrestrained. Before Hu Lai scored, every Chinese fan was apprehensive, worrying that Dong Jianhai's substitution might backfire. The internet buzzed with debate over this decision. Some believed Dong Jianhai had made the right call, while others argued he was merely digging his own grave. The latter group was more numerous, as substituting a forward when defense was needed was evidently a reckless gamble, and the entrenched perception of Dong Jianhai was not easily dispelled. Many thought this old man had concocted yet another blunder. They feared that prior to scoring, the Chinese team would allow Japan to equalize. In that moment, Hu Lai scored. The tension and suppression in everyone's hearts were released. No one cared to dwell on whether Dong Jianhai's substitution was a desperate gamble or a fatal misstep. In front of the Chinese coaching bench, Dong Jianhai, who had previously maintained a composed and cautious demeanor, finally erupted with excitement, vigorously pumping his fists and embracing his fellow coaches. Without the need for Hong Renjie to remind him, his smile radiated with brilliance. Old Dong had made the right bet. Xian, watching from the television, slapped his thigh with vigor, then leaned back against the sofa, exhaling deeply, his expression akin to someone who had just escaped a near disaster. "Oh, beautiful." Jorge Dillon placed his finger to his lips, letting out a sharp whistle. He then excitedly pointed at the television screen, saying to Jean Tao, "Look. The impact of Yuzhou's entry is immediate." With this robust center forward holding the ball up front, the Chinese team's attack can be organized with greater composure and variety. They no longer have to rely solely on Xing and Luo's speed and individual prowess on the flanks, as they did before. The former Chinese team's offense required ample space, as they needed to play quickly once opponents deployed a compact defense, denying them the space to exploit their speed advantage. Their attacks became ineffective. Iraq defeated the Chinese team in precisely this manner. Why did the previous Chinese team perform adequately? Because they were perceived as a weaker side. And I say this candidly. Prior to participating in the World Cup, the Chinese team was a second or third-tier squad in Asian football. They operated from a position of weakness, and opponents would not focus on compressing their defense against them. Xiu also positioned his team as the underdog, playing on the counterattack. This allowed them to fully leverage the advantages of their two speedy wingers. However, following their undefeated streak in the World Cup, including draws against formidable teams such as Russia and Brazil, Asian rivals naturally began to reassess their perception of the Chinese team, no longer viewing them as a mere underdog. Yet, the Chinese squad has yet to fully adjust to this shift in status. During crucial moments, they require the formidable presence of a striker like Zhou, whose involvement liberates Hu. In a particular play, Zhou drew the attention of the Japanese defenders, thereby providing Hu with an opportunity to exploit the space. If Coach Dong aspires for the Chinese team to progress further in the Asian Cup, he must afford Zhou more opportunities to take the field. Delon, brimming with enthusiasm, passionately analyzed the current tactics of the Chinese team for Yu Jintao, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Delon's insights. Historically, the Chinese team's strength and reputation were relatively modest, allowing them to rely solely on speed. However, as their stature and performance have improved, opponents have tended to adopt a more compact defensive strategy against them, denying the Chinese team the space to utilize their speed. When the team cannot leverage this advantage, they find themselves in a precarious position. Against teams that are evidently weaker, the Chinese squad can assert their superiority. Yet, when facing opponents of similar caliber, albeit slightly inferior, they risk finding themselves in an awkward situation. Iraq embodies such a team. They may not be as strong as China, but they are not as weak as Palestine. When they deploy a tight defense and park the bus in front of their goal, they become a formidable obstacle for China to overcome. As for the recent match, the Chinese team was able to use their speed to put the Japanese team in a precarious position because Japan, possessing an overall stronger squad, did not adopt a defensive posture, thus granting China the space to exploit their speed advantage. Following a goal, Hulai did not rush to the corner flag to celebrate alone. Instead, he ran toward Zhou Zijing, who had assisted him. The two embraced, with Zhou exclaiming in Hu's ear, "How was that pass? Better than Huan Ji's." Zhang Qinghuan, who had just arrived on the scene, chimed in with laughter, prompting the group to celebrate exuberantly at the edge of the Japanese penalty area. Meanwhile, the Japanese players stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. They had been scored upon by the Chinese team once more. Logically, given the significant alterations to the lineup, the Chinese team should not have adapted so swiftly to their new formation and scored so quickly. Observing the bewildered Japanese players on the television screen, Mitsui Takashi could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Idiots! You are up against Hulai. The very Hulai who has played 67 times in the Premier League and scored 64 goals. What are you thinking?" He recognized that Coach Dong was taking a gamble, betting that the Chinese team could score before Japan had the chance. Furthermore, he understood why Dong felt confident in this gamble, as he had an exceptionally efficient forward like Hulai at his disposal. Unlike regular forwards such as Masato Hirakawa and Tsutomu Ito in the Japanese team, Hulai possesses the remarkable ability to convert a minimal number of shots into a multitude of goals. Although he relies on his teammates for support as a poacher, he is not the type of forward who squanders numerous opportunities for a single goal. Hulai's efficiency is renowned. Anyone who studies him is well aware of this fact. Thus, Takashi Mitsui's dissatisfaction with the performance of the Japanese players is understandable. They should have been well informed of Hulai's characteristics and prioritized their defensive focus on him. However, once Zhou Zijing entered the game, the attention of the Japanese defenders shifted to this center forward. How formidable could Zhou Zijing truly be? Indeed, he posed some threats upon his entrance, but allowing him to take long-range shots just outside the penalty area surely wouldn't lead to goals, would it? Meanwhile, neglecting Hulai, who is genuinely capable of scoring, is foolish, utterly foolish. With 18 minutes remaining in the match, the Chinese team regained a 2-goal lead, effectively nullifying Mitsui's strategic calculations. If the Chinese team were to eliminate the Japanese team, Mitsui would not concern himself with the fate of Japan's title defense. He would only know that the Chinese team would continue in the Asian Cup, delaying Hulai's return. Wouldn't this impede Junpei Morikawa's adaptation to the new team? However, upon seeing a close-up of Hiroto Motoki on the television broadcast, a sense of vengeful satisfaction surged within Mitsui. Without Morikawa, it seems defeat is imminent. Mitsui acknowledges the excellence of the four midfield players, Masao Miyazawa, Kanzuya Kudo, Akira Fukuzawa, and Koji Murayama, who play for European clubs, yet when it comes to defensive capabilities, none of them compare to Junpei Morikawa. As Morikawa's agent, Mitsui holds this conviction, knowing full well the strength of the Chinese attack. Should the Japanese team not bolster their defensive efforts in the midfield? Would having Junpei Morikawa at this juncture significantly curtail Xinhuan Zhang's influence? 2 of the 3 goals scored by the Chinese team originated from Zhang, with the second directly assisted by him. This occurred due to Kudo's insufficient containment of Zhang, allowing him ample space to maneuver. Were it Morikawa, instead, Mitsui believes Zhang would not have been able to handle the ball with such ease. Of course, such considerations are now futile. Mitsui even finds a certain grim satisfaction in the situation. After all, with Morikawa absent from the national team, should they suffer defeat and be eliminated, he would bear no responsibility. Additionally, some speculators might draw connections between their elimination and Motoki's decision not to summon Morikawa. Although there were no objections when Morikawa was initially excluded, any actions taken by Motoki that were previously deemed normal will now be scrutinized as errors necessitating reflection. In light of the team's failure, Mitsui hopes that when Motoki faces criticism, the name of Junpei Morikawa will resonate in the discourse. Currently, Junpei Morikawa has adhered to his wishes and departed from China to play in the Premier League, becoming the sole active Japanese player in this prestigious league. Surely, Coach Motoki cannot overlook the necessity of including Morikawa in the national team, can he? If the Chinese team can secure a victory in this match, it may help Hiroto Motoki realize Morikawa's significance to the Japanese squad. Consequently, Takashi Mitsui would not mind delaying Hulai's return for a bit longer. The players of the Chinese team gathered to celebrate, yet in the end, they formed a circle. Apart from goalkeeper Hauda, who remained behind, even the 2 center-backs, Wang Guangwei and Yao Huasheng, rushed forward. The latter's presence was not merely for the purpose of celebrating the goal. As the captain, he also needed to address the team. Although we are currently leading by 2 goals, there are still approximately 20 minutes left in the match. Given the strength of the Japanese team, they could very well score 2 goals in that time. Therefore, let us not celebrate too prematurely, nor assume that the match is concluded. Yao Huasheng declared to his teammates encircling him. Next, we must thwart their offensive attempts. Defense is not solely the responsibility of the backline. It requires the unity and relentless spirit of the entire team. Thus, no matter how fatigued we may be, as long as we remain on the field, we must grit our teeth and press on. We cannot afford to relinquish our 2-goal lead to the adversaries. As he spoke, he extended his hand into the center of the circle. The others promptly placed their hands atop his. For the final 20 minutes, let us battle fiercely against the Japanese. Charge. With a swift motion, 10 hands plunged downward, and the Chinese players stood up, dispersing to return to their half of the field. Utilizing the moment of celebration, Yao Huasheng gathered the players to unify their thoughts and bolster their spirits, which was indeed the correct approach. Absolutely. Do not be complacent simply because we are leading by 2 goals. Football is unpredictable, he emphasized. We must remain vigilant until the final whistle is blown by the referee. In this crucial moment, Yao Huasheng exemplified the qualities of an experienced captain. As the Chinese players rushed back to their positions, the stands resonated with the unified and powerful chants of the Chinese fans. Strike hard. Aim for the heads of our foes. P.S. On the first day of September, I humbly request your support for the monthly ticket. The chapter concludes. Chapter 93. Their enemies, my heroes in fact. While Yao Huasheng was convening the Chinese players for a meeting, adjustments were also being made by coach Dong Jianhai on the sidelines. However, the attention of everyone was focused on the players on the field, and this adjustment went unnoticed at first. It was only when they returned to their half that the broadcast shifted to the Chinese coaching bench, revealing Mao Jun standing beside head coach Dong Jianhai, who was imparting crucial instructions to him. The Chinese team is making substitutions, he praised. Coach Dong's reaction is quite prompt. Perhaps he had been prepared for this substitution all along, merely waiting for a goal to emerge. Once the Chinese team scored, the substitutions would follow immediately. After Mao Junjing took the field, a forward player was expected to be substituted to bolster the defense. With the Chinese team currently enjoying a 2-goal lead and 20 minutes remaining in the match, Dylan, seated in front of the television, casually inquired, "Who do you think will be substituted?" Yu Jintao pondered, frowning. It's unlikely they will replace Jiang Wanqing, as we need someone to fortify our midfield defense. Could it be Zhang Qinghwan? Luo Kai and Zhou Zijing are strikers, and Hu Lai is also unlikely to be substituted. In a counterattacking strategy, Zhang Qinghwan is indeed somewhat ineffective. Yes, I believe he will be replaced by Zhang Qinghwan. Dylan, with a beaming smile after hearing Yu Jintao's analysis, shook his head and said, "No, I think he will substitute Chu Lu." Yu Jintao was somewhat surprised. He is a full-back. Shouldn't he be enhancing our defense? However, Chu is known for his attacking prowess over his defensive skills, and he has already advanced to a wing position. Clearly, Dong intends to adopt a 3 center-back formation and would not revert to a 4-back setup. Dylan explained. Then why not substitute Luo Kai or Chen Xingyi? Because he needs both of them to contain Japan's offensive threats on the flanks, ensuring that the Chinese team maintains speed along the wings. No sooner had Dylan finished speaking than Mao Junjung approached the 4th official, handing over his participation card. The 4th official glanced at the substitution arrangement before lowering his head to input the numbers on the electronic board. When he raised it, it clearly displayed number 4 in. Number 3 out. Number 4 is Mao Junjung, and number 3 is indeed Chu Lu. Dylan exclaimed joyfully, clapping his hands vigorously. I'm once again in sync with Dong. I believe the media and fans were premature in their criticisms of Dong. He is certainly not the incompetent figure you portrayed him to be. Yu Jintao, somewhat speechless, replied, I never evaluated him in that manner. Upon entering the field, Mao Junjing slipped a note to Zhang Qinghwan, stating, Director Dong asked me to give this to you. He then proceeded directly to his position. Zhang Qinghwan lowered his head to read the note, quickly finished, and tucked it into his back pocket. He then shouted towards the front line, Chen Xingyi, left midfielder, Luo Kai, right midfielder. This was to inform them of their new positions. With Mao Junjung replacing Chu Lu, the Chinese team underwent a tactical adjustment. Viewers soon observed the new formation of 3-5-2 through the television broadcast. The 3 defenders were Yao Huasheng, Wang Guangwei, and Mao Junjung. In midfield, Zhang Wanqing and Xia Xiaoyu played as defensive midfielders, while Zhang Qinghwan occupied the central attacking midfielder role, with Chen Xingyi on the left flank and Luo Kai on the right. At the forefront, Hu Lai and Zhou Zijing formed a striking partnership. Splendid, exclaimed Jorge Dylan, admiring the positioning of the Chinese players. The Japanese team is in serious trouble. He was not mistaken. The Chinese team's 3 defenders were not at a disadvantage against Japan's 2 forwards. With Mao Junjung on the field, he could assist Yao Huasheng in defense, significantly alleviating the burden on Yao, who was playing injured. In midfield, the 5 players from the Chinese team were more than capable of countering Japan's 4 midfielders. Last week, Zhou Zijing utilized his physicality to contest the initial ball, while Hu Lai adeptly controlled the subsequent drop, forming a formidable duo that troubled the Japanese defense, causing Yamashita Kengo and Nakagawa Takahiro to hesitate in pressing forward. In response, the Japanese team made substitutions, with Motoki Hiroto opting to replace Hirakawa Masato with forward Yoshida Daisuke, recognizing Hirakawa's disadvantage against Yao Huasheng. Subsequently, he substituted Kudo Kanzuya with Sugiyama Tatsuya, both changes aimed at matching positions. Under ordinary circumstances, such substitutions would be considered routine. However, in a high-stakes situation, they appeared somewhat lackluster, as the number of attackers remained unchanged and the offensive strategy persisted without variation. This familiarity with Japan's attacking patterns allowed the Chinese team to respond with relative ease. Yet, Motoki Hiroto could not afford to emulate Dong Jianhai by replacing a defender with an additional forward to shift to a 3-4-3 formation. He was constrained to maintain the 4-4-2. The reason for his reluctance lay in Zhou Zijing and Hu Lai's ability to restrain the Japanese defenders with long passes from the backfield. How could Motoki dare to remove a defender under such circumstances, especially since the Japanese team had never practiced a 3-defender formation? Thus, the Japanese team, which should have been resolutely attacking, found themselves restrained by the Chinese team, also employing an unfamiliar formation. Upon receiving the ball in the attacking third, Sugiyama Tatsuya lingered momentarily, seeking to assess the situation in the Chinese penalty area, only to be abruptly confronted by Zhang Wanqing. In a hurried maneuver, he attempted to protect the ball by flicking it to his right with his left foot. However, just as he turned, he found Xia Xiaoyu before him, who swiftly poked the ball away. Fearing a counterattack from the Chinese team, Sugiyama instinctively pulled Xia Xiaoyu down. The referee promptly blew the whistle, signaling a foul and awarding a free kick to the Chinese team. As Xia Xiaoyu remained on the ground, Hu Lai crouched beside him, engaging him in conversation. Observing this, Sugiyama's expression turned pained. He refrained from complaining to the referee about the Chinese team's apparent time wasting, instead placing his hands on his hips and gazing skyward with a sigh. He could never have anticipated that the match would unfold in such a manner. After all, they were the reigning champions. In truth, Sugiyama Tatsuya's experience in this Asian Cup had been somewhat frustrating. This season, he was loaned from Blue and White Munich to Arminia in the Bundesliga, where he finally fulfilled his desire to play as a central midfielder, showcasing his talents effectively. Yet, within the Japanese national team, he remained a substitute for the original quartet, with limited opportunities to play, mostly during inconsequential moments. This match presented a critical opportunity, yet facing a 2-goal deficit left him feeling powerless. As someone who had battled against Hu Lai since the East Asian Cup, he was acutely aware of Hu Lai's prowess. In the final of the U23 Asian Cup, facing defeat against the Chinese U23 team, he was well aware of the capabilities of Chen Xingyi, Wang Guangwei, and Luo Kai. Yet, this was the Asian Cup, and Japan was determined to defend their title with utmost strength. However, they found themselves unexpectedly overwhelmed by the Chinese team, suffering a staggering 1-3 defeat. Now, they faced a daunting situation, trailing by 2 goals with little hope of recovery. Suddenly, Tatsuya Sugiyama recalled Junpei Morikawa. Initially, when he learned that Morikawa would not participate in the Asian Cup, he felt a sense of regret. Yet, in hindsight, perhaps his absence was a stroke of fortune. Amid the jeers from Japanese fans, Xia Xiaoyu was finally pulled up by Hu Lai, timing his intervention perfectly, just shy of provoking a yellow card from the referee. As the incident had not consumed much time, Sugiyama's foul was relatively minor, merely tripping Xia Xiaoyu rather than executing a full tackle. Japanese fans believed that once Xia Xiaoyu fell, he should have promptly risen without lingering on the ground. In truth, Xia Xiaoyu intended to get up immediately, but was held down by the arriving Hu Lai. Thus, this was perceived as a deliberate attempt to waste time, albeit not prolonged enough to be effective. Chinese fans could easily argue that Hu Lai did not intend for Xia Xiaoyu to deliberately delay the game, but rather sought to provide him an opportunity to rest. Ultimately, whether time was genuinely wasted became inconsequential. What mattered was that both the players and fans of Japan felt utterly disgusted. As Sugiyama gazed skyward, lamenting the fate of himself and the national team, his teammates encircled the referee, pointing at Hu Lai and Xia Xiaoyu in protest. Regrettably, their appeals fell on deaf ears, as the referee showed no inclination to penalize the Chinese team for time wasting, further fueling the frustration of the Japanese players. In their minds, the Chinese team had become synonymous with dishonorable tactics, while in the hearts of Chinese fans, they were heralded as heroes resisting adversity. Hu Lai's astute performance garnered unanimous praise from the Chinese supporters. Yan Yan excitedly pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Indeed, Hu Lai is exceptional. Well done," infuriating the Japanese. He then turned to an older gentleman beside him, saying, "Let me tell you, Uncle, Hu Lai excels at this sort of thing. Back in high school, during the national competition, we faced Chongwon Middle School in the semifinals. Mitsuhito Motoki only resolved to fight valiantly in the final 10 minutes. He utilized his third substitution, replacing defender Yashitoki Kayatani with forward Makoto Kobayashi, shifting Japan to a 3-4-3 formation. Consequently, Japan's offensive surged with renewed vigor, as they were genuinely intent on battling the Chinese team. During this period, the Chinese defense faced immense pressure, with the atmosphere around the goal fraught with tension. Despite the assistance of Mao Junjing, Yao Huaxing found himself struggling, as the injuries he had accumulated throughout the match worsened. Pain relief injections could only alleviate his discomfort and inflammation, failing to heal his injuries completely. Pain serves as a protective signal from the body. Feeling it inhibits exertion, allowing the injured area a chance to rest. However, after receiving the analgesic injection, the diminished perception of pain led him to perform movements as usual, inadvertently exacerbating his injury and significantly impacting his physical capabilities. Yao Huaxing was fully aware of the repercussions that playing in this match would entail after receiving the injection. Yet he chose to proceed, unwilling to resign himself to the sidelines in frustration. With gritted teeth and unwavering determination, he battled fiercely against the Japanese players on the field. Should the Chinese team manage to maintain their lead until the final whistle, this would not mark the end of their journey in the current Asian Cup, but it would indeed signify Yao Huaxing's last match in the tournament. Thus, deep within, He regarded this game as his own Asian Cup final. Triumphing over Japan in his personal final would serve as the ultimate act of revenge for Yao Huaxing. Therefore, even while injured, he was resolute not to retreat a single step in the face of the Japanese onslaught. The Japanese team began to intensify their wing play, a strategy that is straightforward yet effective, indicating their growing urgency. However, we must remain composed and withstand their pressure. He Feng, from the commentary booth, rallied the Chinese players. In front of their televisions, numerous Chinese fans had already risen from their seats, standing in anticipation. Dylan glanced at Yu Jintao, who was trembling slightly as he stood before the sofa. Relax, Yu. The Chinese team is ahead by 2 goals. I can't fathom Japan scoring twice in these final minutes. They are not that formidable, Yu Jintao replied without turning around. I know, Jorge, but I still can't help but worry. He represented the sentiments of the majority of Chinese fans at that moment. Rationality told them that a 2-goal lead should be insurmountable in the dying minutes. Yet emotion prevented them from truly relaxing. They remained anxious, fearing the return of the ominous 3 minutes. After several successive wing crosses, when Takaya Sugiyama received the ball in the attacking zone, he disregarded his teammates who were calling for it on the flanks. With a sudden deft touch, he evaded Xia Xiaoyu's challenge and delivered a piercing through ball. The Chinese defense was concentrated on the wings, and they were taken aback when Sugiyama directed the ball toward the center. A threat. Ito Nuu received the ball, delicately controlling it with the outside of his right foot, and then prepared to shoot again. Yao Huaxing's gaze remained fixed on Ito Nuu, knowing him to be Japan's top scorer and the most significant threat. Thus, the moment Ito Nuu gained possession, Yao Huaxing charged forward, attempting to obstruct the impending shot. Yet, Ito Nuu's attempt was merely a feint. He deftly maneuvered the ball back to the center with his right foot. Ito Nuu employed the same trick once more. Just as he readied to shoot with his left leg, a leg suddenly extended from his right side. It was Yao Huaxing. He lunged forward with all his might, stretching his leg as far as possible to block Ito Nuu's angle of attack. Upon witnessing the situation, Ito Nuu had no choice but to alter his actions once again. He abruptly halted with his left foot, transforming his intended shot into a deft pass, gently nudging the ball to the left with the outside of his foot. He was acutely aware that Yao Huaxing was at the end of his tether, and this maneuver would undoubtedly leave his opponent completely off balance. At that moment, no one would be able to obstruct his shot. Yet, Ito Nuu swung and missed. The ball that should have awaited him had vanished. As he lost his balance and fell to the ground, he caught sight of Wang Guangwei, who had just retracted his outstretched leg. Wang Guangwei, what a timely clearance. Together, he and Yao Huaxing thwarted Ito Nuu's attempt to shoot. The Japanese team quickly launched another offensive. This time, Mizuno Masaneo took a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. But how to soar into the air, punching the ball out of bounds, granting the Japanese team a corner kick. After the corner was taken, Zhou Zijing, temporarily filling in as a center back, shouted loudly. Then out jumped Yamashita Kengo to head the ball away. Hulai, as if foreseeing the ball's trajectory, positioned himself perfectly to control the descending ball, only to be knocked to the ground by Fukuzawa Akira from behind. The referee's whistle promptly followed. A foul was called against the Japanese team. Fukuzawa Akira, with a woeful expression, pleaded with the referee, I didn't push hard. But it was in vain, for he had made a clear hand motion. Oh dear, the Japanese commentator exclaimed anxiously. Fukuzawa Akira was becoming increasingly frantic. All he needed to do was stay close to Hulai, yet time was slipping away and they still trailed by 2 goals. Now they had relinquished possession back to the Chinese team, who would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to waste more time. His tone bore unmistakable reproach. However, he managed to keep his composure. On Japanese social media, fervent fans were already demanding that Fukuzawa Akira perform a traditional seppuku as an apology after the match. In truth, there was no need for such drastic measures. If the Japanese team ultimately lost the game, it would certainly not rest solely on Fukuzawa Akira's shoulders. Hulai. He played with exceptional cleverness. The 4th official had raised the board indicating 5 minutes of stoppage time. 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes. And we shall secure our first victory over the Japanese national team in 29 years. Hifeng exclaimed excitedly. As stoppage time commenced, Dong Jianhai utilized the last substitution. He did not replace Yao Huaxing. Instead, he brought on defensive midfielder Lung Baoyong for Zhang Jinghuan. Lung Baoyong, hailing from Hedong Thunder, was 27 years old and also a defensive midfielder, albeit of moderate ability. Previously, he had merely been a fringe player in the national team. Had it not been for Gao Rumin's injury and subsequent lack of form, he might not have even participated in the Asian Cup. However, this was not the time to focus on his skill level. In the last few minutes of the match, bringing him on to bolster midfield defense was a prudent decision, as he was a specialist in that role, surpassing Zhang Qinghuan's defensive capabilities. Additionally, this substitution served a crucial purpose: to consume more time. Zhang Qinghuan was evidently aware of this, as he did not jog off the field but instead strolled slowly. After the substitutions were completed, the Chinese team essentially retreated to their own half, erecting a formidable barrier within the 30-meter zone, determined to endure the final moments of the match. Even Zhou Zijing withdrew to defend, leaving only Hu Lai at the forefront. The Japanese team, in a fervent offensive, launched a relentless counterattack. At this juncture, they could scarcely afford to orchestrate a meticulous assault. Instead, they resorted to any means necessary to propel the ball toward the Chinese goal. Whether their teammates could successfully receive the ball mattered little. The primary objective was to create chaos. Perhaps fortune would favor them, and a ricochet could fortuitously find its way into the net. However, this tactic resembled a desperate struggle, akin to a broken vessel sinking deeper. As even the Japanese players were acutely aware that, even if luck were to smile upon them and they managed to score, they would still trail by one goal, ultimately leading to their defeat. The time remaining was insufficient for them to equalize, let alone secure a victory. In stoppage time, at 94 minutes, only 1 minute remained until the conclusion of the match. Just 1 minute separated the Chinese team from their first victory over Japan in 29 years. Hefeng had already begun to excitedly count down. Although the Chinese fans watching from home had yet to embark on exuberant celebrations, their suppressed excitement was palpable. Online, some fans prematurely celebrated, posting messages of congratulations to the Chinese team for defeating Japan and achieving revenge. Many others mercilessly ridiculed the Japanese team. Before the Asian Cup, Japan declared their intent to defend their championship. Now, they merely whimper. The Chinese national team proclaimed, "I do not seek to prove my greatness. I merely wish to convey that what I have lost, I shall reclaim." Time was utterly against the Japanese team. With a 2-goal lead, the Chinese team knew that when the 5 minutes of stoppage time elapsed, the referee would not extend play further, rendering any additional minutes meaningless for Japan. He promptly blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. Simultaneously with the whistle, Hefeng's voice rang out, hoarse from exuberance. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the Chinese fans, the players on the field raised their arms high, celebrating this remarkable victory. Meanwhile, the Chinese players rushed onto the pitch, joyfully embracing their teammates. Wang Guangwei swiftly enveloped the captain, Yao Huasheng, in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Captain Yao, we did it. We avenged ourselves." Yao Huasheng leaned against him, smiling, yet remained silent. On the sidelines, Dong Jianhai approached the Japanese head coach, Hiroto Motoki, extending his hand in a gesture of sportsmanship. However, the latter merely offered a brief handshake before turning away, clearly in a foul mood. Dong Jianhai, unfazed by Motoki's discourteous demeanor, returned to the coaching bench, where he was warmly embraced by team leader Hong Renjia. "Congratulations, old Dong. You've won." Dong Jianhai smiled and corrected him, saying, "It is the Chinese team that has triumphed." End of chapter. Chapter 95. Director Dong. The Chinese team has emerged victorious. The defending champions are eliminated swiftly. This has emerged as the most significant news event of the current Asian Cup. Prior to the match, the prevailing sentiment was that the formidable Japanese team would effortlessly defeat the underperforming Chinese squad and secure a place in the quarterfinals. The only ambition for the Chinese team appeared to be the pursuit of the Asian Cup Golden Boot, with Hu Lai having already netted 4 goals in the preceding 2 group matches. Should he score against Japan, he might still contend for the coveted prize. However, aspirations for team success seemed futile. Those who wagered on Japan's victory must now be lamenting their misjudgment. In an astonishing turn of events, the Chinese team triumphed over Japan with a score of 3-1, achieving a 2-goal margin. This marks the first time in 29 years that the Chinese national team has bested Japan in an international match. During the 2023 East Asian Cup, although both teams fielded their U-23 squads, it was still officially recognized as a national team competition. Despite winning that tournament, China did not manage to defeat Japan, settling for a draw. Today, however, in an authentic national team setting, the Chinese squad has rightfully claimed victory over Japan. There were no contentious penalties, no illicit advantages, and no unsporting conduct. The Chinese team received a mere 2 yellow cards, signifying a clean and unblemished triumph. Following the match, a Chinese fan expressed sentiments online that resonated widely, garnering numerous shares. His words encapsulated the feelings of many supporters. The last encounter between China and Japan in the Asian Cup saw Japan equalize through a controversial handball, ultimately leading to their victory over China. Koichi Sato, who scored that goal, has consistently denied the handball, even in interviews and post-retirement, stubbornly asserting his innocence despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Given the lack of clarity in video playback at the time and the referee's failure to call a handball, Sato's insistence that the goal was legitimate only further tarnished his reputation among Chinese fans. This historical grievance was palpable when Huan helped the Chinese U-23 team defeat Sato's Japan in the U-23 Asian Cup final, eliciting fervent celebrations from the crowd. The animosity towards Sato had long been simmering, and that victory was a resounding slap in the face to his team. From the Japanese perspective, Sato's denial was perhaps a necessity. Admitting to the handball would undermine Japan's claim to their singular Asian Cup consecutive titles, casting a shadow over Japanese football. Thus, it is in keeping with their national character that they would refuse to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Yet today, the victory of the Chinese team stands uncontested, allowing fans to bask in the glory of a triumph unmarred by controversy. Your previous victory was tainted by deceit, while our current success is pure. You may lack shame, but we uphold our dignity. How can one compare humans to dogs? Not only must we defeat you, but we shall do so in a manner that leaves you speechless. In light of today's victory, the disgrace of the Japanese team becomes all the more pronounced. Due to this victory, many Chinese fans on the internet have dramatically shifted their stance. On Weibo and various platforms, fans have even initiated topics to apologize to Coach Dong, rapidly ascending the trending topics list. It must be said that Dong Jianhai's performance in this match was truly exceptional. From the tactical arrangements prior to the game to the timely substitutions during play, his decisions were thoroughly convincing. While the players' efforts were undoubtedly crucial to the team's success, it is the coach's astute tactics and on-the-spot guidance that fundamentally secured the victory. Following the match, numerous sports commentators and renowned journalists penned articles praising Dong Jianhai. One might have thought he had led the team to an Asian Cup championship. This led to amusing anecdotes circulating online before the match against Japan. The incompetent pig coach was said to be jeopardizing the future of Chinese football. After leading Japan by 10 points, the pig coach is merely lucky. His reckless tactics are debatable. With a 20-point lead, Dong Jianhai's ingenious strategies seem to be bearing fruit. At 31 points ahead, Coach Dong is on the verge of leading China to revenge. After the match against Japan, the 2030 World Cup will witness the faithful Coach Dong and his team. This light-hearted banter prompted Salado to laugh uncontrollably on the bed after reading it aloud. Huan, witnessing his wife's amusement, couldn't resist teasing her. "You've practically performed the joke from beginning to end." Salado, lying on the bed and gazing up at her husband, retorted, "Didn't you also say Dong Jianhai has remarkable skills?" Huan found himself at a loss for words. While watching the game, he indeed had expressed such sentiments, commending Dong Jianhai for his 2 strategic substitutions and recognizing the coach's adept on-field management. It could even be argued that the reason the Chinese team triumphed over Japan was not solely due to pre-match tactics, but rather the brilliance of those 2 substitutions. The first substitution saw Zhou Zijing replaced by D, creating a tactical pivot in the front line that directly assisted Huan in scoring the pivotal goal. Following this goal, the tension among the Chinese players visibly eased, while the Japanese team appeared somewhat flustered. The second substitution brought Mao Junjing on for Chu Lu, allowing Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai to retreat as wing midfielders, effectively stifling Japan's counterattack and laying the groundwork for the ultimate victory. As for the final substitution, its primary function was to waste time rather than serve a tactical purpose, rendering it rather unremarkable. However, the brilliance exhibited in the first 2 substitutions certainly belied the portrayal of the national team's pig coach as ridiculed by fans across the country. After listening to her husband's analyses, Salado reflected that she had previously succumbed to popular opinion, allowing online sentiments to cloud her judgment and form a bias against Dong Jianhai, who among us, after all, is without fault. Acknowledging one's errors and making amends is what truly matters. Thus, Xiaolon altered her previous stance and perspective, believing that allowing Dong Jianhai to continue coaching the national team might indeed yield a favorable outcome. At the very least, insights gleaned from the recent match, coupled with her husband's analysis, led her to regard Dong Jianhai as a competent head coach for the national squad. Consequently, she inquired of Hu Lisin, "Hey Lao Hu, do you think Dong Jianhai will renew his contract with the Football Association?" Hu Lisin shook his head. "How would I know? Care to analyze it?" He waved his hand dismissively. "There's no way to analyze it. I'm not an official of the association. What they think is beyond my knowledge. Besides, what does this single victory signify? You're not an official either, so don't worry about it. There will be others to concern themselves with this. All we need to know is the outcome." After the match against Japan concluded, during dinner time, the team's chefs specifically prepared a sumptuous feast at the hotel to reward the players. Upon returning to the hotel, the players, having refreshed themselves and donned clean attire, gathered in the dining room to partake in the celebratory banquet. "Tonight, let us eat to our heart's content and relax completely," declared team leader Hong Renjia, his face illuminated by an uncontainable smile. As the leader of the Chinese national team, he bore considerable pressure upon returning from the World Cup with high hopes, only to face disappointment at the Asian Cup. However, with the Chinese team's triumph over Japan, the reigning champions, all that pressure dissipated. Hence, he arranged this celebratory feast. He understood that the Asian Cup was far from over, and the team had yet to achieve true accolades. Nevertheless, the historic victory over Japan was sufficient to appease higher authorities. Furthermore, the leaders of the football administration had sent congratulatory messages. "I estimate that tomorrow, your families will see you on the news." The restaurant erupted in the players' cheers. To appear on the news broadcast is indeed a remarkable achievement, as the Chinese men's national team has had only a handful of opportunities to feature on such platforms, namely, qualifying for the World Cup finals and a few appearances during the tournament itself. All right, I shall cease my rambling. Let us eat. With that command from Hong Renjia, exquisite dishes were served, filling the restaurant with the clinking of cutlery and the laughter of players. Meanwhile, Hong Renjia approached head coach Dong Jianhai, whispering, "Lao Dong, let us have a word." Dong Jianhai glanced at him, nodded, set down his chopsticks, and followed Hong Renjia out of the dining room. In the bustling restaurant, no one noticed this exchange. "I just spoke with someone back home, and I have good news to share," Hong Renjia said to Dong Jianhai as they stood in the corridor. The atmosphere was tranquil, with only the occasional foreign staff member passing by, providing an undisturbed setting for their conversation. "What good news?" Dong Jianhai asked. "It's not entirely certain, but the likelihood is quite high," Hong Renjia replied with a smile. "The higher-ups are considering offering you a contract renewal. You can continue coaching the national team, Lao Dong." Upon hearing this news, Dong Jianhai appeared far from pleased. He regarded the beaming Hong Renjia with a stoic expression, which rendered the latter unable to maintain his cheerful demeanor. "What's wrong?" Hong Renjia inquired, somewhat perplexed. Dong Jianhai smiled faintly and shook his head slightly. "I had intended to discuss this after the Asian Cup, as it feels somewhat inappropriate to bring it up now." Hong Renjia's face reflected confusion. "Discuss what?" "I have made my decision, old Hong. Regardless of how the leaders perceive my work, I will depart after the Asian Cup." Hong Renjia stared blankly for a moment, seemingly struggling to comprehend. Noticing his bewilderment, Dong Jianhai felt compelled to clarify, "What I mean is, I do not intend to renew my contract with the national team." "Not renewing your contract with the national team?" Hong Renjia momentarily paused, then grasped the gravity of Dong Jianhai's words. He hurriedly urged, "Do not pay heed to the raucous voices online. In reality, the Football Association is satisfied with your performance." Dong Jianhai waved his hand, signaling Hong Renjia to refrain from further discussion. "I am fully aware of my own capabilities. I believe the sentiments expressed by the fans online hold some truth. My decision not to renew has been made after considerable contemplation. I genuinely do not believe I am the best candidate to lead this team." "Where do you feel inadequate?" "You've been performing admirably," Hong Renjia remarked encouragingly, patting Dong Jianhai on the shoulder. "Look at the match against Japan. Your substitutions were excellent. The online community is praising you." Dong Jianhai shook his head. "One match does not define anything. We cannot expect a single game to propel the Chinese team into the World Cup. While it may not guarantee qualification, it certainly holds significance. Based on the lessons learned from this match, we can implement changes." However, Dong Jinhai continued to shake his head in disagreement. Once Hong Renjie finished speaking, Dong Jinhai earnestly stated, "Old Hong, do not misconstrue my intentions. I sincerely believe I am not the optimal leader for this team. My abilities are limited, so I believe it is best for us to part ways after the Asian Cup. This way, we can avoid a scenario where I lead the team into the World Cup qualifiers only to face defeat, ultimately branding me as a disgrace in Chinese football history." That's quite an exaggeration, old Dong. Indeed, it is an exaggeration, Dong Jinhai acknowledged. The Football Association would not wait until I have led the team to disaster before dismissing me. Hong Renjie found himself at a loss for words. Observing the gloom on his friend's face, Dong Jinhai chuckled, "I am being serious. I lack the confidence to lead this team to the World Cup 3 years from now. Please do not put me in such a difficult position. To have triumphed over Japan is already the extent of my efforts, and luck played a significant role. I believe concluding my tenure here would be most appropriate. At the very least, I can retain a good reputation." Though Dong Jinhai spoke with a smile, Hong Renjie sensed a resolute undertone in his voice. Clearly, this was not a whimsical statement, but rather a conclusion reached after deep reflection. Consequently, Hong Renjie's elation following the victory over Japan evaporated in an instant. He initially believed that he could finally put aside his worries regarding the national team coach, only to find himself laboring in vain. Hong Renjie sighed deeply. Upon hearing his exhalation, Dong Jinhai turned to console him. "There's no need to sigh, old Hong. If you endure a bit of hardship now, you'll face less criticism later. Truly, believe me." With that, he turned and left to return to the dining hall. Hong Renjie chose not to follow but remained rooted in place, lost in thought. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and gazed at the comments on Weibo calling for the association to promptly renew Dong Jinhai's contract, offering a bitter smile. In the head coach's office, Yu Jintao encountered Dylan once more. Upon seeing him, Dylan expressed exaggerated surprise, saying, "You, just half an hour ago. I received a call from my agent. Your association actually reached out to him. Have they lost their minds? After leading the team to such an impressive match, they are still dissatisfied with Dong." Yu Jintao was equally astonished. However, before he could formulate a response, the office door behind him swung open, revealing the club's general manager, Xue Xiaoyu. Upon noticing Yu Jintao's presence, he nodded, just in time. "Old Yu, are you aware of the news?" "I just arrived," Yu Jintao replied. "No worries. You can help me translate," Xue Xiaoyu said as he approached Jorge Dylan. "Jorge, the club has received a call from the association. They hope you will coach the national team." Yu Jintao quickly processed this information in his mind before translating it. Dylan shrugged. "My agent received a call from them as well. It seems your association is somewhat anxious? Yet, I don't understand. Dong has clearly been doing well with the national team. He just led them to victory against Japan. I heard from you that you haven't won against Japan in nearly 30 years. After this lengthy statement, Yu Jintao translated it succinctly. Dylan's agent has also been contacted by the association, and he is perplexed. Xue Xiaoyu nodded. "I share your confusion. But what significance does it hold? The association wishes for the club to cooperate. This part need not be translated to him. Just inquire about Dylan's own thoughts. Our club respects his personal opinion, and if he does not wish to go, we absolutely will not pressure him. This last point you must certainly convey." After hearing Yu Jintao's translation, Dylan shrugged. "I cannot provide a response at this moment, as I need to first understand the association's intentions." "Did they not mention this matter during the call with your agent?" Yu Jintao asked, then relayed Dylan's response to Xue Xiaoyu. "They merely expressed a willingness to discuss. My agent did not delve deeply into the issue during their conversation. However, I believe there is little to discuss, Jorge," Yu Jintao remarked. "Your previous major disagreement was regarding the Asian Cup. Now that Dong Jinhai has already led the team through the Asian Cup, that disagreement no longer exists. Do you think I should accept?" Dylan inquired. "Have you not already considered yourself the national team coach?" "How could that be?" Dylan chuckled, finding his own words somewhat absurd. "Why, then, are you so engrossed in the national team's matches? Furthermore, during yesterday's game, you spoke so passionately that I genuinely believed you were contemplating matters from the perspective of the national team's head coach." Yu Jintao responded earnestly to this. Dylan momentarily appeared taken aback by his words before breaking into a smile. "Ah, you are quite right, Yu. Perhaps I have long harbored a yearning to coach those delightful young talents." He then turned to Xue Xiaoyu, who had been patiently waiting nearby. "Manager Xue, I regret to inform you that I can no longer fulfill my contract with the club." Xue Qiaoyu glanced at Yu Jintao, who informed him, Dylan wishes to coach the national team. Upon hearing this, he sighed. Alas, it is regrettable, but there is no other choice. This is the will of the nation. Generally speaking, if the Football Association intends to appoint someone as head coach, they simply need to reach out to that individual. Why? Then, must they involve the club this time? The implication is clear. They hope the club will cooperate in releasing him and refrain from erecting obstacles. Although Jorge Dylan and the Great Shun Golden Arrow Club are bound by a contract, should Dylan insist on departing, they cannot hinder him. However, this would necessitate his payment of a penalty for breach of contract. The purpose of the Football Association's call may well be to ensure that the club does not impose difficulties regarding the penalty, thereby preventing him from joining the national team. It is as if they wish they could openly state that the club should negotiate a release without demanding a penalty. Naturally, such sentiments cannot be openly expressed, as some semblance of decorum must be maintained to avoid providing ammunition for gossip. Yet, as a highly astute club general manager, how could Xue Qiaoyu be unaware of the underlying nuances? Despite his reluctance, he could only affirm that the club would certainly cooperate while still respecting Dylan's wishes. The implication being that if the foreign gentleman does not acquiesce to the Football Association, the club cannot be held accountable. He hoped that Dylan would decline the Football Association's offer. Dylan has performed commendably during his tenure at Golden Arrow. Under his guidance, although the first team has not secured a championship, the age structure of the squad has significantly improved, and their performance has stabilized within the top 5 of the league. Xue Qiaoyu has a premonition. He believes that with just a bit more time, this seasoned coach can lead Golden Arrow back to its pinnacle. And when that pinnacle is reached, it will be a tangible one, not a fleeting mirage that begins to fade after a single season. Even if Dylan were to step down, the team would continue to thrive. How could Xue Qiaoyu bear the thought of losing him before they could reap the fruits of their labor? Did not this old man initially agree to join us under the premise of seeking a more relaxed position? He even stated that Golden Arrow would be the final club of his career. How, then, does coaching the national team equate to a leisurely endeavor? The club respects your personal wishes, Mr. Dylan. We will directly contact your agent regarding the subsequent termination of your contract. Dylan nodded. I sincerely apologize, Manager Xue. I hope you can find a successor swiftly. I have acquaintances in Europe. If you desire, I can facilitate introductions. Thank you, Mr. Dylan. If the need arises, we shall certainly seek your assistance. With that, Xue Qiaoyu promptly turned and left. Having understood Dylan's stance, he had little further to say. It was indeed time to promptly initiate the search for a new coach. Finding Dylan's successor would be no small challenge, a source of considerable concern. With merely a month remaining before the commencement of the new Chinese Super League season, the abrupt change in leadership would likely spell disappointment for the team's performance. It appeared that the club would need to redefine its objectives for the upcoming season. After bidding farewell to Xue Qiaoyu, Yu Jintao and Dylan returned to the office, where Dylan affectionately placed his arm around Yu's shoulder. You will accompany me to the national team, won't you, Yu? He inquired. Yu Jintao grinned. Of course, Jorge. I too am eager to join the national team. Splendid. With you by my side, I feel much more at ease. Dylan joyfully squeezed Yu Jintao's shoulder before releasing him and pacing around the office. Despite being nearly 70 years old, he exuded a childlike exuberance. After the initial excitement, Dylan quickly regained his composure and furrowed his brow. Posing a pressing question, the only issue is why the association is seeking me when Dong is performing admirably with the national team. Are they dissatisfied with Dong's results in the Asian Cup? Yet, that should only be assessed after the tournament concludes. Or do they believe the Chinese team stands no chance against Iran? He mused aloud. Beside him, Yu Jintao shook his head. I don't know. If you're truly curious, you could always ask the association directly. Chapter 97. Newcomers and veterans. Dylan had accepted the position of head coach, and Hong Renjia relayed this internal news to Dong Jianhai. Without raising his head from his tactical analysis, Dong Jianhai waved dismissively. Then I can rest easy. This coaching role should rightfully belong to him. One cannot phrase it that way, old Dong. You are not merely a temporary placeholder. To put it nicely, I am bridging the gap, Dong Jianhai replied, lifting his gaze to share a subtle smile with Hong Renjia, leaving the latter momentarily speechless. Bridging the gap, in less flattering terms, was merely a transition, and he could only redirect the conversation. Will we continue with 3 defenders against Iran? However, Dong Jianhai shook his head. No, Yao Hua cannot ascend. And we are left with only 3 center backs. We cannot employ a 3-defender system. I must retain players for contingencies. The next match will adopt a 4-3-3 formation, and we shall assess the situation as the game unfolds. Hong Renjia nodded in agreement, holding no objections. The previous match had already demonstrated Dong Jianhai's adeptness in on-the-spot decision-making, an aspect that required no further commentary from him. Observing Dong Jianhai once again engrossed in his analysis, Hong Renjia chose to take his leave. Dong Jianhai merely nodded, not rising to see him off. Upon exiting the coach's office and closing the door behind him, Hong Renjia glanced back at the door. According to the information he possessed, Dylan's contract with the association was unlikely to encounter any unforeseen complications. It was only a matter of waiting for the conclusion of the Asian Cup before the Chinese Football Association would officially announce Jorge Dylan as the new head coach of the national team. It remains uncertain how fans and the media will perceive Dong Jianhai, the transitional head coach of the national football team, at that time. Since taking on the role of team leader, Hong Renjia has collaborated with 3 different head coaches, ranging from the initial Marcel Wilson to the most successful Shi Wuyin, and finally to the controversial Dong Jianhai. Although Dong Jianhai had the briefest tenure among them, he nonetheless left a profound impression, notably during the match against Japan. When he substituted by D for Zhou Zijin, Hong Renjia felt his heart race with anxiety upon witnessing this decision. He suppressed his concerns and refrained from interrupting Dong Jianhai during the game to question why a defender was being replaced by a forward at a time when the team needed to bolster its defense. Ultimately, he came to understand that Dong Jianhai was intent on a fierce contest against Japan. However, this only deepened his confusion regarding Dong Jianhai, as such a tactical adjustment seemed uncharacteristic of him. Even before the match commenced, Hong Renjia felt a sense of bewilderment towards Dong Jianhai's choices. Now, he realizes that perhaps it was then that Dong Jianhai had already resolved internally not to continue as head coach of the national team. Yet, one aspect continues to elude his understanding, whether Dong Jianhai's decision stemmed from a genuine belief in his inadequacy or from being disheartened by public criticism. He further speculated on the hypothetical scenario. Had Dong Jianhai led the Chinese team to victory in the Asian Cup, what might the online reaction have been? Reality, however, unfolded differently than Hong Renjia had envisioned. The Chinese team, utilizing the familiar 4-3-3 formation against Iran, failed to replicate their performance against Japan. Confronted with a physically superior Iranian squad, China suffered a disappointing elimination with a score of 1-2. Huan scored the sole goal for China, bringing his tally in the tournament to 7, positioning him as a strong contender for the Golden Boot. Yet, in his post-match interview, Huan expressed indifference towards the accolade, stating, "I do not care about the Golden Boot. Compared to that, I hope we can progress further in the Asian Cup." Overall, the Chinese team, which had been highly anticipated prior to the tournament, did not perform well, reaching only the quarterfinals and failing to achieve their pre-tournament goal of the top 4. The victory against Japan stands as the sole highlight of their Asian Cup campaign. It can be said that without this match, the journey of the Chinese team in this Asian Cup would be deemed a considerable failure. At the post-match press conference, in response to reporters inquiring about his future, Dong Jianhai announced his decision. The contract period we agreed upon was set to conclude after the Asian Cup. With the tournament finished, my contract expires, and I will no longer be the head coach of the national team. It is regrettable that the Chinese team could not reach the top 4 in the Asian Cup. All responsibility lies with me as the head coach. We all exerted our utmost effort, yet our performance fell short due to my personal inadequacies. I have thus accepted the criticisms from fans, and although I am no longer the head coach of the national team, my unwavering support for the Chinese team remains. Following the Chinese team's defeat to Iraq in 2002, many supporters were eager for the Football Association to dismiss Dong Jianhai immediately, rather than waiting until after the Asian Cup to decide against renewing his contract. They felt that delaying such action would only exacerbate their frustrations, as by the time the Asian Cup concluded, the Chinese team would have already suffered irreparable damage. To sacrifice an entire Asian Cup for the sake of Dong Jianhai seemed an exorbitant price to pay. At that moment, fans envisioned various scenarios for Dong Jianhai's departure from the team, yet none anticipated that he would voluntarily choose not to renew his contract. This outcome was starkly different from their initial expectations, leaving them with a sense of reluctance. After the Chinese team was eliminated by Iran, some fans even expressed their desire to retain Dong Jianhai, arguing that he had begun to find his footing in the role and deserved more time and trust to lead the team. After all, There was still a considerable interval before the World Cup qualifiers, with the second round of matches not commencing until September of this year, allowing ample time for Dong Jianhai to establish his tactical system. From the match against Japan, it was evident that Dong Jianhai possessed his own ideas. He was far from being a coach devoid of original thought, merely adhering to outdated methods. The criticisms directed at him online may stem from a fundamental misunderstanding. In truth, Dong Jianhai is quite forthright, yet public opinion online can be capricious, swinging from vehement condemnation to adulation without regard for the individual's true character. In light of this news, Hu Lixin remarked to his wife, stating quite clearly that he felt his personal capabilities were insufficient to continue in the role. I believe this is not merely an excuse. Typically, when one seeks to justify a departure, they cite physical or familial reasons rather than admit to a lack of ability. Nevertheless, his performance against Japan was commendable. In any coaching career, there are bound to be memorable matches. Hu Lixin reflected on the question of why he had not pursued a higher coaching certification, explaining that coaching a professional team is not as straightforward as it seems. He found satisfaction in his role as a grassroots coach, teaching children to play football, as it bore less pressure. Xilan contemplated her previous jests at Dong Jianhai, as well as the online vitriol he faced, opening her mouth, but ultimately finding herself at a loss for words. She realized that if her husband were to become a professional team coach, any poor performance would invite a torrent of harsh criticism. Although she was not one to shy away from confrontation, the prospect of daily battles with public opinion could indeed shorten one's lifespan. She could not bear the thought of losing even a single year of life. What would happen next? She inquired of her husband. Surely, we cannot have Shi Wuyin return to the fray. Hu Lixin shook his head, admitting he did not have an answer. Since Dong Jianhai announced his decision not to renew his contract, the Football Association has yet to respond. An hour later, the official Weibo account of the Chinese team released a statement bidding farewell to Dong Jianhai, expressing gratitude for his contributions during his 6-month tenure as head coach. Accompanying the message was a photograph capturing him directing the match when the Chinese team triumphed over Japan with a score of 31. It is evident that this moment stands as a pinnacle in Dong Jianhai's coaching career with the national team. Subsequently, the Chinese team announced on Weibo that the former head coach of Dazhong Jinjian, who had previously led the prestigious clubs Real Madrid and Torino to UEFA Champions League victories, the esteemed Jorge Dylan, will assume the role of head coach for the Chinese national team. The contract with the Football Association is set to expire on July 30, 2030. By that time, the World Cup in Spain and Portugal will have concluded. This date signifies that Dylan will lead the Chinese team in the World Cup qualifiers. And should he guide the team to the finals, he will also be the one to lead them in the tournament. Following the official announcement of Dylan's appointment, the focus of public discourse swiftly shifted from sympathy for Dong Jianhai to eager anticipation regarding how the Chinese team will perform under the esteemed coach in the World Cup qualifiers. After initial negotiations between the Football Association and Dylan fell through, various rumors circulated online regarding the reasons behind Dylan's absence from coaching the Chinese team. A significant point among these rumors was Dylan's belief that the Asian Cup should be forfeited, allowing overseas players to acclimatize to the European football environment without the urgency of returning to participate in the Asian Cup. Such a strategy, he argued, would not guarantee success for the Chinese team in the tournament and could hinder the players' overseas careers. It was reported that Dylan's perspective sparked considerable debate online, with many fans voicing differing opinions and criticizing his approach. They argued that strong teams like Japan and South Korea had recalled their overseas players to field their strongest squads in the Asian Cup, questioning why China should not do the same. Did they not deserve to compete for the Asian Cup? Now, the facts have validated the wisdom of this renowned coach, who had already discerned the underlying issues. His insights were indeed astute. In this year's Asian Cup, even if all overseas players had returned, the Chinese team did not achieve notable success. In the previous Asian Cup, the team was eliminated in the quarterfinals by the host nation, South Korea. This year, they again reached the quarterfinals. Thus, it raises the question, why did the Football Association set the target for the semifinals prior to the Asian Cup? With the inclusion of many overseas players, one would expect a significant enhancement in the team's strength. Hence, maintaining the same goal as before would fail to reflect any improvement in our capabilities. Moreover, in the Asian Cup 2 tournaments ago, we reached the semifinals without any overseas players. Ultimately, the performance of the returning overseas players was lackluster, with some excelling while others performed merely adequately. The evidence supports the validity of Dylan's rumored stance. Given the insights of a coach who has identified the team's shortcomings, it is only natural for the public to have heightened expectations for his leadership and the results he may yield. From now until the next World Cup, there remains a span of 3 years. The Chinese team should have no issues progressing through the qualifying rounds, which essentially commence from the third round of qualifiers. There are still 2.5 years until the third round begins. This period should be ample for our overseas players to acclimate to Europe and mature in their skills, should it not? By that time, if we manage to reach the World Cup finals, what achievements might we aspire to attain in the tournament? Can we genuinely envision a victory on the grand stage of the World Cup? Chapter 98, I have something to say. Hulai takes a long-range shot. Beautiful. What a goal. With 7 minutes remaining in the match, the Chinese team has pulled one back. The score is now 1-2, and we still have a chance. Come on. China, do not give up. Having just scored from a distance, Hulai refrained from celebrating at the corner flag. Instead, he beckoned Zhou Zijing, who was near the goal, to retrieve the ball from the net, urging the Iranian team to resume play swiftly. Before Zhou could comply, he had already dashed into the goal, nearly colliding with the Iranian goalkeeper as he attempted to retrieve the ball. However, the Iranian keeper managed to kick the ball away first, leaving Zhou empty-handed. This frustrated Zhou, but he merely shot a fierce glare at the opponent, choosing not to confront him. He understood that instigating trouble could potentially spark a conflict, ultimately harming the Chinese team. As the match concluded, the Chinese team could not score again, and the final score was set at 1-2, leading to a regrettable defeat against Iran, thereby eliminating them from the Asian Cup semifinals. Accompanied by Hefeng's somber commentary, the players on the field ceased their efforts. Hulai appeared prominently in the broadcast close-up. As Hefeng continued, Hulai displayed commendable vigor throughout the match, scoring a goal in the 83rd minute that briefly ignited our hopes. The footage revealed Hulai's evident dejection. He stood on the field, hands on hips, panting heavily, his gaze vacant, unsure where to look. When an Iranian player approached for a handshake, he merely offered a perfunctory response, devoid of even a polite smile. This moment clearly illustrated his profound regret and sorrow for the team's exit in the quarterfinals. Prior to this Asian Cup, great expectations had been placed upon him and his teammates. The official target was to reach the semifinals, while winning the championship was deemed the task that the Chinese team ought to accomplish. Unfortunately, they returned home after faltering in the quarterfinals. In truth, Hulai's performance in this Asian Cup had been commendable, netting 7 goals and topping the scoring charts. He might very well be the player most deserving of leaving the Asian Cup with his head held high. Hulai, although you did not advance to the semifinals this time, to be a first-time participant in the Asian Cup and contend for the top scorer award remains a commendable outcome. As Hulai stood before the backdrop for an interview, the voice of the beautiful CCTV reporter Wang Shanshan resonated. She must have intended to comfort Hulai, who was clearly unhappy at a glance. Yet, the ever-polite Hulai did not acknowledge her sentiment this time. Abruptly interrupting her with a blunt tone, "I do not care whether I can win the Golden Boot. In comparison, I hope we can advance further in the Asian Cup." The scene froze at that moment. Li Qingqing, having pressed the pause button, gazed at the frowning face on the phone screen, mirroring the furrow in her own brow. Sighing beside the baggage carousel at Frankfurt Airport while waiting for their luggage, Xia Xiaoyu remarked, "I wonder if we are being viciously criticized online right now." Ever since the Chinese team suffered a 0-2 defeat against Iraq in their opening match of the Asian Cup, the cacophony of online reproaches had been incessant, primarily aimed at Dong Jianhai, but many also targeted the players. It was during this time that Xia Xiaoyu withdrew from the internet, retreating into solitude. Not at all. Zhang Qinghuan shook his head. On the contrary, everyone has been surprisingly forgiving, recognizing that we did our utmost. Before he could finish, Wang Guangwei interjected, "I do not feel that I gave my all." The others turned to look at him. Under their collective gaze, Wang Guangwei continued, "I believe I played terribly in this Asian Cup." "Come on, Lao Wang, don't say that." Chen Xingyi attempted to console him. "At least you scored a goal. How could you have performed so poorly?" Wang Guangwei shook his head, rejecting the comfort. "What does scoring a goal matter? I am a center back. Defending is my primary responsibility. We conceded goals in every match, which undoubtedly reflects on the defenders. With Yao's age, I should have stepped up, but I didn't. Thus, my performance in this Asian Cup has been abysmal. There are objective reasons." Hulai also sought to reassure him. "You hardly played at Eldoria. It's perfectly normal to struggle with form after such a prolonged absence from matches. But this is a phase that cannot be rushed. It is a necessary experience. The others nodded in agreement. As players abroad, they could deeply empathize. Upon first venturing overseas, they faced a completely unfamiliar environment, language barriers, different dietary habits, a lack of friends, and the solitude of having no one to confide in, all while grappling with anxiety about the future. Furthermore, as overseas players, they bore the immense expectations of domestic fans. Any minor misstep could provoke the scrutiny of millions, if not billions. The public only saw the glamour of these players announcing their overseas endeavors, yet remained oblivious, or perhaps unwilling to acknowledge, their arduous struggles in Europe. The phase Huan mentioned was one they all had traversed, albeit with varying durations. Offensive players enjoyed somewhat better circumstances, as they had greater opportunities to shine. Defensive players, however, like Wang Guangwei, faced a particularly protracted journey. This was also why Lin Ziyuan opted to decline an invitation from a European team. Everyone admired that young man. Despite his often carefree demeanor, he approached his overseas prospects with remarkable caution and rationality. As a goalkeeper, if he were to play abroad, he might find it even more challenging to secure match opportunities. It is quite possible that he could languish on the bench for several years. Wang Guangwei, however, vehemently disagreed with Huan's assertion, declaring it nonsensical. Some players may struggle to gain playing time at their clubs, yet they excel upon returning to the national team. We have witnessed numerous instances of this during the World Cup, have we not? At this, Huan found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to Wang Guangwei. It seemed that Wang Guangwei had much to say regarding the World Cup today, as once he began to speak, he could hardly be silenced. Despite having been taciturn on the plane, perhaps his previous silence was merely a buildup of unexpressed thoughts. Reflecting on the World Cup over the past 6 months, I often find myself reminiscing about our inaugural participation. How do you all perceive our performance during that first World Cup? Wang Guangwei lifted his gaze to his companions, prompting them to answer. The group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond to Wang Guangwei's inquiry, as they could not decipher the intent behind his question. Noticing their silence, Wang Guangwei continued, "Do you not think it was commendable that we remained unbeaten in our first World Cup, culminating in a 3-3 draw with Brazil? Following that tournament, our journey from the plane to the airport and back to our hometowns was nothing short of a continuous celebration. Wherever we went, we were met with adoration. Once recognized by fans, escape was impossible. The fervor we experienced then was unparalleled, even more so than after qualifying for the World Cup." Upon hearing Wang Guangwei's words, the others exhibited expressions of nostalgia. The scenes from that time replayed in their minds like a film, indeed a historic spectacle. As professional players, they had never before enjoyed such extravagant treatment. Even after the Olympics, they had not reached such heights of popularity, where merely evading criticism felt like a triumph. Previously, male football players in China were viewed as pariahs, easily likened to criminals in the public's disdain. The mention of male football players elicited gritted teeth and an avalanche of derogatory remarks. I do not imply that our performance in the World Cup was inadequate. Rather, I believe we could have achieved even greater heights. Ultimately, we relinquished our chance for victory. After Huan equalized, there remained 6 or 7 minutes until the final whistle. At that moment, the Brazilian team was evidently rattled. Had we pressed forward with tenacity, we might have vanquished them and secured our place in the next round. Wang Guangwei's words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Chen Xingyi recalled the dream he had on the flight home, where he struck the ball only to see it ricochet off the post, missing the opportunity to clinch victory against Brazil. The regret and anguish he felt within that dream were all too real, far beyond mere fantasy. Yet we did not act upon this potential. We were all content to settle for a draw against Brazil, achieving an undefeated group stage. But what value does that unbeaten record hold for us? In the end, we still returned home. If we had all committed to the attack, even if we failed to score, the outcome could hardly have been worse than exiting the group stage. Could it? Wang Guangwei continued his discourse, truly unleashing a torrent of thoughts today. After the World Cup, everyone sang our praises, lauding our achievements and performance. Consequently, we too began to believe that our accomplishments were remarkable. Yet, I often reflect upon it now and feel nothing but regret and disappointment. I lament that we did not strive harder. We may have squandered our best opportunity to defeat Brazil. The outside world claims this was our first World Cup, and that our results were commendable. Indeed, but who decreed that participating in one's inaugural World Cup should mean settling for merely 3 group matches? All present, Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, Zhang Qinghuan, Luo Kai, and Xia Xiaoyu, listened in silence as Wang Guangwei spoke. I still feel a sense of shame when I recall that we did not set victory as our goal, but rather settled for a draw. I believe this mindset is erroneous. The fans may understand us and voice such sentiments, but if we too forgive ourselves and concoct excuses for our underwhelming performance, do we expect to be satisfied with merely 3 group matches in the next World Cup? Our professional careers are finite. How many World Cups can we participate in? Will we continue to play only 3 group matches each time? Do we not desire to compete in more matches at the World Cup? I recognize that some of these words may be harsh, yet I feel compelled to express them today. Everyone here has played abroad and should understand our standing in Europe. Let us not focus solely on Hu Lai. Wang Guangwei quickly interjected as everyone turned their attention to Hu Lai. Hey, old Wang, why exclude me? Hu Lai protested. Wang Guangwei disregarded his objection and continued addressing the others. So far, only Huan Ge has managed to play in Syria, but after the Asian Cup, we cannot predict how the situation will change, as his original position may be taken. Luo Kai, despite playing frequently and performing well, competes in the Dutch second division. He remained expressionless, offering no dissent. Xingxing, you only occasionally get to play, and your time on the field is limited. Xiaoyu, I want to even mention your situation in the reserve team. I am the worst, unable to participate in any official matches. If this continues, how much better can we expect to perform 3 years from now? In the last World Cup, we scored a total of 6 goals, with Hu Lai netting 5. In this Asian Cup, we scored 10 goals, and Hu Lai alone scored 7. Can we still rely solely on Hu Lai in the World Cup 3 years from now and the Asian Cup 4 years hence? As Wang Guangwei posed his challenging questions, the expressions of everyone grew exceedingly grave. Hu Lai opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. In my earlier days playing domestically, I lacked a clear understanding of my own abilities, believing myself to be quite skilled. However, upon competing against high-level opponents in the World Cup, I experienced a sense of despair. Even against a career-ailing Romanov, I had to exert every ounce of effort, resorting to unorthodox strategies. Now, playing abroad, I have become acutely aware of the comprehensive disparities in my skill set. Just then, Wang Guangwei noticed his 2 suitcases being delivered on the conveyor belt. He stepped forward to retrieve them, placing them on the luggage cart before turning to his teammates and stating, "The media incessantly labels us as young players. Yet, in truth, we are no longer so young. Do not assume that studying abroad guarantees success. There is indeed a possibility of being returned." With that, he pushed the luggage cart and turned to leave. The remaining 5 exchanged glances, enveloped in an awkward silence. Eventually, the eldest among them, Zhang Qinghuan, sighed and remarked, "Old Wang has a point. Let us all strive diligently, as time is indeed limited. We must not allow Hu Lai to leave us further behind." "What does it matter to me, Brother Huan?" Hu Lai said, feeling unjustly accused, standing there without uttering a word, not trying to show off. Then he noticed the others directing their gazes toward him, particularly Luo Kai, whose eyes seemed ablaze with intensity. He grinned and thought, for the future of Chinese football, I shall make a sacrifice. Thus, he stood tall and proud, resembling a target. Chapter 99. The need to grow stronger. Upon viewing the words task failed in the system's task log, Hu Lai let out a resigned sigh. This was his first encounter with an uncompleted task. Although there were no penalties for this failure, the absence of the task reward left him feeling quite disappointed. After all, it was a matter of 300,000 points. Having already expended 700,000 points during this Asian Cup, his resources were rather strained. Thus, this reward was of significant importance to him. The task was assigned to Hu Lai prior to this Asian Cup, marking the first mission issued by the couch potato system this season. Unlike previous tasks that had ambiguous completion conditions, such as those related to the Olympics or the World Cup, which merely required Hu Lai to perform well in the matches with a guaranteed minimum reward, this task had a clear objective: to assist the Chinese team in reaching the semi-finals of the Asian Cup. This aligned perfectly with the official goals set by the Football Association. It seemed quite reasonable. Since the association aimed for the semi-finals, the system's task mirrored this target. Consequently, it appeared that the system's mission was not insurmountably difficult. After all, Hu Lai had never failed a task before. Thus, when he encountered this task, he felt assured that the Asian Cup would be a success, at least reaching the semi-finals. And with a stroke of luck and hard work, perhaps even claiming the championship. He never anticipated that the task would indeed fail. He had previously thought that the system's task notifications were a form of foreshadowing. However, it was evident now that this was not the case. Thus, the realization that tasks could genuinely fail was far more shocking to Huan than merely missing out on rewards. Tasks were certainly not mere perks from the system. After deleting the failed task from the log, Huan exited the system. His phone buzzed with a WeChat message from Wang Guangwei. How did it go? What was the reaction to my words? Not much reaction, he replied. They weren't angry, were they? They aren't bad-mouthing me behind my back, are they? Upon reading Wang Guangwei's cautious inquiry, Huan chuckled and responded, Oh, I forgot to mention. They scolded you. Their words were so harsh that I hesitate to repeat them for fear this book might be banned. After a while, Wang Guangwei replied, Let us be serious. Have you got anything to say? Please don't misunderstand. I harbor no ill will towards anyone. The truth is, those words have been bottled up within me for quite some time. I believe everyone should be able to comprehend my sentiments, which is why I voiced them. Otherwise, I would have remained silent. Don't worry, not all of us are petty. Of course, I cannot vouch for Luo Kai, Huan Gu remarked. You are right. We indeed need to strive harder. That's reassuring, Huan thought, sensing that the old Wang, clutching his phone, must have felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. However, old Wang, I truly did not anticipate you would contemplate so much, including the events of the World Cup, which transpired over 6 months ago. I too have reflected on it repeatedly. No matter how I think about it, it feels wrong. I cannot convince myself. At that moment, we were merely a goal away from advancing to the knockout stage. Why did everyone settle for a draw? In retrospect, it seems unfathomable, yet at the time, it was indeed that way. After all, it was our first experience. None of us had been exposed to such heights and thought achieving a draw against Brazil was quite remarkable. Let us hope next time we do not wander through the Grand Garden like Lu Laolao. I believe we will not, old Wang. Next time, we shall surely perform better than the first. You should have seen the looks in everyone's eyes after hearing your words. What kind of looks? Wang Guangwei inquired curiously. Fiery gazes. Wang Guangwei smiled at Huan's response on the phone, simultaneously sending a grinning emoji back. Well done, son. When Chen Xingyi returned to his rented apartment in Amsterdam, he was greeted by the warm smile and concerned inquiries of his father, Chen Hanteng. Are you tired from the journey? Upon entering, Chen Xingyi did not offer a very enthusiastic response, merely shaking his head to indicate he was not fatigued. This took Chen Hanteng by surprise. What's wrong? Are you still upset about being eliminated from the Asian Cup? You shouldn't worry too much. Your performance was commendable. Chen Xingyi interrupted his father, asking, Dad, do you really think we performed well? Well, eliminating the Japanese team would suffice. Chen Xingyi muttered to himself, realizing old Wang had indeed been correct. Old Wang. Wang Guangwei. What did he say? Chen Hanteng was puzzled. Chen Xingyi recounted the words Wang Guangwei had shared at Frankfurt Airport. As he narrated, the once cheerful expression on Chen Hanteng's face gradually turned serious. By the end, his smile had vanished, replaced by deep contemplation. Dad, do you remember the dream I told you about after the World Cup? You dreamt on the flight home that you struck the ball against the post, missing the chance to clinch victory against Brazil? Chen Xingyi nodded, yes. See, Dad? Even in my dreams, I did not dare to imagine defeating Brazil. I merely struck the post. What does that matter? After all, it was just a dream. I take it seriously, Dad. Dreams are a manifestation of our subconscious. In my dreams, I dare only to envision myself striking the doorframe, rather than imagining our triumph over the Brazilian team. This indicates, I suppose, the modest aspirations I harbored at that time, said Chen Xingyi earnestly. Thus, old Wang's words ring true. Back then, we were merely content with drawing against Brazil, satisfied with our unbeaten record in the group stage of the World Cup, failing to perceive any downside to returning home after the group matches. You all believed we performed admirably, yet in reality, it was far from satisfactory. If only we had mustered the resolve to persist a little longer, to strive harder, we could have eliminated Brazil and seized the splendid opportunity to advance to the knockout stages. Could such a performance be deemed commendable? Perhaps not. There exists a significant possibility that, despite our efforts, we might not have scored and achieved nothing at all. At the very least, our endeavor signifies our desire to win, rather than reveling in the joy of a mere draw. I believe this is paramount. As professional athletes, should we not inherently pursue victory? Why then should we take pride in a draw? Chen Hanteng gazed at his resolute son, momentarily at a loss for words. The same applies to this Asian Cup. Aside from our victory against Japan, which other matches could be considered commendable? Both the Asian Cup and the World Cup occur once every 4 years. How many opportunities will we have to participate? This World Cup has garnered fan satisfaction simply because it was our inaugural appearance. But what about the next time? We cannot always rely on fans to be so understanding, can we? Chen Hanteng nodded, acknowledging his son's perspective. Indeed, fans have been relatively lenient with the Chinese team. A level of tolerance unprecedented. However, if the players begin to take this leniency for granted, believing it to be their due, that is unacceptable. This issue transcends the Chinese team's capability to aspire for better results. It pertains to a professional athlete's self-expectations. A player who merely settles for fan leniency will never progress. To this day, there are those who repeatedly mention that the Chinese team was the only unbeaten squad in this World Cup, with various marketing accounts discussing this incessantly, as though this singular fact were the sole noteworthy achievement of Chinese football over the years. But must players exhibit such a lack of standards, akin to marketing accounts? Chen Hanteng suddenly felt a sense of pride that his son did not settle for past accomplishments. Participating in an Asian Cup had instead elevated his awareness. Initially, he believed interrupting his son's rhythm in Amsterdam for the sake of the Asian Cup was a poor trade-off. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps the loss of the horse is not without its blessings? If being eliminated from the Asian Cup fosters his son's growth, then it is worth it. With this in mind, he earnestly advised his son, "You must strive even harder to elevate yourself, lest your nightmares come to fruition. Rest assured, Dad, I am fully prepared to compete anew. Zhang, you need not rush. You can take the time to rest properly." When head coach Arno Casas of Seria encountered Zhang Qinghwan on the training field, he was somewhat surprised. If his memory served him correctly, Zhang Qinghwan had only returned to Barcelona the previous afternoon. He did not inform Zhang Qinghwan to join the team for training the day after arriving in Barcelona. "I am in excellent physical condition, sir," Zhang Qinghwan stated with a respectful yet resolute demeanor. "For me, the best way to rest is to spend time in the gym." Sensing the determination exhibited by Zhang Qinghwan, although Casas felt somewhat perplexed, he was nonetheless pleased with his attitude. Thus, he made a promise. "Once your physical condition returns to normal, I shall ensure you are on the field in the league as soon as possible, Zhang." "Good news, Ziyuan." The agent, Qiu Xinrong, placed the phone down and knocked on Lin Ziyuan's door. "What good news, Uncle Qiu?" Lin Ziyuan replied absently, engrossed in his phone. "The results of yesterday's examination have come in. Your recovery is progressing splendidly. If all goes well, you might only need another month before returning to the pitch." Lin Ziyuan paused momentarily, then clenched his fist. "Great. You mentioned wanting to enhance your strength training, but in reality, your strength is already commendable, not only among your peers domestically, but also in comparison to others. I fear there may be no need for that," said Chao Wei, the head coach of the Shanghai Mariners, gazing with keen interest at Zhou Zijin standing before him. Zhou Zijin, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood tall and replied, "Because I aspire to become even stronger." Chapter 100. Back to the club when Hulai descended from the second floor and walked outside to the kitchen. He was momentarily taken aback by the sight of someone preparing breakfast at the Western-style kitchen counter. His first thought was, when did Uncle Yong return? His second thought, when did Uncle Yong become so youthful? His third thought, damn, Sun Quan. His fourth thought, oh right, Sun Quan transferred to Leeds City. And we have become teammates and roommates once again. As for Sun Quan Junping appearing in the kitchen to make breakfast, Hulai was not particularly surprised. When the six of them used to share an apartment, they also had to prepare their own breakfasts. However, someone like Hulai, who often sought shortcuts, would find excuses to avoid cooking. Almost every time he slacked off, it was Sun Quan Junping who took it upon himself to prepare breakfast for everyone. Thus, not only could Sun Quan Junping cook, but he was also quite skilled at it. The variety was abundant, the nutrition rich, the taste exceptional, and he worked quickly. Were it not for the impracticality of relying solely on one individual, Hulai would have wished for Sun Quan Junping to be their designated breakfast provider. Regarding why Sun Quan Junping was so capable, they had inquired before. Sun Quan explained that it was because he left home at a young age to train with a club team in Japan, managing all aspects of daily life independently. In other words, he was molded by life's challenges. The independence and discipline exhibited by Sun Quan Junping left the young Chinese players in awe. "Hulai, are you up?" Hearing the commotion, Sun Quan Junping looked up and smiled at Hulai standing outside. "Have you washed up? I'll be ready shortly." Hulai entered, stating, "I've finished washing up," and proceeded to carry out the breakfast that Sun Quan Junping had already prepared, placing it all on the table. Whole grain bread, sliced toast, crispy bacon, eggs cooked to a light golden hue, neatly cubed fruits, elegantly drizzled chocolate sauce, chunks of butter, and steaming hot milk. After artfully arranging the breakfast, Hulai took out his phone to capture a photograph, posting it in the group chat. "Breakfast made by me." Soon, Zhang Qinghuan, Chen Xingyi, and others chimed in. "What did you even make?" Wang Guowei remarked, "This is clearly the work of Sun Quan. I understand why Hulai was so eager to have him move in. He's just here to mooch meals." "Hulai, were you a sloth or a beggar in your past life?" "Haha, you all are just jealous," Hulai replied, satisfied as he set down his phone. Sun Quan Junping had finished washing his hands and approached the dining table. His manager, Mitsui Takashi, had departed for Japan the previous day after leaving England. Now, only Sun Quan Junping and Hulai occupied the room, and it would likely remain that way, as Yongjun would continue to stay in Barcelona with Zhang Qinghuan. "Has Motoki contacted you?" Hulai inquired while enjoying his breakfast. "Supervisor Motoki called when I transferred to Leeds City, encouraging me to perform well here. He didn't mention anything else," Sun Quan Junping responded. "Isn't it odd that he hasn't reached out after your elimination?" Hulai frowned. "I thought he would have thought of you immediately. I haven't even played a match for Leeds City yet." Sun Quan Junping shook his head. "I'm not in a hurry. It doesn't matter when I get into the national team. The key is to play for Leeds City." "You've been training with the team for nearly a month. Any thoughts?" Hulai asked. Leeds City emphasizes offense, although Adams plays as a defensive midfielder. He joins the attack, which means if the opposing team intercepts, he might not return in time, leading to defensive issues for Leeds City. However, due to this tactical approach, any midfielder playing in that position bears considerable pressure, Sun Quan Junping analyzed earnestly. Hulai nodded, impressed. This kid had grasped the situation in just a month. The issue with Leeds City was indeed rooted in their overemphasis on offense, creating an imbalance. In truth, the defense was relatively sound. The problem lay primarily with the midfield. The former midfielder, Jose Bila, had limited capability and was merely managing to cope with the Premier League. On the European stage, he found himself outmatched. This prompted the club to invest 30 million to acquire the once-renowned Bundesliga midfielder, Salif Seed. Unexpectedly, Seed struggled to acclimate, despite performing well in the Bundesliga. His performance diminished at Leeds City, unable to adapt to their fast-paced style. While Seed possessed impressive physicality and aerial prowess, his running ability was lacking, and his coverage was average, unable to keep pace with Leeds City's rhythm, resulting in a lackluster performance. Now he was injured. The club would have to seek another midfielder during the winter transfer window, ultimately bringing in his teammate from Shining Star, Sun Quan Junping. To be honest, when Hulai first heard this news, he was quite surprised, as the club had not consulted him beforehand. Thus, Sun Quan Junping was certainly not a recommendation he had made. Given this, was the club's choice of Sun Quan Junping yet another scheme by Matt, reminiscent of a real-life championship godfather? Nevertheless, Hulai was quite pleased that Sun Quan Junping had successfully made his way to Europe to play football, and he was equally delighted to have him as a teammate once more. Hulai was well aware of Sun Quan Junping's capabilities. The team had indeed selected a fitting candidate this time. Although Sun Quan Junping did not possess particularly remarkable physical attributes, his core strength was commendable. Thus, while he may not appear robust, his ability to withstand physical challenges was notable. At the very least, prior to his arrival in the Premier League, Hulai found it increasingly difficult to easily dominate Sun Quan Junping in confrontations. The treatment Hulai enjoyed during their initial encounters would no longer be applicable. Sun Quan Junping faced some challenges when competing for aerial balls, primarily due to his height of 1.78 meters, which made him 2 centimeters shorter than Hulai. However, his strengths were remarkably pronounced. He exhibited exceptional stamina, impressive running ability, extensive coverage, and commendable speed. Moreover, he possessed a keen sense for reading the game, allowing him to anticipate and intercept opponents' passing lanes effectively. These attributes were predominantly technical, but on a psychological level, Sun Quan Junping's tenacity stood out even more. His extraordinary resilience made him a defender that any attacking player would prefer to avoid in one-on-one situations, leaving a lasting impression on the attacking players in the Chinese Super League. Regardless of the match's circumstances, he consistently maintained high spirits, ensuring stable performance with minimal fluctuations. While Sichuan Junping could be somewhat single-minded, this singular focus was, in fact, one of the most formidable qualities for a defender. Leeds City deployed a significant offensive force, which often placed immense pressure on their defenders. Sichuan Junping's ability to withstand pressure was exceptional, enabling him to adapt well to such competitive scenarios. Additionally, his remarkable running capabilities ensured that he could cover a substantial area even when Adams advanced to attack. His relentless spirit meant that even if he could not intercept the ball immediately, he could delay opponents, granting his teammates precious time to regroup defensively. Viewed in this manner, Sichuan Junping appeared to be tailor-made for Leeds City. The only concern was whether Sichuan Junping's abilities would be sufficient to adapt to the Premier League and European competitions. After all, while characteristics may vary, abilities are distinct, and the two operate within entirely different frameworks. "I have a suggestion for you," Sichuan Hulai proposed. "In your spare time, seek out video compilations of attacking players in the Premier League online, and watch the analyses produced by various users regarding player capabilities. This way, you can swiftly familiarize yourself with the opponents you may encounter in matches, and when you face them, you will know how to counter their moves." Hulai offered this advice, emphasizing that to the entirety of Europe, Sichuan was virtually an unknown. They were unfamiliar with him, but he could learn about them. When the match commenced, the opponents would be aware of their strategies while he remained in the shadows, allowing him to catch them off guard. Sichuan Junping's eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. After breakfast and a brief tidy-up, Hulai and Sichuan Junping set out. Hulai was behind the wheel. Having acquired his British driver's license and possessing his very first car, a vehicle sponsored by a Chinese automotive company at no cost to him. The sponsorship is not exclusive to him alone, but rather extends to the Leeds City Club. An event was organized prior to the season, allowing Leeds City players to select a vehicle from this brand. Although the brand is of Chinese origin, it has garnered a certain level of recognition in Europe, as it is an independent brand established through a collaboration between its Chinese parent company and a renowned European automotive subsidiary. Having cultivated its presence in the European market for a decade, its visibility may still pale in comparison to traditional European manufacturers, and sightings of its vehicles on the road are relatively rare. However, this does not imply that it is merely an obscure entity from China. The automotive brand's decision to sponsor Leeds City is naturally linked to Hulai. However, another significant reason lies in Leeds City's commendable performance in the Premier League, which has prompted the brand to seek to enhance its visibility in the European market through collaboration with the club. Many Chinese enterprises partner with European clubs to advertise in the realm of European football, primarily targeting the domestic Chinese market. As evidenced by the plethora of advertisements featuring Chinese characters, they aim to elevate their status as a high-end, sophisticated brand by associating with foreign entities. Yet, this particular car manufacturer clearly has its sights set on competing directly with established European automotive companies. A preliminary agreement has been reached, and next season, the front of Leeds City's jerseys will proudly display this automotive brand's logo. Hulai has chosen a compact and agile sedan, which reportedly has won the WTCR International Touring Car Cup Championship for 3 consecutive years. While he is not particularly knowledgeable about cars, he finds this model quite enjoyable to drive as a novice. Typically, when automotive brands sponsor teams, they provide each player with a vehicle. However, players are not mandated to use the sponsor's cars and may opt for whatever suits their preference. Nevertheless, some players, motivated by financial prudence or the notion of not passing up a free opportunity, may choose to drive the sponsor's vehicles. This is especially true for a club like Leeds City, which does not boast immense financial resources, and most of its players are not top-tier stars, earning salaries that do not lend themselves to extravagant lifestyles. Many players previously drove vehicles that were not luxury brands, so the availability of a complementary car, even if it is a Chinese brand, is gladly embraced. Consequently, the parking lot at the Leeds City training facility is a vibrant tableau of colorful Chinese-branded vehicles, which have garnered attention from domestic marketing entities eager to capitalize on the excitement. This car, boasting a lineage of world championship pedigree and even painted in the same color as the championship car, emits a deep, throaty roar from its exhaust, punctuated by occasional backfires. However, in Hulai's hands, it is driven leisurely, reminiscent of an elder's joyride, as he meanders into the training base to commence a day of practice. Tony Clark, standing at the edge of the training field, warmly embraces the returning Hulai, patting him on the back with enthusiasm. It is truly unfortunate that the Chinese team could not advance further. I had high hopes for your victory in the Asian Championship. Hu Lai, grinning from the vigorous pad, responds, Boss, perhaps next time you make such a statement, you should temper your enthusiasm in your gestures. I might just believe you. Ha. Clark, unperturbed, burst into laughter when confronted. We have meticulously prepared a tailored training regimen for you. Initially, you will engage in recovery training under the guidance of Anthony. For the next few days, your focus will primarily be on physical recuperation. As we face the Fleet Harbor in an away match this Sunday, I have decided not to include you in the matchday squad, allowing you the opportunity to rest comfortably at home. Hu Lai nodded in agreement, voicing no objections. Although he possessed stamina potions, they did not exempt him from the necessity of rest. The toll of a tournament on the body includes the accumulation of minor injuries, which are beyond the remedy of stamina potions. The worn-out giant bear shin guards merely reduce the likelihood of severe injuries, providing no protection against minor bumps and bruises. Thus, after a month and a half of training and competition with the national team, the fatigue and discomfort he had accrued required specialized physical training for alleviation. He was not overly concerned about participating in the immediate matches. After all, there remained half a season of domestic league and Europa League fixtures ahead of him. Today's rest was a preparation for future endeavors. Having concluded his national team duties, Hu Lai returned to Leeds, where he completed his first training session upon rejoining the team. He did not train alongside his teammates, but rather engaged in recovery exercises led by the team's fitness coach, Anthony Clement. During the post-match press conference, head coach Clark stated that Hu Lai had not sustained any injuries during national team matches, though he was still somewhat fatigued, hence his exclusion from full team training. However, Clark refrained from disclosing whether Hu Lai would be omitted from the squad against Fleet Harbor. In a video news segment, accompanied by the announcer's commentary, one could see Hu Lai jogging on the training pitch under the supervision of the fitness coach. Li Qingqing switched her phone to WeChat and messaged Hu Lai, Will you play in the league on Sunday? Before long, Hu Lai replied, The boss said I won't be included in the matchday squad. Upon reading this response, Li Qingqing navigated to a flight booking app and confirmed her previously selected flight. After completing the payment, she returned to the chat. I'm giving you a chance to treat me to dinner. Hu Lai responded with a confused emoji. I'll come find you this Saturday. This time, Hu Lai sent another confused emoji, followed by the question, You're coming to see me? You're not implying you're coming to Leeds, are you? Why not? I'm free this weekend since there's no match for you guys. Li Qingqing explained. The Women's League isn't as packed as the men's. We usually have a match every 2 weeks. This weekend, we have a 2-day break. So I'm coming Saturday and leaving Sunday. Upon reading her message, Hu Lai was astonished by Li Qingqing's strong desire for him to treat her to dinner. However, he was certainly not foolish enough to decline her visit. He replied, All right then, come over. I'll treat you to something delicious. Spicy peppers? She teased. Spicy peppers are off the table, he replied playfully. The team's nutritionist doesn't allow it. We can only indulge in that after the season. And only after fulfilling our tasks. You can choose anything else. Li Qingqing, naturally, would not engage in a protracted discussion with Hu Lai regarding this matter. She had merely jested, I shall not be picky. I am open to whatever you choose. I am not well acquainted with the dining establishments in Leeds. Are you not concerned that I might treat you to Kaifeng cuisine? What is there to fear? If you dare to invite me, I shall certainly partake. Aside from dining, what other places do you wish to visit? I am unaware of the attractions in Leeds. Hu Lai, fixated on the words of Li Qingqing displayed on his phone screen, furrowed his brow and, after a moment of deep contemplation, replied, I am also at a loss. A homebody. But you are a homebody too. Li Qingqing countered. Not at all. I frequently venture out with my teammates during my days off. Upon hearing the term teammates, Hu Lai's eyes sparkled with realization. I shall inquire with my teammates during training tomorrow. Perhaps they can offer some recommendations. Sounds good. Concluding his conversation with Li Qingqing, Hu Lai lifted his gaze and spotted Sun Junping, who was currently dining. Suddenly, he recalled that he had overlooked the presence of this individual. When Li Qingqing arrives, should he invite Sun Junping along? It seemed rather inappropriate to do so. Yet, not inviting him also felt somewhat unkind. Sun Junping, sensing Hu Lai's gaze upon him, looked up and inquired, What is it? Regaining his composure, Hu Lai shook his head. Nothing much. I was merely pondering whether you would make the squad for this weekend's match. Sun Junping paused, taken aback that Hu Lai was considering his prospects for playing time. He had been in Leeds for nearly a month and had only just been included in the squad for the FA Cup fourth-round match a few days prior. However, in that match, Leeds had suffered a 12-0 defeat at home to Wigan, thus ending their FA Cup journey at the fourth round. Sichuan Junping had remained on the bench throughout the match without any opportunity to play. Nonetheless, that had been an FA Cup match, which the manager, Clark, had seemingly deemed expendable, resulting in several key players being rested, thereby affording Sichuan Junping a place in the squad. The upcoming away match against Fleetwood Town was a league game, the importance of which was undeniable. Following their previous home victory over West Dulwich, Leeds had accumulated 33 points, ascending from 12th to 10th place. Meanwhile, Fleetwood Town, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, had fallen to 12th place with 31 points. Should Leeds lose to Fleetwood, they risked slipping back outside the top 10. Although the likelihood of relegation was minimal, who would willingly embrace defeat? Would manager Clark include Sichuan Junping in the squad for such a pivotal match? Despite his gratitude for Hu Lai's concern, Sichuan Junping shook his head. I am uncertain, but I am not anxious. With that, he resumed his meal. Hu Lai continued to ponder. If Sichuan Junping did not accompany the team to London, should he still invite him to meet Li Qingqing? After a day of training, head coach Clark stood on the field, addressing the players who were warming down after the session. He retrieved a folded piece of paper from his pocket. All the players understood that the manager was about to announce who would accompany the team to London for the away match. Although the match is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, the roster will be announced 2 days in advance. This allows the players to prepare their luggage when they come for training tomorrow, and after the session, they will depart for the away game. Following a period of acclimatization to the venue, they will stay for one more night to prepare for the final match. Generally, unless the 2 locations are in close proximity, it is customary to travel a day in advance for away games. Most players are already aware of who will make the roster and who will not. After all, Clark has been their coach for quite some time, and his selection criteria are no secret. Under the premise of adapting to tactical requirements, those who exhibit a positive attitude and demonstrate greater stamina are more likely to be chosen. Therefore, it is rare for anyone to feel anxious or excited when the coach announces the roster. For Hu Lai, who was informed several days prior that he would not be included, it should have been a matter of indifference. However, upon seeing the coach pull out the list, he tensed up completely. This sudden shift in demeanor surprised Charlie Porter, who curiously inquired, "What's wrong, Hu? You seem a bit nervous. Didn't the coach say you wouldn't be participating in this match?" Hu Lai glanced at him before directing his gaze toward Junpei Morikawa. "I'm just feeling anxious for Senkawa, hoping he makes the roster for this match." Upon hearing this, Charlie Porter could not help but admire Hu Lai's loyalty and camaraderie. Clark began to read aloud the names of the players selected for the match. As he continued, a name with a somewhat peculiar pronunciation emerged, Morikawa. This was the romanized version of Senkawa's name, also printed on his jersey. Senkawa, upon hearing his name, momentarily froze, while Hu Lai behind him cheered, "Aha! Congratulations, Senkawa." Turning to see Hu Lai's beaming face, Morikawa realized that he had indeed made the roster. While this did not guarantee his participation in the upcoming match against the military port, it certainly offered him hope. He smiled back at Hu Lai. The brief commotion caused by Hu Lai had caught Clark's attention, but he did not reprimand him. Rather, he felt pleased with the display of unity among the players. With a smile, he resumed reading the names. The little stir caused by Hu Lai quickly subsided. Once the roster for the upcoming match against Leeds was announced, the team dispersed, and everyone headed toward the locker room. Hu Lai stopped Charlie Porter. "Charlie, do you know of any fun places in Leeds?" "Fun places? Oh, you've come to the right person, Hu. Pryzm, Venus, Paradise, Digital Music. These are all excellent options with a fantastic atmosphere and top-notch DJs. The girls there are quite attractive as well." Upon hearing this, Hu Lai realized he had asked the wrong person, as it all seemed to revolve around nightclubs. He turned and walked away, ignoring Charlie Porter's attempts to keep him. Farewell. The chapter concludes. Chapter 102. It is time to showcase true skill. Due to his flight schedule, Hu Lai's training on this Saturday concluded earlier than usual. Nevertheless, he dedicated an additional 30 minutes to practicing penalty kicks and long-range shots before finally wrapping up his training. Upon returning to the locker room, he found that most of his teammates had already departed. Those selected for the main roster had swiftly boarded the bus to the airport, while the teammates who were not traveling had long since changed and left, having skipped additional practice. Alone in the locker room, He took a shower and changed into a fresh outfit before picking up his sports bag and heading to the parking lot. He opened the trunk of his blue Championship Edition sports car and placed his backpack inside. Returning to the driver's seat, he fastened his seatbelt, activated the navigation system, input the airport destination, and selected the first option, Leeds Bradford International Airport, initiating the navigation. Only after completing these tasks did he buckle up and gently drive out of the parking area. Li Qingqing, adorned with a cap, sunglasses, and a mask, donned a fitted turtleneck wool sweater and slim jeans, topped with an oversized puffy down jacket, dragging a silver 20-inch carry-on suitcase. She blended in seamlessly with the bustling airport terminal. Exiting the terminal, she scanned the crowd for familiar faces but found none. Frowning slightly, she pulled out her phone and messaged, "I've come out. Where are you? Turn right, walk past the restroom, then look to your left." Li Qingqing frowned at the message, wondering, is this some clandestine meeting? Nevertheless, she obediently followed the instructions. Turning right and walking about 30 meters, she spotted the restroom sign but did not enter, instead proceeding past it. Following the directive, she looked to her left and saw a straight elevator. "Where are you?" she replied, still seeing no sign of him. Just as she sent the message, she noticed someone resembling him, also wearing a cap, sunglasses, and a mask, emerging from behind the elevator column. Simultaneously, her phone vibrated. "Look." Seated in the passenger seat, Li Qingqing couldn't contain her laughter. Hu Lai, exasperated, remarked, "You've been laughing the entire way. Can you blame me?" Li Qingqing replied, her smile unwavering. "You had to make it seem like a secret rendezvous. Should we plan a passphrase next time, so if we don't match, we just pretend to pass by as strangers? Hey, are you underestimating my popularity in this city? If I didn't disguise myself, we might not even make it out of the airport." As he said this, Li Qingqing caught sight of a soccer field outside the road, where two teams were engaged in a match. Just then, one side scored a goal, and the scorer joyfully ran towards the penalty area, executing Hu Lai's signature celebration. They collectively cheered. Hu. Witnessing this scene, the corners of Li Qingqing's mouth lifted in a smile. The car sped down the road, leaving the echoes of their cheers behind. As they continued forward, Li Qingqing spotted a row of two-story houses with red roofs and grayish-blue walls in the distance. On one of the exterior walls facing the road, a simple scaffold had been erected, upon which individuals were diligently crafting a monumental mural. Although the artwork was incomplete, the outlines of the central figures were discernible enough for her to speculate. She pointed towards the row of houses and inquired, "Are they painting you?" Hu Lai, while driving, cast a fleeting glance before returning his focus to the road ahead, affirming, "Indeed, they are painting me." Suddenly, Li Qingqing clapped her hands, exclaiming, "I just remembered. In that documentary about your joining Leeds City, Matt Down mentioned that one day you would find yourself immortalized on the exterior walls of your fans' homes. You used to say that day was far off, yet here we are just 2 years later." Hu Lai nodded. "I never imagined it myself." Li Qingqing smiled. "How wonderful. You are now a hero of this city, Hu Lai." However, her expression soon shifted to concern. "Given your popularity, won't we be surrounded by onlookers while dining?" Hu Lai chuckled. "Rest assured, the place I chose will be completely undisturbed." Li Qingqing turned her head, gazing curiously at his profile. As Li Qingqing looked up at the quaint two-story villa, she exclaimed, "Oh, so the place you found is your home." Hu Lai retrieved both her suitcase and his bag from the trunk, inquiring, "What do you think? It's perfectly secluded, right? But don't you have a roommate?" "Huan?" Li Qingqing asked as she glanced back at him. "He's away with the team in London for a naval exercise," Hu Lai replied. Li Qingqing pondered this and then asked, "What will we eat at home?" "I'll cook. You must try my culinary skills. Come on, let us head inside." Hu Lai opened the door, gesturing for her to enter. Once inside the living room, she surveyed her surroundings. Naturally, her eyes were drawn to the nearly filled wine cabinet and the adjacent empty one. She turned to Hu Lai, questioning, "Is that empty cabinet for Huan?" Noticing the look in her eyes, Hu Lai understood its implication and responded, "Indeed, Huan intends to use it for his best wine." Li Qingqing was slightly taken aback. "Really? A defensive midfielder doesn't typically win Best Player awards?" He is aware of that, but he mentioned it's not solely for trophies. Li Qingqing appeared puzzled. "But you previously said he indeed intended it for his best wine." "That is correct, but it's quite challenging for a holding midfielder to secure the Best Player title, unless their performance is extraordinary, beyond reproach. Each time he sees the vacant cabinet, it serves as a reminder that he must strive for improvement." Upon hearing Hu Lai's explanation, Li Qingqing was left speechless. Now I understand why everyone says he's a bit eccentric. Hu Lai turned towards the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator door, what would you like to eat? Feel free to choose. He added before she could speak, as long as I have it in stock. Li Qingqing frowned. I've never seen you cook. Just kidding. Back when we shared an apartment in Jincheng, we took turns preparing breakfast. I used to cook for all 6 of us. As Hu Lai retrieved a succulent steak from the refrigerator, he also gathered an array of ingredients, carrots, potatoes, and broccoli, piling them high upon the countertop, exuding an air of determination to embark on an ambitious culinary endeavor. His first task was to sear the steak, accompanied by the vegetables as side dishes. Afterward, he planned to prepare the potatoes. With that, Hu Lai pulled out his phone, locating a recipe app. Li Qingqing rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Are you really going to follow a recipe? Isn't it beneath you? You claimed you could cook. And a simple steak shouldn't require such guidance. This is about being methodical, meticulous, and utterly reliable." Hu Lai retorted as he began to scrutinize the recipe. Just then, Li Qingqing stepped forward and whisked the steak from the plate. "Let me handle this. Are you sure you can manage?" Hu Lai questioned skeptically. Ignoring him, Li Qingqing busied herself. He stood by, watching as she first blotted the steak's surface with kitchen paper to absorb the blood, then gently pounded both sides with the back of a knife. She then inquired, "Do you have any toothpicks?" "What do you need toothpicks for?" Hu Lai asked. His curiosity piqued. Yet, he complied, retrieving a toothpick from the table. Li Qingqing took it and began to puncture holes in the steak, explaining, "This will allow the marinade to penetrate more effectively. Of course, if you prefer a low-sodium version, that's a different matter altogether." After puncturing the steak, she seasoned both sides with salt and pepper, setting it aside. Next, she cleared space to chop the potatoes, carrots, and broccoli into pieces. Observing her deft movements, Hu Lai lowered his gaze to the recipe. What step was he on again? Clearly, Li Qingqing had no need for the app. Once she had prepared all the vegetables, she filled a pot with water, added the greens, and set them to boil. Once the vegetables were nearly cooked, she glanced at the clock, removed the pot from the heat, and placed a frying pan on the stove, melting a generous portion of butter within. The enticing aroma of melting butter soon wafted through the air. At that moment, Li Qingqing placed the marinated steak into the sizzling pan, searing it over high heat to release its juices, turning it every 15 to 20 seconds. As she skillfully flipped the steak, oil splattered in the pan, sizzling and creating a delightful fragrance that filled the room. Hu Lai swallowed hard, only to be met with Li Qingqing's light laughter. He quickly shifted the subject, declaring, "I'll make some eggs." With that, he turned towards the refrigerator, retrieving eggs and a smaller frying pan to set beside the stove. Li Qingqing cast him a skeptical glance. Perceiving her doubt, Hu Lai huffed, "Just wait and see my skills." He melted butter in the pan, and once the oil was liquefied, he cracked the eggs into it. The white quickly began to solidify, encasing the yolk in the center, forming a perfectly round fried egg. "What do you think?" Hu Lai asked, casting a proud glance at Li Qingqing. "Impressive," she replied nonchalantly. "You've reached the culinary prowess of a 7-year-old. "Hey," Hu Lai exclaimed, feeling belittled. "Just you wait, I'll show you some real skills." Li Qingqing gasped, "Maybe you should reconsider?" Flipping an egg isn't as simple as it looks. If you disturb the yolk before it's set, the egg will be ruined. With a cold smirk, Hu Lai declared, "It's time to showcase true technique." Li Qingqing anxiously observed Hu Lai's hand gripping the handle of the frying pan, when he solemnly declared, "Prepare for a display of my lack of skill." With a flick of his wrist, the frying pan flipped, and the golden-hued omelet soared into the air, performing a graceful pirouette, once, twice, thrice, and 4 times, tracing a parabolic arc before plummeting to the floor of the dining room behind them. It was a flawless representation of the cyclical nature of day and night. Chapter 103. If I had not encountered you. Ha ha ha. Li Qingqing squatted beside the fallen omelet, laughing so heartily that she struggled to lift her head, her body shaking with mirth. "Hey, that's excessive." Hu Lai protested helplessly beside her. "The omelet has barely cooled, and you still wish to laugh for an eternity? Isn't it time to showcase some real skills?" "Indeed. Genuine skills." She chuckled. Li Qingqing raised her head to glance at Hu Lai, unable to suppress her laughter once more. It was merely an occasional mishap. She stood up, clutching her stomach, and mimicked Hu Lai's tone. "Prepare for a display of my lack of skill." "Ha ha ha. Hu Lai, you are truly sincere." Hu Lai shot her an exasperated glance, abandoning any attempt at defense. Then, he sniffed the air. "What is that smell?" Caught off guard, Li Qingqing's laughter abruptly halted. Her smile freezing as she screamed, "Steak." She dashed to the stove, seizing the tongs to flip the steak, only to discover one side was charred black. Hu Lai looked at the steak and chuckled. What degree of doneness is this? Li Qingqing shot him a glare. It's all your fault. This is the consequence of your schadenfreude. She quickly changed the subject. Is there any steak left? Well, there is, but it's not thawed, Hu Lai replied, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. This piece I brought up earlier to thaw before heading out for training today. Sighing, Li Qingqing attempted to propose. How about you manage with it as is? I could trim off the burnt layer? Hu Lai remained silent, gazing at her. Li Qingqing felt absurd. Ultimately discarding the steak, its appearance reminiscent of carcinogenic substances, into the trash. What shall we eat now? She inquired. Hu Lai and Li Qingqing sat across from each other at the dining table. On the table between them lay a plate of perfectly cooked potato cubes, alongside 2 bowls covered by inverted plates, emanating a familiar aroma. Hu Lai glanced at the kitchen timer resting on the table. Time's up, he exclaimed, lifting the plates off the bowls, only to be met with a burn. Wow, that's hot. Li Qingqing peered into one of the bowls and asked, why do you have instant noodles here? As he blew on his burnt fingers, Hu Lai replied, these are logistical supplies brought by the national team for the Asian Cup. Originally, we prepared enough for a run to the semifinals, but we were eliminated in the quarterfinals. So there are some leftovers. I thought I'd bring some back to alleviate their burden. This stuff isn't rare back home, but here in Leeds, it's quite a treasure. Li Qingqing rose to transfer the 2 omelets from the frying pan into the bowls, one for each of them, making the instant noodles appear even more enticing. Yet, they remained mere instant noodles. I never expected to come all the way to Leeds, only to be treated to instant noodles, she remarked, somewhat speechless. Instant noodles are quite good, don't you think? Isn't it a delightful experience to savor the flavors of our homeland in a foreign land? Hu Lai lifted the noodles, blew on them, and slurped them into his mouth. Then he closed his eyes, a look of bliss on his face. The taste of the homeland is that of the old jar pickled cabbage and beef flavor. Li Qingqing was amused by his exaggerated performance and also lifted the noodles to smell. It has indeed been a long time since I've eaten instant noodles. I used to eat them all the time as a child. My father said it was bad for my health, but I just love them. She took a bite, closed her eyes like Hu Lai, revealing a nostalgic expression. Hu Lai then inquired, how is it? Have you found the taste of your childhood? With her eyes closed, Li Qingqing smiled. What I loved as a child was the braised beef flavor. They did have braised beef flavor back then, but I didn't take any. I let Xiao Xingxing and the others have it. Li Qingqing opened her eyes and looked at the somewhat regretful Hu Lai. After you said that, I can't help but feel like you guys ended up parting ways like in the Asian Cup. You got the old jar pickled cabbage and beef noodles, while Chun Xingyi and the others got the braised beef noodles. Hu Lai was amused by Li Qingqing's description. It wasn't he initially like that, but now it seems to take on that meaning. However, at that time, everyone was quite dejected, so the atmosphere wasn't joyful. After all, we had just lost the match. It's much better now. We must look forward. The local Asian Cup 4 years later will definitely not be like this. In 2031, the Asian Cup will be hosted by China. By then, Hu Lai will be 27, Zhang Qinghuan 31, Wang Guangwei 29, Chun Xingyi 28, Luo Kai 27, Xia Xiaoyu 26, Zhou Zijing 26, and Lin Ziyuan 25. Everyone will be in the prime of their respective careers, with a well-balanced age structure in the team, youthful yet not lacking in experience. It will be time to achieve results. If such a team still cannot deliver a satisfactory performance, it would be utterly unacceptable. It's wonderful that you can think this way, Li Qingqing expressed with warmth. Hu Lai noticed and asked, what's wrong? Do you think I will become despondent? Li Qingqing smiled without answering. Hey, don't underestimate me. Li Qingqing shook her head with a smile. I'm not underestimating you. You're the one aiming for the World Cup. Hu Lai pointed at Li Qingqing. Is that sarcasm? The girl quickly waved her hands, her smile fading as she looked seriously at Hu Lai. I mean it, Hu Lai. In such an environment back then, you could set such a goal. I truly admire you. Hu Lai suddenly felt a bit shy under Li Qingqing's earnest gaze, unusually refraining from taking advantage. Well, as it turns out, I was harshly criticized for saying it. Li Qingqing gently shook her head. Don't care about their opinions. Say what you want to say. Do what you want to do. I will always support you. After saying this, she rested her chin on one hand, gazing at him. Hu Lai became alert. How many meals do I owe you this time? Li Qingqing could no longer maintain her earlier posture and emotion. What do you mean? Huh? Were you saying that just to get me to treat you to a meal? Li Qingqing paused for a moment, then laughed. If you put it that way, then let us say you owe me 10 more meals. Saying this, she took out her phone in front of Hu Lai and began making modifications in her notes. Hu Lai exclaimed, "Goodness, do I not even need to give my consent anymore?" Li Qingqing cast a glance at him and asked, "Don't you want to treat me?" After some contemplation, she insisted, "Please, please." Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Lai nodded vigorously. "Isn't just a meal? How could a meal possibly impoverish me?" After a modest dinner, Hu Lai took Li Qingqing on a brief tour of the villa he was renting. Upon entering Hu Lai's room, Li Qingqing immediately spotted the football resting on the table. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Wow, you actually brought it to Leeds?" She stepped forward to pick up the ball, turning it around to find her own phone number written on it. The ink had faded slightly, yet remained legible. Cradling the football, Li Qingqing turned to Hu Lai. He indicated the ball in her hands, stating, "This is my very first football." Li Qingqing lowered her gaze to examine the ball again, recalling their first encounter. At that moment, could she have ever imagined that their lives would become so intricately intertwined in the future? "What are you daydreaming about?" Hu Lai asked curiously as he noticed her sudden silence. "Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about how we met." Li Qingqing replied with a smile as she set the football down. It felt as though it had not been long since then, yet nearly a decade had passed. Is it really that exaggerated? From 2019 to 2027, what do you think? Hu Lai took a deep breath, realizing that he had been in this timeline for almost 8 years. A wave of disorientation washed over him. If I hadn't traveled through time, would I have still met Li Qingqing at that secret base in the original timeline? Did that timeline even have a Li Qingqing? What would my life have been like had I never encountered her? Perhaps just an ordinary person, mingling with others and living a mundane life. Yet, regardless of the timeline, it seemed that Li Qingqing would inevitably shine brilliantly. "What are you lost in thought about now?" Li Qingqing tilted her head and inquired. "Your words reminded me of high school," Hu Lai replied. "Did you ever think you would become a professional player, playing in England?" Li Qingqing asked. "Who could have predicted that?" Hu Lai shook his head. "Could you have envisioned today?" "I certainly couldn't. Back then, I thought it was remarkable that you made the school team. Who would have thought you'd be playing in the Premier League now?" Li Qingqing laughed. "Your former classmates could boast. We turned down the Premier League Golden Boot and the World Cup Golden Boot." Hu Lai was left speechless. "You still remember that?" "Of course. How could I forget? Even after all these years, it remains fresh in my mind." Li Qingqing leaned against the edge of the table. "Did I ever tell you that my dad wasn't very optimistic about you back then?" Hu Lai nodded. "You've mentioned it. Do you know what I was thinking?" "No. I thought that if he didn't recruit you for the school team, I would train you for a year, and then you could try out for the team in your second year. Once you made it, I would tell my dad that you were someone I had trained, haha." Li Qingqing laughed heartily. "But before the year was out, you had already run off on your own. Oh dear, by that time you would have already joined the school team. What would I still be doing at school? But what if I weren't in the team back then?" Hu Lai posed a question that left Li Qingqing momentarily perplexed. She furrowed her brows and remained silent for a while before shaking her head and replying, "I don't know. You silly girl. Of course, you would also leave. That would be an opportunity to play professional football." Hu Lai exclaimed anxiously. Observing his reaction, Li Qingqing clapped her hands and said, "I've just remembered." "Remembered what?" Hu Lai asked, taken aback. "I recall you saying the same thing back then, and you even scolded me." Hu Lai looked puzzled. "Scolded you? What did I say?" "You called me a foolish woman." Li Qingqing mimicked a gun with her hand, pointing at Hu Lai, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, squinting one eye and tilting her head in a mock aiming gesture. "Did that happen?" Hu Lai frowned in disbelief. "Of course. You claimed you wanted to wake me up from my foolishness, and I hold grudges, you know. However, if you could treat me to 10 meals, I might graciously forget." Li Qingqing kept her gun aimed at Hu Lai. Hu Lai raised his hands in surrender. "I thought Charlie was the most adept at mooching food. But it turns out there's always someone better. You surpass him." Seeing Hu Lai concede, Li Qingqing smiled broadly and put away her weapon, flashing a V sign. She then pulled out her phone to add those 10 meals to her tally. "Hu Lai, your debts are accumulating. You need to step up your efforts to repay." "Hee. What does he mean?" "Literally, your attitude is not proper. That's 10 more meals." "Li Qingqing, haven't you heard that saying?" "What saying?" "The debtor is the master." End of chapter 104. Not welcome? Upon exiting Hu Lai's room, the two settled in the living room downstairs to chat, reminiscing about amusing incidents from their student days and sharing entertaining stories from their respective clubs. Throughout the conversation, Hulai often had Li Qingqing in stitches, her laughter causing tears to stream down her face. Conversations would come to a halt as Li Qingqing's laughter erupted time and again. In such moments, Hulai found himself at a loss for words, raising his hands in exasperation. Is it really that funny? It seems you haven't stopped laughing all evening. Finally managing to compose herself, Li Qingqing shook her head. No wonder people say you are the founder of the comedic football genre. I think you need not exhaust yourself running around the pitch. Just tell jokes to your opponents and make them laugh so hard they can't defend. What do you take me for? I assure you, I am a serious player. Upon hearing Hulai's declaration, Li Qingqing burst into laughter again. Serious? Where's the seriousness in you? I'm sure your opponents would disagree. Just as Hulai was about to retort, the sound of a WeChat video call rang out from Li Qingqing's phone. Is that your dad? Hulai exclaimed in surprise. Li Qingqing shot him a glare, then moved aside to ensure Hulai wouldn't appear in her video frame before answering the call. Soon, her father's face, Li Ziqiang, appeared on the screen. Hi, Dad. You're still awake? Not yet. Oh, you're not at home? Li Ziqiang furrowed his brow slightly, observing the apartment that seemed rather unlike his own. Oh no, I'm out. He replied. Is there something on your mind, Dad? Not much, really. I came to visit your grandparents today. They wanted to see you. As he spoke, Li Ziqiang waved to the side, and soon, Li Qingqing's grandparents appeared on the screen. Li Qingqing greeted them sweetly, exclaiming, Grandpa, Grandma. Ah, Qingqing, my dear. Hulai watched as Li Qingqing conversed with her family via video call, quietly muting his phone. He then listened in on their delightful exchange. They discussed Li Qingqing's recent endeavors and the daily lives of her grandparents, who even took the opportunity to jest about Li Ziqiang. Your father brought a bag of fruit today, but we haven't finished the last batch he brought. Can you believe he just tossed them out? Such a waste. Li Ziqiang interjected defensively. Mom, the oranges were going bad. They were moldy. But there are still 2 good ones left. Her grandmother complained. Yes, but all the others were spoiled. Even if those 2 looked fine, how could I let you eat them? Li Ziqiang lamented. Li Qingqing covered her mouth in laughter. Grandma, I have a suggestion for you. Next time before Dad visits, make sure to eat all the fruit. Otherwise, he will just throw it away again. She discreetly glanced at Hulai, who was engrossed in his phone, oblivious to their conversation. Qingqing, are you still living alone in that apartment? Her grandmother inquired. Yes, I am, Li Qingqing replied, feeling a bit anxious, fearing her grandmother had noticed her earlier actions. You're not too young anymore. Why don't you find a boyfriend? Oh, Grandma, I'm only 23. Li Qingqing was taken aback by her grandmother's question. Under normal circumstances, it would have been one thing, but with someone else present in the room, she felt rather embarrassed. 23 is not too young. In just 2 years, you'll be 25, and that's only 5 years away from 30. I'm telling you, Qingqing, once you turn 25, time flies. Stealing another glance at Hulai, she found him still focused on his phone, unsure if he had heard the earlier exchange. Her grandmother continued. As a young lady, you're living alone abroad? Fearing her grandmother might say something even more outrageous, Li Qingqing interjected, Grandma, you know I'm abroad. Do you expect me to find a foreign boyfriend? Her grandmother paused momentarily, then shook her head. No, that's out of the question. I've heard they have a strong odor. Well, I'm surrounded by foreigners, so I guess I just won't be dating, Li Qingqing thought to herself, pleased with her cleverness. Not everyone is a foreigner, you know. I think that one. All right, enough of that. Let your grandmother finish. Before she could complete her thought, her grandfather leaned into the frame. Taking the phone from her grandmother, his face directed away from the screen. Don't worry about Qingqing. She's busy with training and competitions every day. When would she have time to find a boyfriend? After expressing his grievances about his partner, Grandpa turned his attention to Li Qingqing. Do not take your grandmother's words to heart. She is simply worried about you. I won't, Grandpa. Li Qingqing replied with a charming smile. Having lived abroad for so many years, I have grown accustomed to it. There is nothing to be concerned about. It is getting late. You should be heading to bed, shouldn't you? Are you going to tell Ziqiang? Outside the screen, there was no sound. Li Ziqiang might have merely waved his hand. Grandpa turned back to the camera and waved. Good night, Qingqing. Good night, Grandpa. Good night, Grandma. Good night, Dad. After Li Qingqing bid farewell to each of them, she ended the call. Then she turned to the bowed Hulai. Did you hear all that? Hulai chuckled awkwardly. Your grandmother and my mom are indeed quite similar. Li Qingqing frowned. That sounds strange, as if you are implying Aunt Xie is aging. No, I meant to say your grandmother is youthful, Hulai quickly defended. Li Qingqing laughed, glancing at her phone. Oh dear, it truly is late. I must take my leave. Leave? Where to? Hu Lai was surprised. Was there a flight back to Paris at this hour? What do you mean? I booked a hotel. Cancel it. Stay with me. Hu Lai blurted out, his hand waving dismissively. However, after saying this, he froze momentarily. It was just the two of them now, with Sun Quan Junping absent. It meant they were alone together, and he had just invited her to stay. Was that inappropriate? What would she think? Would she perceive his intentions as impure? This line of thought made Hu Lai feel awkward. Just as he was lost in his discomfort, Li Qingqing said, It's all right. I will still stay at the hotel. Seeing her maintain her usual tone and smile, seemingly unoffended by his earlier candor, Hu Lai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, very well. I will take you to the hotel, he offered, yet remained rooted in place. Shall we go? Li Qingqing did not refuse and walked towards the door, retrieving her suitcase. All right, let's go. Hu Lai followed her closely. The city was not large, although Hu Lai lived in the suburbs. It took less than 20 minutes to drive to the hotel, and soon he delivered Li Qingqing to the entrance. I am leaving. Li Qingqing unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to Hu Lai. All right, see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. Just as Li Qingqing turned to open the door, Hu Lai called out to her, Hey. Li Qingqing withdrew her hand and looked back at him. Goodbye, Hu Lai waved. Li Qingqing smiled softly. Goodbye. As she opened the door and exited the vehicle, the doorman had already retrieved her luggage from the trunk and was leading her into the opulent hotel lobby. Hu Lai remained in the car, turning to watch her silhouette as she passed through the revolving door, making her way to the front desk. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over him. He regretted not being more assertive in insisting that Li Qingqing stay. After all, there were vacant rooms, and they were not truly sharing a space. What was there to fear? Moreover, having known each other for so many years, why had he suddenly become so hesitant? Li Qingqing pulled out her passport and the online booking confirmation to check in at the front desk. Ms. Li? The receptionist held up her passport. Li Qingqing removed her duckbill cap and mask, allowing the other party to verify her identity against the photograph. After the front desk completed the comparison, they lowered their heads to assist her with the check-in process. Li Qingqing, in turn, adjusted her mask and secured her cap before standing still, lost in thought. The hotel had been booked together with her flight, and she had never contemplated visiting Hu Lai's home, let alone spending the night there. Therefore, this should have been a perfectly normal conclusion. Yet, she wondered, if she had not insisted on staying at the hotel, would he have truly kept her? Or would he have suddenly laughed dismissively and said, Did you take that seriously? Given his character, the latter seemed quite plausible. With this thought in mind, Li Qingqing turned to glance at the hotel entrance, only to be taken aback by the sight of Hu Lai's car, which had not left, but remained parked with its brake lights aglow. Abruptly, she addressed the front desk attendant. I sincerely apologize, but I have an urgent matter and cannot check in anymore. Is that all right? Although surprised, the attendant maintained a professional smile as they returned her passport, saying, Of course. We hope to serve you next time. Have a pleasant day. Thank you. I'm truly sorry, Li Qingqing replied, taking her passport and striding towards the exit with her suitcase. Logically, it seemed reasonable for her to stay at a hotel in Leeds. Wasn't it more unusual for her not to? So, what was wrong with having booked a hotel in advance? Indeed, nothing at all. So why was she getting tangled up in these thoughts? He had a hotel room available. Why should she stay with him? Hu Lai pondered this and found truth in her unvoiced sentiments. With a self-deprecating smile, he realized he had been lingering at the hotel entrance. Thus, he prepared to depart. Just as he placed his hand on the gear lever, a knock sounded on the passenger window. Turning to look, he saw Li Qingqing leaning down, gesturing for him to open the trunk. Had she forgotten something? Hu Lai inquired while activating the electric tailgate. Through the rearview mirror, he observed Li Qingqing placing her suitcase back inside. Next, he watched as she closed the trunk and returned to the passenger seat, opening the door to enter. What happened? He asked, astonished. Li Qingqing fastened her seatbelt while explaining, There's an issue with the hotel system. For some reason, my reservation information is missing, and the rooms are fully booked. I can't stay there tonight. Once secured, she looked at Hu Lai and added, So, I have no choice but to stay with you. He stared at her, momentarily speechless. Li Qingqing tilted her head and asked, What's wrong? Am I not welcome? Finally snapping back to reality, Hu Lai exclaimed, Of course, you are welcome. A warm welcome. At the same moment, he pressed down on the accelerator. The world champion racing car roared to life, its exhaust and engine erupting with a thrilling and aggressive growl. as if returning to the racetrack. Hu Lai revved the engine in neutral. End of chapter 105. A simple home-cooked meal with a crisp click. Hu Lai turned on the light switch in the room, illuminating the ceiling chandelier, which cast a warm orange glow evenly throughout the space. This guest room was usually unoccupied. For a time, Sichuan's agent resided here. However, the linens and duvet on the bed have been thoroughly replaced. All immaculate and entirely up to the standards for a move-in ready accommodation. Hu Lai led Li Qingqing into the room, introducing it to her. Yet, Li Qingqing behind him could not help but chuckle. What is so amusing? Hu Lai sighed, feeling that Li Qingqing was particularly jovial today. If you were to change into a suit, you would practically resemble a real estate agent, she quipped, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Hey, Hu Lai shot her a playful glare before continuing with his introduction. This apartment is indeed a suite, complete with a private bathroom, allowing you to freshen up without venturing to the public facilities. You brought your toiletries, I presume? Li Qingqing nodded affirmatively. Yes, I have everything. Then, do rest early. If you need anything, just call for me, Hu Lai said, preparing to step out. However, Li Qingqing stopped him. Hey, Hu Lai. He paused at the door and turned back. Yes? Thank you, she said. Hu Lai furrowed his brow. Why the gratitude? Thank you for taking me in. Otherwise, I would have been left to wander the streets. Such words. Had I known the hotel was so subpar, I would have suggested you stay here from the outset. It's fortunate I didn't leave. Otherwise, I wonder how you would have managed, Hu Lai replied. Li Qingqing then inquired. So, why did you linger? I thought I would wait a bit. Perhaps you had forgotten something. Hu Lai offered a casual excuse. And see, I was right to wait, he added. Li Qingqing chuckled softly. Well then, good night, Hu Lai. Good night, he replied, retreating from the room and closing the door behind her. He turned right and entered his own room, which was merely a wall away from hers. Standing at his door for a moment, he listened intently for any sounds from Li Qingqing's side, and upon hearing none, he proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. After Hu Lai closed the door, Li Qingqing remained in the same position, gazing at the door for quite some time before finally opening her suitcase. She retrieved her toiletry bag and pajamas. Preparing for a shower, dressed in her pajamas, Li Qingqing tousled her freshly dried hair and approached the window. It was nearly midnight, and outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Only a few distant lights twinkled, likely from the windows of nearby villas. This was a villa district, with houses spaced far apart. Gazing out the window, the scattered lights in the darkness resembled stars that had descended to earth. As for the cars passing on the road, their swaying headlights resembled shooting stars streaking across the sky. The night here was not entirely tranquil. The occasional rumble of passing cars, the whistle of the wind through the tree branches, and the faint sound of a distant stream created a symphony of night sounds. However, filtered through the closed window, the noise diminished considerably, transforming into a soothing serenade that offered a sense of comfort. Hu Lai emerged from the bathroom clad only in his underwear and listened carefully at the door for a moment, confirming there was no sound from Li Qingqing's side. He then turned and made his way to the bed, kicking off his slippers before collapsing onto the mattress. Yet, just as he turned over, he suddenly sat up. Straining to listen again, there was no sound. It seemed that Li Qingqing had not encountered any insurmountable problems. He lay back down, the rustling of his body against the sheets creating a sound that had momentarily misled him into thinking it was Li Qingqing calling out. He chuckled at himself, wondering how he had let his imagination run wild. He reached out to turn off the light, plunging the room into darkness. Li Qingqing stretched lazily, drew the curtains, and turned to the bedside. She lifted the covers and nestled beneath them, wrapping herself tightly and savoring the warmth of her bed. She extended her hand to extinguish the light. After a brief period of darkness, her eyes gradually adjusted to the room's environment, allowing her to discern the ceiling and the furnishings within. Accompanied by the low-frequency noise of rubber tires rolling over asphalt, a fleeting light flickered against the curtains, reminiscent of a scene from an old film. Lying on this soft yet unfamiliar bed, Li Qingqing found herself unable to sleep. Her eyes widened as she gazed at the ceiling, her heart racing. Hu Lai turned over again, producing another rustling sound. He remained still, allowing the silence to return to his ears. After confirming that nothing was amiss just on the other side of the wall, he finally completed his turn. He closed his eyes, but before long, they fluttered open again. A vehicle passed by outside, its yellow light dancing across his window before moving on to the adjacent room. For reasons unknown, The thought of Li Qingqing sleeping in the room just beyond a thin wall stirred restlessness within him. Despite knowing her for many years, this felt like an entirely new experience. His mind raced with activity. Hu Lai could not determine when he finally succumbed to sleep, but upon seeing the time upon waking, he realized something was amiss. He must have fallen asleep quite late into the early hours of the morning, as he had indulged in a rare lie-in. He leapt from the bed, threw on some clothes, quickly completed his morning routine, and opened the bedroom door. Before descending the stairs, he heard sounds emanating from below, the clinking of metal cutlery against ceramic plates. He momentarily mused. Wasn't Sun Quan supposed to be away for an away game? How did he return? But he quickly regained his senses. It was not Sun Quan, but Li Qingqing, as she had stayed over last night. Indeed, when he stood at the top of the staircase and peered down, he beheld her graceful silhouette. Li Qingqing was setting the table. What time did you get up? He inquired. Li Qingqing looked up at Hu Lai standing on the stairs and smiled. Around 8. Are you not tired? Not at all, she replied, shaking her head, her ponytail swaying behind her. Have you washed up? I was going to wait until I was done before calling you, she added. Hu Lai descended the stairs. I've already washed up. As he gazed at the bountiful breakfast spread on the table, he stifled the impulse to whip out his phone for a photo to share in the group chat. So, do you cook for yourself in Paris as well? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Li Qingqing retorted. When I am alone, I only have breakfast at home, while lunch and dinner are always resolved at the club's dining hall. Would you like me to teach you a couple of tricks? Hu Lai glanced at Li Qingqing, who was clad in an apron, one hand on her hip and the other wielding a spatula. No need, I can cook, she replied. You can? The real deal? Hu Lai exclaimed. That is unexpected. Haha. Then why do you still frequent the restaurant? Because I'm lazy. Li Qingqing was momentarily taken aback by Hu Lai's justification. You certainly have a point. Hu Lai settled down at the dining table. How did you sleep last night? It was all right. I had a bit of trouble getting used to the bed at first, but it got better afterward. Where do you want to go today? Hu Lai inquired again. Didn't you say there's not much to do in Leeds? What if you have somewhere you wish to visit? I don't, she replied, flicking her ponytail. Well, Hu Lai pondered. How about watching a match at home? Our game against the naval port is in the afternoon. We can go to the airport after that. Sounds good. Li Qingqing agreed without objection. Hu Lai then pressed. Don't you think it might be a bit dull? How about shopping? No shopping, just watching the match, Li Qingqing insisted firmly. She then added. I placed the steak on the upper shelf to thaw while I was making breakfast. You must try my steak for lunch. But I crave Chinese food. Chinese food? Yes. Like beef stew with potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Our team's dining hall is great, but they lack these dishes. Li Qingqing contemplated, recalling that there were indeed potatoes, tomatoes, and eggs in the fridge. Thus, she agreed. All right, let's have beef stew with potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After finishing breakfast, the two of them tidied up the dining table and immediately began preparing lunch. They refroze the steak and took out beef more suitable for stewing from the freezer to thaw. In the meantime, Li Qingqing realized the seasoning was incorrect and sent Hu Lai on a solo trip to the Asian supermarket to procure the necessary spices. When Hu Lai returned home, he discovered Li Qingqing had already peeled the potatoes. Holding the bag, he was momentarily dazed by the sight of her bustling in the kitchen in her apron, almost mistaking the rented villa for his true home. Oh, you're back. Why are you standing at the door in a daze? Li Qingqing asked curiously. Noticing Hu Lai's trance, the aroma was even more pronounced. Hu Lai quickly shook off that thought and approached her, retrieving the seasonings from the bag. Everything you wanted is right here. Li Qingqing inspected each item with satisfaction, nodding, very good, as the delightful fragrance filled the room. Hu Lai could hardly contain his anticipation for a long-awaited Chinese meal, not the fiery red chili variety, but rather a more homely style of Chinese cuisine. The presentation may not be exquisite, but the flavors would evoke a sense of familiarity. After all, when the scents wafted from the pot, he instantly felt transported back to Dongchuan. Despite being a professional athlete, he still possessed an unalterable Chinese palate. With the beef stew ready, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes placed on the table, and the rice freshly cooked, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing once again sat across from each other at the dining table, relishing this rare home-cooked meal. You go ahead and eat first. Chef Li Qingqing gestured invitingly, and after Hu Lai took a bite, she leaned forward, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she inquired, how does it taste? Hu Lai furrowed his brow, remaining silent. What's wrong? Li Qingqing asked, her eyes widening in confusion. She observed Hu Lai reaching for another piece of beef, chewing thoughtfully, his brow still knitted in concentration, murmuring, "Strange. Strange? What is strange? It's peculiar. Perhaps it's been too long since I last savored braised beef with potatoes. I feel I need to eat a few more pieces to truly discern the flavor." Hu Lai replied, reaching for another morsel of beef. Realization dawned on Li Qingqing. "Leave some for me. There are so many potatoes. I'm not stopping you." Who mentioned potatoes? Li Qingqing, no longer hesitant, picked up a piece of beef. However, instead of placing it directly in her mouth, she set it into her bowl. The savory juices of the beef seeped into the rice below. She then used her chopsticks to lift the glistening rice along with the beef, bringing the delightful combination to her lips. Closing her eyes, she let out a blissful sigh. "Delicious. My braised beef with potatoes is simply exquisite." "Self-praise, huh? What did you say?" Hu Lai responded, taking another piece of beef for himself. "Don't just indulge in beef. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes are equally delightful." The two were soon engrossed in their meal, and when they lifted their heads again, Li Qingqing smiled at Hu Lai. "What is so funny? Rice grains." She pointed at his face. Hu Lai then noticed a few grains of rice stuck near his mouth. He, in turn, pointed at Li Qingqing's face, declaring, "You have some too." "Where?" She began to probe her face, yet after searching for a while, found nothing. Meanwhile, Hu Lai seized the opportunity to launch another assault on the dwindling beef in his bowl. As for the rice on their faces, as the beetles sang, "Let it be." How cunning! How infuriating! Li Qingqing exclaimed in exasperation, yet felt powerless to intervene. After all, she could not duel with Hu Lai using her chopsticks. However, Hu Lai did not retract his chopsticks laden with beef. Instead, he leaned over and placed the meat into Li Qingqing's bowl. She widened her eyes in surprise. "The chef has worked hard," Hu Lai said. Li Qingqing picked up the beef separately, placing it in her mouth, closing her eyes to savor the flavors. Her smile grew ever broader. "Why are you grinning so widely?" "Because it truly is delicious." The chapter concludes.